Year 2022. Inside a VIP ward at Hangzhou First People's Hospital, an elderly man with white hair and wrinkled skin murmured softly, "Grandpa, little sister, I'm coming." "I'm so sorry, my dear girl, my unborn child." The old man was named Ye Nan. In his final moments, he thought of his grandfather, his younger sister, the girl whose name he never knew, and the child who had never gotten the chance to be born. At 61 years old, Ye Nan was one of Hangzhou's top 10 billionaires, worth tens of billions. 2 years ago, during a company health checkup, he was diagnosed with lung cancer. All of this stemmed from his reckless youth. His mistakes had cost the lives of his grandfather, his sister, that unknown girl, and even his unborn child. As Ye Nan reminisced, a woman in her 30s entered the room. "Mr. Yi, everything you asked for has been arranged. Attorney Wang will read your will at the funeral. There will be representatives from the provincial government, city departments, the Red Cross, and the Hangzhou Education Bureau, more than a dozen officials in total." Hearing this, Ye Nan tried to smile faintly as he looked at his secretary. "You've been with me over 10 years. I have no children of my own, so thank you for all this time. I've already made arrangements for you. You shouldn't stay at the company anymore. You've made enemies among the shareholders. I've left the company in Shanghai for you. Attorney Wang will help you complete the transfer procedures. And after I'm gone, please take my ashes back to my hometown and bury them beside Grandpa and my sister." Before he could finish, Ye Nan smiled gently and closed his eyes forever. A piercing beep filled the hospital room. His secretary blinked back, tears covering her mouth to stifle any sound. This man had been her mentor. She came from a rural village, barely able to afford university until Ye Nan paid for her entire 4-year education. He even sent her abroad for 3 years of further study. Upon her return, he placed her directly into his company as his personal secretary. Moments later, a group of doctors and nurses rushed in, checking vital signs. "I'm sorry," said a bespectacled oncologist, "Mr. Yi has passed away." 3 days later, at Hangzhou Funeral Home, the scene was grand. Over 1,000 people gathered to mourn, including reporters from both domestic and international media outlets. Attorney Wang Bin stood before the microphone, holding a folder. "We are here to honor Mr. Ye's legacy. Thank you all for coming. Now, I will announce his last will and testament. Please bear witness. After my death, 30% of Yi Group shares will be liquidated into cash, following a unanimous board vote for buyback. This fund will establish an educational foundation, led by the Hangzhou Education Department, with oversight from other departments. All remaining funds in my bank accounts will be donated to Zhejiang Province's orphanages, hoping they can use this money to care for more orphans and improve their living conditions. All real estate, stocks, and remaining shares will be sold off under the supervision of Secretary He Wei and Attorney Wang Bin. The proceeds will be used to rebuild my hometown, Yejia Village." As the announcement ended, the only sound in the hall was the clicking of cameras. Everyone present sat there, mouths agape. He donated it all? Tens of billions, everything? This was the largest charitable donation in Chinese history. "My head hurts." Ye Nan groaned, lying on the bed. Suddenly, he let out a loud scream. "Ah!" He turned his head and saw a girl, long hair, bare back, completely naked. He froze. "Who is this? Didn't I die from lung cancer?" Before he could think further, the girl began sobbing uncontrollably. "Woo-woo. Mississippi, no, beautiful." "Wait, no, miss, what's your name?" Ye Nan stammered nervously. But the girl didn't answer, just kept crying. Before he could speak again, pounding came from the door. "What happened to Xiaoqi? Open up, Xiaoqi. Is everything okay?" Several female voices shouted from outside. Panic struck Ye Nan. Both of them were completely naked, and now someone was at the door. The girl finally stopped crying, wiped her face, and turned toward him. Her eyes were wide with fear too. "Him, do you think I should go first? He'll come find you later, okay?" Ye Nan whispered. She didn't respond, just stared. Clearly a graceful girl, but with tears streaking her face and hair stuck to her cheeks. She was hard to make out clearly. Again, the pounding on the door continued. Finally, she spoke, her voice like music. "You should go." That snapped Ye Nan out of it. He grabbed a pillow to cover himself and started dressing frantically. Fully nude, he dressed quickly and efficiently. Once done, he prepared to jump out the window. "Just a first-floor window," he muttered, "otherwise I'd definitely sprain something." As he jumped, he turned back. "My name is Ye Nan. He'll come find you soon." And then he disappeared. The girl, now alone, also got dressed and opened the door. "Xiaoqi, are you okay? Why did you scream?" The girl was Ji Yuqi. "I had a nightmare." "I'm fine," she replied hoarsely. 3 girls rushed in, surrounding her with concern. They were Ji Yuqi's college dorm mates. Yesterday, a classmate had gotten married, and the 4 of them came together to celebrate the wedding. When one of the bridesmaids couldn't make it, The bride's family chose Ji Yuqi, being the prettiest among them, to step in. Though hesitant, she agreed after much persuasion. She barely knew the groom and bride. They were mostly classmates of the bride. During the ceremony, she drank far too much. Not accustomed to alcohol, she passed out. She woke up just now, confused and disoriented. Looking around, she realized she was in a guest house. After sending her roommates away to wash up, she examined herself carefully. There was a small bloodstain on the sheets. Her eyes welled up again. Her first time gone, and she didn't even know the man's full name, only that he called himself Ye Nan. After 15 minutes of self-checking and finding nothing else wrong, she washed up quietly. Meanwhile, Ye Nan ran out of the guest house, stunned by what he saw. The street looked like it belonged in the late 1980s or early 90s, but oddly familiar. This isn't my hometown county, right? How is it like this? As he walked, he heard someone calling behind him. Xiao Nan, Xiao Nan. He turned around. It was his second uncle, Ye Shengfu. Ye Nan's father had 4 brothers and 2 sisters. The eldest was Ye Shenghua, Ye Nan's father. Then came Ye Shengfu's second uncle, Ye Shengmin, third uncle, and Ye Shengqiang, fourth uncle. The 2 aunts were Ye Xiaozhen, fifth aunt, and Ye Xiaoyan, sixth aunt. In 1981, Zhejiang province implemented land reform, dividing farmland among families. The 4 brothers split the household, while the 2 sisters married into Hangzhou. Xiaonan, why are you in town? Second uncle asked. Second uncle. Ye Nan hesitated awkwardly. Could he really say, I was reborn? I don't know how I got here. Ye Shengfu grew angry and grabbed Ye Nan's arm. Come on, let's go home. Always running around, not taking care of the family? They walked to a donkey cart. Climb on. They'll take you back to the village, Ye Shengfu said. Ye Nan chuckled sheepishly and climbed aboard. As the donkey cart rolled forward, Ye Nan finally asked, Second uncle, what year is it now? He needed to confirm. From what second uncle said, Grandpa was still alive. But what about his little sister? One thing was certain, had been reborn. You idiot. Have you gone mad from idleness? You don't even remember the year? It's January 5th, 1982. New Year's is coming soon. You should grow up and make this year better. Ye Shengfu lectured him kindly. But Ye Nan, sitting on the cart, was deep in thought. 1982, January 5th. New Year's Eve would fall on the 24th. That night before the Lunar New Year, his grandfather and little sister would be burned alive. By whom? The loan sharks. Specifically, Yi Qingyun, the local ruffian. 3 days prior, Yi Qingyun had dragged young Yi into a small gambling den in town. He lost every penny he had, just over 2 yuan. Those were Grandpa's savings, meant for buying pork to feed his little sister. Grandpa had moved in with Ye Nan and his sister after the family split. He pitted the 2 orphans left without parents. When Ye Nan lost the money, Yi Qingyun offered loans. Here, borrow from me. Win it back. One loan became 50 yuan. Back in 1982, even factory workers earned only about 32 yuan a month in the county, Hangzhou. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, Yi Qingyun and his gang came demanding repayment. Grandpa drove them off with a farming hoe, furious because they had frightened his granddaughter. That same night, they returned with fire. Trapped in their home, Grandpa and the little girl perished in the flames. Thinking of this, Ye Nan clenched his fists, his face red with rage. Listen to me, Xiao Nan, second uncle continued. Since the land reform last year, you should focus on farming hay. Why is your face so red? Are you sick? No, second uncle. Let's hurry home, Ye Nan urged. Second uncle didn't press further and kept driving the donkey. Within 20 minutes, they reached the village. Ye Nan leapt off the cart and sprinted toward home. Hey, Xiao Nan, where are you rushing? Talkative Ye Shengfu started ranting again, but Ye Nan ignored him. Heart pounding, he pushed open the front gate. From inside came the soft babbling of a young child. Inside, Grandpa was rolling tobacco, while his little sister Yi Wei danced excitedly around him, singing. Grandpa's face was lined with wrinkles, but his smile was warm. He was a retired soldier, a veteran of the anti-Japanese war. At 20, he joined the Red Army. He served as a cook before becoming a real soldier. As a child, Ye Nan often listened to his stories. When I was young, during the war against Japan, we were surrounded by Japanese troops. Our regiment received orders to hold position. An entire battalion died, only I survived. I was shot, badly injured. Before I collapsed, I tied all the grenades together and buried them. When I woke up, the enemy had retreated. I crawled through the battlefield, dragging my wounded leg. When I passed where ID buried the grenades, I found them exploded with several officers dead nearby. One was a colonel, 3 lieutenants. Ye Nan had grown up hearing these tales. Now, seeing Grandpa and little sister alive brought tears to his eyes. Grandpa looked up and frowned. You good for nothing, kid. You finally came back? He grabbed his pipe and chased Ye Nan around the house. Normally, this would have hurt Ye Nan deeply, but seeing the old man chasing him with that pipe made him laugh inwardly. Even at nearly 70, Grandpa still had energy. Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm sorry. Ye Nan gasped, panting. He hadn't expected the old man to still be so fast. Oomph. If you had the guts to run, you should have had the guts to bring meat for Xiao Wei. Grandpa stamped his foot and gave up. Grandpa, I'm sorry, Ye Nan panted. Your father died in 79. We spent all the compensation on your mother's delivery and funeral, Grandpa muttered bitterly. Yes, his father had fallen in the Sino-Vietnamese border conflict in 1979. His pregnant mother learned of his death and went into premature labor. Back then, most births were handled by midwives. Complications arose, and Grandpa insisted on sending her to the hospital. A cesarean was performed. The baby Ye Wei survived, but the mother bled to death. Cesarean sections were expensive, over 1,100 yuan total. All the family's savings plus his father's military pension went into saving the child. Ever since Grandpa raised her, when she was young, needing milk, Grandpa carried her to neighboring villages to beg for breast milk. Later, goat's milk. Once weaned, she had to eat meat twice a month for 3 years straight. To the old Ye Nan, his sister had killed his mother, drained the family finances. He hated her, until she and Grandpa died in that fire. Then he felt an emptiness in his heart. Gidge, eat. Little Ye Wei wobbled toward him, holding a sweet potato. She looked scared. Though only 3, she knew her brother didn't like her near him, so she always tried to please him. Grandpa snorted but said nothing. Ye Nan's eyes reddened. He pulled her into a hug. You eat, brother doesn't want it. Grandpa was stunned. For the first time in 3 years, his grandson held his granddaughter in his arms. Even the old man's eyes glistened. At nearly 70, raising a 3-year-old granddaughter, how many more years would he have? He had always hoped Ye Nan would care for Ye Wei, but fate had twisted things. She had hated her instead. Gidge, eat. Wei Wei already ate. She kept offering. Ye Nan took the sweet potato slowly, biting into it, voice thick with emotion. Brother eats. Brother eats. Chapter 2. Foraging for bamboo shoots and hunting wild boars. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind. Xiaonan, why are you running so fast? Father. I have brought Xiaonan back, replied Uncle Yi Xingfu. Grandfather nodded and said, you may return home now. Dinner is about to be served. Yi Xingfu acknowledged with a nod and led the donkey cart away. Ye Nan, cradling Ye Wei, made his way to the hearth, playfully entertaining his sister. After a span of 40 years, reuniting with his grandfather and sister brought him immense joy. In the southern region, there were no heated brick beds. Only fire pits where flames danced and warmth was kindled. Sweet potatoes and potatoes roasted in the hearth, exuding a delightful aroma. Xiaonan, stay at home with your sister while I go buy some provisions, grandfather instructed in a deep voice. All right. Once grandfather departed, Ye Nan surveyed their humble earthen dwelling. Feeling that it was overly simplistic, he yearned to construct a better home, but first, he needed to earn some money. 3 days prior, he had incurred a debt of 50 yuan, and with the new year approaching, he knew creditors would soon come calling. What means could he employ to earn money? In 1982, there were no significant opportunities for profit. The Junzilin incident had occurred in Chunshi, and the Plaza Accord was not until September 1985. National bonds would emerge in 1988, while the stock market would not commence until 1990. Hong Kong presented lucrative prospects, yet at present, he lacked the capital to venture there. Sighing, he dismissed those distant thoughts, checking his pockets. Ye Nan fished around, discovering a mere 20 cents in his palm. He glanced at Ye Wei and, bolstering his resolve, declared, Xiao Wei, do not worry. Your brother will surely earn a great fortune, and I will ensure you feast on succulent pork every day. Seeing her brother's earnest demeanor, Ye Wei solemnly replied, Wei Wei believes in you. Ye Nan was amused by his sister's words. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that without capital, he would have to rely on the resources of the mountains. The southern landscape was replete with mountains, teeming with wild boars, hares, pheasants, and winter bamboo shoots. Fortunately, the nearby hills were not known to harbor tigers or leopards. With that thought, Ye Nan took Ye Wei's hand and said, Xiao Wei, let us go find grandfather's gun. Grandfather was a retired soldier who cherished a Type 38 rifle, a trophy from his first encounter with the Japanese. He also possessed a Hanyang rifle, the first firearm issued to him in the army, which he occasionally took out for maintenance. In the village, there were several Hanyang rifles, remnants from the malicious past. Even now, hunting with firearms was permissible. However, by 1996, all weapons would need to be surrendered. After a few steps, Ye Nan led Ye Wei to the storage room. Dubbed a warehouse, it was, in reality, a small earthen structure that once housed pigs but had been repurposed for storage after the establishment of the nation. Inside lay farming tools and baskets, but no grains. After rummaging through the contents, he found no trace of the 2 rifles. Yue seemed to sense what her brother was searching for and pointed, exclaiming, "There, brother, over there." Ye Nan paused, noticing a long box nearby. Upon opening it, he indeed found grandfather's 2 rifles. The box was evidently handcrafted by grandfather. It had not been stored in a box previously. Inside were over 100 rounds of ammunition. After inspecting the chamber, he exclaimed, "Hey, it's still functional. We can venture into the mountains this afternoon." Having spoken, he wrapped the firearm in a bag meant for grain and subsequently retrieved 30 rounds of ammunition to stow in his pocket. 30 rounds would suffice to face even a wild boar. Yue gazed curiously at her brother, her large eyes blinking with innocence. Once Ye Nan had completed his preparations, he glanced at his sister, scooped her up, and walked toward the main room. "Tomorrow, brother will bring you some meat to enjoy, little Wei, but do not tell grandfather." Yue's soft, melodious voice chimed in, laced with a hint of laughter. Before long, their grandfather returned, bearing a substantial piece of pork, weighing approximately 2 pounds. Ye Nan dashed over and snatched the meat from him. "Grandfather, let me prepare lunch." The old man was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond before Ye Nan had already entered the kitchen. "You little rascal, don't ruin that precious piece of meat." "Fear not, grandfather, just wait and see," Ye Nan called out as he wielded a knife. In a mere 10 minutes, grandfather, Ye Nan, and Yue found themselves seated at the table. Yue, still unsteady, required grandfather's support. The table was set with 2 dishes, one of stir-fried pork with green peppers and another of wild greens. Regrettably, these were the only 2 dishes available, with sweet potatoes serving as the staple. Ye Nan, as he spoke, began to serve meat into grandfather's bowl. "Grandfather, please eat." Initially taken aback, grandfather pondered. Has he learned to cook during his outing? With a slight grimace, he took a bite of the meat to assess its taste. His eyes sparkled with delight. "Not bad, this little rascal." He then placed a piece of meat in front of Yue. "Little Wei, come and enjoy this meat. Your brother prepared it. Do eat up." Upon seeing the meat, Yue swallowed hard and opened her mouth wide. Once the morsel reached her lips, her eyes squinted in delight, clearly enjoying the taste. Observing the joy shared between his grandfather and sister, Ye Nan felt an immense happiness blossom within him. Thank goodness he had taken the initiative to cook before. "Grandfather, little Wei, this afternoon I shall go dig for some winter bamboo shoots and trade them for more meat tomorrow. From now on, we shall feast on meat daily." Grandfather raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Winter bamboo shoots? They've likely all been harvested." "No, grandfather, you speak of the southern area. I will venture north this afternoon. It's a bit farther, but the bamboo grove there should still yield some." "North? There are wild boars in that region. Do exercise caution. You wouldn't want to return empty-handed after encountering one." Grandfather expressed his concern. In winter, wild boars tend to inhabit the northern area, as the bamboo grove is secluded and less frequented by people. A wild boar could easily uncover fresh winter shoots. "Rest assured, grandfather, I shall be careful. I might return late, so you and little Wei should have dinner first. Just save me a couple of sweet potatoes from the fire." With that, Ye Nan stood up. "Grandfather, you and little Wei take your time eating. I shall be off." With those words, he made his way outside. As grandfather observed Ye Nan's retreating figure, he mused. Has this little rascal grown up? Doesn't he even eat the meat anymore? Has he matured in just 3 days? Unable to fathom it, he chose to dismiss the thought and focused on feeding his precious granddaughter morsel by morsel. Ye Nan arrived at the storeroom, gathering a hoe and 5 or 6 grain bags. Each bag could hold 200 pounds of grain. Surely, it could accommodate 100 pounds of bamboo shoots. With the firearm slung over his shoulder, he set off toward the northern mountains. After an arduous trek of over half an hour, he finally reached the foot of the mountain. There were few people around, only a path leading to the neighboring Wangjia village. Standing by the roadside, bamboo leaned overhead. As I ascended, I dug for bamboo shoots. Indeed, there seemed to be no one else here to harvest. This vast bamboo forest must yield thousands of pounds of shoots, murmured Ye Nan. Time passed swiftly, and after more than 2 hours, Ye Nan took a moment to rest and glanced at the bag beside him. It has indeed been 2 hours, and I have only filled 2 bags. He looked back at the area he had just traversed. Have I made it to the halfway point? After muttering to himself, he bent down to continue his work. Suddenly, a sound pierced the stillness. Ye Nan straightened up instantly, Who is it? Seeing no one, he swiftly retrieved his firearm from his back, loading 5 rounds into his .38 rifle, which could hold a maximum of 5 bullets. Fully prepared, he raised the gun and moved toward the source of the sound, thinking to himself, fortunately, I learned to shoot from my grandfather. In the past, when his father was away and the family was impoverished, he often ventured into the mountains at odd hours to hunt with a few uncles, far from the prying eyes of the villagers, in desolate, uninhabited areas. Help! Came another cry, much closer this time. Ye Nan continued walking for a few more minutes until he spotted a familiar chubby figure. Wang Jun. Recognizing him, he exclaimed, Nine Nangge, save me. A wild boar is chasing me. At the mention of the wild boar, Ye Nan felt invigorated. Run this way, quickly. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun sprinted faster, his plump body jiggling as he ran. Ye Nan aimed his gun at the space behind Wang Jun, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Within 30 seconds, a hefty black boar, weighing around 200 pounds, charged toward them. Wang Jun was running at full speed, and Ye Nan counted down. 5, 4, 3, 2. Bang! The bullet struck the wild boar directly in its left eye. The boar fell to the ground. And both Ye Nan and Wang Jun exhaled in relief, about to approach it when the boar suddenly regained its feet, grunting as it continued to pursue Wang Jun. With Wang Jun still 7 or 8 meters away, Ye Nan reloaded and aimed once more. In just 3 to 4 seconds, he fired again. The bullet pierced the boar's front leg. Realizing something was amiss, Ye Nan quickly retreated. The chubby boy and the lean one ran for 5 or 6 minutes. Eventually, the boar staggered and collapsed. Nanggu, it's down, it's down, Wang Jun exclaimed, having run for over 10 minutes and exhausted. Just as the boar was about to catch him, Ye Nan approached. Damn, after taking 2 shots, it could still run so far. Hey, what are you doing here? He kicked the boar and looked quizzically at Wang Jun. Nanggu, we have no food at home, so I came to dig for some shoots. Oh. How is grandma? Wang Jun hailed from Wangjia village, which was also the maternal village of Ye Nan's mother. Ye Nan's grandmother was Wang Jun's grandmother too, as Ye Nan's mother was the sister of Wang Jun's father, making him Ye Nan's uncle. Wang Jun hesitated, offering a sheepish smile. She's doing okay. Ye Nan regarded Wang Jun with a deep gaze, then shrugged it off, pondering, my own life is hardly enviable. What good would it do to ask? Strive to earn more, for the new year approaches in just over half a month. A visit during the festive season will reveal all. This wild boar shall be moved to the roadside, covered with something. I still need to continue digging for bamboo shoots. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun stammered, Brother Nan, could you spare me some meat? Our family hasn't had meat in a month. As he spoke, he swallowed hard. Very well, but you must do some work first. Go to the village and fetch a cart. Otherwise, it will be quite difficult to transport it back. Ye Nan replied without turning his head. All right. I'll go right now and bring back some bamboo shoots as well, Wang Jun exclaimed, sprinting off in the indicated direction. Ye Nan shook his head. People in this era have it so tough. After nearly 2 hours of digging, Wang Jun finally returned. Ye Nan had managed to unearth 4 bags of bamboo shoots and set several traps for hunting, though he was uncertain if rabbits or wild chickens would emerge in the depths of winter. Wang Jun gleefully approached, Brother Nan. The cart is at the foot of the mountain. Let us gather our things and head down together, Ye Nan replied. And he began to drag 2 bags of winter bamboo shoots down the slope, with Wang Jun following behind, hauling the wild boar. Fortunately, the boar's thick hide remained intact despite the dragging. After half an hour of hard work, both the boar and the bamboo shoots were loaded onto the cart, and the sky had turned dark. By 5 in the winter, darkness had fully enveloped the land, but Wang Jun had wisely brought a flashlight. The two worked together for nearly an hour before they finally reached the doorstep. The cart bore 200 pounds of pork and around 400 pounds of winter bamboo shoots. Alternating in their efforts was no small feat. Ye Nan felt that his body was not as resilient as that of the trained individuals from his past life. Hearing the commotion, his grandfather stepped out, followed unsteadily by Ye Wei. You're back, Ye Nan called out, catching his breath. Grandfather, haha, Wang Jun beamed with his chubby face. Oh, Wang Jun is here too? Have you eaten dinner yet? The grandfather inquired. Just as Wang Jun was about to respond, Ye Nan interrupted, we'll eat later. Grandpa, please fetch a lamp from the back. I shot a wild boar this afternoon, and if we don't process it tonight, it will be troublesome tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the grandfather's eyes widened in surprise. A wild boar? You truly encountered one. What did you use to hunt it? At this point, the grandfather's expression darkened as he approached the cart and spotted a Type 38 rifle. Ye Nan stuck out his tongue, knowing better than to speak recklessly, and waved to Wang Jun to hurry along with the cart toward the back of the house. Not far behind the dwelling, there was a ditch filled with murky water of unknown origin. It was the most suitable place to prepare the boar. Under the glow of 2 lamps, the 3 adults spent over 2 hours finally processing the wild boar. The 200-pound creature yielded only about 150 pounds of meat. Returning indoors, the grandfather tossed a few sweet potatoes into the brazier. Wang Jun, you should stay here tonight. It's late, and the road is dangerous. Wang Jun smiled, holding a sweet potato that the grandfather had saved for Ye Nan. All right, Grandpa. Ye Nan also held one. Grandpa, I'll take the wild boar and bamboo shoots to the county to sell first thing tomorrow. Humph, your courage grows bolder. You dare to take my gun to hunt wild boar? Do you realize what would happen if you got into trouble? How would I explain it to your father? Fortunately, you are safe. How did you all come together to hunt wild boars? At that moment, Wang Jun began to explain to his grandfather, mentioning that Ye Nan's grandmother was in poor health and had sold all the grain, which was why they had gone foraging for winter bamboo shoots. Ye Nan glanced at Wang Jun, as if to say, you didn't mention this to me this afternoon. Do you still consider me your cousin? He then expressed his curiosity, wondering how Wang Jun could be so stout despite the lack of food. Is he truly predisposed to obesity? Well, tomorrow we will sell the wild boar, and Xiaonan will take some provisions to your grandmother's house, his grandfather decisively stated. Thus, the 3 adults and 1 child spent another 2 hours together, and by 10 o'clock, they each returned to their respective rooms. Yi Wei and their grandfather went to sleep, as she had always done since childhood. Wang Jun shared a bed with Ye Nan, and the 2 brothers, exhausted from the day, promptly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 3. The first earnings on the following morning, just past 5. Grandfather roused the 2 of them. Quick, rise and wash up, have an early breakfast. I've called your uncle to take you to the county with the donkey cart. Ye Nan rubbed his eyes and replied, okay. Half an hour later, Ye Nan and Wang Jun trailed behind their uncle Yi Shengfu's donkey cart, heading toward the county. Uncle, please drop us off and then go about your business. We need to sell our goods, and at 1 tea all sell at once. Yi Shengfu chuckled, no problem. It's winter, and your grandfather asked me to keep an eye on you. Make sure you don't wander off. Ye Nan shrugged, saying nothing, and followed the cart for half an hour until they arrived at the small black market in the county. They found a patch of open ground and laid out the pork and winter bamboo shoots, propping them up with grain sacks. Ye Nan took a stone and began to etch into the ground. Pure wild pork for 1 yuan a pound, fatty pork for 2 yuan a pound. Wild winter bamboo shoots for 30 cents a pound, for pounds for just 1 yuan. Wang Jun sat nearby, watching Ye Nan write. Behind them, Yu Shenfu was also curious. In this era, there were still few who could read or write, and most of his peers were illiterate. Once everything was set, Ye Nan cupped his hands around his mouth, forming a trumpet shape. Wild pork, wild winter bamboo shoots. Prices are cheap, you 1 tea regret it. You 1 tea be deceived. Wild pork, wild winter bamboo shoots. Prices are cheap, you 1 tea regret it. You 1 tea be deceived. He shouted this 3 times, and both Wang Jun and Yi Shengfu turned around, a bit embarrassed, as it was still early in the reform era. Even with Hangzhou opening up, one couldn't shout like this in the streets. Soon, a number of middle-aged women gathered around, accompanied by some elderly men. Pork for 1 yuan a pound? Fatty pork for 2 yuan a pound? Young man, give me 4 pounds of winter bamboo shoots for 1 yuan. A chorus of voices clamored, and Ye Nan was busy attending to them. After an hour of transactions, there were still 20 to 30 pounds of wild pork and over 100 pounds of winter bamboo shoots remaining. The purchasing power of these middle-aged women and elderly men was surprisingly robust. At this moment, an elderly man approached. Young man, how much is your wild pork per pound? Ye Nan was taken aback. Are you sure you want all of it? If you buy it all, regardless of the cuts, I'll give it to you for 1 yuan. The elderly man nodded. And what about the winter bamboo shoots? The winter bamboo shoots are 2 dimes a pound if you take all of them, and I'll deliver them. All right, I'll take everything. Here is 10 yuan. Please deliver the goods to the hydropower station. When you arrive, ask for Master Wang. Ye Nan beamed with excitement. Sure. He accepted the cash and immediately loaded everything onto the donkey cart, then set off toward the hydropower station with Wang Jun and Yi Shenfu. Xiaonan, you sold everything? Is it true you're delivering to the hydropower station? Uncle Yi Shengfu found it hard to believe. Wang Jun was skeptical as well. Nan go. I know that the hydropower station isn't accessible to just anyone, especially with the military nearby. Both were doubtful about gaining entry, as the hydropower station was considered military property in the 1980s. Don't worry, Follow me. We want to go through the main gate, Ye Nan teased, keeping them in suspense. Half an hour later, the guard said, Uncle, we are here to deliver vegetables. Where can we find Master Wang? Upon hearing Master Wang's name, the guard called over a young man from the security department. These are the vegetable deliverers. Please take them to find Master Wang. The young man glanced at Ye Nan and the others, somewhat discontented, and muttered, Follow me. He stepped out of the guardhouse and walked down a nearby path. In just a few minutes, they arrived at a house with a large chimney at the back. Ye Nan smiled and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, young man. Before entering inside, he discovered that the house resembled a kitchen from the 1980s, and the adjacent flat was likely the dining hall. Upon inquiring about Master Wang in the kitchen, everyone pointed towards an office. Knocking gently on the door, Ye Nan entered to find an elderly man, exuding a certain authority. Recognizing him, Ye Nan exclaimed, Ah, it's you, sir. This was, after all, the elderly gentleman who had just earlier welcomed Ye Nan with warmth. Did the young man deliver it? Quite prompt. Of course, sir, Ye Nan replied. As soon as you mentioned it, I hurried over with the goods. Though I must admit, I haven't been as swift as you. The elder chuckled. I rode my bicycle back. Had it not been for the leadership visiting today for an inspection, I wouldn't have needed to cycle to fetch supplies. As they approached the kitchen door, the elder signaled to two young men to weigh the meat and bamboo shoots. The wild boar meat totaled 32 pounds, while the bamboo shoots weighed 153 pounds, amounting to 62.6 yuan altogether. Ye Nan smiled and said, Sir, let us settle for 60. The remaining 2 yuan are for your cigarettes. The elder laughed heartily. Young man, you certainly know how to conduct business. How about this? The bamboo shoots should still be harvestable for another month, right? Deliver 200 pounds daily. I want to need more. If you have any game, feel free to send some over. The leaders at the hydropower station are quite particular. Certainly, sir. My cousin is available every day. I will have him deliver it to you, while I will handle the game at home. Ye Nan indicated towards Wang Jun. The latter appeared somewhat bewildered, but upon realizing the potential for earnings, he settled into a determined silence. Through their conversation, the elder introduced himself as Wang Zhangwo, the one in charge of the kitchen. He guided Ye Nan to the finance office to collect the payment for the vegetables and personally escorted the 3 out of the hydropower station. Brother Nan, are you really letting me deliver? Wang Jun asked, filled with anticipation. Yes, simply accompany me to harvest bamboo shoots each day, and you can deliver 200 pounds. At 20 cents a pound, that's 40 yuan, and we can split it equally. Uncle, can I rent your donkey cart? I'll pay you 1 yuan a day, Ye Nan inquired of Ye Shenfu, suddenly struck by an idea. Ye Shenfu, pulled from his thoughts by Ye Nan's call, replied, No need, no need. You want need to pay me. Without hesitation, Ye Nan pressed a bill into Ye Shenfu's hand. Uncle, take this. I'll need the cart for 10 days. Just ensure the donkey is well fed, and you need to follow us tomorrow. Ye Shenfu, looking at the bill in his hand, felt a sense of joy. Such bills were rare in rural areas. Realizing that Ye Nan had earned a substantial amount today, he said nothing more and tucked it away. Here, buy some meat for Grandma, and make sure to get plenty of rice and flour. You'll head back first. Then go harvest bamboo shoots in the afternoon. I'll join you as well, at the same bamboo grove as yesterday. Ye Nan handed Wang Jun 3 more bills. Without uttering a word, Wang Jun took the lead. I'll go buy some supplies first. Having said that, he dashed off. Ye Nan then guided Ye Shenfu to the location for purchasing grain coupons before proceeding to the supply and marketing cooperative. 2 packets of white rabbit candy cost 4 yuan, while 2 cans of malt extract amounted to 6 yuan. Various condiments, rice, and flour were procured for 30 yuan. Next, they visited the butcher, where pork belly was priced at 1 yuan per pound, and they purchased 10 pounds of meat. The taste of wild boar meat was too pungent and not suited to the current spices, so they preferred to use their meat coupons to buy domestically raised pork. On the way back, after completing his shopping, Ye Nan said to Ye Shenfu, Second uncle, take 1 portion home. I bought 2. No, there's no need. You should keep it for yourself. Second uncle, you've taken care of me these past 2 years. You should take these things back. Otherwise, Grandpa will scold me again. Ye Nan replied, scratching his head. Ye Shenfu fell silent, pondering. Has this boy changed? He used to be indifferent to life. Yet now he understands the value of money and even buys me things. The return journey was swift, and within a matter of minutes, they arrived at the doorstep. Grandpa observed as Ye Nan carried item after item into the house. White rabbit candy, malt extract, rice, flour, and oil. He was taken aback, thinking, This boy spends money like water. Unable to contain himself, he asked, how much did you earn today? You've become quite extravagant. I somewhat regret sending you to sell things. Not much. I gave second uncle 10 yuan, and I gave Wang Jun 30 to buy some rice, flour, and oil. The meat is for Grandma. Upon hearing this, Grandpa did not comment further, but merely inquired, what on earth are these things you're buying? Don't you know how to save? This white rabbit candy and malt extract are for Xiao Wei, and the rice, flour, and meat will last us for about 10 days. I plan to earn more tomorrow. Hearing her name, Ye Wei exclaimed, brother, brother, as she stretched out her arms adorably. Ye Nan chuckled, embracing Ye Wei. Xiao Wei, this candy is delicious. I'll unwrap it for you shortly. As for the malt extract, Grandpa should prepare it for you every day. Humph, as if you're not coming home. Grandpa scoffed dismissively. Second Uncle Yi Xingfu, having helped carry the items, turned to Grandpa. Dad, I'll head back for dinner now. Grandpa surveyed the surroundings. You might as well stay. Invite Chui Xiang and the others over to eat. Shin Chui Xiang was the second aunt. And both second uncle and second aunt were well-meaning, but somewhat talkative. Second uncle had 4 sons and 1 daughter. Yi Yongtai, Yi Yongping, Yi Yongsheng, Yi Yongshi, and Yi Qian. The mere mention of these names made Ye Nan chuckle. The wealth and strength of the previous generation and the peace of the current one were commendable. The third Uncle S family was prosperous, while the fourth Uncle S was robust. Ye Nan admired his grandfather, who, despite being literate, chose names that invariably referenced the nations. Fortunately, he had no such burden himself. Grandpa, after dinner, I plan to go dig for bamboo shoots. Grandpa frowned, but remained silent. Noticing Grandpa's reticence, Ye Nan hugged Ye Wei. Xiao Wei, let us go count the money. The latter giggled, count the money, count the money. The two proceeded to their room to start counting. A pile of cash lay before them, and Ye Nan carefully sifted through it, finding only 2 large notes. In the end, they counted a total of 153 yuan and 30 cents remaining. However, Ye Wei gleefully clutched a large bill, exclaiming, money, money, money. Ye Nan, with a joyful smile, handed her 100 yuan, saying, take this to Grandpa. Grandpa, money for Grandpa. With both hands tightly grasping the bill, Ye Wei dashed off to find her grandfather. When Ye Nan stepped outside and saw Ye Wei presenting the money to their grandfather, a broad smile spread across his face. Grandpa, money for Grandpa. The grandfather appeared somewhat surprised but said nothing more, slipping the money into his pocket. He then embraced Ye Wei and retreated to his room. Emerging a few minutes later, Ye Nan surmised that the grandfather had hidden the money, which seemed wise. Soon after, the second uncle and his family arrived. Except for Yi Yongtai, who was studying in high school in the county, the other 4 were present. Grandpa, cousin. Grandpa, Nan Gu. Grandpa, Nan Gu. Grandpa, cousin. Ye Nan greeted them all in turn. The second aunt called out and went to the kitchen, while Yi Qian took Ye Wei from their grandfather's arms. The second uncle glanced at his 3 sons and instructed, you 3, this afternoon, go with your cousin to dig bamboo shoots. Just as the 3 were about to respond, they were silenced by a fierce glare from their father, Yi Xingfu. The grandfather waved his hand, saying, if they want to go, let them. If not, they needn't. Focus on your studies and don't be like your cousin, idling at home every day. Before long, the conversation shifted to Ye Nan, who felt entirely innocent in this situation. Yi Qian looked at Ye Nan with a grin, saying, cousin, I heard you made some money today. Well, do you want to earn some too? I can take you. I don't want to, I want to study. The exams are coming up, and I will definitely be first in my class, Yi Qian declared with utmost confidence. The grandfather chuckled. Indeed, our Qian will surely be first in the class. The other 3 rolled their eyes, snorting in derision. The second uncle, Yi Xingfu, overheard and gave each of them a light smack on the head, saying, still snorting? You 3 can't compete above or below. If you keep that up, I'll have you all farming. The grandfather shook his head with a smile. Yi Qian and Ye Wei stifled their laughter, while Ye Nan furrowed his brow, contemplating the hardships faced by the 3 brothers. The second brother, Yi Yongping, had been imprisoned for 8 years, the reasons unclear. The third brother, Yi Yongsheng, had gone to work in Shanghai, but in 2002, he fell and broke his leg. Upon returning home, he found his wife had left him for another man. The youngest brother, Yi Yongshi, spent his life in Yi family village, never venturing out, and became a farmer. It wasn't until he was in his 30s that he married a deaf-mute woman, with whom he had 2 daughters. Among the second Uncle S family, Yi Qian had fared the best, serving as a director at the First People's Hospital in Hangzhou. Following her was Yi Yongtai, who made some money from a project in 1995. After the passing of the second uncle and aunt, the five seemed to have little contact. Only the youngest brother continued to care for the third, though he had little to offer. Reflecting on this, Ye Nan felt a pang of nostalgia. Who would have imagined that they, once united in childhood mischief, would diverge so drastically decades later? When Ye Nan returned to the present, the second aunt had already prepared a sumptuous feast, including stewed meat, pig liver, pig blood, and millet rice, a meal that, in the 1980s, 99% of people could scarcely afford. After indulging in the lavish spread, Ye Nan took his three younger cousins, who struggled to walk after the hearty meal, to dig for bamboo shoots. Ye Qian, having no homework, stayed behind to accompany Yi Wei with their grandfather. After Uncle Air and Aunt Air finished washing the dishes, they returned to their work. Grandpa had also vanished, as he often does for an afternoon every few days, only to reappear at dinner time. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, Wang Jun had already begun harvesting bamboo shoots. Observing the three young men behind Ye Nan, he remarked, "Brother Nan, this is from Uncle Air's place, isn't it?" Ye Nan nodded in affirmation. After exchanging pleasantries, they set about their tasks. The afternoon passed smoothly as they harvested the shoots, encountering no wild boars or similar creatures. By the end of their efforts, the five of them had gathered approximately 1,000 pounds of bamboo shoots. As they transported the shoots down the mountain, Ye Nan glanced at a few traps and discovered a fortunate catch: 2 wild roosters, not particularly heavy, each weighing a little over 2 pounds. He reset the traps and tinkered with a few more, hoping for a fruitful outcome the next day. "Brother Nan, where did you get these wild chickens?" Wang Jun inquired, his face a mask of curiosity. Yi Yongping, Yi Yongsheng, and Yi Yongshi shared his inquisitiveness. "I caught them yesterday. I was early today, so it's best to head back soon," Ye Nan replied. "Wang Jun, you should leave early tomorrow. Just go home today." "All right, I'll take my leave then. I'll come find you at 6 tomorrow," Wang Jun said before making his way back to Wangjia village. The remaining 4 pushed their cart towards home. Upon arriving, Ye Nan immediately set about cleaning the 1,000 pounds of winter bamboo shoots, determined to wash off the dirt to enhance their appearance for sale. Chapter 4. Fried potato chips. After finishing dinner, Ye Nan resumed washing the winter bamboo shoots. In the shadows, grandfather observed Ye Nan and finally smiled, thinking, "I hope that after I am gone, Xiaowei will lead a good life." Ye Nan did not retire for the night until after 11 o'clock. The following day, he was awakened by his grandfather at around 5 in the morning. Upon rising, Ye Nan discovered that Wang Jun had already arrived. They loaded 1,000 pounds of winter bamboo shoots and a wild chicken onto the donkey cart and made their way to the county town, leaving 1 wild chicken for Yi Wei to prepare chicken soup. Upon reaching the county, Wang Jun carried a bag of bamboo shoots and boarded a human-powered tricycle headed for the hydroelectric station, while Ye Nan began to peddle his goods. By the time Ye Nan and Wang Jun returned home for dinner, 3 hours had passed. They had sold 200 pounds at 2 dimes per pound to the hydroelectric station, 500 pounds at 2 dimes to the electronics factory, and 300 pounds at 3 dimes for individual sales. The total earnings from the winter bamboo shoots amounted to 230 dimes. Ye Nan allocated 10 dimes each to Yi Yongping, Yi Yongsheng, and Yi Yongshi, while he and Wang Jun each received 100 dimes. Wang Jun nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll follow your lead, Brother Nan." I sold the wild chicken for 6 dimes and 50 cents, making a profit of 106. 5 dimes. When Xiaowei arrives, give this to grandfather. After calculating the money, Ye Nan called for Yi Wei and handed her 100 dimes to pass on to their grandfather. Yi Wei took the money and happily dashed towards the kitchen where grandfather was. "Xiao Jun, this afternoon, the 3 of them will be studying, leaving just the 2 of us. We need to sell 700 pounds to the hydroelectric station and the electronics factory. So it's best if you collect some from the village at 10 cents per pound. That way, we can manage more easily." "All right, Brother Nan. I'll head back now and inform the kids in the village to start digging," Wang Jun replied, excitedly clutching 100 dimes as he departed. When grandfather finally set the meal on the table and took his seat, his first words were, "Xiao Nan, I'm glad to see you've improved. But this business should only be done once or twice. Don't let others accuse you of speculation." "Grandfather, rest assured. Since 78, the economy has opened up. Others have already registered as individual entrepreneurs, and most of my sales are to the canteens of the hydroelectric station and the electronics factory. Winter bamboo shoots won't be in demand for long, and seeing our family prosper will surely make others envious. So have no worries. I won't be doing this for too long," Ye Nan explained clearly to his grandfather. "That is good to hear. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your father, Grandfather sighed with relief. Meanwhile, Ye Nan pondered, indeed, I cannot sustain this for long. I must devise a strategy to accumulate funds. There are so many lucrative opportunities now. I may not be able to expand significantly, but I can certainly diversify. New radios can fetch 1 or 200 dimes, while old ones can be acquired for 5 or 10 dimes each. By dismantling 2 or 3 and reassembling them into one, I could double my profits. Furthermore, I could import cassette tapes from Hong Kong. Each tape costs only 1 or 2 dimes, but in the mainland, they could sell for 3 or 4 dimes. Smuggling televisions is another option, however. The risks are too great. Then there are the culinary delights: fried potato chips, roasted chestnuts, iron plate fish, and spicy crayfish. Yes, fried potato chips and fried potatoes are the best options. Winter is when potatoes are most abundant. Once I accumulate 500 dimes, I will commence the venture of frying potato chips. As Ye Nan enjoyed his lunch, a multitude of money-making ideas filled his mind. After finishing the meal, I greeted my grandfather, took my gun and hoe, and ventured outside. After searching the bamboo forest for about 10 minutes, I finally found Wang Jun. Have them dig here. Come with me to set up traps, I instructed. Wang Jun nodded, gave some orders to the 7 or 8 people with him, and followed me. After teaching Wang Jun how to arrange the traps, the two of us managed to create over 30 traps that afternoon. Once Wang Jun collected the bamboo shoots and settled the payment, I emerged from the forest, holding 2 wild chickens and a gray rabbit. Is this a wild hare? Wang Jun asked, intrigued. Yes, quite plump and timid. I plan to keep it for Xiaowei to play with. All right, Brother Nan, I'll head back now. After pondering for a moment, I replied, there's nothing else for me to do, so go ahead. I can manage bringing these back myself. With that, I took the donkey cart loaded with 1,000 jin of bamboo shoots and headed home. The donkey was starting to tire and breathe heavily. Just hold on a little longer. I'll treat you to something delicious when we get back, I encouraged. The donkey seemed to understand, gathering its strength once more. After half an hour, we arrived home, where I prepared some fine grass for the donkey, which my uncle Yi Xingfu had prepped earlier in the day. As the donkey enjoyed its meal, I carried the bamboo shoots in bags. Once I finished, I picked up the rabbit and went to find Yi Wei. Xiaowei, look what your brother brought back for you, a rabbit. Yi Wei, who was happily playing with grandfather, turned around upon seeing the lively creature. Excitedly, she rushed over, exclaiming, Grandpa. Rabbit, rabbit. Yes, a rabbit, I confirmed. Yi Wei crouched down, gazing into the rabbit's eyes. The more she looked, the cuter it seemed, and she wanted to hold it. I quickly interjected, it's dirty. You can't hold it. No. I want to hold it, she protested, shaking her head and hopping in delight. Watching her antics made me laugh heartily, and I eventually set the rabbit down. Grandfather, noticing, promptly took a chicken cage to secure the rabbit, fearing it might escape. Yi Wei peered at the rabbit through the cage, fascinated by its charm. Seeing that everything was in order, I went to wash the bamboo shoots. This time, the cleaning process was remarkably swift. By 7 in the evening, I had finished and entered the house to prepare 2 sweet potatoes. Over the past couple of days, Grandfather had been quite generous with Yi Wei, serving meat at every meal along with white rice. After 2 exhausting days, I decided to go to bed early for the first time since my rebirth. The next day, I woke up naturally at 5:30. Upon stepping outside, I spotted Grandfather and greeted him. He looked a bit surprised but did not say much. Grandfather is not very talkative, yet he is thoughtful. Many things occupy his mind that he chooses not to voice. I understood this, but my current focus was on making money, so I didn't dwell on it. After washing up and having breakfast, Wang Jun arrived. I once again loaded 1,000 jin of bamboo shoots and a wild chicken onto the donkey cart and headed to the county. After parting ways with Wang Jun, I encountered Yi Qingyun. Approaching me with a forced smile, he asked, Xiao Nan, when will you return the 50 yuan I lent you last time? While speaking, he rummaged through the items on the donkey cart, losing interest upon seeing the bamboo shoots. Oh, here it is, I said, reaching into my pocket and counting out 50 yuan for Yi Qingyun. Today, I must earn money and cannot afford to squander my time on someone like Yi Qingyun. After handing over the money, Ye Nan didn't even spare a glance at him and simply led the donkey cart away. This infuriated Yi Qingyun. After much effort to drag Ye Nan into this, he was dismayed to find that he could repay him today. But wait, just a few days ago he had no money, and now he casually produces 50 yuan. Could it be that it was his grandfather's? Alas, never mind him. I shall first give the money to Brotherly, as he will surely hand me a few coins for cigarettes. The thought of the casino owner, Brotherly, made Yi Qingyun chuckle to himself. After Ye Nan settled his debts, he was left with just over 6 yuan in his pocket, which made him uneasy. It was a hard one, some that had been whisked away. Upon returning home with Wang Jun, the two counted their earnings, a profit of 130 yuan. Each would receive 65. Let us gather more today. You go fetch a cart and collect as much as you can. The northern hills have been nearly exhausted. Wang Jun nodded and promptly returned to arrange for manpower and transportation. After Ye Nan had lunch, he ventured to the county town to purchase the necessary ingredients for frying, including tomatoes, intending to make his own ketchup. In the 1980s, ketchup was hard to come by, and even if found, it was prohibitively expensive, so crafting a simple version himself should yield decent results. After gathering everything and returning home, he dropped off the materials and headed to the bamboo forest for a look. After a brief tour, he realized that winter bamboo shoots were indeed scarce. In just a couple of hours, about 10 people were scouring the area. Unlike before, where they could dig and find plenty, the situation had changed. Inspecting the traps, they managed to catch 3 rabbits and a wild chicken, which was acceptable. Once everyone concluded their tasks, as Wang Jun was tallying payments, Ye Nan called out, "Everyone, we are purchasing winter bamboo shoots daily. If you have any tomorrow, please bring them to my home. Wang Jun knows the place." Everyone nodded in agreement. Certainly, there is a vast bamboo forest behind our village, a bit far. But it is profitable. We shall return tomorrow to dig. Everyone shared a hearty laugh. After counting, they discovered they had 2,500 pounds. This left Ye Nan and Wang Jun's pockets empty, and they still owed 50 yuan, promising to deliver it tomorrow when they settled up. Having not brought enough money today, you stay back to clean the winter bamboo shoots. I have matters to attend to, Ye Nan instructed. All right, brother Nan. It's a minor task. Just provide a meal, Wang Jun replied. You little rascal, Ye Nan playfully punched Wang Jun's arm, chiding him with a smile. Upon arriving home, the two divided their tasks. Wang Jun cleaned the winter bamboo shoots while Ye Nan prepared the ketchup, first washing the tomatoes, then blanching them in boiling water for 5 minutes. Afterward, he heated rock sugar in a pot for a few minutes, crushed it in a bowl, and then removed the tomatoes from the boiling water, peeling and mashing them in a new bowl. Next, he poured the tomato juice into the pot, simmering it over low heat, adding the rock sugar and lemon juice. When the mixture thickened, he transferred it into a glass jar. Ye Nan tasted the ketchup, finding it comparable to that of a certain fast food chain in later years, deeming it a successful venture. Subsequently, he processed all 5 pounds of tomatoes into ketchup, yielding over 3 pounds and several large glass jars. After completing the ketchup, he cleaned the pot. Pour the cooking oil into the pan and wait until it reaches a sizzling state. Once ready, dip the sliced potatoes in flour before placing them into the hot oil. After a few minutes, retrieve them. Each slice emerges a splendid golden hue. I prepared 2 plates for the dining table, accompanied by a small bowl of tomato ketchup. I demonstrated to Yi Wei and Grandpa how to enjoy the dish. Upon tasting a slice, Yi Wei's eyes sparkled with delight, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly delicious." Grandpa, after sampling the fare, expressed his surprise at how delightful potatoes could be when prepared so well. Wang Jun, misinterpreting the situation, thought dinner was being served and hastily abandoned his half-cleaned bamboo shoots to join us. Is dinner ready? He inquired. Come and try this new delicacy, Ye Nan replied, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing it was food, Wang Jun eagerly wiped his hands and reached for the potato slices. After finishing, he began to critique. Quite crispy, but lacks flavor. The others, 2 adults and 1 child, gave him an unimpressed look. Yi Wei, undeterred, continued to eat heartily. At that moment, Wang Jun finally grasped the correct method of enjoying the dish and followed Yi Wei's lead. Just as he placed a slice in his mouth, a sudden wow escaped him, startling Yi Wei, who trembled at the sound. Grandpa, noticing her reaction, shot Wang Jun a disapproving glance and gently patted Yi Wei's back, reassuring her, "Do not fear, dear." Ye Nan also glared at Wang Jun, handing him a plate of potato slices, insisting, "Take this outside to eat, and do not frighten my sister." Wang Jun, now realizing his faux pas but captivated by the taste, awkwardly retreated from the room. Grandpa, you and Xiao Wei go ahead and eat. I will prepare the next dish. Once both plates of potato slices were devoured, Ye Nan's cooking was ready. After dinner, Ye Nan dropped a bombshell. I plan to acquire a mobile fryer that can prepare potato slices and other items. Grandpa frowned. Is that feasible? How much will it cost? Wang Jun instinctively checked his pockets. I spent everything today. I'm not sure, perhaps 100 or 200 at most. With the necessary items, the total should not exceed 300, Ye Nan estimated. Grandpa and Wang Jun widened their eyes at the mention of 300. Roughly speaking, the pot and metal trays will cost several tens. Less than that will be insufficient, Ye Nan stated casually. Where will this money come from? Grandpa asked. Ye Nan replied. Today, with 2,500 pounds of bamboo shoots, I made a profit of 250. If I gather more tomorrow, that will yield 500. And then I can hunt a wild boar or something similar. No, we cannot hunt wild boars anymore, Grandpa snapped, visibly agitated. Wang Jun recalled his encounter with a wild boar and shuddered. Then let's work a few more days and be done with it. The new year is approaching. The sooner we act, the sooner we earn, Ye Nan suggested. After a moment of silence, Grandpa conceded, All right, with the 200 you gave me, I have 400. If you want it, I will give it all to you, but you must promise not to hunt wild boars. Ye Nan and Wang Jun exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at Grandpa's hidden stash. What are you staring at? Is it wrong to save some for Xiao Wei? Grandpa retorted in frustration. I have given you this money. Regardless of whether you incur a loss or not, it is yours to use. I have indeed made my utmost effort. Assisting you in this regard would serve to honor your parents. The old man's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ye Nan understood that this money was a gesture born from concern, fearing that he might falter and that his sister would be left without care. The thought weighed heavily on Ye Nan's heart. Grandfather, please rest assured, I will ensure that you and Wei Wei enjoy a prosperous new year. The old man nodded and retreated to his room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a small white cloth bundle. Within this package lies over 200 yuan that I have saved for little Wei over the years. I asked for nothing more than her to never go hungry. The grandfather trembled as he unwrapped it. Inside was a thick stack of bills, 1 dime, 5 dimes, 1 yuan, 5 yuan, and 10 yuan notes, forming a substantial mass, akin to the thickness of 20 to 30,000 yuan in larger denominations. He pushed the white cloth towards Ye Nan and said, adding your 200. It should amount to over 400. It is all yours. With trembling hands, Ye Nan reached for the cloth bundle, feeling the weight of time and the essence of hard work within the money. Grandfather, you can be assured that I will strive with all my might, he said, tears streaming down his face. Wang Jun's eyes also glistened with emotion. Wang Jun, tomorrow you shall go sell winter bamboo shoots, while I will arrange for a mobile frying cart. Wang Jun nodded gravely, turning to leave and wash the bamboo shoots, for he knew that if he lingered any longer, he would be unable to contain his tears. Chapter 5. Earning 600 in a day. The following day, Wang Jun delivered winter bamboo shoots, along with wild rabbits and pheasants, to the hydropower station and the electronics factory. Ye Nan visited the home of the village carpenter, affectionately referred to as Uncle Lu. Uncle, could you assist me in crafting something? Uncle Lu, whose surname is Lu, is well known in the village. What do you need? He inquired. Ye Nan produced a blueprint. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Lu replied, 5 yuan, come by in the evening to collect it. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Ye Nan said gratefully. There's no need for thanks. Just don't be a nuisance and stop causing your grandfather worry, Uncle Lu admonished. Ye Nan, wishing to curtail the lecture, handed over a 5 yuan note. I appreciate it, Uncle. I have other matters to attend to, and I'll return this evening. After exchanging pleasantries, he made his way to the county. In the county town, there was a steel factory, Hongshan Steel, where he hoped to leverage some connections to procure some thin iron sheets. An hour later, Ye Nan arrived at the factory's gate and handed a 1 yuan note for a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes to the gatekeeper. In the 1980s, a 1 yuan pack of Hometown Mountain was quite prestigious. The gatekeeper glanced at the cigarettes and pocketed them. We have thin iron sheets, 2 yuan per meter. Very well. I shall take 20 meters. When can I collect them? Ye Nan was pleasantly surprised by the ease of the transaction. Tomorrow, just provide an address, and we will deliver. The agreement was swiftly reached, and Ye Nan paid 40 yuan before departing from Hongshan Steel. Next, he needed to find tires for his cart, so he headed to a bicycle repair shop. Brother, how much for this cartwheel? Ye Nan inquired of the shop owner. 21 yuan. All right, I will take 2. Ye Nan placed the 2 wheels on his donkey cart and proceeded toward Wang Jun's location, where they had previously arranged to meet at the spot where he sold winter bamboo shoots. Upon arrival, Ye Nan spotted Wang Jun busily selling his goods, with several hundred pounds of winter bamboo shoots still in the cart. Wang Jun, have you delivered the goods to the hydropower station and the electronics factory? Wang Jun, coming back to focus, responded, yes, 700 pounds. I just sold over 200 pounds. It seems we won't be heading back until the afternoon. We still have much to sell. There's no rush. If we don't sell everything today, we can do so tomorrow. A day won't spoil them. Seeing Ye Nan's composed demeanor, Wang Jun nodded in agreement. Neither had eaten lunch, and they continued to call out to potential customers until after 4 in the evening, by which time they had sold over 500 pounds. Such is life in a small county town. The purchasing power is limited, Ye Nan murmured. Indeed. We are over 120 kilometers from Hangzhou, about 250 li, Wang Jun replied, lowering his head. They had managed to sell over 700 pounds today, with an expected income of over 210 yuan. Just hold on to it for now. Keep collecting the goods. It's best to gather everything in these few days. Otherwise, if someone discovers it, we may face difficulties selling later, Ye Nan advised. Understood. I will keep track, Wang Jun concurred. On their way back to the village, they passed by Uncle Lu's house and took the cart model back home. Wang Jun stayed at Ye Nan's home for the night to oversee the collection and cleaning of the bamboo shoots. Meanwhile, Ye Nan worked on assembling the wheels for the mobile frying cart. That evening, they collected another 1,500 pounds of winter bamboo shoots, bringing their total to just under 2,600 pounds at home. Ye Nan marked the date, January 9th, with merely 15 days until the eve of the Lunar New Year. As the clock struck 11 that night, the household, comprising 3 adults and 1 child, succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Ye Nan roused Wang Jun from his sleep. After completing his morning routine without partaking in breakfast, he promptly headed to the designated meeting point with the guard at the Hengshan steel factory. After waiting for over half an hour, a Dongfeng vehicle came to a halt. The driver disembarked and unloaded a substantial bundle of iron sheets. Young man, this is your cargo. Count it well. I must take my leave, the driver remarked before hastily departing. Unperturbed, Ye Nan labored to hoist the heavy bundle onto the donkey cart, setting off towards home. En route, he purchased a coal stove and several honeycomb coals in the county town, followed by a large pot and iron trays from the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon returning home, he began assembling the mobile frying cart. After considerable effort, he managed to encase the entire cart in iron sheets. Although the appearance was somewhat abstract, it did not compromise functionality. The donkey cart could pull it from the front, while the cart could easily follow behind, quite satisfactory, indeed. By evening, a weary Wang Jun returned and collapsed onto the cart. I'm utterly exhausted. Today, I sold 2,000 pounds, with one factory requesting 1,000 pounds directly. And I sold it for 2 dimes and 5 cents, huh? Ye Nan nodded approvingly. Not bad. Come here and take a look at my mobile frying cart. Wang Jun, who had been languishing on the cart, immediately snapped to attention, rising to inspect the mobile frying cart. Impressive. Where did you source these iron sheets? How much did they cost? Ye Nan replied. The iron sheets cost 40, the cart frame 5, the wheels 40. The entire cart totaled 85. The coal stove was 5. The honeycomb coals 2, the pot 5, and 100 iron trays 10, altogether 107. When I add some potatoes and tomatoes, it should be around 10 more. I anticipated needing 300 or 400, but now I've managed it for less than 200. Prices aren't too steep. Wang Jun exclaimed, wow, over 100. Will you recoup that in half a month? Ye Nan confidently retorted, just wait and see. You sell winter bamboo shoots during the day, and in the evening, come help me sell fried potatoes. I'll pay you $5 a day. All right, $5 a day it is. The two engaged in a brief debate before returning to their tasks. During dinner, Ye Nan shared the news with his grandfather, who scrutinized and contemplated the cart for a moment. Go ahead and do it. Do it well, he encouraged, before walking back into the house with his hands clasped behind him. Soon, the morning of January 11th arrived. Wang Jun continued selling winter bamboo shoots, while Ye Nan returned over 200 to his grandfather. Grandfather, someone will come to deliver winter bamboo shoots today. Please pay them 10 cents per pound. All right, you go ahead. Xiao Wei and I will wait for you at home, his grandfather replied. Yue smiled. Brother, we'll wait for you at home. Ye Nan felt a surge of excitement. This state of affairs was delightful, with both his grandfather and sister present. Departing from home, he made his way directly to a middle school where Yu Yongtai was studying. Just after noon, he could ignite the stove and attract the students with enticing aromas. Leaving home later than usual, and with the cart in tow, he walked slowly, arriving at the school well past 10 o'clock. School would dismiss at 11 and resume at 1:30 in the afternoon. Ye Nan lit the coal stove to bring the oil in the frying pot to a boil. The bell rang for dismissal. Ye Nan directly dipped the pre-sliced potato chips in flour and proceeded to fry several kilograms of them. As students exited the school gates, Ye Nan filled a large basin with potato chips and placed a small bowl of tomato ketchup nearby, proclaiming, "Free samples. Free tasting. Everyone is welcome to indulge." It wasn't long before two female students were drawn over. "Hey, what is this?" one asked. "Fried potato chips," Ye Nan replied. "This entire basin is for free tasting. But afterward, it's 20 cents per serving." The girls were intrigued. "How do we eat this?" they inquired. Ye Nan raised an eyebrow, plucked a chip from the basin, dipped it in ketchup, and popped it into his mouth. The two girls followed suit, and within 3 seconds of tasting, exclaimed, it's delicious. Can we really eat this?" Ye Nan smiled. "Of course. You can even bring your friends along." Such a simple statement, coupled with the two girls' demonstration, quickly attracted a throng of food enthusiasts. With a student body of at least 1,500, he didn't expect everyone to partake, but even 1/5, or 300 students, would yield a profit of over 60 yuan. With a profit margin exceeding 95%, at least 50 yuan earned. Before long, the basin of fried potato chips was devoured. "Do you have more? This is so good. Is there any left?" Ye Nan waved his hands and clenched his fists. "Ladies and gentlemen, I also need to eat. You've all had your fill. From now on, it's 20 cents per serving, so please line up if you wish to buy." He lifted a metal tray as a signal. Instantly, the crowd erupted, forming a long queue of eager food lovers. A basin was placed beside him, and as each student approached, they tossed in 2 coins and took a tray. "Add your own ketchup, but don't overdo it. Too much is unpalatable and will cost extra." It was akin to a buffet. Everything was self-service. Ye Nan was solely responsible for frying the potato chips, and as soon as one batch was ready, it was sold out in a flash. Eventually, all 100 metal trays were utilized. Some students even brought their own lunchboxes to fill up. This continued until 1:30. When the school bell rang, a few students who hadn't secured their share stomped their feet and hurried toward their classrooms. On the way, some of the more playful girls looked back and called out, "Hey, brother, wait for me this evening. I'll come back to buy more." Ye Nan shook his head and smiled, having been nonstop frying for 2 hours. The basin beside him was filled with the used trays. Driving his donkey cart home, he passed by the supply store and purchased 200 additional metal trays, knowing he would need them for the evening rush. Upon returning home, he began to tally his midday earnings, which took a full 10 minutes, over 110 yuan. Many students bought multiple servings, casually tossing in a 1 yuan note for 5 portions, clearly indicative of those who came from affluent families. Each tray contained a maximum of 2 taels of potato chips. So 5 trays amounted to 1 kilogram, costing around 10 cents to produce. Thus, 5 trays yielded a profit of 90 cents. After counting the money, he resumed slicing potatoes. By 3 o'clock, he had prepared over 100 kilograms of potato slices and set off for the school once more. Arriving after 4 o'clock, with just a few minutes before dismissal, he ignited the stove and heated the oil. He swiftly dropped 3 kilograms of potato slices into the bubbling oil as the bell rang, signaling the students to rush out. The first was the female classmate who shouted at Ye Nan during noon, "Brother, give me 5 portions." She tossed a yuan into the basin. Soon, Ye Nan prepared 5 portions for her. One by one, others lined up until a boy appeared. "Oh, cousin, Ye Yongtai, you're finished with school?" Ye Nan was taken aback to see Ye Yongtai, as they hadn't met in over a decade. "Is this what you're selling?" Ye Yongtai felt quite awkward. Do you want some? Here, have this." Ye Nan directly handed a plate to Ye Yongtai, who took it and began eating behind him. After just one bite, his eyes sparkled. It was simply delightful. Ye Nan was busy for 2 hours, and by 6 o'clock, darkness had fallen. "Classmates, it's time to head back. It's dark now. You can enjoy it again tomorrow." "Brother, we're on break. There won't be anything to eat tomorrow." Yes, that's right, brother." Ye Nan found himself in a quandary, overwhelmed alone, while Wang Jun was nowhere to be seen. "I will set up a stall every evening at the cinema entrance. If you wish to eat, you can come there. However, I must have dinner first, right?" Ye Nan gently discussed with everyone, facing at least dozens still waiting, with a minimum of 10 kilograms of potatoes left. The issue was that there were no potato slices remaining. "All right, brother, go have dinner. We will head to the cinema entrance afterward." Ye Nan sighed with relief, climbed onto the donkey cart, and prepared to leave. Then he reconsidered. "Ye Yongtai, are you coming?" Ye Yongtai snapped back to reality. Yes, let us go." The two hopped onto the cart and headed home. Yet Ye Yongtai pondered. Did the sun rise in the west? My cousin can sell things now. Am I still dreaming? He could not make sense of it all during the ride. Upon reaching home, Ye Nan didn't eat. He merely asked his grandfather to toss a few sweet potatoes into the basin. He then pulled Wang Jun, who had already returned home, to start slicing the potatoes. While he washed the plates, they toiled until 7, hauling over 100 pounds of potato slices to the cinema entrance. By the time they arrived, it was already 7:30, and many students were waiting there. As soon as they saw the cart, they instinctively formed a line. Wang Jun was taken aback at the sight of so many people. "Stop dawdling. Hurry up with the work," Ye Nan urged Wang Jun. In just 5 or 6 minutes, they began frying the first batch of potato slices. The crowd only grew larger, and Ye Nan tirelessly continued frying. Wang Jun was either washing plates or slicing potatoes. From 7:30 until 10:30, they sold all the 100+ pounds of prepared potatoes and the same amount that remained uncut, with still a dozen people in line. "Everyone, we have sold out of 300 pounds. I sincerely apologize." Ye Nan felt embarrassed. "What? It's all gone. I waited over an hour. Brother, what is going on? I truly apologize to everyone. We can only continue tomorrow. We will set up our stall here again tomorrow night and ensure you all get to enjoy it. There will even be new varieties. Is that all right?" Ye Nan gently coaxed. "Brother, you promised." "All right." After much persuasion, they managed to send off the remaining 10 or so individuals. By the time Ye Nan and Wang Jun returned home, it was already 11 o'clock. The winter bamboo shoots remained unwashed, the dishes were left uncleaned, and the earnings had yet to be counted. Exhausted, the two of them secured the donkey cart and collapsed onto the wooden cart, succumbing to sleep. Grandpa emerged and, upon seeing the slumbering duo, expressed his disappointment. "Get up." Startled, they immediately sprang to their feet. As they retreated to their room to rest, Grandpa's stern tone caused Ye Nan to hand over the money basin to him without hesitation. And then he and Wang Jun supported each other as they made their way to sleep. Behind them, Grandpa stood there, dumbfounded, holding the basin filled with a substantial amount of money. The next day, January 12th, Ye Nan and Wang Jun woke up and had breakfast. Wang Jun hurriedly took the cart to deliver 700 pounds of goods, his legs feeling weak. Grandpa, clutching the money basin, tossed it in front of Wang Jun. "I've counted it for you, 353 yuan and 40 cents. Ye Nan shook his head. "That's incorrect. There is still a bag in my room. It should be 353.4 plus 386.8. Did we earn over 600 yesterday?" Grandpa's white beard nearly perked up in astonishment. "Roughly, the profit should be around 600. Didn't you see how exhausted Wang Jun and I were yesterday?" "Dad, are you home?" came the voice of Uncle Ye Shengfu. "Yes." Grandpa's robust voice resonated. Ye Shengfu entered the room, smiling. "Little Nan is here too?" Chapter 6. New Year's Eve. Ye Nan responded with a smile. "Uncle, what brings you here?" "Oh, I am here to invite your grandfather for dinner tonight. Since you are here, I need not make another trip. Tonight? I might not have the time. I've been quite occupied with business lately," Ye Nan replied, feeling somewhat awkward. At that moment, his grandfather interjected, "No need for all this back and forth. Just have Chui Xiang and the others come over for dinner. You have many children there. It would save us some trouble." Recently, Ye Nan had made a bit of money, and since the kitchen supplies would spoil if left untouched, he thought it best for them to come over and eat rather than let anything go to waste. It was evident that his grandfather was intentionally saying this. What could possibly spoil in the winter in just 3 or 4 days? Frozen, perhaps? As Ye Shengfu, his uncle, was about to speak, Ye Nan preemptively interrupted. "It's settled then, uncle. Recently, I've had no time to cook, and it's just Grandpa and Xiaowei at home. It would be more lively with you all here." Uncle Ye Shengfu nodded in agreement, his face slightly flushed. "By the way, uncle, I have a bit of a busy evening ahead. Wang Jun and I are swamped. Do you have anyone available? I can offer 5 yuan for the day if you could come with me tonight." Upon hearing this, Uncle Ye Shengfu replied, "I can send Ye Yong with you. He just happens to be on holiday." "Great. Please let him know to come over early." As Uncle Ye Shengfu departed, Ye Nan's grandfather hesitated and said, "Is 5 yuan a bit too much?" "Not at all, Grandpa. You should see how Wang Jun and I fared yesterday. 5 yuan is hardly excessive for what we earn." His grandfather glanced at the money in the basin and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Ye Nan remembered something and dashed to his room to retrieve a bag. "Grandpa, please save 600. I'll keep the rest for myself." "Better to save it yourself. You need capital for business," his grandfather reassured him. "Rest assured, Grandpa, if I need capital, I will let you know. Besides, I still have some. And Wang Jun and I haven't divided our earnings yet. By the way, Grandpa, I've sold most of the potatoes at home. Could you gather some from the village?" "Uncle, an uncle can supply them as long as it doesn't exceed 10 cents per gene. Ye Nan suddenly recalled that there were only about 500 or 600 jin of potatoes left at home. Once word got out, a few hundred jin could sell out in a day. All right, I'll ask around this afternoon, his grandfather replied while counting the money. By noon, Wang Jun returned, Brother Nan. We've sold out of winter bamboo shoots. They've been flying off the shelves. News in the village yesterday said there are no more left. Everything has been dug up. In these 2 days, we sold over 5,000 jin, which aligns with my expectations. Let us divide the money. Take it back this afternoon to save. And come over before dinner. Ye Nan pondered aloud. All right, the profit for these 3 days is 1058. That makes it 529 each. Let us not do 529. Give me 500, and you keep the remaining 29. You've worked hard these past few days. Fine. All right, here is 500, Wang Jun said, slightly blushing as he accepted the money. When you return, check on those traps in the bamboo forest. If there's anything, bring it back for dinner. And come early to enjoy the meat, Ye Nan cheerfully instructed. All right, Brother Nan, I'll head back now and return the donkey cart as well. After Wang Jun finished speaking, he made his way to the door. By evening, Uncle and Aunt had arrived, each carrying something in hand. Uncle went straight to chat with Grandpa, while Yi Qian took care of Yi Wei. The 3 brothers stood to the side, whispering among themselves, uncertain of what to say. Only Yi Yongtai kept his gaze fixed on Ye Nan, making him feel uneasy. He was well aware of the reason for Yi Yongtai's scrutiny. It was simply that he had changed so much, yet he certainly couldn't disclose that he had been reborn. Nangu, come quickly. This was Wang Jun's voice. Ye Nan hurriedly ran outside, with Grandpa and Uncle following closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, they saw Wang Jun holding a small wild boar, along with 4 or 5 rabbits and a wild chicken. Is that a wild boar? Uncle Yi Shengfu exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Nangu and I set some traps in the north, and it just happened to wander in, Wang Jun replied excitedly. However, Grandpa frowned and said, release it immediately. Don't bring it inside. Everyone looked at Grandpa, puzzled about why they should let it go. Hurry, let it go? If you take it out of the trap, the mother boar will surely come sniffing around. You must release it before it gets to the door, Grandpa explained urgently. Ye Nan also realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the mother boar was still alive, and if it charged into the house while everyone was asleep, it would spell disaster. Wang Jun shivered, his grip loosening, causing the small wild boar to stumble and run away. Everyone swallowed hard, watching it flee. Let us head inside and skin these rabbits, Grandpa said as he turned and walked into the house. At that moment, Ye Nan chuckled. Having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. This remark elicited hearty laughter from everyone. In rural areas, dinner is served early. It was just past 4 o'clock, and Aunt had already prepared the dishes, along with a pot of white rice. Time to eat, Grandpa called out. Yi Wei mimicked him, saying, red knife, red rice. This prompted another round of laughter. Grandpa's rule was that one should not speak while eating or resting, so when the grandchildren dined at the same table as him, they sat in silence, the only sound being the crunch of food. Ye Nan ate the fastest and, once finished, beckoned to Wang Jun. Come over and help me cut the potatoes. Wang Jun nodded, and Ye Nan dashed to the kitchen. A little over 10 minutes later, 4 or 5 figures followed Wang Jun into the kitchen. Xiao Nan, let us cut faster together. Yes, let us do it. Aunt brought Yi Qian and Yi Yongtai along with them. After a busy hour, they had sliced up 500 to 600 pounds of potatoes. As they busied themselves loading them into the cart, Yi Yongtai and Wang Jun followed Ye Nan as he set off. Grandpa, I'm off to work. I might be a bit late tonight, so please sleep early. Go. Get to work and take care of the old man. Grandpa waved him off, urging him to be on his way. When Ye Nan arrived at the cinema, he called out to Wang Jun, go buy 5 pounds of bananas. Wang Jun and Yi Yongtai were taken aback. Bananas? Yes, bananas, Ye Nan confirmed. Okay, Wang Jun replied before heading off to find the bananas. Arriving at the previous night's location, he began heating oil and instructed Yi Yongtai. Make sure to wash the dishes later. We must ensure there are always clean plates available. Yi Yongtai nodded emphatically, then began to observe Ye Nan's series of actions intently. Before long, Wang Jun returned, and customers gradually formed a queue. Noticing the growing crowd, Ye Nan exclaimed, today we have a new product, fried bananas. Just 50 cents each. The crowd erupted in agitation. 50 cents? That's outrageous. Who can afford that? They murmured. Indeed, it's quite pricey. Bananas are more than 2 yuan per kilogram these days, and with only 7 or 8 bananas in a kilogram, each banana costs over 20 cents. 50 cents isn't unreasonable. Ye Nan remarked helplessly. Upon hearing this, the crowd conceded, 50 cents each is not entirely unacceptable. However, Ye Nan sighed as he glanced at the bananas. Why are the bananas so small nowadays? In the future, there might only be 2 or 3 bananas per kilogram, while now there are 7 or 8. Subsequently, the patrons accepted the price, with nearly everyone purchasing one. Wang Jun made several trips to the fruit store, packing all the bananas. By the time they returned home at 10:30, Ye Yongtai was grumbling, I'm utterly exhausted. The plates never stopped piling up. I spent over 3 hours washing them. It's just too tiring. Today, at least I had help. Yesterday at noon and in the evening, I was all alone at school, and it was even more exhausting. Last night, there were fewer people than today, and both Wang Jun and I were completely worn out. Ye Nan felt a flicker of excitement. Brother Nan, if we have this many customers every day, won't we strike it rich? Wang Jun mused at the prospect of such a customer influx. Not necessarily. This is something easily learned. Before long, others will catch on, but the ketchup we use is something they cannot replicate, Ye Nan said, a hint of pride in his voice. If we buy ketchup from the city, the cost would be exorbitant, but if we make it ourselves, I believe we can earn enough for the new year. Ye Yongtai inquired curiously, cousin, what is ketchup made from? It's not tomatoes, is it? Ah, you truly are astute for a high school student. We typically call them tomatoes, while city folks prefer the term ketchup. Wang Jun was baffled. So it's actually tomatoes? I thought it was something mysterious. Thus, the 3 of them chatted for half an hour until they arrived home. Yongtai, here is your wage for today. Head home early. We'll continue tomorrow. Ye Nan handed him a 5 yuan note. He then gave Wang Jun a larger sum. This is for yesterday and today. Rest up. With the winter bamboo shoot business on hold, you won't be too exhausted. Thank you, cousin Ye. Thanks, brother Nan. Both of them were elated, clutching their money. For the next half month, Ye Nan, along with Wang Jun and Ye Yongtai, continued their street vending. Until January 23rd, the day before the New Year's Eve. Ye Nan tallied the accounts. Grandfather has saved 3,000. I have 85.63. 5 on hand. Yi Wei, today we're going to shop for New Year goods. I'll buy you some candies. Wang Jun, Yongtai, you two should come along. All right. Both were filled with joy and excitement. This year, they would celebrate a prosperous new year. Wang Jun now had at least 600 yuan, and Ye Yongtai had around 80 or 90. Adding in the money from their uncle Yi Xingfu for renting the donkey cart, they had over 100 yuan combined. Let us buy candies and meat. Grandfather loves meat. Yi Wei was filled with joy as her brother planned to take her out for a day of fun. All right, let us purchase an abundance of meat and sweets today. As they exited the village, they encountered the 3 brothers, Yi Yongping, along with Yi Qian. Where are you headed? Yi Qian asked cheerfully. To the county for the market. Replied Ye Nan. Let's go together. We need to buy New Year's goods as well. Thus, the group of 3 adults and 1 child transformed into a larger party of 7 adults and 1 child. First, let us buy 2 sets of new clothes for Little Wei, and then 2 sets for Grandpa. Ye Nan began to organize the shopping. Sure thing, replied his cousin Yi Qian with a giggle. A few days prior, their second uncle, Yi Xingfu, had already purchased fabric to make clothes for each family member. Their household stock of rice, flour, oil, and meat had increased 2 to 3 times compared to previous years, causing the siblings to salivate at the thought of the fatty meat. After a morning of shopping that resembled a grand sweep, Ye Nan left the vendors in awe, particularly those at the supply and marketing cooperative. Each person received a pack of white rabbit candy, a can of malt extract, and an assortment of snacks, including spicy strips. They bought 10 pounds each of fatty pork, 2 bones, and other meats, along with 20 pounds of rice, flour, and oil. Due to the overwhelming purchases, Wang Jun had to obtain meat and grain coupons midway through their shopping spree. Firecrackers were also bundled together, with $10 worth purchased for the children to enjoy. They managed to acquire the last 2 flour rockets from the supply and marketing cooperative, each costing $10. Additionally, 2 cartons of Hometown Mountain cigarettes were procured, with 1 carton priced at 20. When they finally returned home, the donkey cart was filled to the brim with New Year's goods, with the exception of Yi Wei, who was dressed in her new clothes. After half an hour on the road, they reached the village entrance. Yongtai, please call for uncle and aunt to come for lunch at my place. Wang Jun said, I won't keep you for dinner. You can take the donkey cart back with the New Year's goods and return this afternoon. Handing Wang Jun 10 large bills, Ye Nan continued, this is for Grandma. Wang Jun nodded appreciatively, knowing that his family's supply of New Year's goods had increased 4 to 5 times compared to previous years. particularly in snacks and sweets prepared for his younger siblings. Once everything had been moved back home, Wang Jun departed. Grandpa stared at the mountain of goods, lost in thought. Grandpa, here are your clothes. I didn't have time to get fabric earlier, so I bought a ready-made set today along with Little Wei's clothes. Please keep these fruit candies. While I take the meat to the kitchen, Ye Nan said as he sorted through the items. The brothers Ye Yongping were outside the door, playing with small firecrackers. Yi Qian was feeding Yi Wei the white rabbit candy, watching the boys play with the fireworks. Grandpa remained silent, merely nodding before getting up to put away the clothes. When Uncle and Aunt arrived, they began to prepare lunch. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Ye Nan suggested, Uncle and Aunt, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Please come over to celebrate with us for a livelier occasion. Uncle Yi Xingfu and Aunt glanced at Grandpa, both of them fond of festivities. You should come over tomorrow. Grandpa agrees, they said. Uncle Yi Xingfu beamed with joy, having not celebrated the new year together for many years. In the afternoon, let us tidy up the house, Grandpa. You can take Little Wei out for some fun. Grandfather was about to speak when Uncle Yi Xingfu interjected. Your second aunt intends to return to clean up. Xiao Qian and the others will assist her, and I shall go back to help your second aunt. Yi Qian then added, all right. My brother and I will lend a hand here. Grandfather could only nod in agreement. Yes, I will take Xiao Wei out for a stroll. With that, he carried the adorable little one, who held candy in her hands, and stepped outside. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the next day, New Year's Eve, January 24th, 1982. Ye Nan and Grandfather spent the morning affixing the couplets to the door. He presented Grandfather with a dozen red envelopes. For there were 15 or 16 grandchildren and 5 or 6 granddaughters. Little fairy Yi Wei was dressed in a bright red outfit adorned with the character for fortune, her pockets filled with white rabbit milk candies. By afternoon, second aunt arrived to begin preparing the New Year's Eve dinner, with Yu Qian assisting in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Uncle and Grandfather sat in the courtyard smoking Hongtao Mountain cigarettes. Old too, Grandfather remarked. I am aging. Should I depart from this world? You must take good care of Xiao Nan and Xiao Wei. Uncle Yi Xingfu paused, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. Father, why speak of such things during the festive season? Besides, Xiao Nan and Xiao Wei are my niece and nephew. Who else would care for them? Look, Xiao Nan is now earning a living. You should be at ease and enjoy your blessings. Grandfather remained silent, merely nodding as he continued to smoke in contemplation. Before long, it was 4 o'clock in the evening, and the New Year's Eve feast was ready. Ye Nan and Ye Yongtai went to the entrance to light firecrackers, 2 long strings of 1,000 firecrackers each. As the sound of the firecrackers erupted, they quickly closed the door and commenced their meal. The joyous laughter and the scene of everyone serving each other dishes filled Ye Nan's heart with warmth, a vision he had always yearned for in his past life. Now, having been reborn, he had finally realized it. Chapter 7. Ji Yuqi on the table. There lay a delightful assortment of dishes, a rich soup made from pork bones and radish, braised pork, roasted wild chicken, among 10 varieties of meat and 6 types of vegetables. Even my grandfather frowned at the sight. Surely, a president would not indulge in such a feast. Grandpa, after the new year, let us renovate the house. We should flatten both the house and the warehouse and construct a brick and tile dwelling. Ye Nan proposed after finishing the New Year's Eve dinner. Uncle Yi Xingfu chimed in. Now that Xiao Nan is earning money, it's time to refurbish the house. Isn't it? The winter winds seep through. We are fine, but Xiao Wei is not. Grandpa glanced at Yi Wei and replied, all right. Just discuss it with your second uncle. Ye Nan's excitement was palpable. Second uncle, there are no neighbors beside our house. Can we obtain land there for a residential base? If we build a new house, it should be spacious. I will inquire with the village chief. It should not be a problem. This was your grandfather's residential land, and yours has not been allocated yet. Thank you, second uncle, Ye Nan responded gratefully. The family gathered around the fire, chatting merrily, while the younger ones finished their New Year's dinner and hurried outside to play with firecrackers. As night fell, 2 waves of guests arrived. Uncle Yu Shimin and Uncle Yu Xingqiang, accompanied by Wan Liha from the former and Bing Chang from the latter, along with 3 young cousins who were still in elementary school. It must be said, the 3 uncles were quite prolific, each with sons. Perhaps a trait of the family genes? Grandpa had 4 sons and 2 daughters, and now the 3 uncles had 4 sons each as a standard. Happy New Year, Grandpa? Happy New Year. Grandpa's face lit up with a beaming smile. Good, good, good. Come, sit down. He then retreated to the room to fetch large white rabbit candies, assorted fruits, and a can of milk powder, instructing the second uncle to prepare a can for each of the guests. Uncle 3 and Aunt 3, Uncle 4 and Aunt 4, gazed in astonishment. The younger ones gleefully indulged in the white rabbit candies, even stuffing them into their pockets. In addition to the treats, Grandpa produced 18 red envelopes, 5 for the second Uncle-S family, 5 for the third, 6 for the fourth, and 1 each for Ye Nan and Ye Wei. This moment marked a highlight in the old man's 69 years. The younger generation eagerly received their envelopes, each containing a single yuan. Uncles 3 and 4, along with their wives, were taken aback. In previous years, a dime was considered generous. This year, however, was markedly more generous, especially in the 1980s. When rural children typically received just a dime, 2 dimes, or 5 dimes in their envelopes. In previous years, life had been tough for Grandpa, but this year, thanks to Ye Nan's savings, he was able to be more generous. Aunt 3, Wu Xiujuan, exclaimed, "Xiaonan is truly making money?" Uncle Yi Shengmin, jolted back to reality by her exclamation, tugged at Wu Xiujuan. She realized she may have spoken out of turn. Meanwhile, Aunt 4, Wang Mei, was undeterred. "Xiaonan, have you really started earning?" Uncle Yi Xingqiang felt a twinge of embarrassment but dared not intervene, a classic case of being henpecked. "Yes, I've earned a bit," Ye Nan replied with a grin. And 4 pressed on, "What business are you in? Can you involve your fourth uncle?" Her question cast a pall of awkwardness over the gathering, as Uncle 4, fearing his wife, fell silent. Uncle Air and Uncle San are not suitable to refer to the younger brother's wives. Aunt Air is considered an outsider, while Aunt San, with her forthright nature, believes that Aunt C's inquiry is justified, as she too desires to know. In the house, apart from the children under 17 or 18, everyone else feels a sense of discomfort. It is not that Aunt C does not wish for Uncle C to earn money. It is simply that I have not made much either. You see, my sister is still young, our parents have passed, and grandfather is quite elderly and unable to work. Thus, we find ourselves in this predicament. Ye Nan awkwardly declined. However, Wang Mei suspected that Ye Nan was being secretive, unwilling to involve her own man in making money. Aunt San, Wu Xiujuan, did not hold back. "Xiaonan, what you say is rather puzzling. We are family, and if we can earn, we should do so together, right?" "Yes, Aunt San has a point, but I need capital to earn money, don't I? If Aunt San lends me 500 as capital, I will involve Uncle San." Ye Nan thought that if Aunt San and Aunt C were not going to be stifled, they would have a rough evening. "Child, if Aunt San needs 500, what money would you earn? If you don't want to involve him, then don't." Wu Xiujuan started to complain mindlessly. Grandfather glanced at Aunt San and Aunt C, then solemnly remarked, "All right, during the festive season, why are we discussing money?" Upon Grandfather's remark, the group fell silent. Ye Nan recalled that the incident involving Grandfather and her sister occurred on New Year's Eve. Both Aunt San and Aunt C considered it inauspicious to have such events during the festive season. At that time, aside from the guests indulging in feasting, neither family contributed a single cent, merely consuming food and drink without paying. The funeral expenses for Grandfather and her sister were entirely covered by Uncle Air and the 2 aunts, leaving Uncle Air in significant debt, unable to afford meat for nearly a year. Meanwhile, Uncle San and Uncle C's families enjoyed meat every month, ultimately even seizing the house where Grandfather resided. The 2 aunts, indifferent to rural properties, and Uncle Air, being the honest man he is, believed there was no need for conflict. After being quelled by Grandfather's presence, both Aunt San and Aunt C fell silent and began consuming fruits, as if determined to finish them out of sheer frustration. In this era, fruits were not merely expensive. The bananas and apples were originally purchased for Grandfather and her sister. Now, they all found their way into the stomachs of Aunt San and Aunt C. The bananas, which had cost over 2 yuan earlier, were nearing 4 yuan per pound just before the new year. Eventually, the adults in the room parted ways somewhat unhappily, each returning to their respective homes. Meanwhile, within the military family compound in Kyoto, an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair and his wife sat at the front. Their family was gathered around, and the elderly gentleman inquired, "Xiaoqi, how is your schooling in Hangzhou?" Ji Yuqi, taking a bite of hot pot, replied, "Grandfather, it's great. The winter isn't as cold as in Kyoto. You and Grandma should come to Hangzhou for the winter sometime. Kyoto is too chilly." Grandma Fonglan smiled. "I can't move around much anymore. You must tell Grandma about the outside world in the future." Ji Yuqi's father, Ji Buluan, frowned. "Mom, during the festive season, you are as healthy as ever. After the new year, you and Dad should take Xiaoqi to Hangzhou and explore while you are there. Fong Lan smiled in silence. But the elderly gentleman Ji Yuqi spoke up. Hangzhou, your mother and I haven't visited in over 30 years. If we are able, we should indeed take a look. Dear old lady, do you still remember my class leader? Are you referring to class leader Ye? Is this the renowned Sergeant Ye, who single-handedly eliminated 4 enemy officers during the ambush? Indeed, it has been over 30 years since I last saw Sergeant Ye. I recall meeting him when his son was still young. It is truly unfortunate that he perished in the counteroffensive. Ji Yuqi remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Grandma Fong Lan nodded in agreement, saying, at that time, he retired due to injuries and his son took his place. Who would have thought that Sergeant Ye's son? Sigh, it is indeed time for a visit. Ji Yuqi expressed curiosity. Grandpa, Grandma, who exactly is Sergeant Ye? Ji Yuqi smiled at Ji Yuqi and replied, Sergeant Ye was my first squad leader. Your grandmother served as a nurse. During the War of Resistance, I was wounded. And it was Sergeant Ye who carried me to the field hospital, where I met your grandmother. I recuperated for over 2 months. But my unit received orders for an ambush mission to cover the main force's retreat. After one fierce battle, only Sergeant Ye remained in our entire battalion. He ingeniously tied together the few remaining grenades to create a makeshift landmine. When the enemy charged the position, those 4 enemy officers inadvertently triggered the grenades. 1 battalion commander and 3 company commanders were killed instantly, along with a colonel and 3 majors. It was indeed a monumental achievement. When the regiment came to clear the battlefield, they found Sergeant Ye alive, holding the insignias of the 4 officers. This victory elevated Sergeant Ye's reputation throughout the army, earning him high praise from the commander-in-chief and a special commendation. When I returned to my unit, we parted ways. He had become a regiment commander while I remained a humble squad leader. It has been nearly 40 years, over 30 years now. Everyone reminisced about this revolutionary hero. However, Ji Fan, Ji Yuqi's cousin, asked, did he ultimately outrank you, Grandpa? Grandma Fong Lan smiled gently. At that time, your grandfather was merely a minor brigade commander, promoted to division commander only after 1949. Sergeant Ye, prior to 1949, held the position of deputy army commander, but he retired just before his promotion, claiming his mission was complete and that years of warfare had taken a toll on his health, prompting his return to his hometown. Ji Fan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Had he not retired, wouldn't he be a general now? Ji Fan's father, Ji Bowen, playfully swatted his head. Always dreaming of being a general. It's not as easy as it seems. Your grandfather retired as a division commander, while your uncle was the regiment commander. Brother, I heard you might be getting promoted after the new year? Ji Bowen nodded. That seems likely. Dad's old comrade is our division's political commissar, and he nominated me. The elder Ji Yuqi shot a glance at his eldest son. Humph, not much ambition. Despite his gruffness, the old man felt a swell of pride at his son's potential promotion. At this moment, Ji Yuqi interjected, second uncle, I heard there are plans for family planning this year? Ji Bowen chuckled. Ah, little Chi, are you thinking of marriage and children? General Chen's grandson is quite impressive. Have you come to a decision? Ji Bowen concurred. Young Chun is indeed remarkable, living up to General Chen's reputation. General Huang's grandson is also commendable, although he is 29. He is already a regiment commander and will surely ascend to division commander in the future. The venerable Ji Yuqi cast a disapproving glance at his 2 sons and said, Shao Qi, pay them no heed. Your affections are yours to declare, and your grandfather stands by you. Your grandmother supports you as well. Your mother is in your corner too. Ji Yuqi felt enveloped by love. Yet, amidst the commotion, memories of Ye Nan surfaced in his mind. I understand, Grandpa, Grandmama. Let us eat. These meatballs are truly delectable. Ji Yuqi served a meatball to each of them. While contemplating, lately, I find myself craving sour and spicy foods. How curious. As I never had such a penchant for spiciness before. The family enjoyed a harmonious and joyful New Year's Eve dinner. After the meal, they gathered around the fire. Ji Yuqi's grandmother hailed from a scholarly lineage. Her grandfather had held a significant official position during the Qing dynasty. Grandfather also mentioned that their branch was descended from Ji Xiaolan. Ji Yuqi's mother, Li Qianwen, also belonged to a family of intellectuals. Essentially, the entire family could be considered well-educated, with the grandfather having left school to join the resistance, and the grandmother foregoing university to serve as a frontline nurse. Ji Yuqi's father had studied at a military academy in the Soviet Union during his youth, returning home to serve as a battalion commander. Having participated in the counteroffensive war, and rising to the rank of regiment commander. His mother is the head of gynecology at the First People's Hospital in Kyoto, before retirement. The grandfather was an army division commander, and the grandmother was the head nurse at a military hospital. The second uncle serves as the director of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and it is rumored that he will be transferred to a bank as the president following family planning reforms. The second aunt is a section chief at the Ministry of Education. Ji Yuqi is studying architecture and design, and upon graduation, he is certain to be assigned to a state-owned enterprise by his grandfather. Xiaoqi, are there any boys you fancy at university? Grandmother Fong Lan inquired gently. This question drew the attention of the entire family to Ji Yuqi, who stammered in response. I, Grandma, I want to talk to you. Laughter erupted around the table. Grandfather Ji Yuqi remarked, our little Chi is shy. Cousin Ji Fan, however, was indifferent. If you like someone, just admit it. I had a crush in high school, even if she doesn't like me back. Mom, what are you doing? Second Aunt Yu Xiaoman glared at Ji Fan, tugging at his ear. You're so young. Why are you interested in girls, The second uncle dismissed it. What's the harm? I like someone at your age too. Yu Xiaoman's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a disapproving glance at Ji Boren. Ji Boren, with utmost seriousness, advised Ji Yuqi. Focus on your studies in university. There's only half a year until internships. Any matters can wait until then. However, Mother Li Qianwen disagreed. Xiaoqi, there's no harm in marrying young and having children. It will spare you from hardship. Your grandparents have long wished to hold their great-grandchild. Yes, Xiaoqi, don't be afraid. Share with Grandma if you have a boyfriend. Your father wouldn't dare oppose you. Your grandfather's riding crop is still quite effective. Fong Lan chimed in mischievously. Ji Boren's face turned crimson, while his younger brother Ji Boren struggled to suppress laughter. Xiaoqi, your grandfather is behind you. Your father has always had a fondness for the riding crop. I'll ensure he experiences the warmth of paternal love. Laughter filled the room, with Ji Fan nearly in tears from mirth. Everyone seemed to feel a tinge of sympathy for Ji Boren. Dad, Mom, please refrain from meddling. This is a crucial moment. If word gets out, it would spell trouble. Recently, laws concerning gender relations are set to be enforced. Ji Beichen spoke gravely. Indeed, the Ministry of Civil Affairs has frequently been receiving reports about family planning, offenses of a lewd nature, spousal relationships, and new regulations in marriage law. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuqi turned pale. Offenses of a lewd nature? Does that not pertain to Ye Nan? Suddenly, Ji Yuqi recalled that her monthly cycle had not arrived. Her mother, a gynecologist, had filled her childhood with numerous medical texts. She had a penchant for sour and spicy flavors, yet her cycle was absent. Ji Yuqi's complexion grew even more ashen. It had been 19 days, 10 days late. Li Qianwen noticed Ji Yuqi's unusual pallor. Xiaoqi, what is the matter? Are you feeling too cold? The sound startled Ji Yuqi. Mom, it's nothing. I'm just a bit fatigued. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, uncle heir, aunt heir. I shall return to my room. Ji Yuqi rose to leave. Wait, this is your New Year's money from Grandma. Fong Lan produced a red envelope, then handed another to Ji Fan. This is for you. This is from Grandfather. Ji Yuqi chimed in, retrieving 2 red envelopes. Following suit, Ji Beichen, Li Qianwen, Ji Beichen, and Yu Xiaoman all took out their own red envelopes. Chapter 8, Pregnancy? Returning to the room, Ji Yuqi was completely flustered. Could it be that I am pregnant? Should I go to the hospital? No, I know almost everyone there. After pondering for a long while, he could not come up with a solution. Eventually, he calmed himself and decided to go for a checkup when he returned to Hangzhou. In just half a month, he would be back. Meanwhile, in Dexian, Yi family village, the following afternoon, 2 groups of guests arrived. Indeed, they were Ye Nan's 2 aunts, Yi Xiaozhen and Yi Xiaoyan. Ye Nan held a fondness for these aunts, as they had supported him after both his grandfather and sister had passed away. When Ye Nan first went to Hangzhou, he was practically penniless, and his aunts had generously offered him money and gifts. Although they did not visit often, they frequently sent provisions to his grandfather, fearing that the 3 of them might starve. Elder aunt, younger aunt, Ye Nan greeted politely. Oh, Xiaonan, come here, your red envelope from the elder aunt. Yi Xiaozhen said. Xiaonan, here's your red envelope from the younger aunt. Yi Xiaoyan chimed in. The 2 aunts began to shower him with money once more. At that moment, their grandfather emerged from the room. Xiaozhen, Xiaoyun, you have come. Father, both aunts replied in unison. Is it just the 2 of you? Where are the children? Grandpa frowned and inquired. This left the aunts momentarily bewildered. Grandpa, please sit down. The elder and younger aunts haven't even had a sip of water, Ye Nan said before heading off to prepare some malt milk. When he returned, he found his elder and younger aunts along with Grandpa in a state of silence. Elder aunt, younger aunt, please have some milk. Ye Nan placed 2 cups of malt milk before his aunts. What is this? Malt milk? Both aunts were taken aback. As they seldom had the opportunity to drink malt milk, they never expected their nephew to prepare it for them. Drink up, it will taste bad if it gets cold, Ye Nan said with a cheerful smile. The aunts were not inclined to refuse. Having traveled such a distance, they ought to have something to drink. Xiao Nan, how have you been lately? Would you like me to help you find a job? The elder aunt expressed her concern for her nephew's livelihood. Meanwhile, the younger aunt was preoccupied with more pressing matters, believing that once a man marries, he settles down. Xiao Nan, I can find a matchmaker for you. Help you find a wife. Hearing these suggestions, Grandpa also felt a twinge of excitement. I think that girl from Wangjia village is quite nice. Your grandmother mentioned introducing her to you last year. The younger aunt was eager. Which family? I will find someone to speak on your behalf. The elder aunt also looked hopeful. Ye Nan felt distressed. Must I marry at 21? There is no law mandating that. It's truly overwhelming. There is no rush. Xiao Wei is still young. Let us wait a few more years. How can that be? Xiao Wei is a girl, and you, as a grown man. How can you manage alone? The younger aunt frowned. Finding a good sister-in-law for Xiao Wei would be better than you managing her by yourself. The elder aunt concurred with the younger aunt. Ye Nan scratched his head in frustration. Elder aunt, younger aunt, please stay for dinner. I will go prepare the meal. Xiao Nan, don't change the subject, the younger aunt insisted relentlessly. At that moment, the second uncle and aunt arrived, bringing gifts with them. Xiao Zhen, Xiao Yun, you are here. Second uncle Yi Shengfu greeted cheerfully. As the door opened, 6 children entered, aunt and little aunt. After exchanging polite greetings, little aunt picked up Yi Wei and remarked, Xiao Wei seems to have gained a bit of weight and grown heavier. Aunt gently patted Yi Wei's head, her face radiating affection as she responded, indeed, she has become even more adorable. However, it's concerning how hard things are for De Gu and De Sa. Alas, Xiao Nan and Xiao Wei are struggling. A heavy silence enveloped the room. They were all aware of the difficulties faced by Ye Nan and Yi Wei's family. Yet in this era, no family was truly at ease. If not for the old man, Yi Wei might not have survived. Suddenly, Ye Nan spoke up, Aunt, little aunt. After the new year, I wish to open a shop in the city. With the reforms and the opening up, individual businesses are allowed now, and I want to venture into commerce. Both aunt and little aunt frowned in unison. The grandfather interjected, the little bit we have to eat is earned by Xiao Nan. I am growing old. His words clearly pointed to the concerns of aunt and little aunt. What kind of shop do you intend to open? Little aunt inquired first. Business is not easy. There are always reports of people getting caught for speculation, aunt added, expressing her worries. Xiao Nan is quite capable. He has plans to repair the house for his father after the new year, uncle praised Ye Nan. Aunt and little aunt were taken aback. The primary reason their husbands and children were reluctant to visit was due to the dilapidated state of the house. Every visit required an overnight stay, which was quite troublesome. I plan to open a restaurant and sell snacks, Ye Nan explained after some contemplation. Finding a suitable storefront is quite challenging. Ideally, I would like a 2-story building, where we can live upstairs and conduct business downstairs. In a few days, I hope to have uncle help supervise the house repairs while bringing grandfather and Xiao Wei to Hang City. Xiao Wei is 3 now and should start preparing for school. Uncle Yi Shengfu furrowed his brow. If grandfather goes to Hang City with you, then there is no point in repairing the house. Why waste that money? Grandfather also frowned, seemingly torn between the decision to go to Hang City, where his grandson's business would prosper and his granddaughter would receive a better education. However, in the countryside, at the very least, they wouldn't starve, and with several sons, grandchildren could lend assistance. And added, if you're going to the city, then don't bother with the repairs. Fixing a house costs over 1,000. You can buy a place in the city for just 3,000, which would be better than what you could repair. Little aunt chimed in. The 2-story building you mentioned could be bought for 5,000 or 6,000 at most. Ye Nan remained silent, simply gazing at his grandfather. Very well, let us not repair the house. Let us go straight to the city to buy one instead. Later, you should go to the village secretary and get an introduction letter, mentioning that you're going to Lao Wu and Lao Lu, for the sake of his grandchildren. Grandfather acquiesced, preparing to leave the village he had inhabited for decades. Ye Nan sensed his grandfather's melancholy. Grandfather, we will return. Once I earn enough money and Xiao Wei grows up, I will accompany you back to build you a grand house. Good, good, good. As long as you have that intention, grandfather nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with emotion. Just then, a visitor arrived at the door. Is Xiao Nan here? Came a familiar voice. Upon seeing the person, Ye Nan's heart raced. It was his grandmother. Ah, I presumed you were not home. Where is Xiao Wei? Grandmother, uncle. Wang Jun, Wang Hai, and Wang Wenxian have all arrived. Grandfather steadied himself, rose, and greeted. Sister, what brings you here? If your health is poor, a message would suffice. Grandmother, appearing frail from her past illnesses and younger than grandfather, trembled as she took a seat and replied, Brother, we are family, after all. I came to visit my grandchildren. These are your second and fifth children. The sixth, I believe, I haven't seen in several years. A chorus of greetings followed from the aunts and uncles. Ah, splendid. Hai Ba, distribute some red envelopes to the children. I am unable to do so, grandmother instructed uncle. All right, mother. Grandmother's gaze fell upon Ye Wei. Oh dear, Xiao Wei, come here for a hug. Soon I may no longer be able to lift you. The aunt gently set down Ye Wei, nudging her towards grandmother. The little girl, warm-hearted, swayed into grandmother's embrace. Upon seeing Ye Wei, grandmother was reminded of her unfortunate daughter. Her eyes glistening. Ye Wei, perceptive, wiped grandmother's tears. No, don't cry, Shou. Ah, yes, Shou, do not weep. Grandmother smiled through her tears. Xiao Nan, my dear, you have endured so much. Grandmother, I am not suffering. Have you been feeling better? Ye Nan's voice quivered. Upon hearing the news of grandfather and her sister's departure, grandmother followed suit within a year. Ah, my Xiao Nan has become capable and is earning. Grandmother confidently declared. I wish to see Xiao Nan marry and witness our Xiao Wei attend university. At this moment, grandfather interjected. Sister, you have arrived at an opportune time. Xiao Nan just mentioned plans to conduct business in the city soon, and it would be ideal to take along your Wang Jun. Grandfather's intentions were clear to Ye Nan, who also wished for a better life for grandmother's family. Yes, grandmother, let Wang Jun accompany me to the city. I shall guide him in business. Ye Nan glanced at Wang Jun. Grandmother peered at Wang Jun through her clouded eyes. Very well, as long as he wishes to go, let him. I do not wish to burden my descendants. Uncle Wang Haiba furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Mother. All right, enough said, grandmother responded. Xiao Nan, originally, I intended to introduce you to a bride, but since you are heading to the city, let that be. Grandmother continued, in the city, strive to marry a city girl. Yes, Xiao Nan shall bring home a city granddaughter-in-law, Ye Nan retorted. The conversation then shifted to matters concerning the city. Grandfather resolved that county business should not be neglected, appointing the second uncle to oversee it. Each month, you shall remit 20% to Xiao Nan. The remainder shall belong to your family. Take the necessary tools and utilize them as needed. Ye Nan added, Second uncle, later I will have Wang Jun assist you. During the initial phase, he will help. And once I have settled housing in the city, I will call for Wang Jun to join you. Second uncle Yushinfu nodded. Rest assured, I will manage diligently. Aiming to establish a shop in the county. Everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the aunts and uncles busied themselves in the kitchen preparing dinner. Grandmother and uncle, along with others, departed only after the evening meal. After having dinner, auntie and younger aunt decided to stay in an empty room to prepare beds for rest, planning to return to the city with Ye Nan in a few days. Wang Jun taught Uncle Air and Ye Yongtai how to fry potato chips before heading back. Ye Nan, however, lay alone on the bed in his room, contemplating potential business ventures. A Chinese version of KFC? No, the current farming industry cannot sustain such establishments. Sunflower seeds and peanuts? There are numerous brands in later years, like Cha-Cha and others. Perhaps he could sell salted sunflower seeds, seasoned peanuts, or even sweet and creamy varieties. This seems feasible, and the shop need not be large. A backyard for roasting seeds and peanuts would be an added advantage. Furthermore, he could delve into the fried food business and perhaps venture into radio sales, using the profits to trade in tapes in Hong Kong later. Ye Nan mused. Li Jiaqing has been in business for 30 years. Perhaps I could catch up to him in 3. Once sufficient funds are amassed, he would engage in commerce in Hong Kong, reaping profits from the Japanese, and then return to the mainland as a Hong Kong businessman to invest. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned a girl standing at 168 centimeters, with a curvaceous figure, clad in a wedding gown. Yet, no matter how he tried to clear the fog from her face, it remained elusive. January 26, 1982. Marked the day Ye Nan would accompany his aunt and younger aunt to the city. Grandfather and Xiao Wei remained in the village, awaiting Ye Nan's arrangements before heading to the city with Wang Jun. In the 1980s, with both aunt and younger aunt employed in the city and only 3 days off for the Spring Festival, they set off on the 26th. Ye Nan almost forgot that during that era, the Spring Festival holiday was only 3 days long, with 1 day for Labor Day and 1 for New Year's Day. By noon, they arrived in Hangzhou, which, at that time, bore little resemblance to the city of the future. The Sijiking area had yet to begin construction and would not open until 1989. Perhaps if profits were made by then, he might invest a share, as Sijiking would indeed become quite lucrative. He mused that he must take grandfather and Xiao Wei to West Lake and Lingyin Temple when time allowed. Younger aunt seemed to overhear him. Yes, that area is free to visit. Speaking of Lingyin Temple, a news item suddenly flashed in Ye Nan's mind. In 2001, relics were unearthed from Leifeng Pagoda, including a first-class gilded bronze Buddha statue and a silver gilt pagoda. This implied that these treasures were still buried beneath. Considering Leifeng Pagoda had collapsed in 1924, should he seek an opportunity to excavate them and head directly to Hong Kong? After careful consideration, he decided against it. Since it belonged to the state, it was best to wait for the authorities to discover and place them in the National Museum. Moreover, he had come from the future and was not lacking in opportunities for profit. His disinterest in antiques meant that had he been fond of them, he might have cherished them himself. Soon, they reached their destination, near Zhejiang University. Auntie remarked, I passed by before. There's a 2-story building with a storefront. But I wonder what the price is. Younger aunt gazed at a nearby 2-story shop. Xiaonan, this seems promising, but I'm unsure of the cost. Ye Nan nodded in agreement. Let us inquire and find out. Subsequently, Ye Nan entered a nearby shop and inquired, Uncle, do you happen to know the owner of the house next door? He gestured toward the adjacent building. Oh, that's Professor Li's house. He is a professor at Zhejiang University and, it seems, has encountered some family issues that necessitate selling the property, the shopkeeper replied. How can I get in touch with the owner? Ye Nan pressed on. He should be in that house on the street, the 2nd floor, came the response. Thank you, Uncle. After concluding their conversation, Ye Nan made his way toward the street, followed closely by his aunts. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Ye Nan gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? A voice responded after a brief moment, sounding to be in the range of 50 or 60 years old. Hello. I am here to inquire about purchasing the house. Upon hearing this, the door opened. You are interested in buying? Are you Professor Li? Ye Nan asked. Professor Li nodded. You mean the 2 small buildings? Yes, I noticed a sign indicating that it is for sale. The smaller building is rather pricey, priced at 6,500. Professor Li pondered for a moment. Ye Nan frowned and interjected. Surely we should be allowed to see the interior before deciding on its value. Wouldn't you agree? His aunts behind him nodded in agreement. Professor Li, seeing their point, replied, Please wait a moment while I prepare. Within a couple of minutes, he emerged again. Let us go view the house. Holding a large set of keys and wearing slippers, he led the way. This appearance bore a striking resemblance to landlords from a later era in Guangdong. Ye Nan thought little of it and followed along with his aunts. The 2-story building appeared reasonably well kept on the 1st floor, boasting a substantial area of at least 150 square meters. The 2nd floor contained 3 rooms and a bathroom, albeit a squat toilet, which was at least cleaner than rural outhouses and had the capability for bathing. The living room featured a wooden coffee table, albeit of mediocre quality. It was merely a transitional space. Replacing the coffee table and bed would suffice. All essentials were present. But the highlight was undoubtedly the small courtyard at the back. Such a property near a university was indeed a rare find. Professor Li, many of the furnishings seem unusable. Could we negotiate a lower price? Ye Nan earnestly proposed. Seeing his genuine interest in purchasing, Professor Li contemplated and responded. The lowest I can offer is 6,300. I can pay 6,000 in full immediately and proceed to the Property Management Bureau this afternoon for the transfer. After some time, Professor Li was reluctant to concede. That price is too low, 6,000. I see you have quite a few keys. How about I also rent another property nearby? Ye Nan thought of Wang Jun and decided to rent a 2nd place. Are you not buying? Professor Li seemed confused. Ye Nan's lips twitched. Was his point unclear? I intend to purchase this property for 6,000 in full, and I also wish to rent another. Professor Li pondered for a while before replying. All right, there is a courtyard on the adjacent street, approximately half the size of this one, available for 15 a month, with 3 months deposit. Ye Nan smiled. No need for that. I will pay for an entire year up front. This property for 6,000 is acceptable, yes? At this, Professor Lee finally smiled, agreed. A year at 180 plus the 6,000 here totals 6,180. The two parties reached an agreement and, that afternoon, proceeded to the Property Management Bureau for the transfer, which would likely be finalized within a week. Ye Nan recalled that his great-uncle Li Yunxiang worked at the tax bureau. Aunt, is there a way to expedite the process of obtaining a business license for individual proprietorship? It should be possible. I will inquire on your behalf, his aunt replied, cautious in her affirmation. Upon hearing about the intent to establish a sole proprietorship, Professor Lee, intrigued, interjected, young man, are you venturing into business? Indeed, I have come here to engage in commerce, Ye Nan responded. Greetings, I am Li Jianfeng, an economics professor at Zhejiang University, he introduced, extending his right hand. Ye Nan, momentarily taken aback, reached out. Hello, Professor Lee. The professor smiled. I can facilitate the business license for you. It will cost 100 yuan and will be ready within 3 days. All you need to provide is a 3-inch photograph. Both his aunt and younger aunt exchanged concerned glances at Ye Nan. Yet he waved his hand dismissively, producing 10 100 yuan notes. Then I shall trouble you, Professor Lee. I will retrieve the photo tomorrow, and you can provide me with the necessary forms to fill out. Very well, Professor Lee replied, waving goodbye. Ye Nan, 100 yuan is equivalent to 3 months of your aunt's salary. Are you truly willing to part with it just like that? His aunt remarked, frowning. Aunt, if you wish for the horse to run, you must feed it grass. Besides, with my great-uncle handling the matter, there's no need to rely on others. Why incur a debt of gratitude when money can suffice? Look at you. Ye Nan, now a businessman, speaking so eloquently, his younger aunt teased. Sister, do not fret. Ye Nan knows what he is doing. If he has earned such wealth, he surely won't act recklessly, she reassured. Ye Nan nodded. It is nearly evening. Shall we go out for dinner? I still need to find accommodation. Both aunts felt a bit awkward, as their home was already small and could hardly accommodate additional guests. Chapter 9. The grand opening of the store on the second day, Ye Nan presented a 3-inch photo to Professor Lee, simultaneously completing the necessary paperwork. He then utilized his aunt's connections to locate a carpenter who crafted tables and chairs, as well as the bar counter, which were subsequently painted. A whole wall was fitted with wooden frames, adorned with plastic green leaves, completely covering the structure, while leaving a 10 square meter space designated for a counter selling sunflower seeds and peanuts, all framed by glass windows. Thus, after 5 days of diligent labor, the verdant leaves concealed the unpainted wall, and the paint on the furniture had dried significantly, the pungent odor greatly diminished. Despite the lingering formaldehyde, there was little choice given the current circumstances. The glass counter designated for selling seeds and peanuts bore the inscription, Cha-Cha sunflower seeds, while the store sign was affixed, delicious snacks. Ye Shouty, are you about to open? Professor Lee appeared from behind. Ye Nan turned around, his face breaking into a smile. Haha, Professor Lee, not yet. I'm merely checking things out. The grand opening is in a few days, and I still haven't gathered all the necessary items. Your decorations are quite green, Professor Lee observed, leaning closer to touch the wooden frames. You've adorned them with plastic leaves, saving money while being environmentally friendly. Not at all, Professor Lee, you flatter me. If it weren't for my limited budget, I would have undertaken a bolder renovation. Ye Nan modestly replied. Inside, he mused that if he had sufficient funds, he would not be opening this store but rather heading directly to Hong Kong Island. Presently, he had only 1,000 yuan left, and he had yet to purchase the materials, seeds, and peanuts. Noticing that Ye Nan seemed to have unfinished business, Professor Lee remarked, All right, I shall take my leave. Please inform me of your opening date. I will encourage my students to come and learn. Thank you, Professor Lee. Ye Nan expressed his gratitude, whether genuine or perfunctory. After Professor Lee departed, Ye Nan locked the door. He contemplated returning to his hometown to prepare some ingredients, promptly purchasing a ticket and setting off in the afternoon. By the time he reached home, night had fallen. In the days prior, Wang Jun and his uncle Yi Xingfu had been collaborating at the stall, residing in Yi family village. Uncle Yi Xingfu curiously inquired, Xiaonan, have you returned so soon? Wang Jun chimed in, Nenggu. He greeted his uncle, grandfather, and Wang Jun, then stated, Grandfather, uncle, Wang Jun, I require potatoes, raw sunflower seeds, and raw peanuts. The quantities are considerable. I need 1,000 jin of each for now. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Nan articulated the numbers. Grandfather replied, potatoes are easy to procure. The village has at least 10,000 jin. As for your peanuts and sunflower seeds, there aren't many being cultivated in our village. Uncle Ye Shengfu added. It's not impossible. If you need 2,000 jin, I can manage that. However, if you require them long-term, the county certainly won't have that much. Ye Nan agreed, reflecting that the county was not a production hub for these items. For the long term, I will need 1,000 jin for the first batch, and subsequently, I will require 10,000 jin. Ye Nan contemplated aloud. Ye grandfather, uncle, and Wang Jun were taken aback by the mention of 10,000 jin. Raw peanuts cost at least 7 to 8 cents per jin. 1,000 jin would amount to 7 or 800, while 10,000 jin would tally to 7 or 8,000. Is such a hefty sum truly necessary for a single batch of goods? Let us first address the initial matters. Wang Jun, prepare yourself, as we shall head to Hangzhou in the next couple of days. Once I gather all the necessary items, I will set off. Wang Jun nodded. I will return home now and inquire with my father and grandmother. That evening, everyone drifted into slumber, each harboring their own thoughts. Grandfather was anxious. The second uncle pondered where to procure goods, while Wang Jun, even in his dreams, bore a smile at the prospect of earning money. The following day dawned bright and sunny. The entire village began to organize the collection of goods, 7 cents for potatoes, 80 cents for raw peanuts and sunflower seeds. This was the rate for scattered collection. To their surprise, after the new year, many families had an abundance of peanuts and sunflower seeds. In a single day, they gathered enough, 1,500 pounds of potatoes, and if they worked continuously, they could have amassed 15,000 pounds. Additionally, they collected 1,800 pounds of peanuts and 2,000 pounds of sunflower seeds. They spent 3,100, depleting the entirety of grandfather's 3,000. Ye Nan spent 30 to hire a Dongfeng truck to take his family to Hangzhou. Xiaowei, it's time to go. We are headed to Hangzhou. Ye Nan picked up his sister, Yi Wei, who beamed with joy, embodying the essence of childhood. Brother, to Hangzhou. With that, Ye Nan embraced Yi Wei and boarded the vehicle. Grandfather occupied the front passenger seat, while Ye Nan and Wang Jun sat in the truck bed, cushioned by a thick layer of cargo. They carried 5,300 pounds of goods, along with some clothing and bedding, embarking on their journey to Hangzhou. 3 hours later, at 8 in the evening, they arrived at Tianmu Mountain Road in Hangzhou. Ye Nan, Wang Jun, and the driver unloaded the over 5,000 pounds of goods into the rented accommodation. Once the driver departed, Ye Nan carried the bedding towards the shop, followed closely by grandfather and Yi Wei. Yi Wei was brimming with excitement, while grandfather surveyed their surroundings with curiosity. That night, they had to make do with a temporary sleeping arrangement, as grandfather coaxed Yi Wei to sleep. Early the next morning, Ye Nan said, Grandfather, there's a stove in the courtyard. Feel free to prepare something to eat. I will buy the supplies before we return home. I have to get busy now. After washing up, Ye Nan encountered grandfather in the living room. Go ahead, I will take care of things here. When he reached Wang Jun's place, they began preparing to fry sunflower seeds and peanuts. After a diligent 2 hours, Wang Jun finally learned the technique for frying the seeds and the necessary seasonings. Wang Jun, with 3,000 pounds, you must fry them all. I will call for a vehicle to transport the potatoes back to the shop, Ye Nan stated, promptly setting to work. Once the potatoes were back at the shop, he began peeling and cutting them. They should be shredded entirely. No, this won't do. I must buy a grater. Doing it this way in the countryside is impractical. Cutting potatoes daily like this would be exhausting. With that, Ye Nan went to purchase a grater. Night fell swiftly. When Wang Jun came over for dinner, Ye Nan inquired, How many pounds have you fried? 1,500 pounds. It takes one person a while to do this. If we had 2 pans, 3 of us could manage it quickly. Wang Jun devoured his meal ravenously, having worked up quite an appetite. Ye Nan contemplated, tonight. You should work overtime, sell the goods tomorrow, and have aunt and uncle seek reliable help, as I need assistance here as well. All right, I will try to fry an additional 500 pounds tonight. Wang Jun was quite industrious, with 1,500 pounds, and a maximum of 100 pounds per batch. He had fried 15 batches in a day. In the evening, Ye Nan was busy peeling potatoes and only finished processing 500 jin by midnight. With the school season commencing on Tianmu Mountain Road, the foot traffic had increased significantly. As Zhejiang Province University had yet to start its term, he was compelled to seek customers elsewhere. There was a cinema and 2 factories along Tianmu Mountain Road. But without tickets, he considered that acquiring a tricycle could be advantageous since goods needed to be transported back and forth. The next day, Ye Nan's aunt and younger aunt kindly came to visit. Aunt, younger aunt, I am in need of 4 individuals, either male or female. The monthly salary is 50 yuan. Do you know anyone available? Upon seeing them, Ye Nan inquired immediately. 50 yuan per person per month? Such a high salary? His aunt exclaimed in surprise. The younger aunt frowned, questioning if it was too generous. 50 is just right, as long as the individuals are reliable. It is not excessive, Ye Nan assured. After some contemplation, his aunt agreed. All right, there should be no problem finding someone. After discussing with his aunts, Ye Nan returned home to devise a promotional strategy. He thought of distributing free samples in bustling areas across the city. He planned to procure some pastry paper and inscribe the address and name on it, avoiding the need for handwritten labels by using stamps instead. With the sky still bright, Ye Nan hurried to a shop that specialized in making stamps. Upon hearing his request, the stamp maker completed the job in an hour, 2 mao per character, totaling 2 yuan and 40 cents. Without hesitation, Ye Nan paid, reasoning that it was far superior to writing everything by hand. On his way back, he stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative to buy plastic bags and pastry paper. As he approached his store, he encountered Professor Li. Professor Li, what brings you here? Oh, Ye Yuqi, I came to see if your business has opened yet. Professor Li replied, slightly embarrassed. Please come in. It should be opening in a couple of days. I have been working on promotional strategies. Ye Nan invited him inside. Promotional strategies? Oh, have you thought of anything? Indeed, Ye Nan briefly outlined his ideas. However, Professor Li opposed. No, Ye Yuqi, this approach will only lead to losses. Ye Nan, smiling, returned to the counter to grab a handful of Wang Jun's 5-spice melon seeds and peanuts, saying, Here, try this. Professor Li, puzzled, began to shell a peanut, his expression somewhat peculiar, before sampling the melon seeds. Not bad. How did you prepare this? Why is it so fragrant? Just as Ye Nan was about to explain, Professor Li interrupted. I apologize for my earlier intrusion. I shouldn't have inquired about your production methods. Ye Nan found Professor Li quite amusing. It's no trouble, Professor Li. It's actually quite simple. Even if I don't disclose it, professionals will eventually figure it out. However, by the time they do, I will have already captured the market. Hearing this from an economic perspective piqued Professor Li's interest. Ye Yuqi, you understand economics and market dynamics? No, I don't. I just know that to earn money, one must achieve widespread usage, regardless of the product. The most profitable are those that are most commonly utilized. Especially items for the common people tend to yield the highest profits. Professor Li nodded thoughtfully, indeed. Having tasted your peanuts and melon seeds, I now understand the rationale behind your free giveaways. 2 individuals engaged in a discussion about economics, with Professor Li even taking the opportunity to enjoy a meal, and they continued their conversation until 11 o'clock at night before parting ways. Before leaving, Professor Li remarked, Do include me when you offer free samples. I shall assist you and conduct a market survey in the process. Ye Nan smiled and nodded in agreement. As Ye Nan conversed with Professor Li, they also stamped documents, while his grandfather busily shelled peanuts and sunflower seeds alongside them, resulting in over 1,000 packages completed that evening. This quantity amounted to roughly 20 kilograms, which they planned to distribute for free across the city with Wang Jun the following day. The night passed swiftly. Early the next morning, Professor Li arrived to lend a hand, and Wang Jun had already roasted over 3,000 kilograms of peanuts and sunflower seeds. Once all the snacks were transferred to the store, the 4 helpers arrived, all introduced by Andy. There were 3 women and 1 man, a robust young man with impressive muscles. Ye Nan instructed them to finish packaging the final 4,000 free samples. Subsequently, they set off 2 strings of 1,000 firecrackers at the entrance, marking the grand opening. Wang Jun, please head to the nearby cinema and distribute 300 packages. Understood, Nengu. Wang Jun promptly took the 300 packages to distribute. By the afternoon, all 4,000 packages had been prepared. Each helper was assigned to distribute in bustling areas. Professor Li also requested to participate, taking 200 packages to share with colleagues, friends, and relatives. By 8 or 9 in the evening, everyone returned, and Ye Nan allowed them to clock out and rest, reminding them to arrive early the next day. Another day had passed. At dawn, as Ye Nan opened the door, he found a dozen elderly women waiting to purchase groceries, accompanied by Wang Jun and the 4 young workers. Young man, have you opened yet? Do you still have sunflower seeds? My daughter simply must have these peanuts. I must come here to buy them. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially open. For those wishing to purchase exquisite peanuts and sunflower seeds, please form a line. Today, in celebration of our grand opening, We are offering an 8% discount, priced at just 1 yuan 50 per kilogram. Upon hearing of the discount, the elderly women began to line up eagerly. In the 1980s, sunflower seeds and peanuts were costly at 2 yuan per kilogram, with even the cheaper varieties priced at 1 yuan 70, so the price of 1 yuan 50 incited excitement. With no other snacks available in the 1980s, these grandmothers and grandfathers resorted to munching on sunflower seeds to pass the time, even at a higher price. The 20-year-old young woman began collecting payments, while the other two elderly ladies weighed and packaged the products. The robust young man maintained order amidst the bustle. Meanwhile, Ye Nan instructed Wang Jun to prepare the ingredients for frying potatoes. At this moment, Ye Nan's grandfather emerged from the backyard, pleased to see so many customers early in the day. By 8 o'clock, the crowd had grown significantly, nearly obstructing the passageway. Professor Li arrived shortly after 8, taken aback by the large assembly. Little Yi, is it always this busy in the morning? Fortunately, I hired 4 people yesterday. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits. Ye Nan replied with a wry smile. My current concern is not the crowd, but rather the insufficiency of stock. We distributed 100 kilograms yesterday, and we only have over 3,000 kilograms in total. Upon hearing this, Professor Li frowned. Only over 3,000 kilograms? How did you manage that? Ye Nan cast a sidelong glance at Professor Li. Do you take me for a landlord? You collected over 6,000 from me. Have you forgotten? This remark left Professor Li feeling somewhat embarrassed. By noon, the crowd had diminished slightly, yet there were still individuals waiting in line. Grandfather prepared a meal and instructed them to eat in 2 batches. At 2 in the afternoon, a surge of guests arrived. Nangu. The crowd is quite large this afternoon. We only have a little over 1,000 pounds of peanuts and sunflower seeds left. Ye Nan was taken aback. How could it be gone so quickly? The day had only just reached its midpoint, and surely tomorrow would bring even more patrons. Prepare a large bowl of fried potatoes for them. The afternoon visitors are mostly young people. Professor Li cast a glance of admiration at Ye Nan. What a clever strategy. The peanuts and sunflower seeds attract customers, while the fried potatoes keep them engaged. Oh, not at all, Ye Nan replied modestly. Old chap, your grandson is quite remarkable. A university professor, find myself outdone in business by him, Professor Li mused to grandfather. Feeling bashful at the praise from a university professor, grandfather humbly remarked. If I were that clever, I would have been accepted into university long ago. At that moment, Yi Wei chimed in cheerfully. Xiao Wei wants to go to university. Xiao Wei wants to go to university. Very well, Xiao Wei will attend university. Xiao Wei is the smartest. Ye Nan lifted Yi Wei into his arms, eliciting laughter from both elderly gentlemen. As evening approached at 5 o'clock, grandfather returned to the kitchen to prepare another meal, while customers continued to queue. Excuse me, the peanuts and sunflower seeds are sold out, announced a 20-year-old girl named Lu, whom everyone affectionately called Xiao Lu. Sold out. Ye Nan frowned. Inform them that if they wish to purchase tomorrow, they can enjoy a 20% discount and sample the fried potatoes, as we are out of peanuts and sunflower seeds today. Professor Li, having overheard the news of the shortage, expressed his regret. Otherwise, our sales today could have exceeded 10,000. Yi Xiaodi, is there a problem? We're out of stock. Our main supply has run dry, Ye Nan replied, feeling quite troubled. Professor Li's eyes widened. Out of stock? That can't be. I know of a village where they sell at least 100,000 pounds of peanuts and sunflower seeds each year that remain unsold. Ye Nan's eyes brightened. Where? What is the price per pound? It's usually 80 cents per pound. You're not aware of that village? The county even sought our university's assistance to resolve the issue. Ye Nan scarcely heard the latter part of the conversation. He hastily gathered all the cash he could find and pulled Professor Li out the door. Wang Jun, stay late tonight to help. I'm going to procure peanuts and sunflower seeds. Wang Jun paused momentarily before casually responding. Oh. Chapter 10. Sourcing goods. Ye Nan, accompanied by Professor Li, hired a Dongfeng vehicle and made their way to Linyun village in nearby Fuyang County. After an hour, they arrived at the village chief's residence. Village Chief Lin. Do you recognize me? Professor Li greeted warmly. Who are you? Are you Professor Li? Chief Lin pondered for a moment. Indeed. I visited your village last year for a survey. I recalled you when I needed someone to procure peanuts and melon seeds, Professor Li replied. Upon hearing this, Chief Lin enthusiastically shook Professor Li's hand. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. You see, I have brought someone with me, Professor Li indicated towards Ye Nan. Ye Nan stepped forward, introducing himself. Hello, I am here to collect peanuts and melon seeds. Chief Lin, brimming with hospitality, invited him to sit and offered tea. Allow me to provide an introduction. No need, Chief. Time is of the essence. I require 3,000 pounds of peanuts and 3,000 pounds of melon seeds immediately. After this batch, the next could potentially exceed 10,000 pounds, Ye Nan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Upon realizing the quantity was merely 6,000 pounds, Chief Lin considered the situation and concluded it was better than having unsold stock. Very well, at 80 cents per pound. If you require more than 10,000 pounds next time, I will give you a preferential rate of 78 cents, if that is agreeable. Ye Nan reflected. This village chief certainly knows how to conduct business. Deal. Please have the goods brought over. And Professor Lee, could you assist me with the inspection? Before long, they reached an agreement. Ye Nan counted out a pile of coins, 1, 2, 5, 50 cents, and 10 cents, handing them to Chief Lin. Chief Lin was taken aback. Is this all for 4,800? How long will it take to count? It took a full half-hour to tally the amount. Apologies, Chief, for the haste. I assure you I will be better prepared next time, Ye Nan said. Chief Lin shrugged it off. No worries. I hope we can collaborate again. Yes. I will return for 10,000 pounds at the latest by the day after tomorrow. The village chief did not fully comprehend the last statement, nor did the villagers. By the time they returned to Wang Jun's place, it was already 11 in the evening. Ye Nan left De Zhuang and Wang Jun behind. Dismissing the rest of the crew, Professor Lee insisted on staying to help. With 2 pots, for people, and 7 hours of labor, they finally completed the cooking. Without taking a moment's rest, Ye Nan sought 2 human-powered tricycles to transport the goods back to the store, paying each driver 10 yuan. They successfully moved all 6,000 pounds back to the shop and began unloading. Just as they finished, it was 7:30, and they opened for business. Wang Jun, Lu De Zhuang, you both should take a break. We will be busy tonight. Grandfather, please go find Annie and bring back 2 more people to assist. We are short-handed. After giving instructions, Ye Nan went to open the shop. Wang Jun, Lu De Zhuang, and Professor Lee took their respite. Grandfather, accompanied by Yi Wei, went to find Auntie, fortunate that she lived nearby. Upon opening the door, they were met with a crowd of dozens. Boss, do you have melon seeds today? Indeed. Yesterday you mentioned there would still be a 20% discount today. Xiao Lu and 2 older sisters squeezed in first, ready to commence sales. The elder sister had learned to fry potatoes the previous day, so Xiao Lu and one sister handled the sale of peanuts and melon seeds, while the other prepared to fry the potatoes. Ye Nan had not slept for a day and a night, and now he felt utterly exhausted. With a hint of weariness in his voice, he remarked, I went shopping all night yesterday. Today we have 6,000 jin. Everyone, please line up. We will continue with a 20% discount. Upon hearing this, the customers promptly formed an orderly queue. When grandfather returned, he was not only holding Yi Wei's hand, but also accompanied by his elder and younger aunts. Xiaonan, what happened? Did you not sleep last night? The elder aunt inquired with concern. The younger aunt chimed in, your grandfather was quite anxious. He didn't come home last night. After they finished speaking, Ye Nan hoarsely responded, we ran out of stock halfway through yesterday, so I went to the neighboring county to restock. It took 4 of us an entire night to finish. You cannot do this. It's bound to lead to trouble. Go rest first. I and your younger aunt will manage things here, the elder aunt said with sympathy. Ye Nan nodded and went upstairs to rest. When he awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. As he prepared to go downstairs for some water, the elder aunt rushed in to inform him, we're out of stock. Ye Nan, who was drinking water, spluttered, out of stock at 3 o'clock? Yesterday we had enough to last until 4. The elder aunt, equally fatigued, replied, what can we do? We can only persuade them to buy potatoes. If that fails, they will have to come back tomorrow. The younger aunt, overhearing the mention of potatoes, grew irate. The potatoes sold out long ago. They were gone by 1 o'clock. Some of the ladies directly bought them in bowls for their meals. Ye Nan felt despondent. Elder aunt, have the 2 people you were looking for arrived? At this rate, I might collapse. The younger aunt chuckled. The one named Xiaolu managed to send the customers away first to resolve the stock issue. Potatoes had to be sourced from Yijia village, where the price was only 7 cents, compared to 9 cents outside. The elder aunt frowned upon hearing this. It takes 6 hours for a round trip. How much can we save? 5,000 jin would save us 100, and 10,000 jin would save 200. Ye Nan shrugged. 10,000 jin would be half a month's salary for the elder aunt. She would undoubtedly insist on going to Yijia village. Let us do this. First, let us buy 1,000 jin at 9 cents from somewhere else. And then we'll go to Yijia village tonight to bring back 10,000 jin, the elder aunt decisively stated. Ye Nan was taken aback. Elder aunt, You are too capable for this business. The elder aunt playfully rebuked him. Oh, hush. The younger aunt volunteered. I will go to Yijia village to collect the potatoes and have Ergu help overnight. The elder aunt added, it's still early. I will gather 1,000 jin and find 2 more people to assist you. Grandfather, observing his 2 aunts assisting Ye Nan, wore a proud smile. Ye Nan nodded. Just go to the bar to collect the payment. I have no money left. It's all been invested in stock. Xiaolu, please tally today's sales. Give me 7,800 so I can restock. Grandfather, if I don't return tonight, please close up and rest without waiting for me. All right, go ahead, grandfather chuckled, waving his hand. He then left to find a Dongfeng truck to head to Linyun village. Seated in the passenger seat, Ye Nan thought, I also want to buy a Dongfeng truck. Otherwise, the cost of hiring one is daunting. Upon arriving at the home of the village head in Linyun village, he called out, Village head Lin, I have come to collect the goods. Immediately, several people emerged from the house. Young man, are you really here to haul back 10,000 jin today? Ye Nan smiled and said, I have prepared the payment for you. 5,000 pounds of raw peanuts and 5,000 pounds of raw melon seeds. You can take them away now. Villager Lin chuckled with joy. Excellent. Let us get a few people to help with the loading. While they were moving the goods, Ye Nan inquired, Villager Lin, how many peanuts and melon seeds does your village still have? This year, there seems to be an abundance. I am uncertain if it's due to the high prices or something else, but no one is collecting. Every household likely has over 1,000 pounds. And I was quite troubled about how to handle this year's surplus until you arrived. Villager Lin replied with hearty laughter. Ye Nan, with a smirk that didn't quite reach his eyes, remarked, I see that your village has at least 100 households. If each family has 1,000 pounds, that totals to over 100,000 pounds. Villager Lin sighed, if only it were that simple. Our village lacks laborers. Once the state-owned factories came to collect, everyone gradually began planting peanuts and melon seeds. This requires a lot of oversight. Once it reaches us, when divided among the people, even 50 a year would be considered fortunate. If it weren't for previous buyers, we'd be facing significant losses this year. The harvest hasn't been good, which affects our income. This year's yield is plentiful, yet no one is here to collect it. The past couple of years, when the harvest wasn't great, each person ended up with only 30 yuan a year. Ye Nan grasped the situation. So how much do you have left in your village? Villager Lin gazed deeply at Ye Nan and replied, this year, the total yield is 200,000 pounds. We collected some before the new year, leaving us with a remaining 15,000 pounds. That's why we sought out Professor Lee. If there are 100 households, with 5 people in each, that amounts to over 500 people. From 200,000 pounds, we could at least get 156,000, and after taxes, each person would receive several dozen yuan a year. Life in your village seems quite decent, Ye Nan remarked. Villager Lin shook his head. Not at all. We cannot expect such profits every year. You haven't witnessed the losses. A few years back, our village had no income at all, and even had to rely on the commune and county for aid. The more Villager Lin spoke, the more disheartened he became. This is the reality for farmers, toiling under the sun and facing the earth. One natural disaster, and survival becomes a distant dream. Several hundred people depend solely on peanuts and melon seeds for their livelihood. After finishing the loading, Ye Nan handed the money to Villager Lin, saying, I will return tomorrow. I can clear out your village's goods in half a month. Villager Lin, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of gratitude. Thank you, young man. You are a good person. As the vehicle started, Ye Nan chuckled inwardly at being called a good person. An hour later, they arrived at Wang Jun's place, where Wang Jun and Lu Dazhuang were already waiting. The 3 of them, along with the driver, unloaded 10,000 pounds of goods and began roasting peanuts and melon seeds. Professor Lee was nowhere to be seen. It seemed the old fellow had stayed up all night. Without Professor Lee's assistance, the 3 worked tirelessly for 10 hours to finish processing the 10,000 pounds of peanuts and melon seeds. Checking the time, it was already 6 in the morning, and they began renting 2 human-powered tricycles for transportation. If it weren't so close, the tricycle drivers would have been reluctant to operate. After 2 hours of relentless work, they opened the shop half an hour later than usual. Ye Nan stood at the entrance, drenched in sweat despite the winter chill. Behind his aunt stood 2 unfamiliar men. Xiao Lu and 2 older women also began to busily assist. Xiao Nan, these 2 are the ones your aunt just found. They are both honest and quite dependable. His aunt explained. All right, both of you start working today and maintain order at the site. In the evening, accompany me to procure supplies. We shall be busy tonight. Ye Nan said wearily. Thank you, Auntie, But I need to take a nap. I can hardly endure it any longer. Go ahead, dear. I'll take care of things. Annie replied with a tinge of concern. It was tea until after 3 in the afternoon that Ye Nan was awakened by thirst. As he descended the stairs, he found Yue sipping malted milk. Brother, have some milk, she urged. Drink slowly, don't burn yourself. Ye Nan gently patted Yue's head. Meanwhile, grandfather maintained order in the shop, exuding an air of authority. Xiao Nan, your aunt has brought over 10,000 jin of potatoes and unloaded them over by Wang Jun. Auntie informed him. Ye Nan nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Auntie. Here are 200. Take 100 for your sister. If it weren't for you and her these past few days, I would have been utterly exhausted. As he spoke, he withdrew 20 large bills from the bar and handed them to Auntie. She was about to refuse when grandfather approached. Accept it. Xiao Nan is showing his filial piety. Do you look down on him? With that, Auntie reluctantly accepted the money. However, I want to be able to come tomorrow. Your aunt and I have taken 2 days off, but I must return to work tomorrow. All right, Auntie, stay for dinner, Ye Nan suggested. She waved her hand. I must go back. Your cousins have no one to prepare food for them. I'll take my leave now. Grandfather glanced at Ye Nan, his brow furrowed, remaining silent. What is the matter, grandfather? Ye Nan felt a sudden discomfort wash over him. It's nothing, he replied before heading to the backyard to check on Yue. Ye Nan approached the counter, placing an order for 15,600, assessing the remaining stock. Around 10,000 a day should suffice, he mused. Before seeking out Wang Jun, I'll take you to procure supplies. From now on, you will handle the purchasing. And you'll be responsible for the fried goods here, Ye Nan stated, observing Wang Jun seated nearby. Wang Jun looked up. All right, brother Nan. But we're short on manpower. 2 new workers are coming today. I'll assign them to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun beamed. That's great. I'm not worried anymore. The two then rented a Dongfeng truck, and Wang Jun was instructed on receiving goods. By the time they returned, it was already 8 o'clock, and the 2 newcomers had yet to leave. You'll be working with him from now on. Just follow his lead, Ye Nan instructed. Understood, boss. They replied as they jogged to catch up with Wang Jun. At 8, everyone had finished work except for Xiao Lu. Boss, here is the account for today too. You can take it, she said. All right, understood. You may head home now. As Xiao Lu exited, Ye Nan promptly locked the door and ascended to the 2nd floor. After a brief survey of the living room, he felt something was amiss. Oh, the television. I must find an opportunity to get a ticket for a TV and a bicycle, he thought. Xiao Nan, you've been working hard these past few days. Rest early. Grandfather remarked as he emerged from his room. I know, grandfather. Please rest early. I'll be retiring shortly, Ye Nan replied with a smile. It wasn't until around 5 the next morning that the incessant knocking downstairs jolted Ye Nan awake, causing his ears to ache. Grandfather, I'm here with the delivery, came Wang Jun's voice. Come in, grandfather replied. After that, silence ensued. When Ye Nan awoke, it was already past 6 o'clock. Descending the stairs, he noticed the counter filled with sunflower seeds and peanuts, confirming that the muffled sounds he had heard were indeed real. He had forgotten to hand the keys to Wang Jun. It was rather exhausting to knock on the door every day. He resolved to mention it to him in the afternoon. With that thought, he proceeded to open the door, where Xiao Lu and 2 older ladies were already waiting. Boss, boss, they chimed. You all are here so early? Let's standardize the opening time to 7 from now on. I will give Xiao Lu a key this afternoon. No one should have to wait outside in the bitter cold, Ye Nan remarked, feeling a genuine sense of empathy for them. He then began to welcome customers, and surprisingly, it felt rather manageable today. Ye Nan worked tirelessly throughout the day, and with the addition of 2 more staff members, many tasks had been alleviated. Around 3 o'clock, Wang Jun arrived to collect the supplies. At the end of the day, the revenue was counted at over 17,000, gradually stabilizing. After Xiao Lu finished tallying the accounts, she left for the day, while the 2 older women had already organized the potatoes and departed. The day's profit was approximately 8,000. In a few days, he could embark on a new business venture. Thus, they maintained this stability for a week. Wang Jun discovered several new sources of supply near Linyun village, ensuring that there would be no shortage this year, and the next year looked promising as well. The total earnings for the week reached around 50 to 60,000. Ye Nan had never contemplated depositing this money in a bank. In the 1980s, depositing such sums would undoubtedly lead one to be accused of speculation. Instead, he envisioned using this capital to launch small businesses, and in 2 years, by 1984, he could return as an investor through connections with Hong Kong merchants. Initiating a strategy of rural encirclement of urban areas, transforming small enterprises into large factories. Chapter 11. The Dining Establishment. On January 15, 1982, Zhejiang University commenced its academic year. Ji Yuqi emerged from Hangzhou East Railway Station, clad in a beige batwing sweater, snug black leather pants, and white loafers, a striking resemblance to a star from Hong Kong or Taiwan. She hailed a Fiat taxi, instructing the driver to take her to the City People's Hospital. Upon hearing the word hospital, the driver felt a surge of delight. Taxis were scarce during this era, particularly for the short fare from the East Station to the hospital, which was no more than 2 yuan. Miss Ji, congratulations. You are over a month pregnant, and upon careful examination, it appears you are expecting triplets, 3 embryos, explained the obstetrics and gynecology expert at the City People's Hospital. Just moments ago, she had taken a taxi to the hospital to confirm if she was indeed pregnant. The revelation of her pregnancy, particularly the prospect of triplets, was beyond her comprehension. What she struggled to accept was not merely the pregnancy itself, but rather the notion that she was pregnant from a single encounter with a man named Ye Nan at a wedding. Miss Ji? Miss Ji? The gynecologist gently called her back to reality. Oh, I understand, Ji Yuqi replied, momentarily regaining her composure before rising and departing. Her mind was consumed by 2 words, pregnant and triplets. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered out of the hospital, eventually collapsing beside a flower bed, her face buried in her hands as she wept uncontrollably. Passers-by pointed and whispered. Men contemplated approaching her to offer solace but hesitated, unsure of the affliction she bore. Women, however, immediately suspected that she was the other woman, pregnant and disrupting a family. For over an hour, Ji Yuqi sobbed, her heart heavy as she gathered her suitcase and hailed a taxi back to the university. Initially, her grandfather, Ji Yuqi, and grandmother, Feng Lan, had planned to accompany her to school and then seek out her former class leader. However, Ji Yuqi concocted an excuse to return alone, feeling the need to visit the hospital. Upon returning to her dormitory, she sat on her bed, lost in thought, her eyes red-rimmed, while the night descended outside, seemingly untouched by her turmoil. Meanwhile, Ye Nan sat at the dining table across from Professor Li, who had come over for a meal. Professor Li, a widower, had been in a rush to sell his house to provide for his son's wedding, which required a hefty dowry. The bride's family demanded that he furnish their home with a television, refrigerator, sewing machine, Phoenix bicycle, and radio, requirements far beyond what a typical family could afford. Though Professor Li had no issue procuring these items, the bride's demands were exorbitant. Even a black and white television cost 400 to 500 yuan, a domestic refrigerator 700 to 800, while the sewing machine and bicycle together required over 300, with the radio exceeding 100. Altogether, these expenses approached a staggering 1,700 to 800 yuan. Additionally, the costs of the wedding banquet weighed heavily on Professor Li, causing him to stress and lose hair. Selling the house proved challenging. He hesitated to lower the price despite the pressing need, knowing well that, as a finance professor, he understood the potential for property appreciation. Most troubling was the bride's family, who, aware of his position at Zhejiang University, assumed he was wealthy and thus imposed such unreasonable demands. Professor Li, having welcomed a son at nearly 40, was still grieving the loss of his wife during childbirth. Professor Li, I am preparing to travel to Shenzhen, but it currently requires a border pass and a letter of introduction. Do you have any means to assist me? After finishing his meal, Ye Nan suddenly inquired. Professor Li furrowed his brow. What business do you intend to pursue there? I plan to acquire some tapes and explore potential profit opportunities. The letter of introduction is easy. I can issue that for you without issue. However, the border pass is rather troublesome. Several professors from our university faced significant obstacles when they attempted to enter Shenzhen. Professor Li expressed his concern. In that case, please prepare the letter of introduction for me, and I will find a local guide to take me across, Ye Nan replied, demonstrating his understanding of the situation. Back in 1985, when I first visited Shenzhen, I sought to procure items for resale, and it was a local guide who helped me sneak through a hole in the protective barrier. Professor Li comprehended the context and, acknowledging the current environment, was willing to lend a hand to this budding entrepreneur. Very well, but exercise caution. After all, it remains an economic special zone. Upon hearing that Ye Nan intended to bypass regulations for his trip to Shenzhen, his grandfather glared at him. Xiaonan, if you cannot go, then do not. You must not engage in illegal activities. It's out of the question. Ye Nan was taken aback. Despite the passage of time, his grandfather's principles had not wavered. Very well, I shall obtain the border pass before proceeding. Professor Lee smiled. My elder brother is correct. One must avoid making mistakes. In this era, even minor infractions can lead to trouble, let alone significant ones. Ye Nan scoffed. This old man is quite cunning. Obtaining a border pass to enter Shenzhen involves a complex process, requiring unit approval, verification by the police station, and processing by the Public Security Bureau. Without a unit, one must also undergo street committee review, making the application exceedingly intricate. How troublesome. Suddenly, Ye Nan recalled the savory pancakes from future times. During a business trip, he had rushed to catch a flight early in the morning without breakfast, and his secretary had spotted a nearby breakfast shop. The secretary had purchased an assortment of items: soup dumplings, tofu buns, meat buns, savory pancakes, tea eggs, sesame balls, youtiao, fried buns, tofu pudding, and corn cakes. In later years, larger breakfast establishments thrived between the millennium and 2015, offering a diverse array of choices starting from over a dozen varieties, including drinks like soy milk, savory and sweet soy milk, tofu pudding, congee, and various types of milk. Grandfather, how about we open a breakfast shop? We could offer buns, youtiao, large pancakes, tea eggs, and dozens of breakfast options, along with soy milk and tofu pudding. Recently, I have observed that local snacks are quite monotonous, and many are not individually operated businesses. We could obtain the necessary permits and provide a cleaner, superior service, Ye Nan proposed with enthusiasm. Professor Lee's eyes brightened. A diverse selection would indeed attract customers. And we could use individual operations as a unique selling point, emphasizing cleanliness as well. Professor Lee, you are mistaken. There is no need to attract customers. Professor Lee was momentarily taken aback. His grandfather was equally puzzled. Professor Lee, when do you commence work? Ye Nan reminded him. Professor Lee slammed his hand on the table. Classes have begun, right next to the university. Now I understand. You truly are a genius. How did I not think of that? After a moment of contemplation, grandfather nodded and remarked, it is indeed possible. But will you hire someone for the task or undertake it yourself? I pondered for a moment and replied, I will provide the funds. Either my aunt or my second aunt can take on the work. It wouldn't be fair for me to be the only one profiting from our family. I suggested my aunt first, considering that my second uncle, second aunt, and their children were at home, which would make it rather inconvenient. Furthermore, my younger cousin was already engaged in the fried potato business, so they were not in dire straits. Grandfather agreed. Then I shall provide the capital and the recipe, while your aunt contributes her labor. We can also hire 3 additional people to assist her, and the profits will be split evenly between your aunt and me, in addition to a salary for the helpers. Professor Lee nodded in agreement, stating, this is indeed the most optimal arrangement, provided your aunt is agreeable. She is certainly the best collaborator, and it will guarantee her a stable livelihood. Grandfather concurred. I will speak with your aunt tomorrow and encourage her to resign from her job, so you can discuss everything with her here. By the way, Professor Lee, could you possibly procure tickets for the television and bicycle? Ye Nan suddenly recalled that they had been spending quite a bit on hired transportation lately. Professor Lee thought for a moment and replied, yes, the television ticket is 20 and the bicycle ticket is 10. Is it really that expensive? Grandfather frowned. Not really. We have already spent over 100 hiring a rickshaw from Wangjun to transport goods during this period. Grandfather realized that having their own rickshaw would save them money. What you said makes sense, my brother. That 100 could have purchased a bicycle. Moreover, the rickshaw wouldn't be used just once. It will be necessary for transporting goods for the breakfast shop and other needs. Since Professor Lee started calling grandfather my brother, he now referred to Yi as young lad. Grandfather did not elaborate further and simply nodded in agreement, primarily because they were not short on cash at present, unlike in the past when they would prefer to expend manual labor. With the breakfast shop established, they could also serve lunch and dinner. In 2012 and 2013, the trend in Hangzhou was to weigh and charge for food, ensuring no waste by serving only what was weighed. The prices for meat and vegetables varied, while rice was charged per person. However, this would require an electronic scale. Ye Nan turned to Professor Lee, realizing that only a university professor would be able to procure such a device. Professor Lee, can you obtain an electronic scale? An electronic scale? It seems there are no domestic manufacturers. They are all imported. It might be difficult to acquire. Professor Lee scratched his head in confusion. What about weights? I need 3 sets. Weights should not be too difficult. Just ensure you have the funds. But what do you need those for? Professor Lee looked bewildered. I need more of the 1 gram and 2 gram weights. And for the rest, I'll require 5 gram, 10 gram, 20-gram, and 50-gram weights. I want need weights of 500 or 1,000. Professor Lee calculated and replied, "All right, these items are not inexpensive. Based on your request, it will cost at least $10. Ye Nan was unconcerned about the expense and generously said, "Along with the tickets for the television and bicycle, I will give you 40 up front, and if that isn't enough, I will provide the rest." After saying this, he went to the bar and handed Professor Lee 4 large bills. By the time they finished discussing everything, it was already 9 o'clock, and they closed up for the night. Tomorrow, they needed to talk with his aunt about the shop and find a suitable house, ensuring it had ample space. At the very least, a space capable of accommodating 50 fast food tables would require around 200 to 300 square meters. The following day, when Ye Nan awoke, Xiao Lu had already opened the door. Ever since she had been entrusted with the key, her diligence had blossomed. She arrived daily by 6 in the morning. Wang Jun, too, had ceased his late-night endeavors, adjusting his schedule to prepare goods a day in advance. Now, they could produce over 10,000 jin of goods daily. Yet they remained unsold. With the onset of the new school term, things should stabilize. After breakfast, Ye Nan assisted in organizing the goods and preparing the oil for frying potatoes. Once everything was in order, he ventured outside to scout for properties available for sale or rent, hoping to purchase one outright. Upon reaching the corner near Professor Lee's residence, he noticed a shop available for lease right across the street. After negotiating with the landlord for nearly an hour, they found themselves in a tug-of-war. "Young man, that's not possible. I still have a tenant whose lease has not yet expired." The landlord waved his hand dismissively. It turned out that a single corner connected to 3 shops on the street, all owned by him. "How about this? I will offer you 9,200 for all 3 shops, which is considerably above market value. I will cover the tenant's compensation. Would 300 suffice?" Ye Nan felt that the location was simply too suitable, complete with a backyard kitchen. "If the second floor is also for sale, I would add 6,000. The landlord scrutinized Ye Nan, beginning to waver. 15,000 could secure a property by Westlake, with some funds left over. After 10 minutes of silence, the landlord raised 3 fingers, "Add 300 more, and I will give you all 3 shops along with the second floor. I will negotiate with the tenant." Although this was several hundred higher than initially anticipated and included an extra 300 for the tenant, Ye Nan couldn't help but feel joy at the prospect of acquiring such prime real estate in the future. Deliberately delaying for a few moments, he finally relented. "All right. I'll concede. Consider yourself lucky. Had I not just arrived in Hangzhou for business, I wouldn't be in such a rush for a property." Ultimately, the landlord went to print the agreement, while Ye Nan returned to the shop to retrieve the necessary documents. After completing the transfer at the Housing Management Bureau, the landlord went off to persuade the tenant. Ye Nan granted him 3 days to vacate, while he himself sought out a renovation team. The lead contractor surveyed the shop. "We need to combine these 3 spaces as long as we don't disturb the load-bearing columns. Then, we shall repaint the entire wall. Remove the doors from the 2 side shops and replace them with glass, and do the same for the central shop's door. The backyard must be fully opened up, and the kitchen expanded. Additionally, hire a carpenter to construct 50 fast food tables and 5 round tables according to my designs." Ye Nan spoke with enthusiasm, and the renovation master diligently noted each detail. "When shall we commence?" 3 days from now. I just purchased it today, and the landlord requires 3 days to move." "Oh. By the way, I plan to run a restaurant, so the floor will be leveled with cement, eliminating the need for tiles. The tables and chairs must be fixed to the ground to avoid any movement, simplifying cleaning." The renovation master frowned slightly. "I'll have to think of a solution. Securing them to the floor is rather challenging." Ye Nan nodded, acknowledging that current renovation techniques could not compare to those of the past, and he did not press the contractor further. After their discussion, another day slipped by swiftly with property viewings, price negotiations, ownership transfers, and contractor meetings. During dinner, his aunt arrived. I briefly discussed the breakfast establishment with my aunt. I also conferred with my grandfather, and we have decided that moving forward, we shall split the profits evenly, with you receiving a monthly salary of 100 yuan, ensuring at least a stable livelihood for you. My aunt contemplated this for a moment and agreed, noting that it would take about a week for her resignation to be approved. "Have you found a suitable place for the business?" "Yes, I have. It is located at the end of this road, around the corner, consisting of 3 rooms totaling 350 square meters, with the second floor vacant. When the time comes, you can directly move in with your uncle and cousins. We will decide later whether to accommodate employees or rent out the remaining space." After discussing for over 2 hours, my aunt returned to inform her husband. "In essence, Yunan's vision is to offer a diverse breakfast, along with varied lunch and dinner options, all at affordable prices. Many university students are averse to cafeteria food and find state-run restaurants too expensive. Therefore, the ideal solution would be a weight-based fast food service, aptly named Point Restaurant. Chapter 12. Missed opportunities. Early the next morning, my aunt came to the shop. Nan, last night I discussed with your uncle, and he will resign today. Ye Nan beamed with a radiant smile. Wonderful. Over these few days, you should seek out suppliers. Start with a budget of 2,000 yuan to procure goods, preferably sourcing inexpensive vegetables from the countryside. Let us see if we can establish a direct connection with the flour factory, thus eliminating the need for any invoices. We will also require a substantial supply of soybeans for soybean milk, as well as tofu and tofu pudding. In her previous life, her aunts had always taken care of her, and in this life, she was determined to help both aunts earn money, allowing them to continue sharing in the toil. Her aunt pondered for a moment before replying. Nan, what you suggested is quite feasible. I will go find your eldest aunt to request 2 additional helpers. Aunt, 2 won't suffice. We need at least 3, and likely even more. With 350 square meters and dozens of varieties to prepare, having too few workers will be a challenge. I believe 5 would not be excessive. Her aunt nodded in agreement. Then we shall seek 3 at first. And if that proves inadequate, we can recruit more. Ye Nan did not contest this. They then discussed the items needed for procurement, and she handed her aunt 2,000 yuan to prepare. It would likely take at least 2 to 3 days to gather everything, allowing Ye Nan the freedom to prepare lunch and dinner. At that moment, Wang Jun rushed into the shop. Nango? Yes, Wang Jun. What is it? Ye Nan snapped back to attention, noticing Wang Jun standing before her. Nango, I heard you are opening a breakfast shop? Ah, yes. Are you interested? Ye Nan assumed Wang Jun wanted to join her breakfast venture. Not quite. I have no interest in a breakfast shop, but I think our cha-cha melon seeds could open a branch. Upon hearing Wang Jun's suggestion, Ye Nan nodded in agreement. Indeed. But it's not urgent at the moment. We lack both personnel and stock. With just the 4 of you, working 8 to 9 hours a day without rest, you can only produce 10 to 13,000 pounds. If I relocate to manage a branch, I can't leave this place unattended. I wouldn't feel comfortable entrusting it to just anyone. Moreover, where would we even open a new location? It would only encroach upon others' businesses, and if trouble arises, how would we resolve it? Ye Nan elaborated extensively, and Wang Jun furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, Ye Nan was inspired by Wang Jun's insight and began to consider a chain model. Relying solely on financial investment in melon seeds would be insufficient. Introducing fried potatoes and bananas would serve as a desperate means of accumulating capital, yet ultimately, hygiene standards would be difficult to maintain. A cake chain could be a viable venture. One shop could easily split into 2. One half could focus on seeds, peanuts, and dried fruits, while the other half could specialize in cakes, complemented by milk tea. Unlike in later years, where machines for milk tea production were commonplace, milk tea powder could be purchased directly. The preparation of milk tea was not overly complex, merely vanilla, black tea, and pure cow's milk. Wang Jun, today you need to gather a significant quantity of milk. Find a dairy processing plant that provides pure milk. We'll also need vanilla, black tea, as well as ham sausages, chicken legs, and mutton. In the future, milk tea shops would offer snacks like fried chicken cutlets, but in this era, ready-made chicken cutlets were unavailable, so we would have to procure some pre-prepared items. Nangu, why are you gathering all these ingredients? Wang Jun scratched his head, perplexed by the inquiry. The current offerings primarily consist of sunflower seeds and peanuts. Those who sit here consuming potatoes will inevitably grow weary of the monotony. It is essential to introduce new products to capture the clientele, for even when considering the expansion into branches, a diverse array of options is necessary. Ye Nan stated with confidence. Wang Jun took 500 yuan and set off to procure supplies, not returning until evening when he had successfully gathered all the items. Employing a human-powered tricycle for transport. Wow, brother, this is delicious, even better than grandma's, exclaimed Yi Wei, delighted by the milk tea concocted by Ye Nan. It's indeed delightful, but one must not overindulge. You still need to drink grandma's. Ye Nan gently patted the little girl's head. The grandfather also took a sip, acknowledging, it is quite tasty, albeit a bit too sweet for my old palate. Xiao Lu and the others each had a cup, praising its flavor. Meanwhile, the food enthusiast Wang Jun was not only enjoying the milk tea, but also took a bite of a fried chicken leg. Brother, this chicken leg is far tastier than what my mother makes, he mumbled, his words slightly garbled. Ye Nan chose to disregard him. Starting tomorrow, we will launch new varieties. I will prepare the milk tea in powder form, so you can simply brew it. Following this, Xiao Lu and the others began learning how to fry chicken legs and hot dogs, working diligently until 9 o'clock before concluding their shift. Once they had all left for the day, Ye Nan busied himself alone in the backyard kitchen, laboring over the milk tea powder. After a long night's work, he managed to produce 10 jars of milk tea powder. It was only around 5 in the morning that he finally retired to rest. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already noon. Descending the stairs, he found the shop filled with patrons, nearly every individual holding a cup of milk tea, mostly young people. Encountering his grandfather and Yi Wei, they were relegated to sitting on a bench in the backyard. Yi Wei pouted, and Ye Nan, curious, lifted her up. Our dear little Wei, what troubles you? I'm afraid she might run around and bump into customers. I want tea, let her go to the front. She's in a bit of a mood. Just ignore her and focus on your work, his grandfather said, taking out a cigarette and puffing away. All right. Brother will take you out to play, okay? Ye Nan coaxed gently. Hearing the mention of going out to play, Yi Wei's face lit up with a smile, her eyes narrowing with joy. Yes, brother, let us go out. Grandfather, I'll take little Wei out for a while. But his grandfather waved his hand impatiently. As they exited the shop, they noticed a few university students gathered at the entrance, jovially chatting while holding plates. Given that it was a leisurely day, Ye Nan returned to the counter, took a handful of cash, and without counting, tucked it into his pockets for added security, mindful of the pickpockets prevalent in this era. Carrying Yi Wei, he approached the street corner and hailed a Fiat taxi. Westlake, please, driver. Brother, what is Westlake? Yi Wei asked innocently. Westlake is a place for fun. Today, I will take you there for a day of enjoyment, and then we shall buy you new clothes. How does that sound? Yes, new clothes. Little Wei wants new clothes. After an exhilarating excursion at Westlake, Yi Wei was brimming with excitement, her little mind buzzing with stories shared by her brother, including tales like the legend of the White Snake. They enjoyed a meal at a renowned restaurant by the lake before heading to the Liberation Road department store, which appeared to have been constructed in 1959 and was still operational in 2022. After exploring the area, they finally located a children's clothing store. The yellow dress captivated Ye Nan. Xiao Wei, doesn't this dress look beautiful? Should I purchase this set? It's lovely, Xiao Wei wants it. Ye Nan glanced around, noting the absence of others. Such was the nature of state-run establishments. Working here allowed one to adopt an air of superiority. Miss, I would like to purchase this attire. Could you please package it for me? Ye Nan noticed a girl at the counter. Which one? The girl approached with an air of entitlement, as if someone owed her a fortune. Ye Nan, without further ado, pointed to the topmost yellow dress. That one. She glanced at it and replied, this one costs 50 yuan, no discounts, no bargaining. Without hesitation, Ye Nan set her child down, grasped her hand, and produced 5 large bills. Is this sufficient? Upon seeing the money, the girl refrained from her previous attitude and promptly wrapped the dress. Ye Nan perceived that this girl lacked communication skills. Her manner of speaking was abrasive, as if she believed no one could afford the garment. Cradling Xiao Wei, she departed with the dress, wandering to other shops. She also purchased clothing for her grandfather, along with hair clips and small elastics for the little girl. Passing by a cinema, she halted, captivated by a poster for Shaolin Temple, originally released on January 21, 1982, in Hong Kong, with screenings commencing on January 22nd. Li Lianjia's Shaolin Temple. I've seen it in later years. It was remarkable. I hope to have the opportunity to invest in film one day, like Huang Feihong, or Bodyguards and Assassins, and of course, Fight Back to School and The Magnificent Scoundrels featuring Zhou Xingqi. As she strolled back to the shop with Xiao Wei, the little girl held a candied hawthorn in her left hand and popcorn in her right. In addition to the dress, Ye Nan carried an abundance of snacks. Why did you buy so much? What a waste of money, her grandfather remarked, observing her full hands. Grandpa, earning money is meant for spending. These are your clothes, as well as Xiao Wei's. She handed the bag to her grandfather. Upon receiving the clothes, he said, you should buy a few more outfits for yourself. When you go out, you must present yourself well. Rest assured, Grandpa, I conduct my business with integrity. Why should I wear extravagant clothing merely for appearances? We rely on our capabilities. This statement elicited laughter from her grandfather. At that moment, Xiao Lu approached. Boss, we've run out of peanuts and sunflower seeds again. A large number of students from the nearby university have emptied our stock of fried chicken legs and other items. All that remains are fried potatoes and milk tea. Ye Nan raised an eyebrow. Did Wang Jun not bring in any supplies? Her grandfather sighed. He has come by twice. First delivering peanuts and sunflower seeds, then going to buy chicken legs. He has been running around all day. All right, you go ahead and attend to your tasks, I understand. Ye Nan replied to Xiao Lu. This was quite concerning. They still lacked sufficient peanuts and sunflower seeds. With the university semester starting, even 15,000 jin might not suffice. Chicken legs were not as plentiful as in later years. It seemed today as supply had already been depleted from the nearby market. Grandpa, where is Wang Jun? He has gone out searching for chicken legs. Apparently, there is none nearby. Her grandfather wiped Xiao Wei's little mouth with a cloth. Nan, brother Nan. That is Wang Jun's voice. Ye Nan turned to see Wang Jun, drenched in sweat. Behind him was a human-powered tricycle laden with chicken legs and sausages. After assisting with the cargo, Ye Nan inquired, where did you acquire all this? Wang Jun, having just sipped some water, replied, I struck a deal with the market owner. He supplies 2,000 pounds of meat daily. I sourced the sausages directly from the supplier, saving 5 cents per unit, delivering 10 boxes each day. Any surplus can be sent to my aunt's store. Ye Nan beamed, well done, my friend. However, our work is not yet complete. Please fetch 2 more frying pans. I'll ask my aunt to find 3 more helpers for you. The mere thought of assistance filled Wang Jun's heart with joy, as it would allow him a moment to breathe. Later, take some meat to distribute among Lu Dazhuang and the others. With no extra help these past 2 days. We've been cooking 15,000 pounds daily. All right, brother Nan, rest assured, it's all manageable, Wang Jun replied before heading off to gather the meat. Grandfather, could you ask my aunt to find 3 more strong workers? We're still short-handed, especially with the university semester starting. Business is booming. Grandfather nodded. Yes, that is feasible. 2 kilometers away, at the Zhejiang University dormitory, Xiaoqi was approached by her roommate, Shenlong. Aren't you going for dinner? You didn't eat at noon either. Lu Meng chimed in. Indeed, Xiaoqi, this isn't good for you. Are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital? Zhao Min looked concerned. In the 3 days since classes commenced, Ji Yuqi had only consumed some fruit brought by her friends. I'm fine. I'm just not hungry, Ji Yuqi responded weakly. What would you like to eat? We can bring something back for you, Lu Meng pressed. I can't eat. I have no appetite. Suddenly, Shenlong suggested. I heard there is a shop on Tiamu Mountain Road that sells fried chicken and potatoes, which are quite appetizing. Shall we go buy some? Zhao Min added. I was planning to go too. It should still be open. Let us go together. Ji Yuqi, however, was reluctant to move. I'll pass. You all go enjoy yourselves. Lu Meng, being straightforward, pulled Ji Yuqi up. You're coming with us. Let us go, Xiaoqi. Seeing her friends so eager, she had no choice but to follow them outside. By the time they reached the entrance of Ye Nan's shop on Tiamu Mountain Road, half an hour had passed. At that moment, Ye Nan was in the backyard, just sitting down to dinner. Upon entering the establishment, Ji Yuqi and her friends were quick to place their orders. For cups of milk tea, 1 of each item, please, Shenlong requested. The 4 girls were not short on funds. Shenlong hailed from Hainan, Lu Meng from Shanghai, and Zhao Min from Suzhou and Jiangsu, all coming from affluent families. Would you like some peanuts or sunflower seeds? Xiao Lu asked politely. Shenlong pondered briefly. Let us have a pound of each. The total came to $8.60. Lu Meng promptly handed over a large bill, declaring, Today is on me. The other 3 showed little reaction, as a large bill was insignificant to them. After making change, Xiao Lu immediately began preparing the milk tea. In less than 10 minutes, Ji Yuqi was devouring her food with great enthusiasm, leaving her friends astonished. Are you all right, Xiaoqi? Ji Yuqi swallowed a piece of fried potato. Delicious. It makes me ravenous, and the milk tea is exquisite. The other 3, filled with curiosity, took a bite, and their eyes sparkled with delight. This chicken leg is absolutely delightful. The milk tea is also quite refreshing. Soon, Shenlong produced a large bill, raised her hand, and called out, Another order, please. Xiao Lu promptly collected the payment, returned with change, and prepared more milk tea. During this period, Xiao Lu had honed his skills, able to discern the amount to charge with just a glance, estimating the value of the items on the table. His hearing was also remarkably acute. Amidst the chatter of a crowd, he could pinpoint the direction of any voice. The 4 of them felt somewhat overindulged, having spent 5 large bills and receiving a handful of coins in return. Shenlong grumbled, it's even pricier than state-run restaurants, totaling over 40. Nevertheless, it was undeniably delicious. Zhao Min chuckled, as today it was Shenlong and Lu Meng who were footing the bill. Just as Ji Yuqi stepped out the door, She spotted Professor Li energetically rushing into the shop. Ye Xiaozi, it's all taken care of. Professor Li shouted upon entering. Professor Li, I'm in the back courtyard. Ji Yuqi responded, feeling a jolt at the familiar voice. Although Ji Yuqi was primarily focused on architecture, her interest in economics led her to attend Professor Li's lectures, making her quite familiar with him. However, that voice just now felt oddly familiar. As Shunlan and the others pulled Ji Yuqi toward the school, she murmured softly, Ye Xiaozi? That voice sounds so familiar. Chapter 13, Branch Store Ye Xiaozi. Have you secured a location for your breakfast shop? Here are the television and bicycle tickets. Ye Nan accepted the 2 tickets, expressing his desire to obtain a driver's license. Envisioning the convenience of driving a Dongfeng truck to the countryside to collect peanuts and melon seeds, Professor Li smirked, remarking that the cheapest model costs over 30,000, while imports exceed 50,000, and the better ones range from 80 to 90,000. After some contemplation, he mused that over 50,000 seemed unwise. Yet 30,000 was worth considering. What kind of vehicle is 30,000? Ye Nan inquired with curiosity. The Dongfeng EQ140, which can carry 5 to 6 tons without issue. Let us purchase that one. How much is it? Ye Nan pressed. Professor Li pondered briefly, estimating it to be around 38,000, though he wasn't entirely certain. All right. I will first get my driver's license. Wang Jun intends to apply as well. Professor Li, do you have a letter of introduction? I do, but it will take some time, Professor Li replied, demonstrating his reliability. Fine, let me know when there's news. By the way, I still need to arrange for the business license for the breakfast shop. Tomorrow, I will send my aunt to see you and handle it under her name. All right. I shall return home now. I specifically brought the tickets for you today. After Professor Li departed, Ye Nan ascended the stairs to store the tickets. The following morning, Ye Nan set out to purchase a tricycle and a television. By noon, he rode the tricycle back to the shop, carrying a large box upstairs. The patrons in the store looked on with envy. In this era, televisions were a rarity, especially color televisions, which cost over 800, enough to buy 2 black and white sets. After adjusting the antenna, Ye Nan summoned his grandfather and Yi Wei, Grandpa, from now on, feel free to take little Wei upstairs to watch television. However, his grandfather lamented. Oh dear, what a waste, spending over 800 on such a metal box. Yi Wei, on the other hand, was captivated, watching intently without uttering a word. The program currently airing was Railway Gorillas. As dinner approached, Ye Nan grew increasingly frustrated. It was already 5 o'clock, and dinner was typically called at 4:30. Resigned, he ventured into the kitchen and prepared a feast: stir-fried pork with green peppers, sweet and sour shredded potatoes, braised fish, sweet and sour tenderloin, mapo tofu, stewed ribs, beef with leeks, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and seaweed soup. Noticing the time was 6 o'clock, he headed upstairs to find both his grandfather and little Wei engrossed in the television. His grandfather appeared particularly serious, with a mix of anger and excitement on his face, prompting Ye Nan to worry about his grandfather's blood pressure. Grandpa, it's time for dinner. All right, you eat first. I will finish watching and join you. His grandfather replied without turning around. With no choice, Ye Nan carried Yue to the dining table. The meal, meant for 11, included 2 new workers hired by his eldest aunt, who had begun today. Fortunately, the portions were ample. Otherwise, the 6 burly men from Wang Jun's group would have cleared the table. The main staples were rice and sweet potatoes. Nan go, when will the breakfast shop undergo renovations? Wang Jun asked, striking up a conversation after finishing his meal. It should begin tomorrow and will likely take about half a month. This time, it will be a significant undertaking. That long? Wang Jun frowned. Almost. By the way, you should accompany me to take the driving test. I wish to purchase a Dongfeng vehicle, as it would facilitate the delivery of goods, especially when we open a branch. Buying a car? I have heard that a Dongfeng vehicle costs several tens of thousands. Wang Jun's mouth fell open, wide enough to accommodate an egg. Not just Wang Jun. Anyone hearing this would be astounded, for in this era, a household earning 10,000 is already quite formidable. Spending tens of thousands on a car is typically associated with state-owned enterprises. Though Wang Jun knew that Ye Nan had earned some money, he was uncertain of the exact amount. Given that it had not yet been a month, clarity would come by the end of the month. Over 30,000 is not excessive. Imported vehicles cost 50 or 60,000. There is no need to purchase something so extravagant. Surely, when we have more money, acquiring a modest automobile would suffice? Wang Jun nodded emphatically, envisioning himself in a car, attracting the attention of beautiful women. Once we start making money, I will take you to the harbor to mingle with celebrities and travel abroad. Ye Nan was fervently painting dreams for Wang Jun. Fortunately, Xiao Lu and the others had gone to work, leaving only the two of them in the courtyard. Speaking of mingling with celebrities, Ye Nan was reminded of the girl he encountered on the very first day of his rebirth. Following the timeline, she appeared to be the mother of his child, and the thought of his unborn offspring twisted his heart in agony. That girl, blooming with youth, had been expelled from school for becoming pregnant out of wedlock, leading her to live independently in Hangzhou. It was when Ye Nan was leaving Yi family village that he met her in Hangzhou. At that time, he did not recognize her, as her hair concealed her face. One day on the street, she unexpectedly slapped Ye Nan and began to pummel him with her fists. Infuriated, Ye Nan pushed her away. She fell to the ground, clutching her abdomen in pain. Ye Nan had no choice but to take her to the hospital, especially with onlookers pointing fingers at him. After some examinations, it was confirmed that she was pregnant. When Ye Nan entered the ward to inquire about her well-being, the first thing she said was, "Don't pretend to be sympathetic. You have ruined my life, and I will hate you forever." Such a statement left Ye Nan bewildered. "I do not know you." "Oh, you don't recognize me? Don't you recall what you did on January 5th? The girl glared at Ye Nan with red-rimmed eyes. It was then that Ye Nan remembered that on January 5th, he had been in a room with a girl, and both of them had been unclothed. You're that girl?" He stammered. "Now you know?" She retorted, her tone laced with venomous hatred. This revelation left Ye Nan in a daze. The doctor had just confirmed her pregnancy, which implied that the child was his. Over the following days, despite Ye Nan's unwavering care for the girl, it seemed to earn him her forgiveness. However, one day, when Ye Nan went out to borrow some money from his aunts, as the girl required funds for her hospital stay, his aunts, having heard about the girl's situation and her pregnancy, hurried to the hospital. Just as the three arrived, a white figure plunged from above. Ye Nan's heart sank, and he rushed forward. It was the girl. She had jumped from the building. Ye Nan has only just realized that his return coincides with January 5th. He has been preoccupied with the notion of earning money to compensate for the loss of his grandfather and sister, yet he has overlooked the existence of his unborn child. At that moment, his aunt had mentioned that they were expecting triplets. From that instant, Ye Nan's world collapsed. A calamity far more harrowing than the loss of his grandfather and sister. He had once believed he would have a child with whom he could share an intimate bond, a source of solace. Little did he anticipate such a tragic outcome. His aunts scolded him for his negligence, questioning how he could fail to care for the situation. Yet, before his departure, everything had seemed fine. How could it be that upon his return, a suicide had occurred? Days passed, and the more Ye Nan pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. He approached the hospital ward to inquire with the on-duty nurse. Initially, the nurse remained tight-lipped, but due to his aunt's influence, she eventually revealed that a girl had exited the ward just prior to the incident. Other patients from the same room corroborated that the girl had engaged in brief conversation before leaving, displaying signs of emotional distress as she exited alone. Shortly before the news of her suicide broke, after several days of inquiries, the girl disclosed that she was a university student who had been expelled due to her pregnancy. She wished to keep her condition hidden from her family and had sought employment in Hangzhou, being over 2 months along at the time. This implied that by March, Ye Nan had contemplated visiting the university to search for her name. However, with numerous campuses scattered throughout Hangzhou and multiple institutions within Zhejiang province alone, he found himself in a daunting predicament. With his meager resources, no one would extend assistance. 2 decades later, when he had finally achieved success in Hangzhou, he sought to retrieve the archival records from the universities regarding the expulsion of female students due to pregnancy from January to March 1982, yet uncovered no information. Following the suicide, Ye Nan was left with the grim task of collecting the remains as a family member. Supported by testimonies from nurses and fellow patients, the authorities had accepted him as a relative. As memories flooded back, the image of the girl from January 5th intertwined with that of the mother of his child from a past life, sharing an almost identical visage, facial contours, hair, and body proportions. Ye Nan mused that this girl must still be attending university or had just been expelled. Yet, with the vastness of Hangzhou and its multitude of university campuses, finding her was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The thought of the girl's leap weighed heavily on him, compelling him to seek her out, to obtain records from these institutions. The only avenue available to him was financial. He needed to amass wealth. With this realization, Ye Nan's reddened eyes fixed upon Wang Jun. "You mentioned opening a branch last time. Have you considered where?" Indeed, he had to earn money rapidly. He needed to generate income, to expand aggressively. Calculating that each shop required an investment of 10,000, he envisioned opening 7 or 8 branches, with the current deficit being manpower. During this period, Xiao Lu had proven reliable, both in character and diligence. Wang Jun snapped back to reality. Brother Nan, what are you saying? Branches? Ye Nan nodded affirmatively. Yes, branches. Jin City, Wu City, Tai City, Ning City, Hu City, Su City, and Nan City. All are viable options. If we are to proceed, let it be on a grand scale. You could bring your uncle to Hangzhou. It would be convenient for your grandmother's treatment here. I will have my second uncle and aunt come as well. I aim to open 7 branches all at once. Wang Jun was taken aback. Brother Nan, what has prompted this? No external influence, Ye Nan replied. If we are to undertake this endeavor, let us do so with grandeur. Please assist me in locating Professor Li and inform him that I wish to discuss an important matter. Additionally, notify my uncle and my maternal uncle that they should come to the city. We have ample accommodation, as there is space available above the breakfast shop. Ye Nan promptly began to issue his directives. His urgency stemmed not from trivial concerns, but rather from his desire to find that girl. It was February, leaving at most a month to act. Within a month, assets could multiply several times over, garnering media attention and establishing a reputation that would facilitate matters. Wang Jun, perplexed by the situation, set off to find Professor Li and prepared to arrange for someone to relay the message back home. Half an hour later, Professor Li was already engaged in a discussion with Ye Nan. Young man, the risks you are undertaking are considerable. Do you realize that? In this era of individual economy, your ambitions have expanded greatly, and the policies from above remain ambiguous. Professor Li, do you truly trust that elder? An individual capable of defining the confines of the Shenzhen market cannot be merely a simple person. After years of an open economy, we have become envious of foreign innovations, relying heavily on imports. What if we had the financial means to procure and research these innovations ourselves? Ultimately, the wealth of the nation remains the nation's. Yet there are many avenues for us to conduct business that the state cannot touch, Ye Nan replied, narrowing his eyes. This statement plunged Professor Li into deep reflection. Indeed, many foreign companies disregard national sentiments, yet they are also driven by profit. Engaging in negotiations among merchants can yield significant transformations. I will swiftly accumulate capital, and when the time comes, I will send individuals to register a company in Hong Kong, investing in the mainland under the guise of a Hong Kong enterprise, while also approaching foreign companies under the name of this Hong Kong entity. Professor Li, as an economics professor, how many practical opportunities have you truly encountered? Your experiences in the stock market can be counted on one hand. Do you not wish to explore the broader world? Ye Nan coaxed gently. This remark struck a chord within Professor Li. After years of teaching, he had never ventured into practical application. What was the use of incessantly learning from books? The words of Ye Nan ignited a fire within the 50-something professor. Allow me to present my analysis. If a single store can generate a profit of 100,000 in a month, with my 7 branches alongside the main store, I have the potential to accumulate a capital of 1 million monthly. With this million, I can develop in Hong Kong, which is currently experiencing a flourishing opportunity. Professor Li gazed deeply into Ye Nan's eyes. I sometimes question whether you truly hail from a rural background. You seem to possess knowledge that surpasses my own. Professor Li, all you need to know is that I possess a patriotic heart, and what I currently lack, you have in abundance. We can collaborate. And it would serve your interests as well, Ye Nan replied with a subtle smile. Oh, it would benefit me? Professor Li responded, intrigued. Ye Nan leaned forward. Resting his elbows on the table, Professor Li, I am in need of personnel. I currently operate 7 branches, which I have purchased, but I lack 7 individuals to manage them for me. If I were to lease, I could expand across hundreds of cities in the south. However, I prefer not to be beholden to others. You have graduates at your disposal. If you could encourage your students to assist me in management, they would earn money. And in the future, they would have access to better platforms. Professor Li chuckled lightly. They are either employed in state-owned enterprises or government jobs. Why would you assume they would come to assist you? I offer them double salaries and a chance for independence, whether in state-owned enterprises or national factories. They may possess secure jobs, yet they earn little. Here, they can make a profit, a 10% dividend from each branch. And with the establishment of the Hong Kong Island Company, they could either transfer to work there or remain in the mainland. Professor Li stroked his chin, acknowledging that while these individuals enjoy job security, Advancement is indeed difficult. I can facilitate a connection for you. However, I cannot guarantee their arrival. But tell me, what benefits do I receive in return for your kindness? Haha, Professor Lee, your students are profiting, yet your reputation may diminish? You have nurtured exceptional talents. Moreover, I promise you, within 6 months, the Hong Kong Island Company will be under your stewardship. I will provide the capital, and you will lend your name. I can offer you a 10% stake and a 30% share of the profits. Ye Nan dropped a bombshell. Are you implying that for a company valued at 1 million, you would grant me a 10% share and a 30% profit share? Professor Lee's heart raced with excitement. Otherwise, I require talent. Professor Lee, you have at least 800 students at your disposal, and they are worth this much in shares. Very well, I am nearing 60, so I shall indulge in this venture with you. At worst, I can sell my house. Professor Lee extended his right hand. Ye Nan reciprocated, to a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration, I shall prepare immediately. Professor Lee rose, eager to contact the relevant parties. Chapter 14. Premarital pregnancy. Since the conversation between Ye Nan and Professor Lee, the two have embarked on preparations for the branch store and staffing. Over the past fortnight, Uncle Yi Xingfu and Aunt Shen Suixiang have been assisting in the store. Uncle Wang Haiba and Aunt Li Guixiang have been supporting Wang Jun. Their grandmother, along with the children of their uncles and second uncle, remain at their hometown, awaiting arrangements before relocating. Additionally, their aunt's establishment has been renovated, and the necessary business license has been obtained, poised for opening at any moment. Discussions regarding lunch and dinner have also occurred with their aunt, who has continued to recruit staff, successfully hiring 10 individuals. Professor Lee has provided 5 sets of weights, and 5 cash registers have been installed in the store. Ye Nan and Wang Jun have discovered a means to obtain their driving licenses, facilitating a swift acquisition after offering a modest bribe. In this era, driving schools are non-existent. One must directly take the examination at the Traffic Management Bureau. Over the past month and a half, Ye Nan has accumulated funds amounting to 200,000. From which 70,000 is allocated for the 7 stores. 80,000 has been spent on 2 Dongfeng vehicles, while the remaining 50,000 has been converted entirely into raw peanuts and sunflower seeds. 1 vehicle will service routes to Hu City, Sioux City, and Nan City for deliveries and pickups, while the other will cater to Tai City, Jin City, Wu City, and Ning City. The roasting operation has been relocated to a small factory in the suburbs, now overseen by their uncle and aunt. Previously, production was limited to 15,000 pounds daily. Henceforth, it is expected to reach a minimum of 130,000 pounds per day. The workforce for roasting has expanded from 6 to 30 individuals, minimizing the burden on their uncle and aunt. 7 recent graduates have joined the store, all young women in their 20s, a rarity among economics graduates at this time. Unexpectedly, Professor Lee has managed to recruit all 7 at once. Professor Lee has traveled to 7 cities, purchasing 7 properties in close proximity to the school, particularly in Hu City, which is situated in a prime location in later years. All 7 properties are registered under Ye Nan's name, with simple renovations completed in 3 days. Initially, Ye Nan contemplated installing a landline, but upon inquiry, discovered the initial installation fee was 5,000, with additional costs bringing the total to 7 or 8,000. Ultimately, only one was installed at the main store for ease of communication and inventory adjustments. Lastly, the business licenses for all 7 graduates are officially registered under their names. Through contractual agreements, Ye Nan retains control, as they serve merely as legal entities. All financial transactions will pass through him before profit sharing is distributed. On March 1st, the 7 stores opened simultaneously, stocked with 50,000 worth of inventory, totaling 70,000 pounds. Future deliveries will not only transport goods, but also return with ledgers and cash. An insurance safe, accessible only to the 7 store managers, has been placed beneath the passenger seat, with the driver holding the key. Given the heightened risk of highway robbery in the 1980s, drivers have been advised to stick to main roads, and if necessary, weapons are concealed beneath the seats for self-defense. Preserving life takes precedence. Today marks the opening day of their aunt's restaurant. Business on the inaugural day has been lackluster, primarily due to Ye Nan's recent preoccupations leaving little time for advertising efforts. Current financial resources are critically low, with only a few thousand previously designated for their grandfather remaining. At the end of February, wages for the workers were covered by their grandfather, each receiving 150 for salary and 50 as a bonus. Consequently, when their aunt approached Ye Nan, She expressed concern. "Xiao Nan, what shall we do? Today is the opening, and I fear I've brought you losses. Do not fret, dear aunt. Once my funds are replenished, I shall be in a more favorable position. Currently, I find myself devoid of money, with my salary still being provided by grandfather." Upon hearing this, my elder aunt became anxious. "Where has your money gone? You earn several thousand daily. Over a month, that amounts to over 100,000. Has it all vanished?" Grandfather exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "What else could I have done? I spent it. I opened 7 stores, purchased property, and acquired 2 vehicles. The house of old Lu was quite costly." Both aunts were left in a state of bewilderment. 7 properties? 7 stores? "Yes," I continued. "I have established 7 stores in the vicinity of Shanghai, Suzhou, Nanjing, and Taizhou. I paid for all the properties in full, totaling over 70,000. The 2 vehicles for deliveries cost 80,000, and I stocked up on 50,000 worth of goods dispatched to the branches. Additionally, I spent nearly 20,000 on a dining establishment. Altogether, that sums up to over 200,000. Oh, and I bought grandfather a television to pass the time, along with a tricycle for deliveries, and installed a landline costing over 7,000. My elder aunt exploded in disbelief. "Over 200,000 has completely disappeared? Xiao Nan, you are far too reckless." My younger aunt was equally dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Observing their expressions, Ye Wei nestled closer to grandfather. He discarded his cigarette, lifted Ye Wei into his arms, and ascended to the 2nd floor to watch television, saying, "Don't frighten, little Wei. I'll just watch some TV." Ye Nan shook his head in resignation. "You've been watching Railway Gorillas daily. Aren't you tired of it yet?" Addressing my aunts, I reassured them, "Come now. It's merely over 200,000. If I earned it once, I can certainly earn it again. Aunt, do not fret. There shall be no losses. If 5,000 is expended, tomorrow it will return as 8 or even 10,000. After 10 minutes of calm reflection, my younger aunt felt even more remorseful. "Xiao Nan, you have no money left, and yet I have caused you losses." Seeing her eyes welling with tears, I consoled her. "Do not worry, dear aunt. I shall wait for my funds to return and promote your business. If you do not advertise upon opening, how shall you attract customers? It is wise to cut costs, reduce inventory, and prepare fresh goods as customers arrive. Within 3 days, my financial situation will improve." My elder aunt then comforted my younger aunt. "Do not dwell on it. This reckless lad has spent over 200,000 without a second thought. Why fret over your 2,000? Just heed his words." Indeed, her sentiment resonated. One must not fear losses. In business, where there are losses, there are also gains. If everyone could profit, then all would partake, leaving us no opportunity. Wouldn't you agree? My younger aunt nodded, calming her thoughts. As my aunts departed, my greatest concern lay with the collection of payments. On the first day, 5,000 kilograms from each store should suffice, but by the second day, it will not be enough. Currently, I have only over 70,000 kilograms in stock, having already dispatched 35,000. Approximately 40,000 remain. Fortunately, the main store retains 50,000 kilograms of inventory. I must ensure the main store is not affected. Due to financial constraints, the nut business has been on hiatus for a day, awaiting tomorrow's payments to restock. In Zhejiang province, Ji Yuqi is nearly 2 months pregnant. I wonder if it is due to the triplets, as she appears somewhat plump. Her dormitory friends believe she has gained weight from frequent visits to the delectable eateries on Tianmu Mountain Road. As the 4 of us passed a small lake, we encountered the bride, Fang Zhihua, alongside the groom, Li Chun. The 4 individuals were not intimately acquainted with Li Chun, merely exchanging a brief nod with Fang Zhihua. Li Chun's gaze was persistently fixed upon Ji Yuqi, prompting a noticeable shift in Fang Zhihua's expression, which turned resentful as she observed Ji Yuqi. Li Chun hailed from a small county and excelled academically, making it to university, a source of pride for all his relatives. In contrast, Fang Zhihua was the daughter of the newly appointed director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau in Hangzhou. Li Chun had long admired Ji Yuqi and, upon learning that she was from the capital, recognized the disparity in their social standings based on her attire and lifestyle. Meanwhile, Fang Zhihua harbored feelings for Li Chun, appreciating his talent, academic prowess, and good looks. However, as time passed, she grew increasingly aware of Li Chun's surreptitious glances towards Ji Yuqi, despite the latter being a stranger to him. Fang Zhihua regarded Ji Yuqi as a rival, maintaining a facade of friendship while secretly cursing her. Just moments ago, as they passed by, Ji Yuqi had caught a glimpse of Fang Zhihua's envious gaze, leaving her bewildered. Why would such a look be directed at her? Xiaoqi, keep your distance from Fang Jihua, advised her friend Shenlan. Ji Yuqi furrowed her brow in confusion. Why? You're unaware? When Shenlan and I were in the restroom last time, we overheard her speaking ill of you. It was utterly unbearable, whispered Lu Ming, joining the conversation. Shenlan nodded vehemently in agreement. No way, she seems to. Ji Yuqi pondered the earlier glance. Could she have misinterpreted it? Lu Ming inquired curiously. Seems like what? Zhao Min frowned. I too sensed something amiss about her. Something amiss? Ji Yuqi's mind raced with the implications. She recalled Fang Jihua's wedding and the incident that transpired. It seemed almost confirmed that Fang Jihua spoke ill of her, especially since Shenlan and Lu Ming were her close friends who would not deceive her, not to mention they were both witnesses. Coupled with that venomous glance, it was as if Fang Jihua wished her harm. Everything began to fall into place. Why she had chosen Ji Yuqi to be a bridesmaid and insisted on her drinking. Yet why would she? They were not well acquainted. Fang Jihua often acted as if they were close. What motive could she possibly have to undermine Ji Yuqi? After much contemplation, Ji Yuqi found herself at a standstill. Her primary concern was the children. She could not bear to part with the triplets. Their father was still unaccounted for, and her parents, along with her grandparents, held great expectations for her. 2 months had passed, and in another month, it would undoubtedly be impossible to conceal her condition. Suddenly, Ji Yuqi felt a jolt at her temples. She had yet to undergo her prenatal checkup this month. You all head back to the dormitory first. I have something to attend to, Ji Yuqi informed her 3 friends. Shenlan furrowed her brow. What is it? We can accompany you. Lu Ming chimed in immediately after. No need. I'll return shortly. We can have dinner together later. Ji Yuqi waved her hand dismissively before turning to leave. She checked her pocket, relieved to find 2 large bills, sufficient for a checkup. Noticing the unusual turn of events, Shenlan and her companions returned to their dormitory, while Ji Yuqi made her way towards the school gate, where she was approached by someone, Fang Jihua, who had just parted ways with Li Chun. Upon exiting the school, Ji Yuqi hailed a Fiat taxi. Driver, to the Municipal People's Hospital, please. The area outside the university was teeming with taxis, as today's students were often affluent, able to afford such rides. Fang Jihua harbored suspicions regarding Ji Yuqi. A solitary individual must surely conceal some unsavory secrets. Consequently, she hailed a Fiat taxi, instructing the driver to follow the vehicle ahead. The driver, noticing a young woman, gave it little thought and complied. Upon arriving at the hospital, Fang Jihua felt perplexed. Why a hospital? She entered, but could not locate Ji Yuqi, prompting her to search floor by floor. It was not until she reached the 3rd floor that she saw Ji Yuqi entering a room, clutching a medical record, with a sign indicating it was a gynecology office. Fang Jihua's expression transformed into one of shock, and after the initial astonishment, she leaned against the wall, leaving the door ajar just enough to overhear the conversation. Miss Ji, your fetus is quite healthy, though your body lacks some essential nutrients, spoke a middle-aged female doctor. Ji Yuqi appeared somewhat anxious. But I've been eating more than ever. How could I be lacking in nutrients? Upon hearing this, Fang Jihua was momentarily rendered speechless. Pregnant? Moreover, Ji Yuqi seemed to be quite concerned about the child. When Ji Yuqi exited the room, gently caressing her abdomen, Fang Jihua had already vanished. Upon leaving the hospital, Ji Yuqi caught sight of a figure, her brow furrowing in concentration. She attempted to pursue, yet the individual had already entered a vehicle. The figure Ji Yuqi had seen was none other than Fang Jihua. At that moment, Fang Jihua sat in the Fiat taxi, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Ji Yuqi, contemplating the need for nutritional supplements, visited a supply store to procure a can of milk powder before returning to her dormitory. Upon her arrival, a fellow student approached her. Ji Yuqi, Director Wang requests your presence in his office. Confused, she pondered the purpose of such a summons from the head of their architecture department. Nevertheless, she nodded, all right, and placed the milk powder back in her room, which was devoid of her roommates, who were nowhere to be found. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Director Wang's voice resonated deeply. The spacious office was filled with architecture faculty and professors, numbering over a dozen. The department had never been particularly popular, resulting in a limited number of instructors, especially given the scarcity of educators in that era. Director Wang, you called for me? Upon hearing Ji Yuqi's voice, Director Wang's expression darkened further. Just moments ago, Fang Jihua had revealed to him that she had seen Ji Yuqi undergoing a prenatal examination at the hospital. A shocking revelation indeed, for an unmarried woman to be pregnant. The institution could ill afford such a scandal, especially with Fang Zhihua being the daughter of the newly appointed director of the business bureau, lending credibility to her claims. Were you at the hospital? Director Wang inquired sternly. A chill ran through Ji Yuqi. How did he know? I'm asking you a question. Noticing Ji Yuqi's silence, Director Wang's expression grew increasingly grim. Ji Yuqi bit her lip. I went to the hospital for. Struggling to articulate her thoughts, she faltered. Shall I answer for you? Gynecology? Pregnant? Director Wang's tone grew more thunderous. Upon hearing the words gynecology and pregnant, Ji Yuqi felt as though she had plummeted to the depths of despair. In that era, being an unmarried woman with child was deemed morally reprehensible, particularly for a university student. This predicament was dire, extremely dire. Observing Ji Yuqi fidgeting with her fingers, biting her lip, and her eyes glistening with tears, Director Wang was nearly certain of the truth. Having dedicated a lifetime to teaching, the tension and fear etched upon the girl's face were unmistakable. Within the office, several teachers expressed their astonishment, particularly a female instructor who had high hopes for Ji Yuqi. Ji Yuqi, how could you be so thoughtless? You are fully capable of pursuing graduate studies. Studying abroad in the Soviet Union would be entirely feasible for you. How could you? Sigh? Other teachers murmured softly, casting sidelong glances. In that moment, Ji Yuqi felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The mere thought of her classmates, her parents' colleagues, or her grandparents' old comrades discovering this news made her feel utterly humiliated. Director Wang sighed. You should return for now. I will report this matter to the school. Sigh. He, too, was aware of Ji Yuqi's academic potential and felt a deep sense of regret. Ji Yuqi was oblivious to how she exited the office when she accidentally collided with someone. Hey, why aren't you watching where you're going? The person she bumped into was Professor Li. Noticing the dazed expression on the girl's face, he refrained from saying much. For many who had lost their opportunity for university admission bore a similar demeanor. However, while picking up her belongings, he overheard the teachers discussing the situation and began to grasp the implications. This, of course, was not his concern. Professor Li had been preoccupied with the status of Ye Nan's branch store. Upon hearing about a pregnant student, he merely cast a sympathetic glance at Ji Yuqi's retreating figure before heading to Tianmishan Road to inquire about the branch's situation. Meanwhile, Ji Yuqi returned to her dormitory and collapsed onto her bed, weeping uncontrollably. She thought of her beloved grandparents and how they would be subjected to judgment upon hearing this news. She envisioned her father, so concerned with appearances, and her mother, the head of obstetrics, facing whispers about their daughter's unplanned pregnancy. Her heart twisted with pain, and in that moment, she felt an intense hatred for the name Ye Nan, as well as for the individual who had brought this turmoil upon her. She pounded her fists into the quilt, her delicate hands reddening as they expressed her inner turmoil and defiance. Chapter 15. Encounter. Professor Li arrived at Ye Nan's establishment just as it was time for dinner. I suppose I can indulge in another meal. You don't mind, do you? His teasing demeanor elicited laughter from the elderly gentleman, who responded, Come on, eat. You are always welcome here. After a month and a half of camaraderie, the two had become quite close. The old man admired Professor Li's intellect, while the professor respected the elder's indomitable spirit and bravery during the war against the invaders. Dinner was a delightful affair. Each visit to this humble eatery made Ye Nan reluctant to leave. Who could have guessed that behind such a modest facade, one could savor meat every day? Ye Nan shot him a glance. Professor Li turned to the old man, saying, Brother, have you noticed the university students these days? The elder, intrigued, replied, What about them? Just today, after work, I bumped into a female student who dropped her belongings. While she was picking them up, her professor was discussing her unplanned pregnancy. Can you believe it? Ye Nan, upon hearing this, abruptly stood up, startling everyone present. What was the name of that female student? Professor Li was momentarily taken aback. With tears welling in his eyes, Ye Nan raised his voice. What was her name? The elder furrowed his brow, sensing something unusual about his grandson. It was Ji Yuqi, Professor Li stammered. Upon hearing the name, Ye Nan bolted out, murmuring, Ji Yuqi, Ji Yuqi, Ji Yuqi. Professor Li, finally understanding, asked, Brother, what has gotten into ye? The elder narrowed his eyes, silently watching Ye Nan's retreating figure. Ye Nan sprinted towards the university, the security guards unable to stop him. Upon reaching the roadside, he spotted a girl with red-rimmed eyes and inquired urgently, Where is Ji Yuqi? The girl, startled, nearly burst into tears. Ye Nan thrust a large bill into her hands, demanding, Tell me, where is Ji Yuqi? His voice boomed, causing her to tremble as she shook her head in fear. A passing young man overheard Ye Nan's question and, recognizing Ji Yuqi, mustered his courage to point at the bill in the girl's hands. "Are you looking for Ji Yuqi?" Ye Nan, with bloodshot eyes, pressed. "Where is she?" The boy, taken aback, steadied himself. He had seen Ye Nan's generosity and, hoping to profit, pointed towards the girl. Understanding dawned upon Ye Nan. He produced 2 more bills, threatening, "If you deceive me, I will make your life miserable." The boy, frightened, accepted the money and stuffed it into his pocket, gesturing toward the girl's dormitory. She returned to her dormitory half an hour ago. Ye Nan dashed towards the girl's dormitory but paused at the bottom of the stairs, his composure faltering. He was uncertain if it was truly her. Rushing in might be too abrupt. What if it was merely a coincidence? He contemplated a multitude of scenarios and ultimately decided to wait in place, hoping to discern whether she was indeed there. It was now past 6, and many students had returned to their dorms, preparing for evening study sessions. Ye Nan stood beside a tree, from where he could clearly see the entrance to the dormitory. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dormitory. Unconsciously, he called out, "Ji Yuqi." The moment the words left his lips, he regretted it and swiftly concealed himself behind a tree. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ji Yuqi turned around but saw no one calling her. Ye Nan's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, it was her, unmistakably her. His excitement was so intense that he clawed at the tree bark. From Ji Yuqi's angle, she could not see Ye Nan. The darkness had deepened, and without careful scrutiny, the shadow behind the tree remained invisible. Not seeing anyone, she continued towards the classroom, her eyes still tinged with red. Meanwhile, Ye Nan reflected on the fact that this woman was the mother of his 3 children. Though they had spent only a few days together, her beauty was indelibly etched in his heart. He watched her silhouette fade away before he regained his senses. He could not reveal himself and frighten her. He must silently protect her and prevent her from suffering the tragedies of her past life. With this thought, Ye Nan dashed back, his heart aching at the sight of Ji Yuqi's frail figure, recalling what the doctor had said about her malnutrition. His first step was to nourish her, so he decided to prepare chicken soup. Upon returning to the shop, he ignored the astonished gazes of Professor Li, his grandfather, and Xiao Lu, and headed straight for the kitchen. There was chicken available, so he immediately set about boiling it. He rummaged through the remaining ingredients, but it was too late to buy more groceries. He settled for beef, pork belly, chili, and potatoes. The elder had mentioned that pregnant women often craved sour and spicy flavors, so he decided to stir-fry some spicy beef strips, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and prepare a popular dish from the future, a stir-fried pork. Noticing that Ji Yuqi likely hadn't had dinner due to the distress caused by her teachers, he hurried to finish the dishes. The chicken soup simmered for a full 2 hours before he packaged it. He placed the boxes carefully and hopped onto his tricycle, heading towards the university. As he passed by Yi Wei, she caught a whiff of the aroma and turned to her grandfather, exclaiming, "Chicken soup." Immediately afterward, her brother vanished from sight. Yi Wei pouted, on the verge of tears, feeling that her brother no longer loved her, as he did not share the chicken soup with her. Seeing his precious granddaughter about to cry, their grandfather promptly scooped her up and reassured her, "Tomorrow, Grandpa will make chicken soup for little Wei." Only then did she stop crying. Professor Li seemed to sense something amiss, but he couldn't quite grasp it. The old man, having calmed his granddaughter, wore a knowing smile. It appeared that a great-grandson was on the horizon. Yet, he couldn't help but feel irked that this rascal had gotten another girl pregnant before marriage. He would certainly have words with him upon his return. Despite his inner turmoil, his expression radiated pride. Upon reaching the university gate, Ye Nan was immediately stopped by the security guard. "Boss Yi, you can't just walk in. You got in before. But if you do it again, my job is at stake." Ye Nan had become a local celebrity, known as the proprietor of the renowned Tiamishan Road snack shop, where many had savored his delightful sunflower seeds. "All right, my friend, I want Tienner. Could you please deliver this for me?" Ye Nan produced a crisp bill. The guard, upon seeing the money, nodded involuntarily. "All right, tell me the name, and I'll deliver it myself. Do you have paper and a pen? I'll write a note. Otherwise, she might not accept it." The guard returned with the requested items. Ye Nan wrote 3 characters, Ye Nan's gift, and tucked it into the food box. "Her name is Ji Yuqi. By now, she should have returned to her dormitory. If she inquires about the sender, do not disclose that I am the proprietor of the exquisite snack shop." The security guard scratched his head in confusion, but was familiar with the notion of providing assistance in exchange for remuneration. "Quickly, young man. It will be unpalatable if it cools down. Ye Nan urged the security guard. Upon hearing this, the young man hastened his pace. Once he was out of sight, Ye Nan rode her bicycle back home. 10 minutes later, in the girls' dormitory, Ji Yuqi received a delivery. "This is for you," the security guard announced. Ji Yuqi, bewildered, asked who sent it. The guard recalled Ye Nan's words. "There's a note inside. You'll know once you read it." Accepting the food without understanding, Ji Yuqi placed the numerous takeout boxes on her desk and retrieved the note. Instantly, her face flushed with rage as she tore the note into shreds. Nearby, Lu Meng sniffed the air, exclaiming, "It smells delightful. Is that chicken soup?" Shenlong chimed in, "I can smell beef too." Ji Yuqi, too famished to remain angry, having skipped dinner and with the clock nearing 10, opened the boxes, grumbling internally about the keen senses of others. Within the containers lay a sumptuous feast: spicy beef strips, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, stir-fried pork, chicken soup, and a generous serving of rice, still warm. Zhao Min reached for a piece of beef, but Ji Yuqi swatted her hand away. "What are you doing, Xiaoqi? Don't be so stingy. Use chopsticks. Don't you have any?" Ji Yuqi rolled her eyes, knowing she couldn't possibly finish all this herself. Soon, Shenlong and Lu Meng gathered around with their own boxes. In the 1980s, university students typically brought their own meals, much like in factories. Thus, each dormitory was equipped with takeout containers and chopsticks, usually aluminum for the common folk, while the more affluent possessed imported plastic. This dormitory had 4 plastic sets, while Ye Nan had provided aluminum containers, with the chicken soup kept warm. Ji Yuqi sat with her chopsticks, hesitating, but the enticing aroma wafting from the others proved too irresistible. She thought to herself, "This is meant for children, 3 children, in fact. I should ensure they have enough to eat. After all, it belongs to their father, so why not indulge?" Succumbing to the allure of the deliciousness, she asked, "Who cooked this?" "Wow, it's exquisite," Zhao Min exclaimed. "Indeed, Xiaoqi, who prepared this? It rivals even the state-run restaurants," Lu Meng noted, who had dined frequently at such establishments. Ji Yuqi silently savored her meal, offering no reply, her thoughts consumed with the possibility of expulsion. She pondered the prospect of no longer living with her dear friends, her eyes glistening as she continued to eat. As the lights were set to go out at 10, Ji Yuqi quietly packed away the takeout boxes. After returning to the shop, Ye Nan collected the day's earnings and ascended to the 2nd floor. Musing whether Ji Yuqi had eaten, lost in thought, he drifted into a dream where 3 children called out to him, "Daddy." The following day, at 5 in the morning, Ye Nan rose early. After completing his morning routine, he took the few remaining takeout boxes from the kitchen and set out, riding his tricycle directly to the breakfast shop. "Xiaonan, why are you up so early?" Upon encountering Ye Nan, Xiaogu felt as though she had seen a ghost. "I shall prepare breakfast," she declared, disregarding Xiaogu completely and immersing herself in her tasks. She lovingly crafted 5 heart-shaped fried eggs, 5 tea eggs, 5 egg pancakes, 5 pan-fried dumplings, a can of tofu pudding, and a can of hot milk. After completing her preparations, she left behind a generous sum, mounted her tricycle, and rode away, whistling with exuberance. Xiaogu observed Ye Nan's retreating figure, sensing something amiss, but shrugged it off as customers began to arrive at the shop. Arriving at the university gate at exactly 6:10, she encountered the same security guard who had been on duty the previous night. The same routine unfolded, and another generous sum was exchanged. "Classmate Ji Yuqi, your belongings," the guard said with a sycophantic smile. Having earned 10 yuan the day before and the same today, who could blame him for his flattery? He was, after all, like a second parent. Ji Yuqi, barely awake, was oblivious to how her possessions had come to her. By the time she regained her composure, the guard had already departed. Sitting back at the table, she found a note, a gift from Ye Nan. Ji Yuqi felt less exhilarated than the night before, perceiving this as rather ordinary. Little did she know, 3 individuals had gathered around her. Eyeing the note, "Who is Ye Nan? Which department is he from? Do you know him?" Ji Yuqi's face flushed with embarrassment. "All right, are we eating or not? If not, I'll go back to sleep." Instantly, the trio rushed to freshen up, eager for breakfast. Ji Yuqi joined them. Once the 4 were gathered around the table, one of them remarked, "Xiaoqi, why don't you open it? It adds a touch of ceremony." She was taken aback. What ceremony could there possibly be for breakfast? Ji Yuqi shot a glance at her friends and began to unveil the lunchboxes. It is indeed quite ceremonial. Upon seeing the breakfast spread, everyone exclaimed in awe, "Wow. Xiaoqi, is Ye Nan feeding pigs? Can you finish all of this?" Xiaoqi, Ji Yuqi was rendered speechless. There were at least 20 different items, each in multiple servings, and the milk came in a large can. As the four of them indulged, they found themselves quite full. Yet a significant portion remained on the table. Zhao Min, the glutton, frowned. I can't keep eating like this. I'll gain weight. Shenlong added. Ye Nan has taken it too far. This is a form of revenge on Shao Qi, deliberately making her gain weight. However, Ji Yuqi said nothing, a smile playing on her lips. After a brief respite, the four changed their clothes and distributed the leftover breakfast to the neighboring dormitory residents, ensuring nothing went to waste. It took 5 dormitories to finish it all. Subsequently, Ji Yuqi cleaned the lunchboxes from the previous night and morning, returning them to the security office before class. By noon, Ye Nan had procured another large batch of lunchboxes, beginning to simmer soup at 8 and stir-frying dishes by 9:30. Once again, she prepared 3 dishes and a soup: braised fish, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and rib soup. Precisely at 11, she delivered the feast to the university gate. Another generous sum exchanged hands with the security guard. When the guard changed shifts, he mentioned the lunchbox situation and handed back the ones Ji Yuqi had returned to Ye Nan. At that moment, Ye Nan felt elated, knowing that Ji Yuqi had savored the meal she had prepared. At 11:30, having just exited the classroom, I was preparing to return to my dormitory to retrieve my lunch when another security guard obstructed my path, directly handing me a bag. Zhao Min's lips twitched slightly, indicating that we apparently no longer needed to visit the cafeteria. Shenlong felt her legs weaken, while Lu Meng ran her fingers through her hair in bewilderment. However, Ji Yuqi accepted the lunchbox and strode directly towards the dormitory. The four of us, imbued with a sense of ritual, opened our lunchboxes: braised fish, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and rib soup. She divided the ample portions into 4, and we began to eat. Upon finishing, Zhao Min remarked, I truly didn't wish to eat, yet my hands and mouth seemed to operate independently of my brain. The other 3 nodded in unison. Meanwhile, Ye Nan had changed into a newly purchased outfit. Clothes make the man, he thought, as he approached Professor Li and requested to see the principal. Principal, he stated calmly while seated on the sofa in the principal's office, my girlfriend is pregnant and studying at your esteemed institution, with only 6 months left until she can begin her internship. In his previous life, he had been expelled. This time, Ye Nan was determined to prevent such a fate. Should he be expelled, he would ensure that Ji Yuqi could give birth and then study abroad at any prestigious university of her choosing. I believe Zhejiang University may not be too affluent, he mused, though in 2022, Zhejiang University was not lacking funds, engaging in land purchases and expansions, yet nationwide. Universities were financially strained. Institutions such as Kyoto University, Tsinghua University, and Fudan University were all feeling the pinch. Principal Zhou, understanding Ye Nan's words, narrowed his eyes as he appraised the young man, recalling the conversation he had had with the head of the architecture department the previous day. Professor Li, seated beside him, appeared astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief, indicating that this young man possessed some leverage. This gentleman. Upon hearing the 2 words, Ye Nan recognized Principal Zhou's interest and extended his right hand, introducing himself. My surname is Yi. Principal Zhou, momentarily taken aback, reciprocated the gesture. Comrade Yi, what you propose isn't unfeasible. It's merely a matter of complex procedures. Just tell me, how much do you intend to donate? Without further ado, Ye Nan inquired directly. Principal Zhou glanced at Professor Li and then back at Ye Nan, extending 5 fingers. Very well, within half a month. I can arrange for 50,000, which I will have Professor Li deliver to you. However, I do not wish to hear any rumors within the school that might harm my girlfriend. Oh, by the way, Principal Zhou, should my girlfriend graduate safely, I shall have a surprise for you, Ye Nan concluded, rising to leave. Principal Zhou, momentarily bewildered, found himself alone. Oldly, who is this young man? Can he truly secure 50,000 in half a month? Such a sum was indeed considerable. 50,000 in the 1980s was no trifling amount. With flour priced at 1 yuan for 10 jin, that equated to over 38,000 jin. Presently, with flour costing over 20 yuan for 10 jin, 50,000 would only yield 2,500 jin, a stark difference of over 20,000 jin. Calculating in terms of sustenance, 1 jin of flour suffices for 3 adults, meaning 10,000 jin would feed 30,000 people. Thus, 50,000 worth of flour in the 1980s could sustain over 100,000 individuals. Professor Li, snapping back to reality, remarked, I see now. No wonder. Upon hearing the foreign tongue, Principal Zhou's expression darkened. Professor Lee was momentarily taken aback. Oh, 50,000. No problem. He will provide it within 10 days at most. Principal Zhou exhaled. Who is this young man? He is quite an intriguing character, transforming 10,000 into over 200,000 in a month. He can truly work wonders in business. Principal Zhou gasped. Over 200,000 in a month? Are you certain of this? I witnessed it with my own eyes. I must leave now, Principal, to confront that scoundrel for clarification. With that, Professor Lee hurriedly exited. Principal Zhou pondered for a moment before heading directly to Director Wang's office. Director Wang, could you step out for a moment? Director Wang was taken aback, wondering what the principal required. Was it regarding Ji Yuqi's expulsion due to her pregnancy? The two moved to a secluded corner, and Principal Zhou glanced around before speaking softly. Director Wang, let us consider the matter of Ji Yuqi settled. Who else reported this incident to you? Director Wang was baffled. Settled? Observing his confusion. Principal Zhou leaned closer and whispered. Her boyfriend approached me, offering a donation of 50,000 to the school, requesting we turn a blind eye and ensure her graduation, with further donations to follow. You must be aware of our institution's circumstances. The teachers have been lacking adequate resources during the Mid-Autumn Festival. This 50,000 could substantially improve their welfare. Upon hearing this, Director Wang felt a sense of bewilderment. Who reported this to you? He contemplated whether to divulge the information, ultimately deciding to share. Glancing around before whispering, it was Fang Jihua, the daughter of the newly appointed head of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Principal Zhou furrowed his brow, sensing the situation had become more intricate. Others merely knew that Ji Yuqi hailed from the capital, but he understood that her background was considerably complicated, albeit unclear. Otherwise, Ye Nan's casual donation would not have compelled him to relent. Director Wang, heed my advice. Do not involve yourself in this matter. No one should intervene. You must instruct the teachers to refrain from gossiping. Principal Zhou cautioned kindly. After hearing this, Director Wang raised an eyebrow, seemingly struck by a revelation. Chapter 16. A donation of 50,000. When Professor Lee caught up with Ye Nan, he was in the kitchen. You rascal, what is going on? Ye Nan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, what is going on? Professor Lee glanced around and whispered. The girl is unmarried and pregnant. What are you planning to do about it? Have you not seen what I've done? What else is there to consider? I shall marry her and provide for her, Ye Nan replied nonchalantly. You think it's as simple as just providing? Do her parents agree to this? Professor Lee was exasperated. What can be done? She is already pregnant, he said, his voice suddenly rising. Isn't it you're doing that she is pregnant? Realizing his volume, he quickly lowered his voice. Unbeknownst to them, someone outside was eavesdropping. Ye Nan rolled his eyes. I said I would marry her. I'm not shirking my responsibilities. Professor Lee was infuriated and glanced at the dishes he had prepared. Did you deliver food to her last night as well? What else would I do? She is so thin, she wouldn't know to eat, carrying 3 in her belly. How could she not eat? Ye Nan mumbled. What? 3? Professor Lee suddenly shouted. The person outside widened their eyes, covered their mouth, and hastily fled upstairs. Dad, a huge problem has arisen. Xiaonan has gotten someone pregnant. The eavesdropper was Ye Nan's uncle. He rushed to inform the family's patriarch, the grandfather. The grandfather frowned. What do you mean, gotten someone pregnant? Uncle Yi Shengfu steadied himself and caught his breath. Xiaonan has made a girl pregnant. The grandfather shot a glare at his second son, internally lamenting. I knew about this last night. Why didn't you tell me? I truly wonder how I raised such a dim-witted son. Even calling you honest feels like an insult. Yi Shengfu sensed his father's disdain, but had no evidence to counter it. Dad, did you already know? Of course. By the time you informed me, the coffin lid was already pressed down. Oh, so you knew it was triplets? Yi Shengfu scratched his head. The grandfather instantly stood up, exclaiming, What? This startled both Yi Shengfu and Yi Wei. Noticing Yi Wei was frightened, the grandfather gently patted her back. Don't be afraid. It's my fault for startling you. After calming her down, he inquired softly, How did you find out? I accidentally overheard in the kitchen. Xiaonan mentioned 3 himself. The grandfather could no longer sit still, losing interest in the TV show he adored, Railway Gorillas. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Let us keep quiet about this. Let Xiaonan make his own decision. Oh, then I'll get back to my business, Yi Shengfu replied, leaving. In the kitchen, Ye Nan was happily simmering duck soup. Professor Lee shook his head. Are you truly donating 50,000? What else? As long as she is happy, 50,000 is nothing. I could even give 500,000 if needed. Enraged, Professor Lee felt like hitting someone, but suddenly remembered. How is the branch store doing? I'll know tonight. The delivery is going out today. I'll bring back the accounts in the evening. Wang Jun is accompanying my uncle with the truck. Oh, and Professor Lee. The school needs you to help look after Ji Yuqi more. You are the only one I can trust in the entire school, Ye Nan said with a playful grin. After letting the soup simmer, he stepped out of the kitchen, with Professor Lee following closely behind, grinding his teeth in frustration. Indeed, these past few days have been financially fruitful. Could you please check if there are any underprivileged students at the university who might be interested in a part-time job? Professor Lee furrowed his brow, inquiring, what kind of part-time job? I propose to rent 50 bicycles, each adorned with banners from a local dining establishment, to promote it while traversing the vicinity of Zhejiang University. This suggestion piqued Professor Lee's interest as he raised an eyebrow. For how long? He queried. Perhaps 3 days. I replied, with a remuneration of 5 yuan per person, considering the expansive area around Zhejiang University. At that moment, Ye Nan exuded the aura of a wealthy entrepreneur, reminiscent of a coal magnate. Professor Lee felt an urge to reprimand him, yet he could not deny the novelty of this promotional approach. After discussing the details, Professor Lee took it upon himself to manage the undertaking. Ye Nan, surprised by the professor's enthusiasm, responded, I will entrust this task to you, paying 5 yuan for each of the 50 participants. The rental cost for each bicycle is 1 yuan, and the banners will cost 2 yuan each. In total, it will amount to 400 yuan per day, and for 3 days, a total of 1,200 yuan. I shall provide you with 1,300 yuan, and you may keep any savings. Professor Lee waved his hand, saying, No, I intend for my students to handle it, allowing them to gain some practical experience. Ye Nan gave a thumbs up, as you wish. I only seek results. Whoever manages it will receive the same payment. Just inform me how long it will take to prepare. Preparation can be completed by tomorrow, and we can commence the day after. With many students involved, it will proceed swiftly. After finalizing the arrangements, Professor Lee took the funds and went to the university to assign tasks. Noticing the time, Ye Nan realized it was time to prepare dinner. Duck soup, stir-fried chicken, sweet and sour fish, and braised chicken legs, along with some fruits, which he delivered to the university entrance. His grandfather observed from the second floor as Ye Nan rode away on his tricycle, growing fonder of him, sensing a promising future in this young man. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, meals were delivered punctually, including late-night snacks. Ji Yuqi and his companions began to show signs of indulgence, caught in a love-hate relationship with the situation. The promotional team had already been operating for a day. As Ye Nan strolled to the street corner during lunchtime, he encountered a bustling crowd at the dining establishment, all captivated by the novelty. Upon returning to his shop, he discovered that business had significantly declined, which affected his relatives. Uncle, aunt, why don't you assist at the small restaurant? They are overwhelmed. All right, we'll head there immediately. Both his uncle and aunt, being diligent individuals, promptly set aside their tasks and rushed to the dining establishment to lend a hand. As for the 7 branch stores, their finances were finally stabilizing. The most lucrative items were fried potatoes and milk tea, which sold exceptionally well. The secret recipe for the milk tea powder was handed over to Wang Jun for unified distribution, with supplies lasting approximately 3 days per delivery. This distribution method reminded Ye Nan of a successful chain bakery in his hometown of Daxian, which, although limited to a single county, had over 20 thriving locations. He pondered how many branches could be established in Hangzhou, as the current bakery offerings were incomparable to those of the future. Once the 7 branch stores regained their footing, he planned to delve into the bakery business. Profits from the dining establishment would also be reinvested into opening more branches. He envisioned a 3-pronged chain encompassing main meals, snacks, and light bites. After reviewing the financial statements from the 7 branch stores, the results were quite commendable, with an average profit of 7 to 8,000 yuan per store. In first and second-tier cities, this was impressive. Such figures would be unattainable in county towns. The branch in Shanghai stood out, yielding a profit exceeding that of the main store in a single day. The lowest profit is in Urumqi, only a little over 4,000 a day. Indeed, the city has yet to gain momentum, but in 10 years, its consumer capacity will be formidable. Brother Nan, from the sound, it's Wang Jun. He hasn't been here for several days. What's the matter? Oh, right. The place where Wang Jun used to live is now occupied by my uncle and aunt. Ye Nan plans to purchase it later and transform it into a bakery. What's wrong? Brother Nan asked. It's not very peaceful over at Jincheng. I heard from the store manager there that some troublemakers are causing issues, Wang Jun replied, frowning. Ye Nan pondered for a moment. Such occurrences are certainly prevalent. Advise them to prioritize safety, even if they must feign ignorance. As long as they remain unharmed, the goods can be replaced, and renovations are inexpensive. Understood, Wang Jun acknowledged. If my uncle can't handle it, there is no need for him to accompany the transport. The main concern is ensuring there are no issues with the products. Ye Nan glanced around and spoke quietly. In the future, you should come to the store less often. Our rented factory space is not legal. Hiring so many individuals could lead to disaster if those with ulterior motives take notice. Wang Jun nodded solemnly. Brother Nan, don't worry. I want to come to the store unless it's important. Ye Nan took a deep breath. For significant matters, you can call me. And I will go to the factory. All right, I understand now, Wang Jun replied, somewhat awkwardly. Also let Grandma stay here. I have plenty of vacant rooms that need to be occupied, and I can take her for a checkup at the hospital. Having given all his instructions, Ye Nan now enjoys a daily net income of at least 50,000, allowing him to feel quite at ease. He has 100,000 accessible and another 100,000 circulating in investments. He withdrew 50,000, placed it into his bag, and went to seek out Professor Li at the university. Meanwhile, Ji Yuqi was perplexed. It had already been 4 or 5 days without any news from the school administration. Not only was Ji Yuqi bewildered, but Fang Zhihua was also curious about why the disciplinary decision had not yet been announced. As Ji Yuqi walked along the main road, she caught sight of a familiar profile, Ye Nan. Just as she was about to pursue him, Shenlong pulled her back as a bicycle sped past. When she looked again for Ye Nan, he had vanished. Miss Ji pouted, stamped her foot, and wore a displeased expression akin to a sulking child. Shenlong noticed Ji Yuqi's demeanor and chuckled. Xiao Qi, what is the matter? You're simply adorable. Xiaomin also observed her expression. What is so funny? What is so funny? Ji Yuqi glared at her friends in embarrassment and indignation. Just then, Ye Nan found Professor Li's office, a spacious area shared by over a dozen teachers. Upon entering, he tossed his bag in front of Professor Li. This is a donation for your school. At this, 4 or 5 teachers raised their heads in surprise. Professor Li felt quite awkward. Understood. I'll deliver this to the principal right away. As they exited the office, Professor Li accompanied Ye Nan to the school entrance. How is the business at the cafeteria? Professor Li suddenly inquired, recalling that yesterday marked the first day of promotion and wondering about the response. Good, very good. I glanced at noon, and it was bustling with people. The snack stall business has declined somewhat. Your 2 shops are too close to each other. After all, it is you who profits. And you have already claimed all the money in the vicinity. Professor Li seems to harbor a hint of envy. I was contemplating establishing a bakery to create cakes and such. Professor Li appeared bewildered. You've only just opened 3 or 4 of your 7 branches. And now you're telling me you wish to open another? Professor Li, you may not realize that my daily profit alone amounts to 50,000. What should I do with such a sum if I do not open more shops? I cannot simply stash it away in a safe, can I? This statement left the esteemed Professor Li momentarily speechless. Furthermore, Professor Li, you must understand that if I were to deposit this considerable amount in a bank, they would undoubtedly inquire about its origin. Depositing 50,000 daily, as opposed to a lump sum of several 100,000, would certainly attract attention. Professor Li found no fault in this reasoning and agreed. Then how will you transfer the money to Hong Kong? The black market, of course. There are individuals who specialize in discrete exchanges. I can do it in several batches. And how do you intend to pass through customs? Ye Nan looked at him in disbelief. Am I to be stopped for carrying Hong Kong dollars back to Hong Kong? Suddenly, Professor Li sheepishly scratched his head. I had not considered that. Upon returning to the shop, Grandpa was seated in the courtyard. Grandpa, if you're feeling bored, why not take a stroll outside? Perhaps play some chess. The shop does not require constant supervision. Grandpa shot Ye Nan a look. When will you bring home a granddaughter-in-law? What? You don't plan to bring one home? No, Grandpa, the situation is rather complicated. My relationship with her is, in fact, a misunderstanding. Ye Nan proceeded to recount the entire saga with Ji Yuqi to his grandfather, explaining everything Professor Li had witnessed. After a moment of contemplation, Grandpa finally spoke. Clearly, you have been set up. You attended Li Chen's wedding. Do you know him? Oh, a friend took me. He is supposedly Li Chen's cousin. But this friend is not involved in the matter. If anything were to arise, he would certainly take the lead, leaving me out of it. This must have been orchestrated by those around her, especially since you were merely intoxicated, and the room at the lodging was yours. She must have been brought in by someone else. Grandpa's analysis, a product of his seasoned experience, was quite astute. That is why I have not met with her since. Grandpa sensed something amiss. How do you know she is carrying triplets? Ye Nan felt overwhelmed. I found out by secretly following her to the hospital. Immediately regretting his words, he received only a disapproving glance in return. I can overlook many things. Your earnings or losses are of little concern to me, for my old bones can only bear so much. However, your sister's situation in the matter of lineage cannot be ignored. Now that it is known that she carries your child, I must intervene. I wish to meet that child. You have no objections, I trust? A sly grin appeared on Grandpa's face. Ye Nan was at a loss for words. Grandpa seemed to sense his discomfort. I shall take your sister with me to meet the child without revealing our identities. Why are you so anxious? With the university so nearby, just describe her to me, and I can have Shally escort me inside. Very well, since Professor Lee knows her. You can simply ask him to take you. Ye Nan seemed to concede defeat. I heard you donated 50,000 to the school. Who informed you of this? He was filled with confusion, as it seemed that apart from Professor Lee and Principal Zhou, no one else was privy to the information. With a cold smirk, his grandfather remarked, Professor Lee has shared the entire sequence of events with me. You may have wealth now and regard 50,000 as trifling. Yet the circumstances do not place you at fault. Donating is indeed superior to squandering. However, it is imperative that you leave yourself an avenue of retreat. For no matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. After this, his grandfather ascended the stairs. Ye Nan gazed at his grandfather's retreating figure, feeling as though there was an unspoken message. Nevertheless, his grandfather's admonition held merit. One must not place all their eggs in one basket. It is essential to swiftly establish a company in Hong Kong. Acquiring the status of a Hong Kong businessman would facilitate numerous endeavors. Presently, trading cannot register a company or factory. It is only through Hong Kong investments in the mainland that one can establish a factory. Moreover, concerning the issue of chain stores, in order to develop a successful chain, unified management is necessary, as the current operations are exceedingly fragmented. In due course, factories can be established in the mainland for export, allowing Chinese products to thrive on a global scale. Furthermore, with the status of a Hong Kong businessman, one could procure greater and more advanced technology in exchange for a mere financial investment. In the future, chips have consistently faced restrictions. Ye Nan, intends to embark on chip research, computers in the 1980s, and delve into mobile phones and intelligent robotics in the 1990s. Chapter 17. Meeting the granddaughter-in-law the following day. At the break of dawn, grandfather took his granddaughter to seek out Professor Lee. The professor accompanied the elder as they strolled along the campus pathway, with grandfather holding the hand of the chubby 3-year-old girl. The sight of a seasoned veteran holding the hand of a toddler was undeniably amusing. Old chap, are you here to see your granddaughter-in-law? That question is rather redundant. I am approaching 70 next year. I merely wish to see if I might have a great-grandchild to celebrate my birthday. Grandfather declared proudly. Professor Lee muttered under his breath. With a wife who is over a decade younger than you, how is it that you are already anticipating great-grandchildren, while I have yet to see a grandson? Upon hearing the professor's lament, grandfather replied, if I manage to live to 90, who knows, I might just have a great-grandson or daughter by then. The expression on Professor Lee's face was more dismal than that of someone who had just consumed something unpleasant. At that moment, he longed to summon his son to demonstrate what paternal affection truly entailed. Where exactly do I find my granddaughter-in-law? Grandfather inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Professor Lee. After partaking of so many meals at my home, you should be more forthcoming in guiding me. Snapping back to reality, Professor Lee pointed towards a stone table nearby. Just wait here, they will pass by after class. Once grandfather settled down, cradling little Ye Wei in his arms, he soon noticed the absence of tea on the table. It would not do to sit idly, so Professor Lee said, I shall fetch some refreshments. With that, he headed towards his office. At that moment, grandfather turned to the little girl and said, Xiao Wei, when a beautiful sister walks by, could you bring her over for a chat with Grandpa? The little girl looked puzzled. Why should I do that? She is your sister-in-law. Let us see if she treats you well. If she does, she is indeed your sister-in-law. But if not, then she is not. Understanding dawned on the little girl. Children from the countryside often grasp familial terms early on. Oh right, brother's wife is called sister-in-law. All right, I will go bring her. The little girl felt a swell of pride, convinced that her adorable demeanor could charm the world. As it turned out, during their month in the store, most people were indeed fond of the endearing little girl. After a brief interval, Professor Lee returned. bearing a chessboard and 2 cups of water. The little girl had her milk bottle hanging from grandfather's shoulder. Ye Nan had bought it to quench her thirst while playing outdoors, which was quite normal for a 3-year-old. Seeing that they had ample time, over half an hour remaining, Professor Lee and grandfather began to set up the chessboard. The little girl lay on the stone bench, watching the 2 elderly gentlemen engage in their game. Time passed, and gradually, students began to wander by. The 2 old men halted their match, keenly observing each passerby. Suddenly, Professor Lee whispered, "Old chap, that girl in the yellow dress must be your granddaughter-in-law." Grandfather's eyes brightened, and he began scanning the crowd. Xiaowei, quickly. In an instant, Yue darted forward, her little legs propelling her swiftly. It was no surprise that children had keen eyesight. She spotted the sister in the yellow dress immediately. And she was indeed a striking beauty. Professor Lee stood in bewilderment, perplexed by the antics of the grandfather and granddaughter duo. Grandfather followed Yue's direction, finally catching sight of the girl in the yellow dress. As spring has arrived in March, Ji Yuqi has opted for a lighter attire, donning only a white long-sleeved jacket that barely conceals her waist. Suddenly, Yue, in her playful haste, trips over her own feet and tumbles right at Ji Yuqi's feet. Ji Yuqi, taken aback, wonders where this little girl has come from. Shenlong instinctively steps back, fearful of stepping on the small child. After falling, Yue quickly rolls over and sits on the ground, her lower lip quivering as tears well up in her eyes. Perhaps due to Ji Yuqi's pregnancy, she finds herself utterly defenseless against the charm of the adorable child and immediately crouches down to inspect whether the little girl is hurt. Miraculously, Yue's fall has left her unscathed, not a scratch on her delicate skin. Noticing the beautiful sister's attention, Yue attempts to rise but, like a little winter melon, struggles to regain her footing and falls back down. This sight brings forth radiant smiles from Ji Yuqi, Shenlong, Lu Ming, and Zhao Min. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Ji Yuqi gently lifts the little girl up and asks, "Little sister, what are you doing here? Where are your parents?" This question stumps Yue, who has only ever known her grandfather and older brother. What are parents? She vaguely recalls her sister Qianqian mentioning them. Ji Yuqi's smile falters at this innocent inquiry, while Shenlong and the others suppress their amusement. Zhao Min nudges Lu Ming and whispers, "This child. Perhaps her wits are a bit lacking." Ji Yuqi, perhaps sensing the gravity of the situation, shifts her question, "Little sister, what about your family?" Yue replies, "Are you referring to my brother and grandfather? And my sister Qianqian, who is so kind to me? My uncle and aunt are nice too." The little one lists those who care for her, leaving Ji Yuqi with a pang of sympathy for the child, as many in this era are left behind children or orphans. "Little sister, what about your grandfather and brother?" Ji Yuqi inquires. Yue glances back and points, "My grandfather and grandpa Li are playing chess." Upon looking, Ji Yuqi sees Professor Li and an elderly gentleman engrossed in their game, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Xiaolong, Ming Ming, Xiaomin. You all head back to the dormitory. I'll take the child over, Ji Yuqi instructs, and the 3 nod in agreement, acknowledging that it is only right to escort the unsteady little girl. "Shall I carry you over to find your grandfather?" Ji Yuqi offers. Yue beams, revealing her small teeth. "Thank you, sister." Unfazed by the dirt from the recent tumble, Ji Yuqi scoops the adorable child into her arms. "Professor Lee, Grandpa, this child just fell, and I am bringing her back to you." Ji Yuqi politely greets them, explaining the situation. Only then do the 2 elderly men seem to notice her approach. Unbeknownst to Ji Yuqi, these shrewd old men have been observing her from the corners of their eyes. "Ah, thank you, young lady. Are you also a student here?" Professor Lee inquires, while the other elder continues to scrutinize Ji Yuqi, taking in every detail of her appearance. Unfamiliar onlookers might mistakenly believe that he is concerned about his granddaughter's injuries, when in fact, he is merely observing the individual cradling the little girl. "Professor Lee, I am a student from the Department of Architecture, and I frequently attend your lectures. I find your insights into economics quite fascinating." This revelation caused Professor Lee to blush, as he appeared not to recognize this particular student. The grandfather shot Professor Lee a withering glance. Suddenly recalling that she was pregnant and should not be lifting heavy objects, "Xiaowei, come down. Do not let your sister carry you. She will tire." Xiaowei, however, was unwilling to comply, relishing the comfort of her sister's embrace, which felt more soothing than that of her grandfather or brother. "No. I want my sister to hold me." This declaration rendered the atmosphere awkward, with Ji Yuqi visibly flustered and a hint of irritation at the corners of his mouth. The elderly gentleman managed a faint smile, concealing his thoughts. Professor Li, overwhelmed, could only facepalm. Should Ye Nan discover this incident, he would undoubtedly quip to his cherished sister, "I won't support any walls, but I certainly applaud you." The seasoned grandfather, drawing upon his vast experience, suddenly conceived a plan to engage more with his granddaughter-in-law. Casting aside any semblance of pride, "Dear student, would you care to sit for a while? My granddaughter has endured much. Her parents departed shortly after her birth. It is rare for her to take such a liking to someone. If you are free, please hold her more often." It is no wonder that Professor Li is a professor. He quickly grasped the underlying intentions of the old fox and donned a congenial expression. "Dear student, do sit down. Standing can be quite tiresome." Ji Yuqi, feeling somewhat bashful, reluctantly relinquished her hold and awkwardly settled into a seat. Oblivious to the implications of being referred to as sister-in-law, "Then I shall not disturb you." The seasoned old fox, noting that his granddaughter-in-law had taken a seat, smiled and inquired, "My dear girl, what family do you come from?" Professor Li shot a glance at the old fox, realizing that he had completely forsaken his dignity for the sake of his granddaughter-in-law. Ji Yuqi answered somewhat sheepishly, "Both my grandparents are alive, as are my parents and my uncle." The old fox persisted, "And from where do you hail?" "I am from Kyoto." The mention of these three syllables caused the grandfather's expression to darken. The people of Kyoto are known for their pride. Wary of their grandchildren lacking opportunities, "Where in Kyoto do you reside?" Ji Yuqi, feeling flustered and forgetting her current identity in Hangzhou, blurted out without thinking, "The military dependence compound." The moment those four words escaped her lips, Ji Yuqi realized her slip, glancing up at the two elderly gentlemen. Professor Li was taken aback. Students from the military dependence compound at Zhejiang University are typically children of retired officers, and while a division commander may not be particularly notable, this compound comprises retirees from the military district of Kyoto, akin to the imperial guards of ancient times. Upon hearing this, the grandfather's brow furrowed even deeper. As it was evident from the girl's reaction that she was not fabricating her background, he suddenly felt apprehensive about his previous comments. Noticing the old gentleman's silence, Professor Li sought to ease the tension. "Dear student, you may not know, but this venerable gentleman is a retired soldier, and his son, your sister's father, perished during the self-defense counterattack." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuqi's respect for the elder grew, and her heart ached for the little girl in her arms, prompting her to hold her even tighter. The grandfather, however, waved his hand dismissively. All of this was for the nation. There is nothing to boast about. In truth, grandfather did not perceive the family background of Ji Yuqi as particularly esteemed, for he had encountered individuals of even higher standing. During his time in the military, he was known for his stubbornness. Had it not been for that trait, he might have ascended to the ranks of military commander or general. Professor Li, eager to leave a favorable impression on Ji Yuqi, sought to ensure that she would not be overshadowed by lineage. He began to extol the virtues of the old gentleman. "My dear student, you may not be aware, but this venerable man is a hero from the battlefield of the anti-Japanese war. He was once the fierce warrior who took out 4 enemy officers with a hand grenade. After retiring, he voluntarily renounced his pension to avoid burdening the nation and returned to his hometown to till the land." Professor Li's enthusiastic recounting of the old gentleman's glory days was well received, for these were indeed proud achievements that he often shared. Meanwhile, Ji Yuqi found herself momentarily lost in thought, her grandfather's words echoing in her mind. "The old squad leader's surname is Ye." "Grandfather, is your surname Ye?" The atmosphere fell silent, and Professor Li looked at Ji Yuqi in astonishment. The old gentleman, taken aback, wondered how this young girl, whom he had never met, knew his surname. Nevertheless, his military pride remained intact as he replied, "Yes, I am Ye Tong." "Young lady, do you know me?" Ji Yuqi blurted out. "Old squad leader?" "Squad leader Ye?" Ye Laojie burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha. It has been ages since anyone called me old squad leader. Many of those who used to call me that have given their lives for the country." "Young lady, how do you know this? We have not met, have we? I have spent decades in this village and have never encountered anyone from the city." Ji Yuqi, filled with excitement and somewhat flustered, replied, "Well, my grandfather mentioned you during the spring festival. He said he had an old squad leader named Ye. He also talked about how you killed 4 enemy officers, 1 colonel and 3 lieutenants." Ye Laojie's spirit soared at this revelation. The memory of vanquishing enemy officers was from his days as a squad leader, and most of the individuals he had known from that time had perished. He could count the survivors on one hand. "What is your grandfather's name?" "My grandfather is Ji Igua, And my grandmother knows you as well. Her name is Feng Lan. My grandfather said that when he enlisted, he was assigned under your command, and my grandmother was a nurse in the field hospital who met you once. Ye Laojia pondered. Ji Yuqi, a nurse from the field hospital? Suddenly, a spark of recognition illuminated his face. Igua, did your grandfather truly marry that nurse? Ji Yuqi nodded vigorously. Professor Li, utterly bewildered, realized that they were family and he was the outsider. Ye Laojia, elated by this revelation, turned to Professor Li and said, Young Li, I once told you about that battle. Only 3 of us from our squad survived. I was the sole survivor of the entire regiment. The other 2 included the young lady's grandfather, both of whom were wounded and recuperated in the field hospital. When I was rescued, I was sent to the same field hospital, but due to inadequate medical facilities, I was transferred to the rear. During my 2 days in the field hospital, the young lady's grandfather cared for me despite his own injuries, and that nurse showed me exceptional kindness. Her grandfather even confided in me about his desire to marry her, and I wholeheartedly supported him. As the tale unfolded, laughter erupted among them all. Unexpectedly, after more than 30 or even 40 years apart, patriotic is still alive. I had always presumed that everyone had perished, yet here I remain, this old frame of mine. As Mr. Yi spoke, his eyes glistened with moisture. Professor Li and Ji Yuqi shared in the sentiment. The bond forged in the crucible of life and death is not something that can be rivaled by a mere few glasses of wine. Those comrades from the past were indeed the ones one could trust with their very back. Perhaps they had only a few hours from acquaintance to parting, without even sharing a drink, and then they were lost to the world. Ji Yuqi's eyes too welled up. My grandfather has expressed his desire to visit you. He has only just retired in the past 2 years and has been following your news closely. Alas, I went to the rear to recuperate from my injuries and then reported to a new unit. My instructor personally recommended me to lead a regiment that had recently endured a fierce battle, with all its commanders perishing. This regiment still comprises over 800 men. Yet their fighting spirit has waned. They need a hero to rekindle their will to fight, and my instructor recommended me. I was then directly transferred from the northeast to the south. Mr. Yi reminisced with a sense of nostalgia. The 3 engaged in light conversation for over an hour. And when mealtime approached, Professor Li gently reminded, Old brother, it's time for dinner. We should intrude upon our young friend Esmiel. At that moment, Mr. Yi realized how long they had been out, and that he needed to take his granddaughter back for dinner. Just then, a security guard approached, handing Ji Yuqi a large bag of items. Student Ji Yuqi, here are your things. This infuriated Mr. Yi, who felt compelled to admonish the guard for delivering food to his granddaughter without inviting her grandfather to dine. Professor Li struggled to suppress his laughter. Little girl, we must take our leave. Do enjoy your meal. Do come find me for a chat at the renowned snack shop on Tinmu Mountain Road when you have the chance. Mr. Yi remained concerned for his granddaughter-in-law. Ji Yuqi, surprised, asked, Renowned snack shop? Mr. Yi proudly replied, Indeed, that is my grandson's establishment. With that, Mr. Yi took the hand of Yue and, alongside Professor Li, departed. The little girl turned back and waved, Goodbye, sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuqi felt a wave of embarrassment and wished for a fissure in the ground to swallow her. Mr. Yi and Professor Li exchanged glances of exasperation, quickening their pace. Chapter 18, A Resounding Slap. Grandfather, how are you? Please speak, grandfather. Ye Nan inquired incessantly upon seeing the elderly Yi and Professor Li return. The old man huffed disdainfully. Those who deliver meals to their wives yet fail to call their own grandfather and sister for dinner deserve no words from me. He particularly emphasized the word own, which left Ye Nan feeling quite awkward, eliciting a sheepish smile from him. Professor Li could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Soon after, Uncle Yushinfu arrived, carrying a multitude of lunchboxes. Dad, it's time to eat. Professor Li hasn't eaten, right? Let's dine together. In truth, since the opening of the cafeteria, meals had become routine, and the restaurant ceased cooking, allowing patrons to simply go there for their meals. Aunt had prepared a variety of dishes in advance, setting aside portions for takeout. The staff merely needed to collect the food, thus relieving grandfather of the cooking duties. It was only Ye Nan who prepared special meals for his wife, and even then, he never made much, aside from a bit of soup, which was often the only leftover. In the afternoon, Ji Yuqi and her dormitory friends craved some snacks and recalled the delectable treats mentioned by the elderly Yi. Upon arriving at the snack shop, they found a table vacant in the corner. Once they had ordered everything, Ji Yuqi sat motionless, gazing toward the bar. Indeed, it was Ye Nan, who had just walked from the back to retrieve some cash. He was preparing to buy some bone marrow for soup, aware that it was already 2 o'clock. And if he didn't start cooking soon, there wouldn't be enough time for it to become tender. At that moment, an absurd thought crossed Ji Yuqi's mind. The elderly Ye was Ye Nan's grandfather, and they both shared the surname Ye. The girl from the morning must be Ye Nan's sister. It was all an act, deliberately staged by the old man to meet her. All the threads connected. The sole motive being pregnancy. They had discovered her condition. Professor Lee. Yes, he had encountered Professor Lee when exiting the office that day. And Lee had overheard everything and informed the elderly Ye, which led to Ye Nan's awareness of the situation. Everything suddenly made sense. Why the school had not reprimanded her. Why Ye Nan had begun delivering food that very night. Why the elderly Ye and the girl had staged such a performance to meet her. And why the girl had referred to her as sister-in-law. After contemplating for a full 10 minutes, Ye Nan returned, joyfully carrying the bone marrow towards the backyard. Ji Yuqi rose immediately. I need to use the restroom. Shenlong and the others casually remarked, engrossed in their delicious feast. She followed Ye Nan to the backyard, where she coincidentally spotted Professor Lee, the elderly Ye, and the young girl engaged in conversation. Uncle Ye Shengfu hurried after her, attempting to intercept Ji Yuqi. The elderly Ye caught sight of her from the corner of his eye, momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and instructed, Second, you go on with your business. Uncle Ye Shengfu glanced at Ji Yuqi, then at the old man, perplexed by the connection. Yet, it was evident that the elderly Ye had no intention of obstructing the young girl. He then proceeded to the shop to busy himself. Professor Lee also turned around and noticed Ji Yuqi nearly toppling from his chair in shock. He was acutely aware of the nature of their relationship. How had this young girl approached them? As Yue was about to address her sister-in-law, old Master Yi covered the young girl's mouth and gestured for silence. Ji Yuqi, undeterred by the surrounding environment, followed Ye Nan directly into the kitchen. Ye Nan was whistling as he retrieved the bone, preparing to wash it. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, causing him to freeze as if his feet were nailed to the ground. Upon seeing Ye Nan, Ji Yuqi's eyes reddened, tears welling up, threatening to spill over. She had not anticipated that Ye Nan would be so close, despite having come here numerous times without encountering him. This man, who had become the subject of gossip, the one who had taken her innocence, the father of the 3 children within her, had left her at a loss for words. She felt that all her grievances stemmed from him, that he was the one who had shattered her world. Ye Nan struggled to emit a hoarse voice. You. What are you doing here? Shouldn't it be you explaining yourself? How did you know I was at Zhejiang Province University? Ji Yuqi attempted to maintain her composure as she posed the question. I. He faltered. You can't say it. I'm here to explain. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her voice rising involuntarily. Professor Lee told you I was pregnant, didn't he? You know my name, don't you? The reason I wasn't penalized by the school is because of Professor Lee's influence, isn't it? Yes. I'm sorry. Is saying sorry enough? Can an apology erase the stares and whispers I endure? Do you have any idea what being an unwed mother does to me? How will my grandparents and parents be judged? I'm sorry. Is that all you can say? Do you think a few vegetables and meals can mend the wounds you've inflicted on others? With that, Ji Yuqi slapped Ye Nan across the face. The sound echoed, causing Professor Lee outside to tremble, ready to rush into the kitchen. Old Master Yi stopped him. He's my grandson. I'm not anxious, so why are you? Upon saying that, he noticed 3 figures at the entrance connecting the backyard to the storefront. Shenlong, Zhao Min, and Lu Meng. The loud confrontation had attracted attention, with many in the shop overhearing. Ye Nan bowed his head silently, allowing Ji Yuqi to continue her outburst. After landing a slap that did little harm, Ji Yuqi's small fists began to pound against Ye Nan's chest, each strike barely registering. Minutes later, exhausted and tear-streaked, she slumped against him. Seeing that she had lost her strength, Ye Nan embraced her tightly. For 40 years, he had not forgotten that face. He had thought of her for 4 decades. I'm sorry. I know saying sorry is futile, but I don't know how to remedy the hurt I've caused you. All I can do is cook for you, to stay away and avoid causing you pain, while continuously saying I'm sorry. Rest assured, I shall never allow you to suffer again. I shall cherish you for a lifetime, care for you eternally, and permit you to express your emotions freely, even if it means enduring your anger and scorn. My sole desire is to alleviate your sorrow, to diminish your pain, even if just a fraction. In this lifetime, I hope to smooth away even the slightest trace of resentment in your heart. Ji Yuqi was momentarily taken aback by these words, forgetting her tears. Was this a confession of love? A profoundly humble confession, steeped in humility. To seek to erase a mere sliver of hatred from someone's heart over a lifetime. Was this an act of repentance? Was this a promise of responsibility towards her? Ji Yuqi attempted to break free from his embrace, yet Ye Nan held her tightly. I do not expect you to love me, but I shall care for you all my life, as well as for your parents and grandparents. I shall earn their forgiveness, even if it means enduring humiliation or kneeling at your doorstep for 7 days and nights. I will not relent. Please allow me the chance to care for you for eternity. Grant me a sliver of opportunity to make amends. Finally managing to escape his grasp, Ji Yuqi stepped back and regarded Ye Nan. He was in tears, his face etched with guilt. Deep within Ji Yuqi, it felt as though a hole had opened up. Had her heart softened? Very well, if you seek to make amends, you must first gain the approval of my parents and grandparents. Should they consent, I shall give you a chance. Ji Yuqi, having softened, offered him a chance. But it was not a simple matter. Her father desired a son-in-law who could elevate his status, while her grandfather required a strong protector who could love and cherish her. Upon hearing there was a possibility, Ye Nan's heart soared with joy, and he promptly agreed. I shall ensure they grant their approval. Ji Yuqi wiped her face and shot him a glance. However, Ye Nan quickly regained his composure. Where is your home? I shall set out immediately, with everything in order. Ji Yuqi, sporting 3 dark lines on her forehead, replied, If you are so capable of finding me, you can look it up yourself. With that, she exited the kitchen and encountered Grandpa Yi, Professor Li, and a throng of people, including her 3 sisters. As she prepared to leave, little Yi Wei, with a cheerful smile, clung to Ji Yuqi's leg. Sister-in-law, will you play with me? Ji Yuqi held back her emotions. Somehow, hearing the title sister-in-law no longer felt so jarring. Remembering the poor girl's background, she turned to Grandpa Yi. Grandpa, may I take my sister to school for a visit? I shall return her personally in the evening. Not knowing the girl's name, she could only refer to her as sister. Upon hearing Grandpa Yi's eyes lit up, and he readily permitted. All right, it's fine if you don't return her tonight. Yay, I'm going to play with my sister-in-law. The little girl was overjoyed, completely oblivious to the astonished expressions of everyone present. As Ji Yuqi led the little girl and her own friends out of the store, a flurry of gossip erupted. The owner of the famous snack shop has a wife. The owner of the famous snack shop had a quarrel with his wife. The owner's wife is a university student. Various rumors spread like wildfire throughout the vicinity of Zhejiang University overnight. Xiaoqi, what is the situation? Xiaoqi, what is your relationship with that owner? Xiaoqi, I currently find myself beset by numerous questions, accompanied by a profound perplexity. Ji Yuqi, holding the little girl's hand, turned back. 1. It is not entirely unrelated, yet cannot be said to have no connection at all. 2. Ming, I am aware of your inquiries. Your guesses are indeed correct. You wished to ask me yesterday, and I know it. Lu Ming, astonished, covered her mouth in surprise. After Ji Yuqi had finished his response, he led the little girl back to school. Since an opportunity had been presented, it was essential to understand his family. The little girl served as an excellent entry point. Shenlong gazed at Lu Ming. What questions do you have? Indeed, what are you two playing at? Zhao Min was equally intrigued. Have you not noticed that Xiaoqi's abdomen is becoming increasingly prominent? Even with eating, it cannot be so exaggerated. That area corresponds to the womb. Shenlong and Zhao Min's eyes widened in astonishment. In the dormitory, Shenlong, Zhao Min, and Lu Ming surrounded Ji Yuqi and the little girl. The little girl appeared somewhat flustered, but still positioned herself protectively in front of her sister-in-law. Xiaoqi, are you pregnant? Is it the owner of the delicacies? Be candid and forthright. The trio bombarded him with a barrage of questions. Yes, Ji Yuqi replied, growing weary of their inquiries. The dormitory fell silent. Although the 3 were aware of the truth, receiving confirmation left them in shock. Meanwhile, outside the dormitory, a few individuals passed by. Did you see that? What? In the school bulletin board, someone named Ye Nan donated 50,000 to the school. Is that for real? Indeed, it's right there on the bulletin board. Complete with an official seal. 50,000, that's quite a sum. If only I had 50, I wouldn't need to eat pickled vegetables for an entire semester. Inside the dormitory, the 4 stared wide-eyed. Clearly, Ji Yuqi was equally astonished. Xiaoqi, is it true? Shenlong asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. 50,000. Lu Ming added, with the official seal, it must be genuine. Zhao Min chimed in. How many fried potatoes can you buy with 50,000? Though the trio came from affluent families, the prospect of receiving such a lump sum was daunting. Their weekly allowance barely totaled 100. Ji Yuqi, however, pondered deeply. Professor Li likely did not possess the means to resolve her predicament. Could it be linked to this donation of 50,000? Xiaoqi, did you hear that? Ah, what? Ji Yuqi, momentarily distracted, returned to the present upon hearing someone call her name. Zhao Min inquired, do you know about the 50,000? Ji Yuqi shook her head, explaining, I am unaware, but Director Wang is aware of my pregnancy and mentioned that it has been reported to the school leadership. Furthermore, I suspect that Fang Zhihua is the one who reported me. No way. Is that true? The sudden commotion caused Ji Yuqi a headache that day. After my hospital checkup, I noticed Fang Zhihua's silhouette, and shortly thereafter, I was summoned by Director Wang. It is plausible that she is the one behind my pregnancy. Ye Nan is someone she met at her wedding. What? Is it truly her? The most rational among them. Lu Meng questioned, what could her motive possibly be? I am uncertain, yet I can surmise what the intent behind that 50,000 might be. Ji Yuqi's eyes seemed to sparkle with understanding. Shenlan, now enlightened, remarked, Xiaoqi, I find myself a bit envious of you. 50,000 is quite a sum. My father would likely hesitate to spend that much on me. Me too. Me too. Zhao Min chimed in, raising her hand. Lu Meng remained composed. Do you know Ye Nan? Ji Yuqi shook her head, but cast a glance towards Yi Wei. Lu Meng instantly understood and quietly pulled Shenlan and Zhao Min aside for a hushed conversation. In the next moment, Yi Wei appeared like a princess. With the three of them half kneeling, half squatting, hands filled with an assortment of candies, fruit chews, bubblegum, lollipops, and the famous white rabbit milk candy. Ji Yuqi was taken aback, astonished that her good friend would go to such lengths to please a 3-year-old child. However, it proved effective. They gathered quite an amount of information about Ye Nan. The little girl, named Yi Wei, mentioned that she had 3 uncles, 2 aunts, over a dozen cousins, and several more siblings. With bubblegum in her left hand and white rabbit candy in her right, her mouth stuffed with treats, she exclaimed, my grandpa is so good to me. He often takes me out to buy food, along with beautiful clothes and dresses. All my clothes and dresses are bought by grandpa. He also gives me money. Lots of money. Zhao Min, who had the least pocket money among the 4, was curious about how much Yi Wei had. Little sister, how much pocket money do you have? The little girl pondered for a moment. I get a green bill every day, and I keep it in a small jar. My brother told me not to tell grandpa. The 4 of them widened their eyes in astonishment. Among them, Lu Meng was the wealthiest, receiving 150 yuan a week, while Zhao Min had the least at 70. They were shocked to learn that a little girl received a substantial amount daily. Zhao Min felt her heart shatter. Ji Yuqi was equally surprised. Ye Nan certainly indulged her. She recalled that during her own childhood, she had little understanding of money. Unbeknownst to everyone, children have fleeting memories, and Yi Wei had forgotten any past grievances. Noticing the silence among the group, the little girl tiptoed over to Ji Yuqi, offering her candy. Sister-in-law, here is some candy for you. Little Wei can't eat too much. Ji Yuqi's maternal instincts were stirred. The sight of such a delightful child offering sweets evoked a warm sense of affection. Chapter 19. An incident occurred. Ye Nan was aware that the little girl was at Ji Yuqi's place. So she ordered an extra portion of food, winter melon and pork bone soup, stewed fish with tomatoes, braised chicken wings, and spicy chicken. When the dinner arrived at the dormitory, Shenlan and her companions no longer needed to venture to the cafeteria. They had not set foot in there for several days. Frequently sharing breakfast with their neighboring classmates had significantly elevated their favorability. After finishing dinner, Zhao Min proactively offered to wash the food containers, while Shenlan and Lu Meng continued to tease the little girl, finding her irresistibly adorable. Ji Yuqi, resembling an old lady, sat by, watching with a smile. The little girl would exclaim, Sister-in-law, look at this little clip. Sister-in-law, look at this little mirror. Ji Yuqi responded with a warm smile. Shenlan and Lu Meng pouted in dissatisfaction, feeling that the little girl was ungrateful, only addressing Ji Yuqi as sister-in-law. This made Ji Yuqi even more joyful, as she couldn't help but touch her belly, wondering if her own 3 children would be as charming as the little girl. As night fell, none of them wished for the little girl to return home, so they sent a message with the night shift security guard. Yi Wei won't be going back tonight. Ye Nan, upon receiving the news, was both amused and exasperated. The old master Yi had no objections, pleased that he could enjoy a good night's sleep. Thus, they arrived at April 1st. In the span of over 20 days, Ye Nan had not expanded her commercial empire. Yesterday, she received all the operating funds. Each employee received a salary of 100, with the highest bonus for the managers of the 7 branches reaching 30,000, particularly from the Shanghai branch. The lowest bonus was 10,000 from the Urumqi branch. Each employee at the restaurant earned 50, and Ye Nan generously added a 20 as a bonus, allowing each to take home 2 pounds of meat. The monthly profit exceeded 20,000, although it was not as much as other outlets. She was elated with the earnings for her aunt's hard work, feeling reluctant to accept over 10,000. Ultimately, the accumulated funds, after deducting all bonuses and salary costs, totaled 1.55 million. The profit from melon seeds and peanuts was truly exorbitant. Hiring 10 people at the restaurant, they toiled for a month to earn merely 20,000. During these 20 days, Ji Yuqi frequently visited the Ju snacks, and rather dominantly took the little girl with her, often not returning her at night. No one at the snack shop dared to accept her money, and Xunlan, Xiaomin, and Lu Ming began to indulge in free meals as well. Their monthly allowance remained largely untouched. Apart from taking the little girl to the movies and buying candies, there was no need for expenditure. With meals delivered 4 times a day, and the little girl becoming increasingly fashionable, she generously purchased new clothes and hair clips for herself. When Ji Yuqi attempted to pay, the little girl humorously remarked, "My brother is wealthy. He said I shouldn't let sister-in-law spend money, or I would be spanked when I get home." In the end, the little girl acquired over 10 new outfits and various hair accessories, necessitating a dedicated room for her clothes. Both the old master Ye and Ye Nan, being men, lacked a sense of fashion, but they found themselves increasingly enamored with the stylish little girl. Upon learning that the money spent wasn't from his granddaughter-in-law's pocket, the old master Ye remained silent, unfazed by the few thousand spent over the month. Instead, Ye Nan and Ji Yuqi were able to engage in a few normal conversations, during which they even accompanied each other to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. Ji Yuqi's abdomen had noticeably rounded, her clothing barely concealing the change. And each time she pondered this, she found it hard to regard Ye Nan with kindness. Ye Nan was also preoccupied with plans involving Professor Li's trip to Hong Kong. Professor Li, once you arrive in Hong Kong, you must obtain a Hong Kong identity card. Otherwise, registering a company there will prove quite cumbersome. Professor Li appeared somewhat reluctant, questioning, "What about my mainland identity?" This year, the Eagle representatives would convene in Kyoto to discuss the Hong Kong issue, as the deadline for its return was merely a decade away. Currently, you hold a Hong Kong identity under the Eagle Nation, but post-return, it will be a Huaxia identity. Professor Li pondered, is the return truly certain? How could it not be? Just observe Hong Kong's geographical significance. A single command from Kyoto, and Hong Kong will revert. The Eagle Nation could only watch helplessly. Millions of troops were no laughing matter, and the Eagle Nation was no longer the same as before, nor was Huaxia. Very well. I've already secured the documents for Hong Kong. Obtaining an identity card should pose no problem. Professor Li, contemplating shares and dividends, gritted his teeth and agreed. I have prepared 1.2 million for you. 1 million for company registration and 200,000 for your expenses. Remember, the legal representative during registration must be solely you. Ye Nan, filled with concern, reminded him, I will accompany you and Wangjun to Guangzhou, where you can exchange the currency before you depart. Once in Hong Kong, keep my store's phone number in mind. I will establish a line for easier communication. After Professor Li consented, they agreed to set off in 2 days, allowing him time to pack and bid farewell to his family. Ye Nan sent someone to convey a message to Wangjun. It seems you may need to part ways with your uncle. I am arranging for you to open a branch in Guangzhou, as Professor Li is heading to Hong Kong. You will go to Guangzhou to assist him, and if the opportunity arises, you should also aim to establish a branch in Shenzhen. Currently, entering Shenzhen is quite challenging. However, the Guangzhou branch will not be required to remit profits, allowing you to seek opportunities there and eventually expand into Shenzhen and Hong Kong. Wang Jun felt the weight of the task before him, as this would separate Guangzhou from Hangzhou, granting him the freedom to develop. The following day, Ye Nan announced his intention to visit Guangzhou, taking Wang Jun and Professor Li along, while leaving his uncle to oversee the store. By evening, Ji Yuqi rushed to the store to find Ye Nan. Are you planning to run away? Ji Yuqi was furious. The past month had brought her a sense of security, and upon hearing that Ye Nan was leaving, she felt a void in her heart. Ye Nan furrowed his brow. Run away? What do you mean? Aren't you going to Guangzhou? Yes, to Guangzhou. Isn't going to Guangzhou the same as running away? Ji Yuqi pressed, advancing a step closer. Ye Nan seemed to grasp her sentiments. I am merely arranging a few matters. Professor Li is heading to Hong Kong, and my cousin is opening a branch in Guangzhou. I will sort everything out and return, at most in half a month. Upon understanding, Ji Yuqi's face flushed. So you really are not running away? Where would I run to? I still need to go to Kyoto. Without my trip to Kyoto, the 3 little ones in your belly cannot acknowledge their ancestry. This made her face flush even deeper. Who said anything about acknowledging ancestry? She scoffed before darting away. For over 20 days, one individual has been inquiring about news. Today, it was finally revealed that Fang Jihua is on her own sofa. Ye Nan, quite resourceful indeed, spending 50,000 merely to protect Ji Yuqi. Indeed. The document pouch in Fang Jihua's possession contains all of Ye Nan's information. Ye Nan, male, 21 years old, hailing from Yi family village in County, Hangzhou, Zhejiang province. He operates a well-known snack business in Hangzhou, and the restaurant Dao Dian also belongs to him. Fang Jihua is aware that these 2 establishments have gained considerable notoriety in recent months. A sinister plot began to form in her mind. Ji Yuqi, irrespective of who defends you, I shall ensure that they face dire consequences. Certainly, targeting Ye Nan as the daughter of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce's director would be a trivial endeavor. On April 3rd, Ye Nan, Professor Li, and Wang Jun, each with a suitcase in hand, hailed a Fiat taxi to the station. Ye Nan, are you not afraid that I might abscond with the money? Professor Li jested. Flee, do you suppose I care for such trivial sums? Or do you believe that your worth is merely dictated by this money? Professor Li understood. Ye Nan did not regard the 1,200,000 as significant and considered her own value to far exceed it, stirring a wave of excitement in him. Soon, the trio boarded the train, having purchased sleeper tickets in advance, as they were carrying 1,500,000, with 1,200,000 allocated for Professor Li. The remainder would be used for purchasing property and exploring what Guangzhou had to offer that Ye Nan could bring back. The journey would span 3 days. And under the current circumstances, the green train car was unavoidable, requiring several stops along the way, traversing 3 provinces and dozens of cities from Hangzhou to Guangzhou. As the train commenced its journey, Ye Nan announced her need to use the restroom. Stepping out of the compartment, she overheard a conversation as she passed through a carriage. Is everything arranged? Each carriage has someone assigned. Once this job is done, I'll take you all to Shenzhen and Hong Kong. Don't worry, it's all set. The crew has 3 to 4 years of experience. We'll make our move the day before we reach Guangzhou, replied a younger voice. Ye Nan paid little heed. In this era, there were numerous organized and disciplined pickpockets. Upon finishing in the restroom, she glanced at the 2 speakers, one with a scruffy beard and a scar beneath his eye, the other a young man in a hat, revealing only his mouth, likely around 18 or 19 years old. After observing them, she returned to her compartment. Someone must always be alert. There's a gang of pickpockets on this train. Wang Jun appeared somewhat anxious. Brother Nan, could there be trouble? Not at all, as long as someone is watching them. They won't dare to act. Besides, no one knows we are carrying money. Ye Nan reassured him, grateful that train travel presently does not necessitate security checks, unlike future generations who would struggle to pass through with such amounts. Professor Li remained notably calm. Nothing to worry about. Just stay composed. The compartment is locked. No one can enter. Ye Nan replied before climbing up to the upper bunk to rest. She had purchased 4 tickets, and all 4 berths in this compartment were theirs. Fortunately, the ticketing system did not require real name registration, or else acquiring them would have posed a challenge. After the train departed, a significant event unfolded in Hangzhou. The police, accompanied by several plainclothes officers, entered the renowned snack shop. Is Ye Nan present? Upon seeing the police officer's tense demeanor, Yi Xingfu, the uncle, forced a smile and asked, "Comrades, is there something you need?" Meanwhile, Aunt Shun Suixiang had already rushed to the backyard in search of Old Master Yi. When Old Master Yi emerged and spotted the police, he frowned and inquired, "Are you looking for my grandson?" The leading officer produced his credentials, stating, "I am from the Speculation and Profiteering Bureau, Wu Lei. We have received a report alleging that Ye Nan is involved in speculation and profiteering, and we would like him to assist us with our investigation." The patrons in the shop were taken aback by the mention of speculation, hastily retreating against the walls, while Uncle Yi Shengfu's heart sank in despair. Aunt Shun Suixiang began to weep, and Xiao Lu and the others were equally flustered. Only Old Master Yi remained unperturbed, asserting, "My grandson has gone to Guang City. You can wait for his return to conduct your investigation." Wu Lei furrowed his brow, responding, "Guang City? Is he there to engage in speculation? Captain Wu, are you conducting an investigation or determining who to apprehend?" Old Master Yi spoke gravely. Sensing the old man's formidable presence, Wu Lei grew anxious. Had it not been for Fang Jihua's report, who would seek trouble without cause? He had already verified that the snack shop possessed all necessary permits. Leaving no grounds to blame the establishment, they had to pursue an individual instead. Very well, when Ye Nan returns, instruct him to visit our bureau to clarify the matter, Wu Lei concluded, leading his team away. At that time, the Speculation and Profiteering Bureau wielded considerable authority, capable of eliciting immediate cooperation from the public security system. Meanwhile, in the office of the president at Zhejiang University, President Zhou, I have heard that a student named Ji Yuqi at your institution is pregnant out of wedlock. Is that correct? Inquired Investigator Liu from the Education Bureau. President Zhou furrowed his brow, clearly recognizing it as a report from Fang Jihua. Such a young person, straying from the right path, he thought inwardly, cursing the situation, yet knowing the student's father was the director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, rendering him powerless. Yes, she is indeed pregnant. Then why has your school not taken any disciplinary action? Are you aware of the severity of an unmarried college student's pregnancy? Investigator Liu emphasized the seriousness of the matter. After a moment of silence, President Zhou replied, "What do you propose as punishment? Expulsion or a serious reprimand?" Liu was taken aback by Zhou's response, and, recalling Fang Jihua's influential background, finally suggested, "Shouldn't she be made to terminate the pregnancy?" Followed by a school punishment of a serious reprimand? President Zhou sprang from his seat, slamming his hand on the table in outrage. "What do you take this place for? Who has the authority to force someone to terminate a pregnancy? Who do you think you are, to speak so brazenly?" This incited great anger in Investigator Liu, who retorted, "President Zhou, this incident tarnishes your school's reputation and that of the entire Zhejiang education system. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall escalate this matter to the director for resolution." A few teachers outside, drawn by the commotion, were astonished by the unfolding drama. "President Zhou, you must understand that this matter cannot be resolved as you wish. The Education Bureau will undoubtedly address the situation regarding this female student." With a heavy sigh, President Zhou conceded, "The utmost I can do is expel her. Beyond that, I lack the authority, and neither does the Public Security Bureau, let alone your Education Bureau." Investigator Liu furrowed his brow, yet the desired outcome had been achieved, compelling him to concede, "I expect results within 3 days." With that, he exited the office. Principal Zhou sank despondently into his chair, lamenting the loss of 50,000 yuan. But even more regretting how such an exemplary student had managed to provoke the formidable Fang Jihua. This incident swiftly spread throughout the campus. "Did you hear? Ji Yuqi is pregnant." "Who is Ji Yuqi?" She asked the most beautiful girl in the architecture department. Shenlan's eyes blazed with indignation. "Fang Jihua has gone too far. This is not the time to debate who has overstepped. We must focus on how to resolve this. I heard that the Education Bureau has already sent representatives this morning." Lu Ming responded calmly. "What resolution is possible? It simply leads to expulsion, doesn't it? Let them expel her. It's irrelevant now. Ji Yuqi doesn't care anymore. That is unacceptable. She has just 3 months until her internship. She must endure at least until then." Ji Yuqi shrugged indifferently. "Graduation is merely a piece of paper. Without a diploma, I can still design, can't I?" The three of them fell silent, at a loss for words to persuade her. "Let us go eat." "I'm famished," one suggested. As the four emerged from the dormitory, a group of girls approached. "Ji Yuqi, is it true that you are pregnant? Who is the father? Are you planning to drop out?" Shenlan's temper flared. "What business is it of yours? Manage your own affairs before meddling in others." The girls, incensed by her retort, erupted into a heated argument. "Do you have the audacity to be pregnant out of wedlock? So what if you have a bit of money? Your private life is a mess." Lu Ming, embodying the fierce spirit of a mother, swiftly slapped one of the girls. The confrontation escalated into chaos, as 5 or 6 girls clashed with Shenlan and the others. In the ensuing turmoil, someone shoved Ji Yuqi. "Ah, that hurts." The cry silenced everyone. Lu Ming was the first to react. "Xiao Qi, are you all right?" Shenlan and Zhao Min rushed over. "What happened? You look like you're in pain." "She's bleeding," Zhao Min stammered, noticing the blood on Ji Yuqi's calf. Lu Ming regained her composure swiftly. "Zhao Min, hurry and find the dorm matron. We need to take Xiao Qi to the hospital. Shenlan, go find Ye Nan. He must make the decisions here. There's no time to notify Xiao Qi's parents." The two quickly sprang into action. Chapter 20. The Ji family's urgency. Shenlan rushed into the restaurant, exclaiming, "Where is Ye Nan?" Uncle Yushinfu furrowed his brow. What is the matter with your classmate? Where is Ye Nan? Xiao Qi is in trouble. Yi Xingfu's heart sank. He certainly knew who Xiao Qi was. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he dashed to the backyard, shouting, "Father! Father! Xiao Qi is in trouble." Old Master Yi dropped his iron cup with a clatter. His expression filled with alarm. "What has happened?" I don't know. It was her classmate who informed me." This revelation infuriated the old master. "What good are you if you can't handle such a trivial matter?" Without another word, Old Master Yi rushed to the front, demanding of Shenlan, "What has happened to Xiao Qi?" She was pushed and fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. Hearing this, the old master's eyes turned red with concern. "Where is Xiao Qi now?" "She has already been taken to the hospital," Shenlan replied, shuddering at the old man's terrifying presence. "You go upstairs and bring the money from my room. Chui Xiang, go to the street corner and find Lao Lu to notify Lao Wu at the hospital." Old Master Yi instructed rapidly. Meanwhile, in the operating room, footsteps echoed as Yunan's aunt's second aunt arrived. "Father, what has happened?" The eldest aunt inquired breathlessly. Old Master Yi looked up, his eyes still red. "You need to find out quickly. Something has happened to Xiao Qi. Ye Nan will go mad." His gaze stunned everyone into silence. The eldest aunt swallowed hard and nodded. "All right," before pushing open the doors to the operating room. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. Old Master Yi began to sway, having stood for so long. Not even the young could endure such a strain. Second Uncle Yu Shenfu returned after settling the fees and arranging the ward. "Father, everything has been taken care of. It's all the best." Old Master Yi nodded and turned to Shenlan, Lu Meng, and Zhao Min, asking, "Does anyone know Xiao Qi's family contact information?" All three shook their heads. Old Master Yi then looked at his son and daughter. "Lao Wu is not here. You must find a way to contact Li Yunxiang. Have him reach out to Ji Yuqi at the military family compound in Kyoto and inform him that his granddaughter is in trouble." Lu Meng was taken aback. While Shenlan and Zhao Min might not understand the significance of the military family compound, Lu Meng did. The realization that Xiao Qi's grandfather belonged to such a prestigious background was alarming. If anything happened to Xiao Qi, it would be catastrophic. Yi Xingfu and the eldest aunt nodded and went off to find Li Yunxiang. Li Yunxiang, the eldest aunt's husband and a section chief at the tax bureau, was well positioned to establish contact in Kyoto. After another 2 hours, Ji Yuqi was wheeled out. The obstetrician emerged as well, asking, "Who is the family member?" Old Master Yi trembled as he approached, his legs numb from standing too long. The eldest aunt quickly stepped forward to support him. "Doctor, how's the child?" "The child is safe. Triplets are inherently risky. Next time, it cannot be like this. Not every occasion will be so fortunate." Old Master Yi exhaled deeply. Thank you, doctor." Subsequently, the arrangements were made for a private room, the finest VIP suite. Old Master Yi withdrew all the money that Ye Nan had given him. Shenlan and the other two followed into the room. Lu Meng exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that nothing untoward had occurred. Otherwise, they would all have been entangled in the matter. In her heart, she mused, "This time, Fang Zhihua has truly encountered a formidable opponent." As evening descended, Li Yunxiang also arrived. "Father," Old Master Yi glanced up at his eldest son-in-law, responding with a mere nod. "Father, we have made contact with Kyoto. Old Master Ji said he would come to Hangzhou shortly. You all should return first. I shall stay here," Old Master Yi declared, resolutely seated on the sofa. His second uncle, eldest aunt, and younger aunt all wished to persuade him, but a fierce glare from Old Master Yi silenced them all. "Young lady, you should all head home. It's quite late. Second, you and Cui Xiang escort them back, and you should return early as well. Xiao Wei is still at the shop and will be busy tomorrow. Sixth, you should also return early." Everyone was persuaded to leave, leaving only the eldest aunt and her husband to accompany Old Master Yi. Uncle Li Yunxiang was aware of Old Master Yi's status and held him in great esteem. It was only now that the eldest aunt inquired, "Father, whose child is in this girl's womb?" Old Master Yi, resting his eyes, responded with a soft hum. The eldest aunt's face brightened. "Is it truly Xiaonan's?" It was no wonder she was so astonished. She hadn't seen Ye Nan in quite some time and was unaware of Ji Yuqi's situation. Li Yunxiang was the most surprised. This girl's grandfather resided in the military compound, and Ye Nan had gotten her pregnant before marriage. "Father, this girl's grandfather?" Li Yunxiang could not help but ask. Old Master Yu replied with authority, "This is my grandson's affair. As the grandfather, I shall bear the responsibility, especially since Xiaonan is not in Hangzhou." The three fell silent. They remained seated throughout the night, with old Master Yi maintaining a straight posture, resting his eyes. A knock sounded at the door before it opened. Father, have something to eat. His second uncle Yushinfu brought breakfast. Father, is Xiaoqi still asleep? Later on, fifth, you should inquire about what is going on. Old Master Yi said, a hint of anxiety in his voice. By noon, Ji Yuqi finally awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she saw 3 figures on the sofa. Old Master Yi, Li Yunxiang, and Yi Xiaozhen. Second uncle Yi Xingfu had returned to the shop after delivering breakfast. Ji Yuqi recognized only old Master Yi. Grandfather, she whispered, her voice faint and hoarse. Yet old Master Yi heard her and quickly opened his eyes, exclaiming with delight, Girl, you're awake. She attempted to rise, but, having sat for an entire night, her legs were numb, and she fell back down. The eldest and also reacted, assisting old Master Yi towards the bedside. Girl, you must be hungry. I will have someone fetch you something to eat. Ji Yuqi, feeling somewhat disoriented, shook her head. She glanced around, realizing she was in a hospital. Recollecting the events that transpired, she instinctively touched her abdomen, feeling relieved. Old Master Yi observed her gesture, pleasantly surprised, indicating her concern for the child. Girl, I had someone notify your grandfather yesterday. He will arrive today. You should rest well, and I will arrange for someone to bring you some food. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuqi shook her head resolutely. No, I wish to be discharged. I cannot let grandfather know. However, old Master Yi feigned anger, insisting, sit back down. The doctor has advised you to rest properly. If you keep moving around, what will happen to the child? A series of knocks echoed at the door. With a grave tone, old Master Yi said, Come in. The door swung open to reveal a young woman, Fang Jihua, who had come to check on Ji Yuqi after her miscarriage. Spotting others in the room, Fang Jihua donned a facade of innocence, smiling sweetly. Xiaoqi, I heard you were hospitalized, so I came to see you. Ji Yuqi rolled her eyes, remaining silent. Fang Jihua, feeling a bit awkward, placed down her basket of flowers, saying, Since you seem fine, I shall take my leave. Noticing no one was inclined to keep her, she hurriedly exited the room. Once outside, her expression turned to one of resentment and malice. The ward fell into silence until 3 more individuals entered, Shenlan, Lu Meng, and Zhao Min, the most emotional of the group, saw Ji Yuqi and immediately burst into tears. Xiaoqi, it's wonderful to see you're okay. Old Master Yi, noticing this, cleared his throat and announced, Yunxiang, Lao Wu, you both should return to your duties. I shall take a stroll downstairs. Soon. Only the 4 roommates remained in the room. At this moment, Ji Yuqi resolved to no longer succumb to weakness, for it could endanger herself and her child. With a fierce gaze, she looked at her 3 sisters and demanded, Who pushed me yesterday? Lu Meng's heart sank. Sensing a change in Ji Yuqi, it was chaotic at the time, I'm not entirely sure. Shenlan and Zhao Min nodded in agreement. Ji Yuqi thought to herself, If I cannot find the culprit, I shall deal with them all, including Fang Jihua. Suddenly, Shenlan spoke up. When I went to find Ye Nan yesterday, I heard he has gone to Guangshi. I know. Not long after his arrival in Guangshi, people from the black market showed up, claiming Ye Nan was involved in illegal trade. Ji Yuqi chuckled softly, that's rather clever. They know how to target Ye Nan, who had previously provided me with 50,000 yuan. The school authorities were helpless and turned to the Education Bureau, but with Ye Nan's credentials intact. Even his father was powerless and had to resort to the black market. Shenlan and Zhao Min appeared bewildered. However, Lu Meng connected the dots. Fang Jihua? This woman is truly scheming. She was just here, and upon seeing Grandfather Yi, she dropped her flowers and left, Lu Meng added. The 3 frowned in unison, and Lu Meng's curiosity intensified. What kind of grudge is this? It seems it's a matter of life and death. Footsteps echoed in the corridor as 7 or 8 individuals appeared at the door. Ji Aigua, Feng Lan, Li Qianwen, Ji Buluan, and Ji Bowen, accompanied by 2 armed guards. Lu Meng and her friends were taken aback. The guards were heavily armed. Xiaoqi, how are you? Feng Lan immediately grasped Ji Yuqi's hand, asking with deep concern. Before Ji Yuqi could respond, Li Qianwen seized her other hand. Xiaoqi, tell mother, what is bothering you? Ji Aigua angrily demanded. Which scoundrel brought my granddaughter to the hospital? Ji Buluan, summon the chief of police from Hang City. I want to see who dares to harm my granddaughter. Although Ji Buluan wished to speak, he left the room to fetch someone. The commotion caused Lu Meng and the other girls to huddle together in fear. Jibran was quite adept at speaking. Do not be afraid, classmates. You are friends of Xiaoqi, aren't you? At this moment, Ji Aigua, Feng Lan, and Li Qianwen noticed the presence of 3 additional individuals. Fong Lan glanced at the 3, whose faces had turned pale with fear, shot Ji Yuqi a disapproving look, and gently said, "You must be Xiaoqi's classmates. Please come and sit down, do not mind him. Grandma and Grandpa will take care of things for you." The trio, Lu Ming, finally aware of their surroundings, politely greeted, "Hello, Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie, Uncle. Good, good, come and take a seat." Fong Lan was quite considerate of the feelings of others. Ji Yuqi smiled and reassured them, "Please sit. There is nothing to worry about." Just then, 2 individuals entered through the doorway, Old Master Yi and Li Yunxiang. The eldest aunt had gone to inquire about the doctor's report. As Old Master Yi stepped inside, Ji Yuqi and Fong Lan were momentarily stunned, while Old Master Yi wore a warm smile on his face. Ji Yuqi trembled, his lips quivering. "Is it really you? Old class leader?" "Yuqi, I am no longer your old class leader. You are now my superior," Old Master Yi replied, still smiling, though his eyes glistened with moisture. Ji Yuqi shook his head and stood at attention, saluting. "Ji Yuqi reporting for duty. I humbly ask for your inspection, old class leader." At this, Old Master Yi could no longer contain himself, bursting into tears while laughing. "Ji Yuqi, it is good to see you alive. It is truly good." The 2 elderly men, combined, were over 130 years old, yet they embraced each other and wept. Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, and Li Qianwen understood how much Ji Yuqi had longed to see this old class leader. The others, however, were bewildered, as it seemed that Ye Nan's grandfather appeared to be even more formidable than Ji Yuqi's grandfather. They failed to notice how this unassuming old man had blended into the crowd. "Yuqi, I never imagined you were still alive. If that girl hadn't mentioned you, I would have thought I was the last one left from our class," Old Master Yi expressed with excitement. "Old class leader, it is just the 2 of us now. I retired in 80 and always intended to find you. Later, I heard about your son's sacrifice, and I have been trying to locate you ever since. I only managed to find out you were in Dashin, but not your specific whereabouts. Why did you retire from service? I heard you didn't even take the national subsidies." Ji Yuqi had always wanted to ask this question. "I did not wish to burden the country. I have 4 sons and 2 daughters. My eldest son perished in service, and my eldest daughter-in-law died in childbirth upon hearing the news. I was left with 1 grandson and a newborn granddaughter. Our family has served the nation loyally for 2 generations, doing our utmost. My remaining 3 sons have a total of 16 grandchildren. If anything were to happen to 2 more, how could an old man nearing 70 manage to raise so many children?" Old Master Yi also bore his own unspeakable burdens. Ji Yuqi nodded, reflecting on the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was only 2 children, but if there were 2 more incidents, how could an elderly man care for so many little ones? Old Master Yi glanced at Ji Yuqi and Fong Lan, feeling somewhat guilty and embarrassed, his gaze evasively darting away. Ji Yuqi was too overwhelmed with emotion to notice. How could he not be moved upon seeing his old class leader? Fong Lan, however, noticed but was uncertain of its significance. At that moment, a nurse knocked and entered, followed by the eldest aunt. "Ji Yuqi, it is time for your medication." Li Qianwen curiously inquired, "What kind of medicine?" The nurse frowned and replied, "Of course, it is for the preservation of pregnancy." What? Li Qianwen, Fong Lan, Ji Yuqi, and Ji Baron all exclaimed in astonishment. The nurse was taken aback. "Why are you all so surprised? Don't you know how you ended up in the hospital?" After finishing feeding Ji Yuqi, she left, leaving the atmosphere in the ward feeling quite chaotic. Li Qianwen was the first to regain her composure. "Xiaoqi, tell your mother what happened." I. The elderly Yi furrowed his brow, gazing at the pitiful Ji Yuqi, and said, "This matter has nothing to do with the girl. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall on this old man for failing to educate his grandson properly." Upon hearing this, his eldest daughter grew anxious. "Father, please be quiet. His father passed away early. It is I who failed to teach him well. Regardless of what trouble my grandson has caused, a grandfather must take responsibility. Yuqi, my grandson has wronged your granddaughter. If you have any grievances, feel free to address them to this old man. Whatever demands you have, I shall do my utmost to accommodate." At this moment, the elderly Yi displayed an impressive demeanor, captivating everyone in the room. Ji Yuqi and Fong Lan were left in a state of disbelief. Li Qianwen was at a loss for words. How could she respond? Should she reprimand the savior of her father-in-law? At the entrance, Ji Baron returned. "Father, I'm back. The chief of police has already gone to the school to investigate." This call of father snapped Ji Yuqi back to reality. "Old class monitor, This is no laughing matter. I am not joking. I believe the girl would be quite suitable as my granddaughter-in-law. Since my grandson is currently not in Hangzhou, it falls upon me as the grandfather to bear the consequences. The elderly Yi showed no sign of retreat. Ji Baron exploded. What do you mean suitable as your granddaughter-in-law? I have yet to agree. Seeing this, Ji Baron immediately pulled his elder brother, leading him outside the ward. In an instant, the ward was divided into 3 factions. Ji family members gathered by Ji Yuqi's bedside. Lu Meng, Shenlan, and Zhao Min stood at the foot of the bed, and the elderly Yi, along with his 2 companions, occupied the sofa area. After a silence lasting several minutes, Ji Baron and Ji Baron returned, and everyone gradually calmed down. Aigua, my grandson has wronged your granddaughter. If you agree to let her marry him, you can propose any conditions you wish. My grandson is willing to make amends. The elderly Yi broke the stalemate. Ji Aigua cleared his throat. Old class monitor, I cannot respond to this matter. You have saved my life, but regarding the children. Ji Baron was furious but held back his anger. It was Fong Lan who took the lead. Old class monitor, I consent to this marriage, but we have 3 conditions. The elderly Yi nodded, gesturing for Fong Lan to continue. First, we require a dowry of 10,000. Second, a house in Kyoto. And third, your grandson must develop his career in Kyoto. If these 3 conditions are met, we will allow the children to marry. Otherwise, do not even think about it. We can give him 5 years. We will have children, but whether they will carry the surname Ji remains uncertain. Ji Baron became anxious. How can you agree to this? You be quiet. I am speaking. Why are you interrupting? Do you not understand your own family status? Fong Lan was already irritated, and her son's interruption only added to her frustration. The elderly Yi squinted at Fong Lan, a smile creeping onto his face. What a formidable iron lady. You have acquiesced to their demands. Lao Wu, return and summon Lao Er and Lao Lu, and casually bring along 10,000. Grandmother turned and departed without a word. The Ji family stood in stunned silence. Upon hearing the 3 conditions, Ji Aigua realized that they were putting Lao Banzhong in a difficult position. However, what did the title of general imply for Lao Banzhong? Could it be that his ancestors were landowners? Ji Yuqi buried her face in her hands and shook her head. Alas, Li Qianwen seemed to have uncovered something, leaning in to whisper in her ear, Shao Qi, please tell me the truth. What is happening? Ultimately, Ji Yuqi had no choice but to reveal the truth to Li Qianwen. She explained that she had promised Ye Nan that once she secured her family's approval, she would offer him an opportunity. Little did she know that her grandmother was so mercenary, others could easily earn over 10,000 a month. Li Qianwen was taken aback. Is that true? Earning over 10,000 a month? Mother, when have I ever deceived you? This time, he is going to Guang City to open a branch. And he even invited our economics professor to invest in Hong Kong. Fong Lan, who had overheard, quietly remarked, Shao Qi, is he truly this wealthy? Grandmother, it's not that he is so wealthy. When my pregnancy was discovered by the school, he unhesitatingly donated 50,000 to suppress the matter. Ji Yuqi truly felt exasperated. Fong Lan's eyes twitched. It seemed as though she had sold her precious granddaughter. Lu Meng, Shenlan, and Zhao Min also felt that Ji Yuqi's grandmother was aiding the adversary, shaking their heads in resignation. Ji Aigua also sensed something amiss. After a quiet inquiry, his jaw dropped in disbelief. He contemplated retracting his decision, but, upon glancing at old Master Yi, opted to abandon the thought. After all, he had saved his life. It would not be prudent to confront him at this juncture. Only Ji Boluan and Ji Bowen remained utterly bewildered, questioning the entire situation. Chapter 21. Agreement to marry off the daughter as the second uncle, the eldest aunt, and the youngest aunt arrived. The atmosphere was tense. Father, what has happened? I have brought all the money from home, declared Uncle Yi Xingfu. The youngest aunt chimed in, I still have over 10,000. And there are a few thousand left in the store. Is that sufficient? Yu Xingfu replied, it's not enough. There should be several more tens of thousands arriving tonight. Uncle Nan has gone out to collect the business earnings. This statement left the Ji family utterly astounded. Several tens of thousands? Old Master Yi swiftly placed 10,000 on the sickbed, smiling as he said, this is the bride price from the Yi family. Once the girl is discharged from the hospital, we shall go to Kyoto to select a house. Grandfather will take charge and ensure the deed bears your name. After the child is born, I will buy each of them a house in Kyoto. Fong Lan, Ji Aigua, Ji Boluan, and Ji Bowen were all left speechless. How affluent are they? Such extravagance. Only Li Qianwen sensed something amiss and glanced at Ji Yuqi with an inquiring look. The latter, reluctantly, nodded and raised 3 fingers. 3. Li Qianwen exclaimed in shock. What do you mean by 3? What's wrong with you, eldest daughter-in-law? Are you feeling unwell? Ji Yuqi asked, while Feng Lan inquired further. Old Master Yi, with a smile, addressed the 5th and 6th aunts. You are little Nan's aunts. Once the girl is out of the hospital, we shall go to Kyoto to choose a house, and we will purchase whatever she selects. Understood, father. Should we wait for little Nan to return and go to Kyoto together? Why would we need him? I already have great-grandchildren. I can do without grandsons. What use do I have for grandsons? The branches in the Hu, Nan, and Su cities will all be handed over to my granddaughter-in-law. Let the grandsons be on their way. Old Master Yi sensed the Ji family still standing in shock and felt compelled to frighten them. Bring your daughters and granddaughters over. You will not suffer any loss. Meanwhile, Lu Ming covered her mouth in disbelief. 7 branches? When did this happen? Why were we unaware? No wonder they are so wealthy. They must earn at least 10,000 a day. Zhao Min gasped. No wonder a 3-year-old's pocket money surpasses mine. Shenlan, overwhelmed, directly inquired, Grandfather Yi. How much money did Professor Li take to Hong Kong? All eyes turned to Old Master Yi. Presently, only 2 individuals in Hangzhou were privy to this information, Yi Wei and Old Master Yi. Yi Wei had no concept of numerical value. Her grandfather, however, was fully aware of the amount in her small treasury. 1 million. Everyone's pupils constricted. Ji Yuqi pouted. That's too little, Grandma. Feng Lan smiled awkwardly. Even the second uncle, eldest aunt, and second aunt were left bewildered. Father, where did all this money come from? Old Master Yi scoffed. If you were to know, those envious would seize the opportunity, wouldn't they? Is little Nan so foolish as to let you in on his affairs? I do not even know how much we earn in a day. The account books are not in the store, but with his uncle. Have you not noticed that his uncle and Wang Jun have not been present in the store? Uncle Yushinfu nodded. Indeed. I have not seen Wang Jun for over a month, except for yesterday. They have been avoiding you knowing their whereabouts. All communication has been via phone. And the account books are kept by little Nan when he is away. Yesterday, why did the speculative authorities come to apprehend Xiao Nan? My dear, are you aware of the situation? Old Master Yi gazed at Ji Yuqi with a gentle smile. She slightly nodded, then bit her lip, lowering her head. It was only then that everyone realized how this matter was related to Ji Yuqi. Allow me to elucidate. There is an individual at school who has persistently troubled her, and it is likely that this person orchestrated her pregnancy as well. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, this individual is quite astute. The school reported her pregnancy, and once Xiao Nan departed, she began to make her move, clearly targeting Ji Yuqi. Ji Yuqi furrowed his brows. Old class leader, who is this person? Old Master Yi smiled but remained silent, believing that many matters should be left to the younger generation. If nothing significant arose, there was no need for him to intervene. It was beneficial for the youth to hone their skills. Grandfather, I can handle this myself. You need not worry. Ji Yuqi understood Old Master Ye's intent. In truth, she yearned for revenge, but had been tolerating the situation as the other party grew increasingly audacious. However, Ji Buluan could no longer contain his impatience. What do you mean you can handle it? Tell me who it is, and I will dispatch someone to obliterate their household. Ji Buluan's words held no error. In the 1980s, possessing real power in the military was formidable, allowing one to mobilize their troops at will. Especially for someone like Ji Buluan, an artillery officer who had studied abroad. Returning to the country made him highly sought after, and now as a regimental commander, he could easily rain destruction upon a city. Lu Ming and the others were taken aback by Ji Yuqi's father's audacity to threaten an outright bombardment. Ji Yuqi slapped the back of his head. I told you not to meddle, so don't interfere. Be careful lest I bring an entire division to seize your artillery regiment. Old Master Yi laughed heartily. Igua, you remain ever so amusing. From this point forward, we shall be in-laws. You must stay at my place. My grandson has several vacant rooms that are perfectly suited for your arrangements. Lu, is anyone residing upstairs? The aunt immediately responded. No, it was originally prepared for Xiao Nan's grandmother, but since she cannot leave her hometown, it has remained vacant. Well then, tidy it up for my in-laws. In the evening, find a place where I can treat my old comrades to a drink. Ji Yuqi's family felt embarrassed to decline. Father, you all go ahead to dine. I will remain here to keep watch, the eldest aunt proposed. No need, I will stay. It is just right that I have some matters to discuss with Xiao Qi, Li Qianwen interjected. The eldest aunt pondered. In that case, I shall bring you dinner later. I will come to keep watch in the evening, so you can rest when you tire. Lu, please have the kitchen prepare some soup. I will go later. Yunxiang, You and the second brother accompany father and our in-laws for a drink. The aunt and Li Yunxiang nodded in agreement. At this point, the aunt said, Father, let us head to the back courtyard of the restaurant. If you drink too much, you can simply go to the room to sleep. Over time, we can always reheat the dishes. Second brother, please buy a case of that Maodai. I have heard it is excellent, and procure a few packs of fine cigarettes. Second uncle Yi Xingfu nodded. The Yi family efficiently divided their tasks. Old Master Yi then led the Ji family out of the hospital room. Lu Ming was aware that Mama Ji intended to discuss intimate matters with Ji Yuqi, so she proactively suggested, Xiao Qi, let us return to school first. We shall visit you again tomorrow. After the three departed, Li Qianwen promptly inquired, Are they truly triplets? Yes, Mama. Indeed, Ji Yuqi affirmed with a firm nod. Have you made up your mind? Are you certain about him? Ji Yuqi pondered for a moment before replying, Mama, it's not so much about being certain. I merely feel he is quite decent and would not mistreat me or the children. He wouldn't dare harm them, for I could never bear that. Li Qianwen pointed her finger at Ji Yuqi's forehead and remarked, You, my child, will face hardships ahead. Do not weep. I shall not cry, I promise, Ji Yuqi assured. I intend to seize control of the financial reins, even if we part ways. With wealth, I shall not fear the burden of raising my children. Li Qianwen's eyes glistened with emotion. Fear not, dear, for I shall support you for a lifetime. At this moment, Ji Yuqi embraced Li Qianwen's waist, feeling an overwhelming warmth. The mother and daughter then conversed about Ye Nan, reminiscing from County to their daily meal deliveries. Meanwhile, it was still early. Old Master Yi accompanied Ji Aigua, Fong Lan, Ji Buluan, and Ji Bowen to Jiuwei snacks. Upon arriving at the backyard, he instructed Yi Xingfu to prepare some snacks. Aigua, allow me to introduce my granddaughter. Yi Wei, little Wei, greet your grandfather, grandmother, and uncle. The charming young girl dashed over upon seeing her grandfather, politely exclaiming, Hello, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle. Her adorable demeanor captured Fong Lan's heart, reminiscent of Xiao Qi's childhood. As one ages, the affection for children only deepens, compelling one to embrace them. Ji Aigua, too, occasionally glanced at Yi Wei, reflecting on the impossibility of having his own grandchildren. However, the impending arrival of his great-grandchild brought him immense joy. Ji Buluan, on the other hand, felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of becoming a grandfather so soon, lamenting the loss of his own prized cabbage to another. In mere minutes, an array of snacks including sunflower seeds, peanuts, fried potatoes, chicken legs, and ham sausages appeared. Yi Wei transformed into a little sprite, distributing sunflower seeds to Ji Aigua and peanuts to Fong Lan. She handed a chicken leg to Ji Buluan and a ham sausage to Ji Bowen. Old Master Yi nodded in satisfaction. Enjoy, for such delicacies cannot be found in Kyoto. The Ji family had never encountered such treats before, and they eagerly savored them. Their eyes lit up in delight. No wonder the business is thriving. There are so many customers here, and the food is exquisite. Ji Bowen lamented. Having lived for over 30 years, I have never tasted anything so delectable. Ji Aigua, with foresight, broached the topic of alcohol for dinner, seizing the moment to inquire. Old class leader, what did your grandson give that Professor Li 1 million for in Hong Kong? Old Master Yi cast a meaningful glance at Ji Aigua and produced the cigarettes Ye Nan had purchased for him, distributing them around. Aigua, the policies of Huaxia do not permit private factory establishments. Thus, he intends to make a trip to Hong Kong and return as a businessman. Professor Li will obtain a Hong Kong ID. Ji Buluan frowned. Doesn't that mean he will become a foreign national? Old Master Yi shook his head. How can you, of all people, not know? I watch the news daily. The answers are all there. Ji Buluan, however, was aware that foreign nationals seemed poised to engage in discussions regarding Hong Kong. Old Master Yi cast an approving glance at Ji Bjorn. Discuss? What is there to discuss? China now possesses atomic weapons, and the Eagle Nation is thousands of miles away. What leverage do we have for negotiation? Xiaonan remarked. Within 2 decades, Hong Kong will undoubtedly return to our motherland, as long as the one in power remains. He truly dares to reclaim Hong Kong by force. Ji Aigua nodded in agreement. But the profits will merely be siphoned off by foreign entities, won't they? Ji Bjorn interjected. Father, have you forgotten about economics? As long as Professor Li is unwilling, those foreigners cannot take the money away. Ji Aigua and Ji Berlun furrowed their brows. Old Master Yi, intrigued, wondered if others were aware of this. He had inquired with Professor Li for quite some time back then. Consider it, the company's legal person, chairman, and owner is Professor Li. Are not all investment decisions up to him? The others nodded in consensus. If he decides not to retrieve funds from the Hong Kong headquarters for 20 years, this capital will remain invested in the mainland, building factories, reinvesting, and constructing even more factories. Old Master Yi smiled. Indeed, your thoughts resonate closely with those of Professor Li. Ji Bjorn frowned. Close? Xiao Nan's insights are much more profound than those of Professor Li. What will happen to Hong Kong businessmen if Hong Kong returns to the motherland? Will they be treated as chives to be harvested by the Eagle Nation? Those in power will not consent to that. Old Master Yi gestured toward the higher authorities. How can we prevent this? Encourage Hong Kong businessmen to invest in the mainland. Once the return occurs, the funds can flow back to Hong Kong for continued development. With the money in the mainland, the Eagle Nation cannot just invade, can they? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, this strategy could safeguard substantial capital. The most remarkable aspect was not merely protecting funds from being exploited, but rather, what would happen to that money after a decade in the mainland? Ji Bjorn clapped his hands in delight. Brilliant. Unbeknownst to Ji Bjorn, a few years later, he became the bank's president and presented this strategy to the upper echelons, garnering their admiration and rapidly ascending the ranks. For he had resolved the most significant financial trade war since the nation's founding. Presently, the average salary in Hong Kong stands at $1,000, equivalent to over 1,900 RMB, while our mainland's average salary is merely 50 or 60, albeit with a slight increase from last year. Xiaonan informed me. China is not devoid of wealth. Consider it this way. Hong Kong has 4 million people, while our mainland boasts 600 million. 100 of us equate to one of them. We possess more money, don't we? Moreover, many are wealthy without it being apparent. Why? Due to policy constraints. Once policies are eased, do you believe there will emerge a cohort of millionaires? This statement left Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, Ji Berlun, and Ji Bjorn astonished. Impossible. Our family is considered affluent, yet even withdrawing 10,000 is a challenge. We merely receive salaries each month. 6 individuals earning high wages struggle to save. You doubt it. Xiaonan has 1 million, and I find that hard to believe. When he produced it, my blood pressure surged. He merely stores it at home, and I was oblivious. You have money in the bank, while the truly wealthy invest in property. These words awakened the crowd, and Ji Bjorn pondered. No wonder the money circulating outside the banks does not align with the bank's holdings. The amount printed by the state is finite, and one can compute how much resides in the banks versus what circulates outside. It was then that everyone comprehended why investing in real estate was deemed prudent. They soon engaged in a 2-hour discourse on the economy, causing the Ji family to momentarily forget the news of Ji Yuqi's impending marriage. Auntie even ventured to the restaurant to procure dinner for the hospital, comprising 5 dishes and a soup, which was not overly extravagant. The enticing aroma wafting through the air drew the attention of family members and nurses alike, all indulging in its fragrance. Upon arriving at the restaurant's backyard, a table for 12 was set, with 2 guards also given a place to partake in the feast. A veritable spread of over a dozen dishes awaited them. Only one woman graced the table, Fong Lan. To her left sat Old Master Yi and Ji Yuqi, while to her right were Uncle Yi Xingfu and Ji Buluan. At the opposite end was Li Yunxiang and Ji Bowen. The table boasted 6 bottles of Mount I priced at 15 each, alongside several packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, each worth 9, a luxury not easily acquired. Ji Yuqi, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, isn't your youngest daughter joining us?" "Ah, she's busy up front, this restaurant. Xiaonan shares half the profits with her, earning around 10,000 a month." The Ji family had grown accustomed to such sums, as 1 or 2 tens of thousands seemed inconsequential in the Yi household. The table was filled with revelry, with drinks flowing abundantly. Apart from the 2 elderly gentlemen with commendable tolerance, the other 4 had succumbed to inebriation. The dishes had been reheated time and again, their greens now wilting under the heat. Chapter 22. The conclusion of Guangzhou. After an arduous 3-day train journey, Ye Nan finally arrived in Guangzhou. The train station of this era was teeming with people, most of whom were en route to Shenzhen. However, lacking the necessary border permits, they were compelled to stop in Guangzhou first, where local guides would facilitate their entry into Dongguan. Vigilantly guarding their luggage, Ye Nan quietly cautioned Professor Li and Wang Jun. The 2 men adopted a watchful demeanor, hastening to keep pace with Ye Nan. In the 1980s, Guangzhou was characterized by its antiquated buildings, with no towering skyscrapers in sight. They procured 3 cycle rickshaws to take them to the finest hotel in the city. After half an hour, They arrived at the Victory Hotel in Guangzhou. Having paid 3 yuan for the fare, they proceeded inside. The entire hotel exuded a Republican-era ambience. This should be the best state-owned hotel in Guangzhou. Professor Li. You go and secure a room. We shall wait for you here, Ye Nan stated, as he lacked an introduction letter and thus entrusted the task solely to Professor Li. How many days? Professor Li inquired. Uncertain about the currency exchange time. Let us say 3 days for now, Ye Nan contemplated before responding. Once Professor Li had walked away, Ye Nan turned to Wang Jun. You will remain here in the hotel for these few days, not straying an inch from the luggage. This amount of money is sufficient to entice anyone. Wang Jun nodded gravely in agreement. A short while later, Professor Li returned with 2 adjacent rooms. The hotel was quite spacious, boasting 4 floors. After settling in, they convened. Professor Li, you and I will go out to exchange money, while Wang Jun stays here to guard the luggage. Each of us will take 100,000. Both men nodded in affirmation. Once the exchange was completed, Professor Li would immediately take a ferry to Hong Kong. Once you arrive in Hong Kong, I will no longer be able to assist you. Obtaining an ID and other matters will rest solely on your shoulders. Your first priority upon arrival should be to open a bank account to deposit your funds. Ye Nan advised. Professor Li nodded in understanding. All right, let us not be anxious. First, let us rest a while, then we can go out for dinner. With that, Ye Nan reclined on one of the beds. Professor Li, being of advanced age, also required rest. Meanwhile, Wang Jun gazed intently out the window at the bustling city of Guangzhou. In the evening, Ye Nan accompanied Professor Li outside. As they approached the pier, they noticed several individuals loitering about, occasionally stopping those preparing to board the ferry, fiddling with some items in their hands. They entered a state-run restaurant. Professor Li, do you see those individuals? They are likely the ones exchanging Hong Kong dollars in this vicinity. Please call one over to converse, Ye Nan instructed. Professor Li promptly stood to summon someone. Ye Nan ordered 3 dishes and a soup, also requesting 2 dishes to be packed for takeout. Perhaps having grown too accustomed to the comforts of Hangzhou, he refused to compromise on the meal, insisting on at least 3 dishes and a soup. Observing Professor Li engaging in conversation with a middle-aged man, he awaited their return. Once seated, Ye Nan directly inquired, "What is the current exchange rate?" The middle-aged man cast a puzzled glance at Ye Nan before responding, "1 Hong Kong dollar is worth 86 cents. I deal in significant volumes. You cannot make decisions alone. Please find someone with authority to negotiate. I will dine here, and if no one arrives by the end of my meal, I shall seek another option," Ye Nan stated. Opening a bottle of beverage and offering one to Professor Li, before taking one for himself. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man rose and dashed out, disappearing from view. Half an hour later, the two had nearly finished their meal. Opposite them sat a rotund man with a round face and large ears. "Brother, you're not from around here, are you?" he inquired. "It doesn't matter where I'm from. How much cash can you muster?" "I want it all," Ye Nan replied bluntly. The man was taken aback. "Are you certain? I'll have someone count it." With that, he exchanged a few words with a middle-aged man behind him before darting out. Ye Nan promptly retrieved a bundle he had brought along, revealing a corner of it. "Here's 100,000, just the first installment." Upon seeing the money, the rotund man instantly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, nodding eagerly. "Right away, big brother. Just give me 10 minutes. He quickly exited. Professor Li furrowed his brow. "Do you think they might engage in blackmail?" Ye Nan smirked coldly. "Him? Even if he had the audacity. Do you think someone capable of producing hundreds of thousands is simple? Moreover, what could possibly necessitate such a large amount going to Hong Kong?" Understanding dawned on Professor Li, and he chuckled softly. Soon, the rotund man returned, cradling a stack of Hong Kong dollars, all in $1,000 bills, amounting to roughly 100,000. Ye Nan handed over the initial 100,000 bundle and casually extracted a few banknotes from the stack. "Is everything in order?" The rotund man held up 2 fingers. "That would be 850, he replied. "Give him 70,000 more," Ye Nan instructed Professor Li. After the transaction was completed, the 3 exited the restaurant. The rotund man was quite affable. "Big brother, my name is Wang. I control the business around the docks. Should you need anything in the future, just give me a shout." Ye Nan regarded him with a smile. "I still require 1 million. Once I gather it, you can find me at the Victory Hotel." With that, Ye Nan and Professor Li departed. Wang's spirits soared at this prospect, and he hurried off to prepare. Individuals like Wang, who specialize in currency exchange, typically earn about a penny on each dollar, while retail traders might earn 2 or 3. From the recent transaction of 200,000, he personally profited 2,000 after the split. Now, He was set to accumulate 1 million Hong Kong dollars, which would yield him a profit of 10,000, a substantial return. Upon returning to his room, Ye Nan produced the 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, exchanging it for a neat stack. This illustrated the distinction between $10 bills and $1,000 notes. One requires a bundle for storage while the other can be easily tucked away. He reminisced fondly about the $100 bills from 1988, when one could fit 1 million into a suitcase. Now, with 150,000, Ye Nan felt the weight of the world. Even the largest suitcase could scarcely accommodate 60,000, and the burden was decidedly cumbersome. When Ye Nan awoke, it was already the following day. He set out with Professor Lee for breakfast, bringing along a portion for Wang Jun. Afterwards, they began to explore the vicinity of universities and high schools in Guangzhou. Ultimately, they settled on a shop, though it was a single-story structure. It came with a yard and connected to a residential building, ensuring proximity for both trading and operations. Thus, they signed the purchase agreement. The owner priced the property, including the adjoining house, at 8,000, considered steep. However, Ye Nan deemed it a bargain. After settling the payment, they proceeded to the housing authority to finalize the transfer. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was time for dinner, and Wang Jun, having skipped lunch, was undoubtedly famished. Fortunately, I purchased some snacks yesterday to have in my room. Just now, I walked into the hall with the packed meals and spotted Wang, the hefty fellow. "Brother, I've finally been waiting for you," I remarked with a slight smirk. "How long have you been waiting?" "Not long, just over an hour." "The 1 million you requested is ready. When shall we proceed with the transaction?" "Is the money here now?" Wang chuckled awkwardly. "Brother, don't joke around. It's imprudent to carry such a large sum. You wait here for him. When he brings the money, take it directly to the room. I'll head up first," I instructed Professor Lee, who nodded in agreement. Wang, filled with delight, promptly took his underlings to retrieve the funds. On the way, one of his subordinates inquired, "Boss, why not just seize it?" Wang gave him a sharp reprimand. "Do you think we can provoke someone capable of producing over 1 million? Earning even 10,000 is commendable. Some sums aren't worth the trouble." An hour later, one suitcase contained 850,000 in large denominations, while another held 1 million in $1,000 Hong Kong banknotes. 6 individuals, 3 on each side, diligently inspected the authenticity of the money. By the time the verification concluded, another hour had passed. Wang offered a cigarette to me. "I don't smoke," I replied. Wang sheepishly withdrew his hand and chuckled. "Brother, what kind of business are you in?" I fixed my gaze on him, causing a flutter of anxiety in his heart. Some queries are best left unasked. If there is money to be made, just seize the opportunity. If it's not yours, better not to entertain such thoughts. This display of bravado left Wang sweating profusely. "My brother will be in Guang City from now on. You may exchange contact information. The benefits will be plentiful." I indicated towards Wang Jun. "Tomorrow, we require a ticket to Hong Kong Island. Do you have connections? Remember, it's Hong Kong Island, not Kowloon." This statement made Wang shudder slightly. I do. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Come by at 8. Escort my friend to the ship. The dock is your territory." "All right. I guarantee there will be no issues," Wang assured. At that moment, the inspection concluded. The suitcase of Hong Kong dollars was handed to me, while the large denomination cash was returned to Wang. Upon learning he could leave, Wang hurriedly dashed out the door. "Professor Lee, once you reach Hong Kong Island, find a place and contact me promptly. I'll be waiting for you in Hang City." "Certainly." That night, Professor Lee experienced insomnia, while Wang Jun remained awake, fixated on the remaining funds. Having brought 1,500,000, exchanged for 120,000 in Hong Kong dollars, equating to 102,000 in large denominations, and spent 8,000 on a house, he was left with 470,000. By morning, I instructed, "Wang Jun, I want to bring you breakfast. I'm taking Professor Lee to the dock." "It's all right, I have some snacks." Upon reaching downstairs, I found Wang's 2 subordinates awaiting my arrival. We hailed several human-powered tricycles to the dock. It was precisely 8:40. "Professor Lee, take care on your way to Hong Kong Island. It may be a year or 2 before you return. You are a vital part of my commercial empire. Do take care." Although we had only known each other for just over 2 months, this elder had continuously supported me. Professor Lee's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet his heart surged with fervor. "Rest assured, your unwavering trust in me will not be in vain." The urgency to board the vessel had already commenced. After bidding farewell to Professor Lee and waiting until he was out of sight, Ye Nan finally turned away. He had prepared 10 tickets for the grand reunion meant for the 2 of them. "Your involvement ends here." With that, he departed the dock, standing on the shore while gazing at the modest ferry. He remained there for over half an hour, watching the silhouette of the boat grow increasingly diminutive. Upon returning to the hotel room, he declared, "Come, I shall take you to the new store." Hearing this, Wang Jun hastily gathered his belongings. Each carried a suitcase, one filled with 470,000, the other empty. In half an hour, they arrived at the shop, which was adjacent to a bustling high school. "I shall return tomorrow. I have already purchased this property. The success of this store now rests entirely upon you. I have set aside 220,000 for renovations, business licenses, inventory, and hiring. Whenever an opportunity arises, you must venture to Shenzhen and make substantial purchases, whether it be land or property. Simply acquire." After imparting all necessary instructions, Ye Nan retreated to his room for rest, feeling fatigued after the past few days of relentless activity. Upon awakening to the morning light, he found Wang Jun tidying up. After freshening up, he told Wang Jun, "I'm leaving now. See you during the new year. I can understand your ledger." He left behind 220,000 and departed. Ye Nan was not typically an emotional person, but this time he felt genuinely sorrowful. Wang Jun remained silent, merely observing the silhouette of his cousin as he walked away. Both shed silent tears, perhaps fearing that too many words would make parting even harder. From Yi family village to Hangzhou, Wang Jun had been his most steadfast companion. Professor Li had transformed from someone who dismissed him to someone who shamelessly frequented his shop for meals. Wang Jun had evolved from a person with no knowledge to one managing the fried goods warehouse, and now he was independently overseeing a store. Upon his return, the first time Ye Nan encountered Wang Jun, he was merely a chubby boy being chased by a wild boar. Reflecting on this, Ye Nan couldn't help but smile through his tears. A commercial empire necessitates the assistance of numerous individuals. No one achieves success in isolation. Even if Wang Jun may never reach the upper echelons of the company, his contributions surpass those of many in higher positions. To echo an ancient emperor's maxim, as long as you do not provoke rebellion, you shall enjoy a life of wealth and prosperity. This sentiment could not be more applicable to Wang Jun. Furthermore, there was Professor Li, whose 7 students had all become affluent, each earning a monthly income of 10,000. Ye Nan believed that during the upcoming anniversary celebration at Zhejiang University, Professor Li would undoubtedly be awarded the honorary title of professor. A teacher capable of leading his students to prosperity is unparalleled, both in the past and in the future. It is not merely one student. In a market rife with talent shortages, any number of students can achieve wealth. Ye Nan's mind brimmed with myriad methods of generating income: the Plaza Accord of 85, Treasury bonds of 88, the Shenzhen Stock Exchange of 92, along with computers, mobile phones, home appliances, automobiles, and the internet. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Nan had already arrived at the train station, purchasing a sleeper ticket from a scalper. As Ye Nan lay within the confines of the carriage, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in New York, ringing the bell, traversing through various high society banquets on Hong Kong Island, and generously waving his hand at numerous charitable gatherings. Ultimately, he envisioned Ji Yuqi, surrounded by 3 children, their laughter resounding like the tinkling of silver bells. His sister, rather than embodying the demeanor of an aunt, resembled a spirited leader of children, often leaving the household in delightful disarray. Chapter 23. Return to Hang City by mid-April. Ye Nan had returned to the shop. "Uncle, I'm back," she announced. Yi Xingfu, her uncle, immediately took hold of Ye Nan's suitcase. "Xiaonan, you're finally back. Something significant has happened." He proceeded to recount all that had transpired during Ye Nan's absence. "Ji Yuqi is hospitalized?" Just as Ye Nan was about to rush out, Yi Xingfu pulled her back. "It's all right. Your grandfather has taken care of everything, and your mother-in-law has sorted things out as well." He relayed the requests made by Ji Yuqi's grandmother and the grandfather's responses, which left Ye Nan in stitches. "I understand, uncle. And grandfather? In the hospital. It seems he will be discharged today. You still have time to get there," Yi Xingfu replied with a smile. Ye Nan hesitated for a moment, then leaned in to whisper, "Uncle, there is 250,000 in my suitcase. Please help me put it back in my room." With that, she dashed off, startling Yi Xingfu into hurriedly carrying the suitcase to the backyard. Half an hour later, a middle-aged woman's voice broke the silence. "Xiaoqi, do you want to stay a few more days?" "Mom, I've been here for 10 days. I need to be discharged. It's unbearable," came Ji Yuqi's response. An elderly woman's voice followed. All right, our Xiaoqi is going home." "Thank you, Grandma." Ye Nan felt her legs weaken. The entire family had gathered. "Xiaonan." The voice of her eldest aunt resonated from behind. This call startled her grandfather, Yi Wei, her uncle, and younger aunt, as well as two elderly individuals and a middle-aged woman. Ye Nan's lips quivered as she softly addressed them. Grandfather, aunt, uncle, younger aunt, grandfather Ji, grandmother Ji, aunt. Old Master Yi directly inquired, when did you return? Just arrived. Uncle said Xiao Qi was hospitalized, so I came over. I hadn't even stepped inside when younger aunt called me. Ye Nan replied awkwardly. Ji Yuqi, at the back, looked at Ye Nan with a triumphant expression, akin to a child eager for parental attention. Meanwhile, Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, and Li Qian exchanged peculiar glances, questioning, are you certain you just arrived? Want to enter? Or are you eavesdropping? Afraid to come in? The trio's scrutinizing gazes made Ye Nan uneasy, prompting a sudden thought. Ah, grandfather, hasn't the business revenue from Uncle's place been collected for 10 days? I should go and collect it. Just as she stepped forward, she turned back. Old Master Yi cleared his throat sharply. Come back. Ye Nan, who had not completely turned around, immediately pivoted back. Go help the girl tidy up her things. One could not disregard the old man's orders, so she lowered her head, feeling quite dejected as she began to gather the items. Upon seeing the mess strewn across the floor, Ye Nan was taken aback. Was this a hospital room? Surely, it couldn't be a supermarket. Ji Yuqi watched Ye Nan standing at the doorway, her mouth agape, clearly amused, chuckling to herself. After regaining her composure, Ye Nan turned and asked, Old Yi, have you emptied out the nearest supply and marketing cooperative? I think it's best you return it early, otherwise. Before she could finish her sentence, Old Master Yi picked up a shoe and swatted her on the backside with a resounding clap. Hey. Ouch. Old Yi. Grandfather, there are so many people here. Could you show some consideration? Please. Old Master Yi grew increasingly spirited. I've longed to give you a beating. You've turned me into a jest. If I don't leave you lying down for 3 days today, I would be remiss towards your father. At that moment, the entire hospital room was alive with the banter of an elderly man and a young boy, one pleading for mercy, the other hurling insults. Ji Yuqi covered his face with his hands, too embarrassed to look, yet unable to resist peeking through his fingers, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Ji Yuqi lamented. I feel the urge too. It's just that my son has grown up, and Ji Fan isn't in Hangzhou anymore. Fong Lan shot Ji Yuqi an exasperated glance. Li Qianwen's lips twitched in amusement. Little Qi, if this child takes after his father, wouldn't 3 be a tad excessive? This remark instantly captured the attention of Ji Yuqi. Fong Lan, Ji Yuqi, his aunt, uncle, and younger aunt, all nodding in agreement. How reasonable. The only discordant voice was a soft, sweet one chanting, Brother, run fast. Brother, go for it. Ji Yuqi felt that punishing children was poor pedagogy and promptly pulled Yi Wei out of the room, unable to contain his laughter any longer. Half an hour later, they rented a car and transported everything back to the shop. With the explanations from his aunts, they learned that these items were all from various educational, tax, and public security departments, all gifts to them. A group exited the hospital, with only one person trailing behind, looking rather pitiful. Leading the way, however, was none other than Ji Yuqi, who, echoing his grandfather's words, proclaimed, I already have a great-grandson. Why would I need a grandson? Furthermore, Old Yi had decided to allocate all 7 branch stores to Ji Yuqi, leaving him with nothing upon his return. They escorted the Ji family to a restaurant where they had been residing on the 2nd floor. Grandpa had even moved the television over. Ye Nan, contemplating a matter, took Ji Yuqi's hand and led him outside. What are you doing? Ji Yuqi asked. I'm taking you to buy something. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Ye Nan had already pulled Ji Yuqi into a Fiat taxi. Their first stop was a snack factory in the suburbs. Master, wait for me a moment. I need to grab something. He then dashed off to collect the business funds from his uncle. Is Xiaonan back? Wang Haiba's eyes brightened. Uncle, how much are the business funds? Wang Haiba thought for a moment before replying. About 600,000, plus 20,000 for inventory. No need for that. Just give me 600,000. 10 minutes later, an enormous suitcase was loaded into the trunk. They headed to the nearest car market. Ji Yuqi was taken aback. Are you buying a car? Yes, a car. It will be more convenient for you, and you should get your driver's license, Ye Nan insisted. Feeling it was essential, it took a full hour to reach their destination. This area was also suburban, albeit in a different direction. Upon disembarking, they gazed at the vehicles parked outside. Audi 100, Santana, Fiat, Beijing 212. The Audi 100 was a new model from 1982. And Ji Yuqi was astonished to see it already in the country. He was lost in thought, staring at the Audi 100 when a man approached them. Greeting, brother. Looking to buy a car? Ye Nan nodded. My surname is Su Lu. I'm in charge here. Do you need an introduction? Well, let me introduce it. Su Lu smiled and said, this Audi 100 costs 350,000, tax included. Ye Nan frowned, 6 liters, 4-cylinder engine. Is this the one? He glanced around, noting that there were no better options available. He turned to Ji Yuqi, who blushed and nodded. Su Lu, let us go with this one. We need to process the paperwork quickly and get the license plates sorted, she urged. All right, I'll handle it right away, Su Lu replied. Ye Nan promptly transferred 350,000 to Su Lu. Upon witnessing such a swift payment, Su Lu, aware of the cash still in his bag, realized he was dealing with a wealthy individual. After an hour, all the paperwork was completed, and the license plates were to be delivered to the provided address. Ye Nan, pulling his suitcase, helped Ji Yuqi into the car. Having driven for over 30 years, his skills were impeccable, and within half an hour, they arrived at the restaurant just in time. A crowd gathered, intrigued by the unfamiliar vehicle. Upon seeing Ye Nan, his aunt exclaimed, Xiaonan? Hearing her, the grandfather and others on the second floor leaned out the window. Seeing the small car, a group hurried downstairs. Ji Yuqi had never purchased a car in his lifetime. Both his sons used company vehicles. Ye Laoi's eyes widened as he slapped Ye Nan on the shoulder. You rascal, how much did you spend this time? The slap stung, causing Ye Nan to grimace. Grandpa, am I not your dear grandson? It's just a car, why such a fuss? In 10 years, if I buy an airplane, won't you be the one with high blood pressure? Ye Laoi glared. If you buy an airplane, I might just take a tank to the sun country. Little did anyone expect that a decade later, Ye Nan indeed purchased an airplane. By then, the elder brother had disbanded, and Ye Nan acquired everything they had sold. He even bought an aircraft carrier and a tank. How much will it be? I'm prepared. Just tell me, he said. Ye Laoi took a deep breath. Well, it's all set at 350,000. At this figure, everyone around gasped in astonishment. Grandpa, next year, I'll buy a Tiger Head Benz W126. That LL cost 2 million. The big shots over in Hong Kong drive those, Ye Nan remarked casually. Ye Laoi felt as if the sky was falling. In his understanding, $1 million was already an astronomical sum. How could a car cost 2 million? Ye Nan pulled Ye Laoi, Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, and Li Qianwen into the car, taking them for a delightful drive around Westlake. They returned just in time for dinner, sitting down immediately to eat. With a car now, it would be easier to take Xiaoqi for prenatal checkups. Oh, I'm also planning to buy an air conditioner. Summer is approaching. So Xiaoqi and Xiao Wei 1T have to suffer the heat. He added, and a freezer, so we can always have ice pops at home for Xiao Wei. So she 1T need to envy others. He pondered, should we get a washing machine? Perhaps not just yet. Let us wait a couple of years. Ye Nan spoke to himself, leaving everyone at the table wide-eyed. Air conditioners cost over 10,000, while refrigerators were priced at over 2,000. Indeed, the restaurant should acquire 2 refrigerators to store chilled beverages, as this would undoubtedly attract more customers. Additionally, it would be prudent to procure 2 more for the delectable snacks, allowing for the inclusion of ice in the milk tea. With 9 establishments, that amounts to 18 units, each priced at 2,500, totaling 45,000. Should we also install air conditioning in the premises? Mr. Yi could no longer tolerate the discussion. Enough. One does not speak of food while eating or of sleep while resting. Have you forgotten the lessons imparted since childhood? Ye Nan merely scoffed, muttering, am I not calculating expenses? Is it not all for the sake of business? In the sweltering summer, with a crowd sweating profusely, can one bear the stench? How can one possibly eat? Ji Yuqi, seated nearby, could not contain herself and burst into laughter, spitting out her food. Little Chi, what's the matter? Li Qianwen inquired with concern. Fong Lan also cast a worried glance at Ji Yuqi. Mom, it's nothing, just a few repulsive thoughts, Ji Yuqi reassured them. Ye Nan fell silent, clearly aware that Ji Yuqi was disparaging someone. After the meal, Ye Nan resumed her calculations. 1 air conditioner per establishment, 9 in total. No, wait. The restaurant spans over 300 square meters. 1 unit will not suffice. Let us consider 10, perhaps 12 units. That would be 120,000. Adding the 45,000, we arrive at a total of 165,000, plus the 17,006 from Xiaoqi. Everyone felt dejected. Having just spent over 30,000, they were now faced with the prospect of yet another substantial expenditure. Even if one had a mine at home, such lavish spending could not be justified. No, we must send this letter to Wang Jun. We need to purchase units for Guang City as well. Guang City is the hottest and being near the school, air conditioning will draw in customers. At this point, exasperation was palpable among the group. Ji Yuqi then proposed a solution. Ye Nan, have you forgotten something? What is it? Ye Nan replied. Grandpa Yi entrusted the management of the stores to me, so it should be my responsibility. Ye Nan was momentarily taken aback. Do not jest. This is no laughing matter. Have you seen the restaurant south 300 square meters? At noon, there are hundreds simultaneously dining. In the heat of summer, how can those men sweat so profusely and still expect others to eat? If patrons cannot enjoy their meals, the business will suffer, and that will not merely be a matter of 17 or 18,000. Investing 17 or 18,000 can indeed guide customers towards consumption. It is a win-win situation. One must not be fixated solely on the immediate costs. In this scenario, even if it is not 17,000, but 170 or 1,007, the funds must be expended. To achieve greatness, one must be willing to invest. Upon hearing this, the aunt chimed in, Little Nan is right. While it may not be excessively hot yet, the odor from spoiled food is enough to ruin my appetite. Li Qianwen concurred. Medically, some individuals have more developed sweat glands, commonly referred to as body odor. When these glands are activated, the scent can reach up to 10 meters away. A collective sigh of realization swept through the group. Ye Nan continued, especially for workers in the food industry, who prepare meals while constantly perspiring. How can anyone enjoy their food? A poor reputation, once established, cannot be remedied by any amount of money. After much persuasion, the proposal was unanimously accepted. And, at the restaurant, present all the revenue. I will cover any shortfall. By the way, do we need receipts for these refrigerators? Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, Li Qianwen, and Ji Yuqi exchanged exasperated glances. Do we really need receipts for appliances? They exclaimed. Aunt, uncle, aunt, please find some receipts. 10, 20, or even 50 will suffice. If it cannot be done, we must rely on Professor Li to handle it. We must procure the goods through smuggling. Old Master Yi tapped Ye Nan's head with his chopsticks, exclaiming, You rascal, what do you mean by smuggling? What is that? It sounds like nothing good at all. Ji Yuqi covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Ye Nan was simply too amusing. Smuggling, smuggling. How should I explain it to you? Smuggling is just smuggling. Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, the elder aunt, and the younger aunt were all perplexed by the term. In this era, few engaged in smuggling, and they were unaware of its implications. However, Ji Yuqi, along with her uncle and Li Qianwen, understood. The uncle and Li Qianwen glanced around, realizing that everyone was bewildered. Should they provide an explanation? Ji Yuqi raised her hand, smiling at Ye Nan, and said, Grandfather Yi, smuggling refers to the illegal act of bringing untaxed goods into Huaxia. This disrupts the normal trading market because smuggled goods are cheaper. Upon hearing this, everyone comprehended the concept. Old Master Yi also began to grasp the situation. Ye Nan cast a pitiful glance at Ji Yuqi, internally pleading, Dearest wife, are you serious? Unfortunately, his grandfather had already picked up a broom, ready to chastise Ye Nan. And so, the day unfolded with an amusing chase between the old and the young, one pursuing while the other pleaded for mercy amidst a flurry of playful insults. Such was the nature of his day, twice beset by his grandfather's wrath. Chapter 24, The Speculation Office. The following day, Ye Nan awoke with the singular intent of addressing the predicament concerning Ji Yuqi. Despite her insistence on her ability to manage the situation as a man, he could not permit a pregnant woman to confront dangers alone. His first task was to ascertain who was orchestrating the troubles from behind the scenes. However, before he could step outside, a throng of individuals materialized at the entrance of the shop. Upon seeing them, his uncle, Yushinfu, grew visibly agitated. Are you Ye Nan? One of the men inquired, introducing himself as Wu Lei from the speculation office. We require your presence to assist with an investigation. Ye Nan furrowed his brow, immediately sensing the ill intentions of this man. In that moment, he recalled the individual lurking behind the scenes. Yishinfu leaned in, whispering, Xiao Nan. He was the one who came with his men last time. Captain Wu, is it? Very well, I shall accompany you, Ye Nan replied, which sent Yishinfu into a panic. Xiao Nan, it's not safe, he exclaimed. Do not worry, uncle. I have committed no crime. There is nothing for them to apprehend me for, Ye Nan asserted, striding purposefully towards Wu Lei. This unexpected compliance left Wu Lei momentarily bewildered. He had anticipated some form of resistance. Any sign of defiance would have solidified the charges against her. Nevertheless, he thought to himself that once they arrived at the speculation office, there would be ample means to compel her confession. Among the onlookers, a young woman displayed a sly smile. She was Fang Jihua. Heh, you dared to stand up for Ji Yuqi, and now I shall ensure your downfall first. In the 1980s, many injustices were rectified due to inadequate regulatory measures. Observing Ye Nan's departure, Ye Xingfu promptly notified the elder Ye patriarch. Soon, the Ji family learned of Ye Nan's detainment by the speculation office, prompting Ji Yuqi to dispatch his guards to seek out Director Fan and Secretary Zhao. The elder Ye squinted, his demeanor still commanding despite his retirement. The soldiers he had once led now occupied high-ranking positions. He sat firmly in the courtyard, stating, "Second, do not fret, let us see if Xiaonan can return." Ye Xingfu understood the implications of the elder's words and nodded before attending to his tasks. Meanwhile, Ji Yuqi narrowed his alluring eyes and clenched his fists. Fang Jihua, your audacity knows no bounds. On the other hand, Ye Nan followed the officers from the speculation office to a modest 3-story building, with the office prominently displayed on the left. Once you step inside, it may be difficult to emerge, Wu Lei murmured softly, ensuring only Ye Nan could hear. You've crossed individuals you shouldn't have. Ye Nan chuckled lightly. Captain Wu, it seems you are well versed in this line of work. With that, he entered the office building. Wu Lei's expression fluctuated between anger and embarrassment. The other officers were oblivious to the exchange, puzzled by the suspect's unexpected retort. Inside the interrogation room, Ye Nan was seated on a chair, his hands restrained. Wu Lei glared at him, still harboring resentment over their earlier conversation. Next to Wu Lei, a scribe began taking notes. Name, address, and place of origin? Do you truly need to ask? Is it not common knowledge? Ye Nan scoffed. The team members bristled with indignation. Now that you're here, refrain from being arrogant. We'll pry the truth from even the toughest of mouths. Wu Lei leaned back in his chair with a cold smile. Be as arrogant as you wish. This place is where defiance is dealt with. Ye Nan cast a glance at his team member. Are you trying to force a confession? Huh, if you have evidence. Just lock me up. If you lay a hand on me, don't expect me to walk out alive. If I do manage to escape, your entire family should tread carefully. They might become pawns, all while believing they're in the right. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Wu? Ye Nan shot Wu Lei a meaningful look. The team member also gazed at Wu Lei, pondering. Only Captain Wu knows the informant. Could it be that someone is indeed using him as a tool? Wu Lei's expression darkened instantly. Ye Nan, don't be so defiant. If you're here, don't think about leaving. Oh, you have evidence to put me away? Ye Nan retorted. I heard you've bought a car. Where did the money for that come from? Wu Lei shifted his stance to probe. Of course, it was earned. What's wrong? I have my business license displayed in my shop. Do you want to check? I operate legitimately and earn lawfully. Captain Wu, are you resentful of the wealthy? Can't stand to see others prosper? The policy has been in place for 4 to 5 years now, yet you're still harboring envy against the rich, opposing the state? Does your superior know? This statement infuriated Wu Lei. If you had no evidence, you'd have been arrested by now. Observing his expression, Ye Nan seemed to have hit a nerve. The nation is developing its economy. Captain Wu, you have quite the audacity to hinder that. Are you a spy? Each accusation loomed larger than the last. Not adhering to national policies could lead to dismissal, but obstructing national progress might warrant execution, and espionage is an even graver offense. Could Wu Lei bear the weight of such charges? Merely hearing them made his legs tremble. Ye Nan wasn't finished. Captain Wu, why not enlighten me on who is obstructing the nation's economic development? They could potentially be a spy. I advise you not to become a pawn. His words struck deep, and the team members nearby nodded in agreement. Cold sweat streamed down Wu Lei's forehead. Yet, moments later, he regained his composure. Ye Nan, don't be so cocky. I will definitely find evidence. Xiao Lu is keeping an eye on you. I need to consult. The team member named Xiao Lu immediately responded, understood. Wu Lei stormed out, intent on seeking clarification from Fang Jihua. If he couldn't obtain answers, he would have to confront the newly appointed Director Fang for an explanation. Meanwhile, Ji Yuqi sat on the sofa, his face stern as he addressed Secretary Zhao and Director Fan. Is this how you lead Hang City, Director Fan and Secretary Zhao? My granddaughter has been wronged time and again, and now my future grandson-in-law is being reported too. What is next? Are you planning to have this retired commander arrested as well? In truth, a commander holds an equal rank to the city secretary, yet Ji Yuqi, being a commander from the capital, wielded significant influence, bolstered by a robust network of relationships. If they failed to appease him, his mere words could jeopardize their careers. After all, Any official at this level aspired to ascend to the capital. Old Ji, I will have them released immediately, Secretary Zhao said nervously. Beside him, Ji Yuqi frowned. Uncle Zhao, allowing their release like this may not be appropriate. It makes us appear as if we are abusing our power. Ji Igua, Fong Lan, Li Qianwen, and others turned their attention to Ji Yuqi, seemingly inquiring, their expressions filled with confusion. Uncle Zhao, Uncle Fan, perhaps you could persuade the reporters from Hangzhou to pen a piece about this matter, compelling the speculators to exert pressure, thereby ensuring that they do not resort to coercive confessions. Let us first safeguard the individual involved. After a couple of days, if no evidence is found, they will surely release him. Furthermore, this has no bearing on you. Our sole pursuit is the truth, not the distortion of facts. A glimmer of understanding crossed Secretary Zhao's eyes. Indeed, if Ye Nan were truly guilty, the speculators would not release him simply due to the journalist's intervention. Should he be wrongfully accused, the pressure from the media would prevent any coercive confessions. An excellent strategy, truly brilliant. However, Ji Igua furrowed his brow. Xiaoqi, grandfather, I have faith in him. Ji Yuqi, of course, believed in Ye Nan. With his capabilities, the speculators would find it challenging to outmaneuver him. Moreover, who could discern that the location where they collected business funds was linked to the renowned snack chain? In no time, Secretary Zhao's arrangements and Director Fan's cooperation led to a dozen journalists blocking the speculator's office. As the official who interacted most frequently with reporters, Secretary Zhao found it quite effortless to enlist their help. This would not tarnish their political careers, earning them admiration for Ji Igua's granddaughter, who, despite her youth, exhibited such shrewdness. Before Wu Lei could step outside to inquire with Fang Zhihua, he was informed of reporters waiting at the entrance. In this era, one feared both the police and the press. The arrival of law enforcement signaled a significant issue, while the presence of journalists indicated potential notoriety, though the nature of such fame was often dubious. What brings the reporters here? Wu Lei feigned calmness as he inquired. Team member Lu appeared somewhat anxious. It's regarding Ye Nan. They are asking about the outcome. What should we do, Captain Wu? Is there still time to apply pressure? Wu Lei shot a fierce glare at Lu. If you harm him now, what if he has no confessions to provide? What will we say to the reporters waiting outside? That we are torturing a suspect? What if this makes it to the newspapers and escalates to Kyoto? Lu shrank back, silenced. In that moment, Wu Lei comprehended that this was a matter beyond his control. Release Ye Nan and state that the evidence is insufficient. Lu paused, then understood. Understood. As Ye Nan approached the door, he found himself encircled by the journalists outside. One individual pointed, "Isn't this the owner of the renowned snack chain?" Soon, Ye Nan was besieged. "Have you coerced any confessions?" At the sound of this question, Lu trembled visibly. "Do you engage in speculation? Are all the documents for your snack chain in order?" Ye Nan, having faced far greater adversities in his past, raised a hand to calm the crowd. "I shall address each of your inquiries, but please, do not rush me. Firstly, regarding coercion, this is a new China. The old society's practices have vanished. Captain will only summon me to assist in the investigation. As for the accusations of speculation, I believe such claims stem from jealousy. When others prosper, some become envious, squandering national resources and taxpayer money. Such individuals hinder the nation's economic growth. I implore Captain Wu to apprehend such people to prevent their reckless accusations, which threaten society. In addition, there are delectable snacks available, with all necessary documentation in order. I would personally suggest that in the future, more certifications be obtained for the snack business, such as health permits and food service licenses, as ensuring food safety for customers is paramount. Our delectable snacks are beyond reproach, completely safe and reliable. Thank you all. I must take my leave now, as my family is growing anxious." Ye Nan's generous smile was etched in the hearts of every journalist present. His words were powerful enough to create a stir, advocating for the importance of additional certifications. Some reporters speculated that Ye Nan was merely promoting himself, yet they lacked evidence. Wu Lei, standing on the upper floor, gritted his teeth but ultimately decided against pursuing the matter. It was evidently a clash of titans, with neither side willing to provoke the other. Ye Nan's ease in front of the reporters suggested he was no ordinary individual. The following day, major newspapers featured headlines such as, "Owner of certain snack brand wrongly accused of speculation. Owner proposes health and food service licenses. Owner claims jealous whistleblowers hinder national economic development. Owner earns over 10,000 monthly. Snacks sell out across Hangzhou. and a mysterious snack emerges in Shanghai. Scene is electrifying. Such headlines adorn the front pages in grand fashion, accompanied by a photograph of Ye Nan gesturing confidently, reminiscent of a leader commanding an army. Upon returning yesterday, Ye Nan had established a telephone line connecting to the island. It wasn't until today that he found the opportunity to visit Ji Yuqi, unaware that the previous day's reporters were part of Ji Yuqi's scheme. Nor did he realize that news of his alleged speculation had become widely known. Ji Yuqi, glancing at the newspaper, raised an eyebrow and smiled. This proposal is excellent. Health permits ensure customers can dine with confidence. Fong Lan held another newspaper. Jealous whistleblowers hinder national economic development. If this reaches Kyoto, there could be trouble. Li Qianwen read a paper stating, earnings exceed 10,000, products in high demand in Hangzhou. Ji Yuqi observed the numerous newspapers on the table with a calm demeanor, yet internally rejoiced. These are all my baby's doing. Remarkably, even before birth, the mother was already vying for her share of the family fortune. These tactics serve as promotional strategies, and while the opportunity is ripe, several branches could be established in cities such as Jia City, Xiao City, Shi City, Li City, Wen City, Chang City, Nan City, Yang City, Tai City, and Hu City. The aim is to dominate both Zhejiang and Jiangsu provinces. However, managing such an expansion requires trustworthy individuals, and the business license must bear his name. Ye Nan found himself in a quandary. Yet, Ji Yuqi frowned. Opening 10 stores at once? Furthermore, as far as I know, all your stores are reliant on purchased properties, with minimal renovations costing at least 7,000 to 8,000, if not over 10,000 per store. Additionally, consider the supply chain. If all goods are sent from Hangzhou, some locations may not receive deliveries in a day. The primary concern is funding. Stocking each store with 10,000 jin would require at least 7,800, plus thousands for potatoes and meat. A store's establishment, along with inventory, would roughly demand 20,000, and you also need to install air conditioning and freezers. Thus, each store would cost over 40,000. When everyone calculated the expenses, it became clear, over 40,000 for one store, totaling over 400,000 for 10 stores. Ye Nan smiled gently. I have over 400,000. I brought back 250,000 from Guang City, and after purchasing a vehicle, I have another 250,000 here, making a total of 500,000. Moreover, the funds for the additional 170,000 for air conditioners and freezers will not arrive promptly. We shall have to wait a few days. By the end of the month, no further developments will be possible as salaries and dividends need to be dispersed. Ji Yuqi still felt uneasy. Each store manager receives a 10% share of the profits without contributing a single penny. Isn't it rather excessive to merely exert effort for such a share? To have the horse run, one must feed it. Withholding generous dividends could lead to unsavory practices. Now, where shall I find 10 individuals? However, Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, and Li Qianwen wore peculiar expressions, as the discussion between the two resembled that of a young couple. Ultimately, Ji Yuqi conceded defeat. They considered all their relatives, pondering who could manage the stores with a sense of trust. After finalizing the list of 10 individuals, a profound silence ensued, with 3 of them remaining utterly silent. Ji Yuqi awkwardly noticed the strange gazes of his grandfather, grandmother, and mother fixed upon him, muttering, "It's all my baby's ideas." Ft, ft, ft. Even Ye Nan burst into laughter, leaving Ji Yuqi blushing, stomping his feet before retreating to his room. Ye Nan also took his leave to attend to his affairs. Chapter 25. Ye Nan visited his uncle. Uncle, I need you to travel to 10 cities, including Jia City and Wen City, to acquire 10 storefronts and prepare to establish branch offices. Additionally, please select suitable delivery routes. Uncle Wang Haiba restrained himself. Xiaonan, is it really necessary to open so many? 10 is hardly excessive. Once established, you and Auntie will manage Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces while I will delegate responsibilities to my second uncle. The profits from each province will yield a 10% dividend for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Haiba pondered. A 10% cut from one province. How much would that amount to? Over 100,000 a month? No, that would be excessive. We won't require such a sum. Your aunt and I can assist you adequately. Uncle, trust me, the complexities are beyond what you envision. I will lay the groundwork for all the cities in a province, while you will handle the counties beneath them. Indeed, Ye Nan's business strategy was to first conquer the cities, followed by the counties. Once the counties were established, he would consider subdividing the cities to dominate the entire market, necessitating substantial capital. Eventually, the entire southern expanse, Zhejiang, Jiangsu, Jiangxi, Guangdong, and Hainan provinces, would be secured. Launching new products monthly, there was also the need to establish breeding farms and logistics points, allowing him to complete the groundwork a decade ahead of the express delivery developments of his previous life by the late 1990s. Once Professor Li from Hong Kong invested in the mainland, he could introduce supermarkets, a cash cow in the high-profit real estate market. This ambitious layout would require at least 10 to 15 years to finalize. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the era, lacking mobile phones and advanced technology, everything relied on manual labor. Even with the prospect of improved communication tools in the latter 5 years, this was a long-term endeavor. Ultimately, his uncle was persuaded, agreeing to the 10 cities and storefronts, which would later be transferred to Ye Nan's name. Moreover, the day's earnings would be used by his uncle to purchase a Dongfeng car, as he had recently acquired his driver's license and would personally drive to make the purchases. Uncle, there's no rush. Avoid driving while fatigued, and ensure you get adequate rest. Everything should be set up within a month. Please secure a warehouse in Su province, preferably close by. Wang Haiba nodded emphatically yes. I will have your second uncle come over to learn from your aunt. The trust his nephew placed in him filled Wang Haiba with joy. For overseeing a province was no trivial matter. Provincial representatives would be exclusively entrusted to relatives or those he held in high regard. City representatives would be chosen from more distant relatives or trusted individuals, while city representatives would randomly select employees from among them to serve as county representatives, who would receive a 5% share of profits, with an additional 5% allocated to the city representatives. This profit-sharing model favored the city representatives significantly, as direct control at the city level was unattainable. In 3 days, his second uncle and aunt traveled to the suburban warehouse, while 10 others convened at the main store on Taimishan Road for training, most of whom were selected by Ji Yuqi. Over the next month and a half, they would undergo training, acquire business licenses, and learn about renovations at various operating points. Ultimately, they would establish the county-level operations. All participants signed contracts, obtaining management rights, and all earnings were required to return to the provincial representatives. By the end of April, Ye Nan received a call from Hong Kong. The voice was so familiar it filled him with excitement. Professor Li, is that you? Ha ha ha. From now on, you may call me Old Li. I am no longer a professor. My identification card has been issued, and the company has been established. Excellent. Congratulations on your successful first step. Ye Nan clenched his fist with one hand, filled with joy. Young Yi, you never mentioned the name of the company, so I took the liberty of naming it, Nanchi Company. What do you think of the name? Ye Nan glanced at the elder Yi and Ji Yuqi beside him and murmured, before we discuss the name, which industry do you intend to enter? I have chosen 5 subsidiaries: food, home appliances, real estate, finance, and catering, but I am uncertain about where to begin. Real estate and finance require more than $1 million. Home appliances lack the necessary technology, and I am not well versed in food and catering. I can only consult you. Let's focus on catering. I will send you a menu and several marketing strategies to help you secure your initial profits, and then I will send a second package. By the way, Li, Old Li, I have opened 10 more branches, eagerly awaiting your return to the mainland for investment, Ye Nan teased. Indeed, what Ye Nan intended to send was a menu featuring Cantonese cuisine, with marketing strategies consisting of long jump contests, darts, lotteries, and spinning wheels that offer discounts, free meals, and group purchases. Once the first strategy succeeds, the second can be replicated at the dining establishments. Every district can host a branch, and with effective promotion. Advertising in the 1980s on the island of Hong Kong showed promise, though it was not as straightforward and lucrative as Ye Nan envisioned. Soon, the salary for April was released. Both uncle and aunt received 1,000 each, as did the second uncle and aunt. Employees received 50 in salary and 50 in bonuses, with plans to increase the amount next month. This year, it seems state-owned salaries have risen by 5 to 15, with 3 employees per store. A total of 24 individuals were employed across 7 branches in the main store, amounting to 2,004. During the salary distribution, Ye Nan also communicated that each store should add 2 or 3 more staff, as the workload was sometimes overwhelming. Furthermore, the plans for provincial, municipal, and county representatives were executed thoroughly. Each month, 10% of the profits would be retained for the discovery of county branches. Opening new branches must be approved by the provincial representative, and the rule of not renting properties was strictly enforced. All real estate must be under Ye Nan's control. During his free time, Ye Nan accompanied Ji Yuqi for prenatal checkups, walks, and shopping. She was nearing 5 months along, with Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, and Li Qianwen accompanying her throughout. Li Qianwen had already taken a leave of absence, and the hospital understood her situation with the triplets, granting approval. Ji Yuqi would come to Hangzhou to stay for a couple of days. Moreover, regarding the matter with Zhejiang University, Ye Nan specifically sought out Principal Zhou. Principal Zhou felt regret over the 50,000 he had taken from Ye Nan and could not refund it, but he could offer some information. Fang Zhihua, including her father, Fang Wei, the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Ye Nan did not immediately confront Fang Zhihua, recognizing that he lacked the strength to influence the position of the bureau chief. However, he ensured that Fang Zhihua would not have the opportunity to harm Ji Yuqi again. While comforting Ji Yuqi, "Do not worry, it is merely a diploma. We do not need Zhejiang University. I will arrange for you to obtain diplomas from Stanford, Harvard, MIT, Cambridge, and Yale." Ji Yuqi rolled her eyes. "Are these prestigious schools related to your family? I stand by my word. If I do not achieve this, I will never see our son again," Ye Nan replied earnestly. The earnest demeanor elicited a smile from Ji Yuqi. "Whether you see me or not is entirely up to me," gently caressing her burgeoning belly, which was nearly as large as that of others in their 7th or 8th month. She reveled in the moment. The elder Yi felt increasingly delighted as he observed the growing affection between the two. Yi Wei became increasingly attached to Ji Yuqi, addressing her as sister-in-law every day, and she exhibited a particular curiosity toward her future niece or nephew. She even brought out her piggy bank, declaring her intention to buy sweets for them. The sight of Yi Wei holding the piggy bank brought amusement to all, but on one occasion, she accidentally broke it, leaving everyone astonished by the quantity of money inside. Even Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, and Li Qianwen, who had seen their fair share of worldly affairs, were left incredulous. The elder Yi had not even realized there was such a sum of money, over 10,000 yuan. All eyes turned to Ye Nan, who stammered, I don't know either. Every time Xiaoqi goes out with her, I just give her some, and I didn't expect there would be this much left." Heh. Everyone fell silent. No wonder Yi Wei walked so amusingly. How could a collection of 10,000 yuan, along with coins, not be heavy? By the end of May, the business had expanded to 18 stores, generating a monthly income of 2.5 million. However, the expenses were considerable, as 10 of those stores had only half a month's revenue. 2 warehouses for fried snacks employed 60 workers, bringing the total staff count to 150. In addition to issuing salaries of 75 for the new stores, all established stores distributed 100 in wages and 50 in bonuses. The main store provided each employee with 200, split between 100 in wages and 100 in bonuses. The managers of 17 branch stores received dividends ranging from a high of 35,000 to a low of 20,000. Thanks to the ripple effect of newspaper coverage, all snack businesses saw an uptick in performance. Professor Li from Hong Kong also called to report, "Yi, the young one. It's been just 7 days since the opening, and we're fully booked every day. Your promotional strategies are indeed impressive." Ye Nan chuckled. "Li, old Li, I will send you the second plan in a few days. You should be familiar with this one, so it shouldn't be too difficult to execute. First, we need to accumulate funds, and then simultaneously launch all the branch stores in each district. After the success of the second plan, I will provide you with the third. Once all 3 plans are successful, funding will no longer be an issue for you. Hong Kong is not like the mainland. The laws, customs, and preferences differ greatly. A snack venture in Hong Kong could be shut down within a month if not properly managed." Professor Li concurred. "Only after coming here did I realize how far behind the mainland is, at least 20 or 30 years. Many systems are quite sound here, but there are indeed numerous gangs. When our new store opened, we were extorted for protection fees. As long as we handle things wisely, small money issues shouldn't hinder us from larger ones. We should strive to maintain good relations with the gangs. If they become too excessive, we need not show them any leniency. We should employ legal means when possible and use money to resolve issues when feasible. Hong Kong is not just controlled by a single gang." "All right, I understand. I must return to my duties now. Customers are arriving," Professor Li said before ending the call. At that moment, Ye Nan pondered how Wang Jun was faring in Guang City. His uncle and second uncle had gotten involved, and all seemed well. His aunt should have opened her branch store by now. The dining establishment cannot operate like a snack shop, as the renovation process is considerably lengthy. And lacking the advanced systems of the future, managing distant branches proves to be quite challenging. Therefore, it is prudent to establish locations in Hangzhou or Shanghai. where one could feasibly open around 5 outlets in Hangzhou and perhaps 7 or 8 in Shanghai. My dear aunt, the dining establishment must expand. Given our burgeoning reputation and capabilities, it is essential to seize market opportunities swiftly. However, my aunt, with her limited educational background and salaried position, believes that one store suffices, entirely oblivious to the concepts of corporate structure and market dynamics. Yet, since the establishments are investments made by Ye Nan, she holds no authority to object. Thus, she can merely oversee operations. Ye Nan smiled in silence, pondering whether my beloved aunt would recall this conversation when she eventually oversees the nationwide dining establishments. The model of our dining establishment is fundamentally a chain. Once Ye Nan commences the real estate project, the dining concept will truly come into its own. All dining outlets will be consolidated, with 1 or 2 remaining in each city, transforming into 5-star hotels, where the dining establishments will merely serve as a segment of the hotel's buffet. Soon, Ye Nan produced a map, as he was exceedingly familiar with both Hangzhou and Shanghai, and he had a clear vision for future developments. He circled 10 locations and presented them to his aunt. Aunt, procure all the shops at these 10 sites. I will allocate 300,000 for you to cover the costs of purchasing the storefronts, renovations, and staffing. His aunt appeared somewhat flustered. You could have your husband resign to assist you. His monthly income is a mere 100 plus, which hardly compares. Wouldn't you agree? His aunt nodded. I will go request that my husband come help you right away. Her husband, Zhao Sanjin, was tall and imposing, with a fierce exterior that suggested a tough demeanor, yet beneath it lay a warm heart, always willing to lend a hand when asked. This time, neither his aunt nor her husband disappointed Ye Nan. Within half a month, they successfully arranged 10 storefronts, each undergoing renovations, and they reported daily on their progress. Ji Yuqi observed, occasionally jotting down notes. Ye Nan also secured an industry for his elder aunt, similar to his younger aunt's venture, with profits split evenly while all investments remained his responsibility. This was a bakery. Although the bakery may seem insignificant now, it is poised to evolve into a CAF in the future. Nationally recognized coffee shops, akin to Starbucks, boast valuations in the hundreds of billions. Ye Nan directly instructed Professor Li to procure the tools and recipes from the bakery in Hong Kong. He was only familiar with a few popular products and cake recipes from the future. Elder aunt, are you aware of the bakery? His elder aunt looked utterly bewildered, questioning her surroundings and purpose. What am I doing? What are you talking about? Ji Yuqi's eyes sparkled. Cakes? Ye Nan regarded Ji Yuqi with approval. To be precise, it is a synthesis. Ji Yuqi, puzzled, replied, a synthesis? I know cakes have become fashionable in Kyoto, but their shop solely offers cakes and no bread. To attract customers, one must offer daily staples. Cakes primarily cater to birthdays or are purchased by affluent individuals seeking petite confections. Given the high cost of cream, or more accurately, milk, my focus is on producing bread, utilizing flour and sugar to save both time and money. My aunt appeared perplexed. Bread? Isn't it available at the supply cooperative? Why open a dedicated shop? This left Ye Nan in a challenging position to explain. Aunt, leave those concerns aside. Your role is simply to manage. The hospital nurses can resign. I require your assistance here. Recalling her younger sister, my aunt hesitated but eventually nodded. If I can't manage, please don't hold it against me. She feared causing Ye Nan financial loss. Unfazed by potential losses, my aunt declared, I've selected a location, the apartment previously occupied by your second uncle. A little renovation. And once Professor Li brings the supplies from Hong Kong, we can commence operations. I'll provide you with the recipe. All you need to do is find a contractor and workers. All right, I will seek out a contractor, my aunt stated, springing into action. Are you certain this fusion of cake and bread will work? Ji Yuqi expressed some concern. Absolutely, pairing milk tea with bread or coffee with bread creates a delightful combination. When it flourishes nationwide, you will see, Ye Nan affirmed with confidence. Chapter 26. He Wei Fong. As Ye Nan gazed upon the sign of He Wei Fong, the atmosphere was starkly quiet. Not a single patron graced the establishment. To one side, a display of bread was meticulously shielded by transparent plastic barriers, ensuring no contaminants could taint the fresh loaves. 1/3 of the space was designated as a resting area, furnished with chairs and tables reminiscent of the charming cafes found along the streets of modern-day Hong Kong. Another third housed the cash register and a showcase for cake molds, while the rear section contained the preparation area and baking ovens. Half a day into its opening, the only individuals present were Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, Li Qianwen, and several family members. Old Master Yi, his second uncle Yi Xingfu, his aunt, her husband, as well as Lu Meng, Shenlan, and Zhaomin Ye Nan. Are you certain we can turn a profit? Why is there not a single customer? Ji Yuqi whispered, a hint of concern in her voice. With a wry smile, Ye Nan called out, Annie, why not bring out the bread and small cakes for everyone to sample? And please prepare a cup of milk tea for each person. Auntie, with a playful demeanor, instructed 3 waitstaff to serve the delicacies. This shall be our afternoon tea. Let us indulge in a taste of Hong Kong's afternoon delights. Ye Nan attempted to lighten the somber mood with a jest. The food enthusiast Zhao Min was the first to indulge, exclaiming, delicious. Far superior to what the supply and marketing cooperative offers. She turned to Auntie. You must be Auntie, right? Could you please provide me with a few more items? I'll pay for them. Upon hearing the praise, Auntie beamed with maternal warmth. Of course, take as much as you like. Everyone found Zhao Min's enthusiasm slightly exaggerated, but upon tasting the offerings themselves, they were left in awe. The delicacies melted in their mouths. They were astoundingly better than the cakes from Kyoto. Is this made from flour? How is it so distinct from what is sold outside? This is simply exquisite. The air was filled with delightful sounds of appreciation, especially from the young girl Yi Wei, whose cheeks were smeared with cream. Ye Nan observed with a silent smile, having tasted too much himself. The various small cakes were all his recipes, with the Hong Kong formulas provided by Professor Li, featuring the most beloved and best-selling items, such as pineapple buns and egg tarts. Mama, we have arrived. Auntie, we are here too. As everyone regained their focus, they realized the commotion was caused by the 5 children of Auntie and the younger aunt, Li Jia, Li Yun, Li Ning, Zhao Ruilong, and Zhao Ling. Upon spotting Old Master Yi, they exclaimed, Grandpa, cousin. These 5 were somewhat unruly, harboring a disdain for rural folk, which had prevented them from visiting Tianmu Mountain Road before. The 2 aunts had often cited various excuses when they mentioned visiting their grandfather. Even on the occasion of the younger aunt's opening, they had refrained from coming out. It remained a mystery how Annie managed to bring all 5 of them here this time. Mama, we have arrived. Where's the money? Li Jia inquired bluntly. Ye Nan, caught off guard, sprayed his milk tea in surprise. Auntie playfully smacked Li Jia on the head, saying, Go sit quietly. You are even less well-behaved than your cousin. Your cousin at 3 years old is more obedient than you. After being chastised, Li Jia had no choice but to sit beside them, trailed by her 4 younger companions. Old Master Yi's expression darkened slightly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment in front of his old comrades, but internally he thought, at least they are granddaughters, not grandsons. Li Jia is now in her 2nd year of high school, and her academic performance has not been particularly commendable, making the prospect of attending university seem bleak. When she laid eyes on Ji Yuqi, Zhao Min, Shenlan, and Lu Meng, she was momentarily entranced and could not help but exclaim, Beautiful. This outburst provoked her aunt, who promptly admonished her with a sharp reprimand. Address her as sister-in-law. At this moment, Li Jia was taken aback. Sister-in-law? Upon glancing at her mother's fiery gaze, she resignedly approached Zhao Min and uttered, Sister-in-law. Zhao Min, with her mouth full of bread, blinked in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Ji Yuqi, Shenlan, and Lu Meng erupted in laughter. Elder Yi, along with his sister-in-law, brother-in-law, and second uncle, could only face-bomb in disbelief. Ji Aigua, Feng Lan, and Li Qianwen lowered their heads, stifling laughter with visible discomfort. Ye Nan, bewildered, wondered when he had acquired a new wife. Both the aunt and uncle stood up and playfully dragged Li Jia to the doorway, initiating a comedic display of familial affection. Laughter erupted among the gathered relatives, except for Elder Yi, who felt utterly embarrassed. Fortunately, Li Yun, Li Ning, Zhao Ruilong, and Zhao Ling, displaying their cleverness, scampered over to Ji Yuqi and sweetly called her sister-in-law. Why? With such a pronounced belly, it was evident she was expecting a child. Moreover, the elegance of her attire, the watch she wore, and her overall demeanor unmistakably marked her as a refined young lady. Ji Yuqi, flustered by the affectionate address from the younger ones, turned a shade of crimson and glanced at Ye Nan, silently pleading for assistance. In a moment of inspiration, he gestured beneath the table, indicating money. Ji Yuqi immediately understood and retrieved the cash she had brought along, producing 5 crisp bills. Perfectly sufficient, they decided to share 1 bill each. This clever maneuver earned silent approval from the elders present. At this juncture, a little girl expressed her discontent, muttering, You all are misbehaving. snatching sister-in-law's money. This innocent comment caused Elder Yi to burst into laughter. The four young men, undeterred, remarked that the cash was indeed a significant sum, as one might not even receive a single bill for pocket money during the New Year festivities. Once the playful exchange concluded, Li Jia approached Ji Yuqi with a slightly swollen cheek and solemnly called out, "Sister-in-law." Upon receiving a bill from Ji Yuqi, her pain seemed to dissipate, and she beamed with glee, exclaiming, thank you, sister-in-law." Ji Yuqi, perplexed, wondered why a mere 10 yuan could elicit such joy. Before Ji Yuqi could ponder further, 5 more children entered the room. Second Uncle Yi Xingfu, upon spotting them, beckoned, "Come here." The 5 children obediently approached and, upon seeing Elder Yi, respectfully greeted him, "Grandfather." Elder Yi felt a sense of satisfaction with the upbringing of his grandchildren. He acknowledged. Yi Yang's eyes sparkled as he spotted Ye Nan. "Cousin, you're here too." Following this, the aunt, younger aunt, uncle, and younger uncle each greeted the children in turn. Ye Nan nodded in acknowledgement. Second Uncle Yi Xingfu promptly introduced his children. "This is your sister-in-law. This is her mother, and these are her grandparents." "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello, aunt." "Hello, grandfather." "Hello, grandmother," they chorused. Upon hearing their greetings, Ji Yuqi rummaged through his pockets and produced several bills, saying, "Here, come, this is from grandfather." He was quite pleased with himself, feeling envious of the old class leader for having so many grandchildren. Feng Lan also received a red envelope, as did Li Qianwen. This left Ji Yuqi feeling rather awkward, as he found himself short of funds. Glancing left and right in helplessness, he could only gaze at Ye Nan. Yet Ye Nan remained motionless, prompting the young girl Yi Wei, feeling more familiar with Ye Yongtai and the others, to speak up. "Sister Qian, sister-in-law, is expecting a baby, or rather 3. You all should give her red envelopes." This revelation left everyone in stunned silence, with Yi Laoi laughing heartily. "Haha, you little clever one." Ye Yongtai, well versed in social etiquette, promptly handed some money to Ji Yuqi, stating, "Cousin, this is for my little nephew and niece." Although he had never received such a sum before, he understood that his cousin had the means to help him earn significant wealth. Ye Nan discreetly slipped some money into Ji Yuqi's hand from behind, saying, "No need for that. Wait until they are born, and then you may give. This is for you. As a token for our first meeting, I didn't bring a gift, so you can buy something later." Ji Yuqi, ever diplomatic, accepted without further comment. Ye Yongtai glanced at his cousin. "You might as well keep it." He then turned to his grandfather, advising, "You should use it to buy some stationery for your studies." With their grandfather's endorsement, the 5 siblings accepted the envelopes, expressing their gratitude with a chorus of "Thank you, cousin." They then settled down to enjoy the bread and pastries, complimenting their great-aunt, "This is delicious." Soon after, the families of the 3rd and 4th uncles arrived. In truth, this gathering had been meticulously orchestrated by Yi Laoi. The 3rd uncle and 3rd aunt arrived with their 4 sons and 1 daughter, while the 4th uncle and 4th aunt brought along their 4 sons and 2 daughters. Ji Yuqi couldn't help but feel envious of the scene. The joy of having over a dozen grandchildren calling him grandfather was palpable. When it was his turn, Ji Yuqi distributed red envelopes to each grandchild, jokingly remarking, "Old class leader, I am basking in your glory. This turnout exceeds that of our entire class." Yi Laoi beamed with pride, joining in the laughter. However, when it came to Li Qianwen, she felt somewhat embarrassed, having not brought enough money with her, especially since her salary was modest. Had she known there would be so many grandchildren, she would have given more than just 10 yuan each. Ye Nan discreetly moved closer to Li Qianwen and slipped a stack of money into her hand before quietly retreating. This gesture increased Li Qianwen's fondness for him. When the group of over 10 heard the term cousin-in-law, they were all taken aback. Ji Yuqi, Shun Lan, Lu Meng, and Zhao Min were all strikingly beautiful. Yet none could compare to Li Jia, who had a penchant for calling Zhao Min by the wrong name. As they lined up before Ji Yuqi, they each called out, "Cousin-in-law," which astonished Shun Lan, Lu Meng, and Zhao Min. Lu Meng remarked softly, "Xiao Qi will have her hands full in the future, with over 20 cousins and siblings. Remembering their names will be quite a task." Ji Yuqi smiled at this, replying, "Grandpa Yi informed me yesterday that the male descendants of the Yi family follow a pattern. The 2nd uncle's family enjoys peace and prosperity. The 3rd uncle's family represents vast landscapes, and the 4th uncle's family embodies strength and valor." Shenlan was taken aback by the simplicity of it all. "Is it that straightforward?" "Yes," Ji Yuqi affirmed. "The names all contain the character for bravery, while the middle names of the 2nd, 3rd, and fourth uncles contain prosperity, culminating in the idiom a prosperous nation with a strong populace. Zhao Min raised her thumb in approval, as did Lu Meng. Everyone took their seats, with only the younger generation standing, as there were not enough chairs. The store was filled with people. Elder Yi glanced at his grandchildren and, seeing them standing, commanded, "Attention." Everyone straightened up, pulling in their stomachs and bringing their feet together. The grandchildren followed suit, having endured various trials from their grandfather during childhood summer vacations. Only Ye Nan seemed to have a delayed reaction, finally standing at attention as he recalled old memories from decades past. His response elicited laughter from everyone, except for the 3-year-old Yi Wei, who, due to the loss of her uncle and the birth of her younger sister, was no longer subject to military training like the other grandchildren. Elder Yu cleared his throat and began, "The reason I have gathered you today is twofold. First, to celebrate the opening of our new store and congratulate Lao Wu and Xiao Nan. Second, regarding the marriage of Xiao Nan and Xiao Qi. I have discussed this with Ai Gua, and we will hold the ceremony in Kyoto, where our Yi family relatives will join us. I will also take the opportunity to visit old comrades. Xiao Qi's due date is at the end of October, which gives us over 3 months. We will have the wedding at the end of the year in Kyoto, so those who need to collect their harvest should do so early. I will ensure your train tickets are arranged for late December. It has been over 3 years since we celebrated the new year together. This year, we will also be in Kyoto." Third Aunt frowned. "Father, what about visiting relatives during the new year?" Elder Yi replied, "Those who wish to visit relatives can return early. I merely mentioned celebrating together. If you prefer not to, I will not stop you." This left Third Aunt speechless for a while. Furthermore, among the grandchildren, Xiao Tai is preparing for the college entrance examination. If he succeeds, I will have your cousin support your education at the best university. If not, then you can assist your cousin. As for those who do not wish to pursue studies, I will have all those over 16 come to Hangzhou. I will find work for you." Fourth Aunt, being particularly fond of her children, expressed her discontent. "Father, isn't 16 too young?" Elder Yi retorted, "At 16. I was already fighting against the enemy. By my 20s, I was battling the Japanese for over 20 years, and I turned out just fine." His words silenced the room, as even the highest-ranking GI could not compare. He had left university to fight at an age much older. "While I am still here, I will pave a path for you. When I am gone, do you think your cousin will look after you? Your cousin is now earning hundreds of thousands, even millions, and driving his own car." This revelation caused an uproar among the 20 or so attendees, filled with surprise and discussion. The most astonished were Third Uncle, Third Aunt, Fourth Uncle, and Fourth Aunt, all inquiring about the eldest aunt, the younger aunt, and second uncle. Attention! The previously noisy crowd fell silent instantly. Elder Yi added, "As long as I am around, I can assist you through your cousin. Do not later claim that I did not care for you." He then turned to Ye Nan, saying, "Now, you speak." Elder Yi had not consulted Ye Nan beforehand, but Ye Nan understood his intent. The heart and back of the hand are both flesh. While the palm may bear more weight, the back must also partake in nourishment. Ye Nan nodded thoughtfully, pondering for a moment. "If you manage to gain admission to a university, I am willing to provide sponsorship, not merely financial support, but also the opportunity for you to study abroad in the United States, the Eagle Nation, Canada, or the land of the rising sun. However, there is one condition. You must sign a contract with me. I will cover all your expenses, including living costs and tuition fees, but upon your return, you are required to work for my company for a decade. Rest assured, your salary will not be less than that of your peers. After 10 years, you may choose to join another company or continue your journey with mine." He paused, then added, "As for the academic disciplines, Xiao Tai, it is time for you to select your school and major, is it not?" Yi Yong nodded heavily in agreement. "I am in need of talents in law, economics, management, and finance, particularly lawyers. The lawyers I seek must possess expertise in the laws of at least 3 countries, rather than solely in Huaxia law." Yunan counted off on his thumb. At that moment, Ji Yuqi perceived Yunan as a figure of considerable stature, possessing profound knowledge. Meanwhile, Third Aunt and Fourth Aunt were left bewildered. "Xiaonan, what is a lawyer?" Some members of the Ji family stifled their laughter, while Shenlan and others recognized that Ye Nan was far from an ordinary farmer. "A lawyer? Are they as fearsome as the police?" Third Aunt and Fourth Aunt nodded in agreement. "The police do not have the authority to determine your guilt. Only a court can do that. If you wish to avoid being judged guilty by the law, you will need the assistance of a lawyer." This explanation was somewhat simplistic, yet Third Aunt and Fourth Aunt grasped the essence of it. Chapter 27. The future of Ye Nan began to express his need for talented individuals. He emphasized the importance of economics, particularly the analysis of national policies and market trends in both China and the United States, which he believed would dominate the 1990s. He spoke of management in terms of overseeing companies and nurturing talent. Above all, he highlighted finance, a field that may seem complex with its myriad branches, stocks, futures, funds, and more, currently thriving in America. In contrast, the understanding of stocks in China is minuscule. Perhaps 1 in a million truly comprehends the intricacies, not merely recognizing the terms and fluctuations. I dare say, the number of proficient individuals in China could be counted on one hand. Thus, I am willing to invest substantially in cultivating financial experts. You are all my cousins, he continued. As long as you gain admission to university and pursue finance, I shall spare no expense to send you to prestigious institutions in America such as Harvard, Stanford, Yale, or MIT. Do not doubt my capability. My company in Hong Kong has been established for a month, generating over $1 million Hong Kong dollars last month, with branches in 18 cities across Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. You all know Wang Jun, right? I entrusted him with $200,000 in Guangzhou to seek investment opportunities in Shenzhen. In the forthcoming months, I plan to invest in Kyoto, Jiangsu, Fujian, and the 12 southern provinces. I shall refrain from elaborating on my investment strategies. Suffice it to say, should you choose finance, I will support you with $1 million each year from your first year abroad to engage in financial operations. I will establish an investment company in America, and you shall be its inaugural operator. The audience was taken aback by the mention of $1 million, an astonishing sum for the year 1982. Ji Yuqi and the elder Ye stared at Ye Nan in disbelief. Noticing their astonishment, Ye Nan furrowed his brow, stating, "Do not underestimate the value of the dollar. Currently, $1 million merely equates to over 190,000 in our currency." Lu Ming leaned closer to Ji Yuqi, whispering, "Is he boasting? $1 million is no jest." Both Shenlong and Zhao Min nodded in agreement. However, Ji Yuqi revealed a shocking fact. During last month's revenue settlement, the net profit was $250,000, despite only 10 stores being operational for half a month. The aunts grew agitated. $250,000 in a single month was indeed remarkable. The uncles, being related by blood, were devoid of any greedy inclinations. One aunt inquired, "Xiao Nan, are you still hiring? My nephew is seeking a job." Another aunt added, "Xiao Nan, I have several nephews too. Could you possibly accommodate them?" Ye Nan smiled. "Personnel arrangements are not my responsibility. My second uncle oversees Zhejiang province, and my uncle manages Jiangsu province. You should consult them, as these matters do not fall under my purview." Li Qianwen felt a stirring of interest. Although her family was scholarly, their circumstances were challenging. With her brothers toiling in arduous jobs and struggling to find suitable employment after returning from the countryside. Noticing her mother's unease, Ji Yuqi discreetly approached her, reassuring, "Mom, I will make arrangements." Li Qianwen glanced at her daughter, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was well aware that a married daughter helping her family would be subject to gossip. For this reason, her brothers and younger siblings refused Li Qianwen's assistance. And Li Qianwen herself found her life rather unremarkable. She could manage her own affairs but felt inadequate in aiding others. Fong Lan understood that Li Qianwen had long desired to support her family. In 1982, when the educated youth returned to the city, many merely waited at home for sustenance. They believed their knowledge would suffice, yet Li Qianwen's brothers were willing to work hard, having faced hardship after the loss of their parents without any support. This was particularly true for the youngest brother, Li Ronghao, who remained unmarried at 30 due to poverty and had been raised by his two elder brothers. How could they assist their brother when they themselves were struggling, with their own sons in their 20s still without wives? Fong Lan occasionally wished to lend a hand, given that the Ji family lacked such a multitude of brothers, but the brothers were resolute and refused assistance. Ye Nan had concluded his remarks, observing the 24 cousins around him. Aside from Ye Yang, who excelled academically, several others also performed admirably. The elder Yi did not wish for them to deliberate further. "You should return and ponder this well. I want to elaborate. But aligning yourselves with your cousin will be far less arduous than striving alone. Third and fourth, you two should assist the sixth. Refrain from meddling in Xiao Nan's other ventures. If they falter, it will be too costly for you." "Understood, father," replied the third uncle, while the fourth uncle echoed his agreement. "Second, with the holiday approaching, consider how to bring the children to Hangzhou. They're becoming wild at home." The second uncle, Yi Xingfu, nodded in acknowledgement. Sixth, arrange for your third and fourth brothers to work as they see fit. They will receive salaries comparable to others. Once they have mastered their tasks, we can discuss further. If your sisters-in-law wish to work, let them. If not, then no obligations. By the way, R&T their vacant rooms upstairs. Arrange a few for them, and if more space is needed, rent additional ones. At this moment, the eldest aunt interjected, "Father, the upstairs was previously occupied by the second brother. Shall we have the third brother stay there, while the third sister-in-law comes to my place? And the third brother can go to that shop at the corner?" "Yes, that will be the arrangement. If those rascals cannot find space, I'll make do," the elder Yi decisively stated. When it came time to purchase properties for the restaurant, they often deliberately acquired 2 floors for the convenience of their employees' rest. Ye Nan then conceived an idea. "Eldest aunt, you should learn to manage this establishment. Even if it incurs losses, I can bear the cost. Once you've mastered it, we can consider opening a branch." Everyone was puzzled. Who would open a branch while operating at a loss? "You must have an abundance of funds, young man." The elder Yi feared he might become overly ambitious. Observing the reactions around him, Ye Nan sighed. How solitary it is to be invincible. This lyric elicited laughter from a group of young teens. Ji Yuqi frowned and insisted, "Provide a reason, otherwise I cannot agree." Ji Igua, Feng Lan, and Li Qianwen turned their gaze toward her. Blushing, she lowered her head and murmured softly, "It's all for my baby." The elder Yi burst into hearty laughter. Indeed. "It's all for the baby, ha ha ha." Everyone joined in the laughter. Except for Aunt San and Aunt C, they all regarded Ji Yuqi as a promiscuous woman, believing she was merely pursuing Ye Nan for his wealth. After sharing a laugh, Ye Nan explained, "As soon as our branch stores expand rapidly across all cities in the country, I will venture into filmmaking, investing in several projects. If a few do not succeed, I shall undertake a dozen. Each film will mandatorily include scenes of birthday celebrations with cake." Lu Meng was the first to grasp the implication. This will create a societal expectation that birthdays must include cake, akin to our tradition of eating longevity noodles. Ji Yuqi also understood. Once this notion takes root, it could be quite daunting. How much would that cost? Money is not the issue. Even if it requires 10 million or 20 million, what of it? Investing in films can yield returns, and should a film become popular, I might even profit. Meanwhile, the uncles remained perplexed, while Li Qianwen, Yi Yongtai, Xin Lan, and Zhao Min comprehended the concept. Xin Lan furrowed her brow. "But this seems rather challenging." "Challenging? Why is it that weddings require the ritual of 3 turns and 1 ring? Why not simply have a grand unification?" Ye Nan's question left everyone momentarily speechless. "Grandfather, do you know why Uncle Air and Uncle San's weddings demand 3 turns and 1 ring? Who mandated this? Is it inscribed in law?" At this, all were rendered mute. Let me share something even more astonishing. Who knows about diamonds? Diamond rings. Lu Meng raised her hand. "I know. A classmate's brother returned from abroad with a diamond ring, claiming it was quite expensive. It resembles glass, yet it is so hard it can cut through glass." Li Qianwen chimed in. "A colleague of mine mentioned diamond rings as well." With an audience now intrigued, Ye Nan continued, "Diamonds are abundant worldwide, yet they are monopolized by a single company. What does monopoly mean? It means they have acquired all the diamond mines. This company deliberately limits their annual extraction, not due to inability, but by design. They have spun countless love stories around diamond rings and necklaces, promoting notions of eternal love, insisting that if you love me, you must buy me a diamond ring." Ye Nan's exaggerated performance sent shivers down everyone's spines. Just as we believe that marriage necessitates the ritual of 3 turns and 1 ring, have you considered that this might be a form of coercion? Yet, some willingly submit to it. Are 3 turns and 1 ring essential for living? If Uncles Air, San, and C have their 3 turns and 1 rings, will that provide you with sustenance? Uncle Yushinfu chuckled. "I am no fool." Laughter erupted among the group. Hence, the tradition of birthday cake. The ritual of 3 turns and 1 ring and diamond rings share a commonality, albeit directed towards different subjects. Xiao Wei approached. Ye Nan called over the little girl, whispering a few words in her ear. She then ran to old Master Yi. "Grandfather, I want a cake for my birthday. If you do not buy me a cake, it means you do not love me." Her fierce expression prompted old Master Yi to immediately respond. Bye. Let your brother get it for you." Ha. Apparently, it works this way. Anta found it quite intriguing as well. At that moment, the aunt contemplated the idea of a restaurant. "Xiao Nan, can we operate a restaurant like this?" Before Ye Nan could respond, Lu Meng interjected. "Aunt, everyone needs to eat. How can your restaurant mandate that?" The aunt considered this and realized the validity of the point. Thus, she reassured her elder sister, do not fear losses. Once we open all the establishments at once, we merely need to wait for the right moment. That investment of 10 million will yield returns in multiples. Ye Nan then quietly remarked to Ji Yuqi, what do you think? You should learn economics from me. Studying under Professor Li pales in comparison. Zhao Min, however, raised a concern, but others will follow suit. If you open one, I will open one too. Indeed, if you invest significantly, you cannot be the sole beneficiary. Yes, Xiao Nan, how do we resolve this? Ye Nan simply stated, the choice of foodies. Everyone was perplexed. Ji Yuqi, however, chuckled. What did you mean by the first bite? After a moment of reflection, the group burst into laughter. Zhao Min remained puzzled until Shun Lan whispered an explanation in her ear, causing Zhao Min's face to flush with embarrassment. The concept was quite straightforward. The choice of foodies is determined by deliciousness. Everyone will opt for what is tasty, and that is the essence of reputation. Ultimately, Ye Yongtai interjected, there is another aspect, size. Everyone turned their attention to Ye Yongtai. Lu Ming inquired, what do you mean by size? Your interpretation of size could vary. Clarify your meaning. Suddenly, Ye Nan had an inappropriate thought and looked at Lu Ming quizzically. Ji Yuqi noticed Yunan's gaze and followed it, while Shun Lan and Zhao Min also tilted their heads, puzzled by Lu Ming. Lu Ming remained oblivious. What I mean by size refers to the brand. When we buy candy, if the budget allows, we certainly choose the big white rabbit. For bicycles, it must be the Phoenix brand, and for watches, the domestic choice is undoubtedly the Shanghai brand. This statement sparked a glimmer of understanding in Ye Nan. Interesting, Xiao Tai, you know this? Everyone was aware, yet few had articulated it. Ye Nan cleared his throat. This exemplifies the brand effect. The diamond, for instance, is a monopoly, devoid of alternatives. We cannot monopolize cakes. So what if we cannot monopolize? We rely on brand effect, which manifests in various forms, such as longevity, durability, cost-effectiveness. Choosing the big white rabbit candy is due to its rich milky flavor and sweetness, unmatched by other candies. The Phoenix brand is trusted due to its long-standing reputation. Old products are perceived as superior. The Shanghai brand watch is the top choice beyond foreign brands, as affordability dictates that we can only buy domestic, with Shanghai brand being the most expensive yet of high quality. At this point, the group began to grasp the underlying thoughts. Establishing a firm understanding in the public psyche generates brand effect. This can be achieved simply through advertising and taste shops, diverse varieties, delightful flavors, and healthier options. Upon hearing these three phrases from Ye Nan, many found them appealing. Diverse varieties, delightful flavors, healthier options. Ji Yuqi reflected. How about adding most generous portions? Lu Ming recited. Xiao Qi, you are brilliant. This phrase is excellent. It is quite simple. The variety is abundant and the flavors delightful, particularly suited for gluttons like Zhao Min. The portions are generous, appealing to those who seek to save and indulge in a singular purchase, promoting a healthier lifestyle. This is intended for the affluent or the elderly, who prioritize well-being. As explained by Ji Yuqi, Aunt also took up pen and paper to record. Diverse selections, exquisite taste, ample portions, and enhanced health benefits. The younger aunt was inspired as well. This could be applied in dining establishments too. Use different words. Do not merely copy, lest it backfire, for people may become resistant. If it is repeated too often, it loses its novelty, reminded Ye Nan. An array of dishes, delightful flavors, and nutritious meals, Ji Yuqi articulated slowly. But generous portions are not suitable for dining establishments, as they are typically weighed. Excessive weight results in higher costs. The younger aunt's eyes brightened, and she noted it down. Excellent. This is promising. Just as the second uncle was about to speak, Ye Nan interjected. Second uncle, you need not inquire further. Even with thriving business, there is no room in the establishment. Upon hearing this, the second uncle's face flushed with embarrassment. Ji Yuqi and the four girls stifled their laughter, while over 20 young men erupted in hearty laughter. Only then did second uncle Yushinfu realize, you rascal, are you teasing me? Chapter 28. Madame Fong Lan. After the conclusion of the opening ceremony, Lu Ming and her companions bid farewell to Ji Yuqi and returned to school. The group proceeded to the backyard of the cafeteria, preparing for dinner. Ji Yuqi seized Ye Nan's hand and dashed towards the second floor. Everyone paused in surprise, then shared a knowing smile. Ye Nan, bewildered and unaware of the circumstances, felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of solitude. Once in the room, Ji Yuqi closed the door behind them and said, Ye Nan, I need to discuss something with you. What is it that seems so serious? He furrowed his brow, fearing something grave had transpired. I forgot to mention during our last meeting about the city representatives that my uncle. Ye Nan chuckled. Is that all? Just tell your second uncle, and it'll be fine. No, that's not it. What I mean is. Ji Yuqi's cheeks flushed as she hesitated. What do you mean? Ye Nan teased, eager to provoke her. Aren't you aiming to represent 12 provinces? I have 3 uncles who could each take on a province. I assure you, entrusting matters to my uncle will pose no issue. Ji Yuqi declared, her face a rosy hue. Weren't you the one claiming all business is yours? Just make the decision. Why consult me? Ye Nan replied, puffing up with pride. This left Ji Yuqi momentarily speechless. She gazed at Ye Nan for several minutes, her eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears. Ye Nan panicked. Hey, don't cry. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Please don't cry. If they see you, they might think I'm bullying you. He floundered, unsure of how to console her. All right. Whatever you say goes. Let us agree on the provincial representatives. We can assign the delicacies to your uncle, all right? At this, Ji Yuqi burst into laughter, her earlier sorrow dissipating. She appeared as pitiful as a stray kitten caught in the rain, wandering along a narrow path. Seeing you smile is a relief, Ye Nan sighed. Ji Yuqi mischievously grinned. You just stated there's no turning back on the provincial representatives. Yes, the provincial representatives, Ye Nan affirmed. I'll select the locations, South Province, North Province, and Sichuan Province. Do you have any objections? Ye Nan raised his hands in surrender. None at all. Ji Yuqi gazed at him intently for a moment before leaning in and softly pressing her lips against his. It was a gentle, fleeting touch, quickly parting. Ji Yuqi turned to open the door. See, you're obedient. This is your reward. By the time Ye Nan processed what had happened, Ji Yuqi had already vanished. Meanwhile, Ji Yuqi pulled Li Qianwen aside. Mom, I've decided on the provincial representatives, South Province, North Province, and Sichuan Province. Please have my uncle come directly to Hangzhou. The sooner the better. I'm also finding a more relaxed job for cousin Li Bin and perhaps introduce him to a potential bride. Li Qianwen was taken aback yet exhilarated. Really? You think I don't believe you? How trivial is this? These are all for my baby. What could I possibly say against providing jobs for your uncles? Ji Yuqi beamed with pride. All right, I'll call their factory right now, Li Qianwen declared, embodying a decisive spirit. Do not forget that both of your aunts will be arriving as well. I noticed that Ye Nan arranged for his uncle and second uncle to be paired with their spouses, seemingly pursuing different paths. Very well, I shall convey this. On the entire street, there exists but one telephone at Ye Nan's, which indeed facilitates communication for the Ji family. Half an hour later, Li Qianwen returned, saying, I have informed your uncles that you are expecting a child, requesting them to come over. Make sure you don't let anything slip, otherwise, they might think we are merely assisting them in finding employment, and they may not come. It is better to have them here first. When the time comes, I will say that the baby found them, hee. You mischievous girl. Li Qianwen was both amused and exasperated, unintentionally overhearing talk of uncles and granduncles. She hurried off to whisper with her third aunt. My dear aunt, I must tell you, little Nan may have found a vixen. Just now. I heard something about finding jobs for the baby's uncles and granduncles. Are they coming for little Nan's money? The third aunt, being quite straightforward, had never considered this angle until the fourth aunt prompted her. What shall we do then? The fourth aunt, momentarily at a loss for a solution, suggested. Let us observe for now that several million from little Nan is intended for our children's upbringing. We must not let the vixen deceive us. Indeed, she is a vixen, dressed so inappropriately. Just look at our village, no one dresses like that. The third aunt concurred with the fourth aunt. The fourth aunt believed that Ye Nan's wealth was meant for the upbringing of his son, a fact that Ye Nan himself had acknowledged. This completely distorted the truth. Had Ye Nan overheard, he might have felt a murderous rage towards the fourth aunt. Subsequently, 5 tables were set in the backyard. In a time of peace and prosperity, with a vast expanse of mountains and rivers, the strong and valiant gathered alongside Li Jia, Li Yun, Li Ning, Zhao Rolong, Zhao Ling, and the 3 daughters of the third and fourth uncles, divided into 2 tables. At another table sat Feng Lan, Li Qianwen, Ji Yuqi, Yi Qian with Yue, the third aunt, the fourth aunt, the eldest aunt, and the younger aunt, Yi Laozhong, Ji Aigua, Ye Nan, the second, third, and fourth uncles. The eldest and younger fathers all occupied one table. The remaining tables were filled with the clinking of cups. Yet, The arrangement at the women's table appeared somewhat peculiar. The eldest and younger aunts seemed to create a divide. On one side sat Li Qianwen and Fong Lan flanking Ji Yuqi, with the younger aunt beside Li Qianwen and the eldest aunt beside Fong Lan. Meanwhile, Yi Qian and Yi Wei occupied a spacious position. The third and fourth aunts were squeezed together, maintaining a distance of at least 2 or 3 seats from Yi Qian. Seating was secondary. The primary concern was Ji Yuqi and Li Qianwen passing dishes, with someone always turning the lazy Susan. Initially, both believed it to be mere coincidence, but after several occurrences, they felt something was amiss. The mother and daughter endured it, considering the presence of Yi Laozhang. The eldest and younger aunts also sensed the discomfort, exchanging glances filled with unspoken words. The fourth aunt, with a hint of mischief, remarked, "My dear girl, why aren't you eating? You have a little one in your belly. You should eat more." This statement made Yi Qian feel something was off. With 3 neutral parties, 2 aggressors, 3 defenders, and a little sprite glancing around nervously, the atmosphere became tense, prompting her to flee to her grandfather. Yi Laozhang, with a rosy complexion from drink, inquired curiously, "Little Wei, what troubles you?" "Grandfather, Little Wei wishes to sit with you." "Oh, come here, sit on Grandpa's lap." The elderly Yi was overjoyed to see his little granddaughter approach him. However, Ye Nan, having consumed only a modest amount of alcohol, glanced over and felt something was amiss. Suddenly, Fong Lan slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "If you don't welcome us, we can leave. Who do you think you are to speak so sarcastically?" Third aunt's temper flared. "We are merely stating the truth. Isn't it all about money?" The eldest and youngest aunts were at a loss, unsure of whom to support, not wanting to offend either side. Ye Nan noticed Ji Yuqi's shoulders trembling and hurried over with gentle concern. "What's wrong?" Yet, third aunt could not hold back. "Xiao Nan, they are only after your money. Do not be deceived." Ignoring third aunt, Ye Nan caught sight of Li Qianwen, whose chest was heaving in anger. A lady of refinement like Li Qianwen, from a scholarly family, was no match for the common women. Fong Lan, however, was different, having seen battle. She would never allow anyone to demean her granddaughter. Unable to outshout third aunt and fourth aunt, Fong Lan looked around, seemingly struck by an idea, and dashed out. Third aunt and fourth aunt continued their tirade against Ji Yuqi and her mother, their words growing increasingly offensive, prompting the elderly Yi to intervene. "Can't you control your wives, third and fourth?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, third and fourth uncles rushed to silence their spouses. Suddenly, the crack of a gunshot echoed as elderly Fong Lan burst in, brandishing a rifle and aiming it at third and fourth aunts. Ye Nan's eyes widened in shock. This elderly woman was utterly deranged. She swiftly scooped up Ji Yuqi and fled, with Li Qianwen hastily following, equally alarmed. Meanwhile, third and fourth uncles reacted quickly, tackling their wives to the ground. Yi, elderly Ji, and the uncles crouched down, daring not to reveal themselves. The younger generation at the other tables sheltered their heads, too. After a magazine was emptied, silence fell, causing even the guards to hesitate in approaching. Ji Yuqi was the first to regain composure as the gunfire ceased. He rushed to confiscate the weapon, utterly horrified by his grandmother's behavior. Years ago, when Ji Yuqi was merely a teenager, she had been harassed by the son of a military commander who had even dared to kiss her. Upon witnessing her granddaughter return in tears, elderly Fong Lan, filled with concern, learned the details and immediately dashed out, seizing a guard's firearm and storming to the commander's residence. The commander, alarmed, quickly retreated into his home. Upon spotting the commander, the elderly woman unleashed a barrage of bullets while scolding, "You should educate your son, or I'll send him back to be retrained." This outlandish behavior prompted nearby guards to intervene and notify Ji Yuqi to return home swiftly, lest someone be killed. Seeing no heads peeking out, elderly Fong Lan proceeded to riddle the windows and doors with bullets. By the time Ji Yuqi arrived, the commander's household resembled a scene of devastation. Eventually, higher authorities intervened to mediate. The commander, infuriated upon hearing of his son's misconduct towards Ji Yuqi, nearly executed him on the spot. However, out of respect for the party, both families opted not to pursue the matter further. However, the son of the military commander met a grim fate. It was not merely a dish of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, but rather an authentic whip that rendered the lad unconscious, after which he was never seen again. "Fong Lan, please, remain calm," Ji Yuqi implored, his face flushed with anger. "Calm? How can I be calm when my granddaughter has been bullied? I shall retaliate. I have slain Japanese soldiers in my time. Do you think I fear these few farm women? Humph, does my granddaughter truly covet their meager wealth? At this, the third and fourth aunts were utterly petrified, instinctively retreating behind their respective husbands. Yet, the sons were undeterred. Upon witnessing the gun being seized, they boldly stepped forward to shield their elders, the 8 young men displaying no fear whatsoever. Fong Lan sneered. So, you think numbers are on your side? Very well. Let us see whether the Yi family outnumbers me, or if I possess more bullets. With that, she turned to fetch her weapon, causing the 8 men's legs to tremble with trepidation. Ye Nan glanced toward the commotion, shook his head, and cradled Ji Yuqi as he exited. Heading toward a renowned eatery, Yi Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she followed closely behind with little Yi Wei, who was thoroughly frightened. Tai Ping Shengshi trailed after Yi Qian. The 8 men remained oblivious to what unfolded behind them. Ye Nan believed that the third and fourth aunts indeed deserved a lesson. Upon reaching the shop, he prepared a cup of hot milk tea for Ji Yuqi, saying, "Take a sip. It will elevate your spirits. Anger is not good for the baby, and you wouldn't want the baby to grow up angry, would you?" The mere mention of the baby had an immediate calming effect. Ji Yuqi held the milk tea, taking tiny sips, and her mood visibly improved. Albeit her eyes remained slightly swollen. Think of joyful moments. Consider your uncle, who will soon arrive in Hangzhou. Imagine whether the baby will resemble you or me. Ji Yuqi furrowed her brow and softly replied, "If it resembles you, that would be dreadful." Ye Nan felt a pang of hurt. Why dreadful? I am quite handsome. You know. At that, Ji Yuqi burst into laughter, her earlier distress forgotten. Yi Qian chimed in, "Brother, please use your brain. How could a girl resemble you? She might struggle to find a suitable match." Tai Ping Shengshi erupted in laughter. Ignoring the 4, Ye Nan proposed, "How about I take you for a drive? A night tour of Westlake, perhaps? Then we could catch a movie or visit a shopping mall." Ji Yuqi turned her head. A night tour of Westlake? That sounds delightful. With a firm grip on her hand, Ye Nan led her toward the Audi 100. Little Yi Wei's eyes lit up, and she called out, "Brother, wait for me." Yi Qian hurried after her, concerned she might stumble. Before long, the trio of adults and 1 child were settled in the car, rolling down the windows to reveal the awestruck expression of Tai Ping Shengshi, who had never been in a small car before. It was a brief journey to Westlake, merely a matter of minutes. With the windows down, the June breeze carried a hint of warmth. Passers-by, captivated by the Audi 100, turned their gazes toward the vehicle. It was a rarity, with fewer than 20 in the entire country, many having never laid eyes on one. This was Yu Qian's first experience in a car, and to witness the breathtaking beauty of Westlake from within it was a revelation. "Brother, this car is so comfortable, far better than that bus," Yu Qian exclaimed, eagerly exploring her surroundings. Ye Nan declared with great authority, "If you get into college, I shall gift you a car. Should you study abroad, I will purchase one for you overseas." This declaration left Yi Qian in a state of delightful surprise. "Is that true?" she inquired. "Absolutely." Listening to the exchange between Ye Nan and Yi Qian, Ji Yuqi could not help but smile. Yi Qian then turned to her, playfully saying, "Sister-in-law, you must bear witness that if I get into college, Brother Yi Nan will gift me a car." Little Yi Wei raised her hand, proclaiming, "I, Xiao Wei, will testify that brother owes Sister Qian a car." Yi Nan's expression darkened momentarily as a troubling thought crossed his mind. "Yi Wei, I shall be sending you to kindergarten next year." This statement deeply hurt the little girl's feelings. Brother no longer wants Xiao Wei. Now that you have a little brother, you don't want me anymore? Woo, I have been so good to the little brother, giving him all my money. And yet you still don't want me. Her sobs escalated, creating chaos in the car, and Ye Nan found himself flustered. When had he ever wished to abandon the little girl? "Xiao Wei, I have not forsaken you. You are deceiving me. You have a little brother and no longer want me. I will go find Grandpa. I want Grandpa." The little girl cried harder. Yi Qian embraced her, saying, "Xiao Wei, Sister Qian is here. Brother will not send you away. Please don't cry." Yet, the little girl remained inconsolable. Ji Yuqi could no longer bear the sight. "Hand her to me," she said. Ye Nan hesitated, but was met with Ji Yuqi's resolute glare. Yi Qian was also unaware of the complications of holding a child while pregnant. As Ji Yuqi took the little girl into her arms, feeling somewhat fatigued, she noticed the golden tears streaming down Yi Wei's face, stirring her maternal instincts. "Xiao Wei, brother would never abandon you. If he doesn't want you, I will." Ye Nan raised an eyebrow, secretly delighted. Was this an acknowledgement of his wife's position? Yi Wei recalled her grandfather's advice to listen to her sister-in-law, and with a quivering voice, she asked, Is what sister-in-law said true? Of course. From now on, you shall play with me instead of your brother, all right? Ji Yuqi smiled warmly. Yue nodded vigorously. I will listen to sister-in-law. Grandpa said you would treat me well, and I must heed your words. Ji Yuqi was taken aback. Did Grandpa truly say that? The little girl wiped her tears and shared. Grandpa told me that when he is no longer here, I must listen to sister-in-law and keep my distance from brother, for he might sell me. As she spoke, her voice grew more pitiful, though deep down, she struggled to believe her brother would ever sell her. Yet, she recalled his earlier words about sending her away. Ye Nan frowned upon hearing this. Had he ever entertained such thoughts? Ji Yuqi felt increasingly sorrowful, casting a disapproving glance at Ye Nan while tightly embracing the little girl. Xiao Wei, do not cry. From now on, sister-in-law will take care of you. Yi Qian stared intently at Ye Nan, convinced he might truly send the little girl away. At that moment, Ye Nan realized he was in a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. He understood the implications of his grandfather's words. In fact, in his previous life, he had contemplated something similar. Had it not been for the passing of his grandfather and sister, which awakened him, he might have continued to drift aimlessly through life. Everyone had lost the desire to continue their outing. Observing Yue sobbing herself to sleep, her body trembling intermittently, Ye Nan felt a profound sense of guilt towards his sister. He had often promised to make amends, yet he had never genuinely cared for her well-being. Apart from providing her with food and clothing, he had failed to truly comprehend the depths of her heart. It was only upon returning the car to the shop that these realizations struck him. Chapter 29. Grandfather hospitalized. As soon as the car came to a halt, Ye Yongtai dashed out. Brother, we must hurry to the hospital. Grandfather has been admitted. Upon hearing this, Ye Nan's voice rose in alarm. What? Grandfather went to the hospital just an hour ago. Ye Yongtai swallowed hard. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Nan beckoned for Ye Yongtai to get into the car. During the journey, Ye Yongtai recounted the events that had transpired, and Ye Nan gradually pieced together the situation. A conflict had erupted between Ji Yuqi and Feng Lan, while Li Qianwen's side had security personnel who swiftly subdued Uncle San and Uncle Si, along with Wanli Hashan and Bingchong Mazhuang. In a fit of rage, Feng Lan struck Aunt San and Aunt Si several times. The two women dared not retaliate, with security watching closely. As Ji Yuqi and his group prepared to leave, Grandfather shook his head and followed suit. Unexpectedly, Aunt Si, in a moment of fury, picked up a brick and hurled it at Feng Lan. Grandfather caught sight of this and instinctively shielded himself, only to be struck on the back of the head. He fell unconscious immediately, prompting Aunt Da, Aunt Xiao, and Uncle Da, along with Uncle Air, to rush Grandfather to the hospital. Ji Yuqi, Feng Lan, and Li Qianwen followed closely behind. As for Uncle San, Uncle Si, and Wanli Hashan, they too were taken to the hospital, albeit temporarily subdued by a special technique employed by the military. When Ye Nan arrived at the door of the operating room, everyone was anxiously waiting in the corridor. Anta was the first to spot Ye Nan, her face streaked with tears. Ye Nan, however, ignored her and fixed his gaze intently on the words surgery in progress. A thought crossed his mind. Is it truly impossible to escape the clutches of fate? I have tried to change everything, yet Grandfather still cannot evade it. At that moment, a doctor rushed out, calling for the family of Yi Tong. I am Ye Nan, he managed to croak, his voice hoarse. The patient requires a craniotomy. We need you to sign the consent. Everyone was taken aback. Why does it require a craniotomy? Is it that urgent? Must the surgery be performed immediately? The doctor furrowed his brow. Do you not have the surgical fees? In that case, I am at a loss. No, what I mean is, could we possibly delay it? I wish to find a better neurosurgeon, Ye Nan said, fearful of inciting the doctor's ire, as Grandfather's life hung in the balance. Fortunately, the doctor was understanding. That should be possible, but I can only postpone for a few days. You need to find someone as quickly as possible. Doctor, is it possible to transfer him to another hospital? Would it be better on the island? Ye Nan inquired. If we do transfer, it would be best to have a doctor accompany us, so we can provide immediate care should anything arise during the journey. Ye Nan promptly replied, all right, thank you. I will prepare right away. Please, doctor, try to delay as long as possible. After the doctor returned to the operating room, Ye Nan immediately rushed outside the hospital to contact Professor Li. He needed to find a way to exchange for Hong Kong dollars. Securing an appointment with the island's best neurosurgeon would be essential. If time was of the essence, he would have to resort to spending money. Inside a popular eatery, the call connected. Professor Li, please issue a note for me immediately. I am heading to Hong Kong Island to seek out the finest neurosurgeon available. My grandfather urgently requires a craniotomy. Professor Lee frowned. A craniotomy? What has happened to my brother? I have no time to explain now. The hospital's doctor can only delay for a few days. We must either bring the doctor here or go to Hong Kong Island. In a recent news report, a renowned neurologist from the United States, Dr. Mike, has arrived in Hong Kong. I plan to reach out to him, but the surgery fee is quite substantial, $2 million. Currently, I can manage to gather only $200,000, while Ye Nan anticipates he can procure around $400,000. After their conversation concluded, Ye Nan ascended to prepare a large suitcase. He instructed Xiao Lu at the shop to stay by the phone overnight, offering her $100, and to notify him immediately upon receiving a call. Upon returning to the surgery room, Ye Nan found his third and fourth uncles present. He bypassed them, seemingly oblivious to their voices calling out to him. When Ye Nan finally stopped, Ji Yuqi approached him, took his hand, and gazed intently into his eyes. He pressed his lips together, nodded slightly, and tightened his grip. Suddenly recalling something, Ye Nan inquired, "Did the second uncle pay the money?" 500 was given. "We didn't bring any cash," was the response. Understanding the situation, Ye Nan placed the suitcase on the ground, opened it, and handed 10,000 to Ye Shenfu, instructing him to make the initial payment, assuring him they would address any shortfall later. The sight of the suitcase, filled with at least several $100,000, was striking. The third and fourth aunts gaped in astonishment, swallowing hard. Ye Nan glanced at them, gritting his teeth, and declared, "You better pray for my grandfather's safety, otherwise, this money will serve as your family's ransom. Whether it costs 1 million or 10 million, I guarantee not a single one of you will survive." This proclamation startled the third and fourth aunts. Just as the third aunt was about to retort, the third uncle, Ye Xingmin, struck her across the face, exclaiming, "Are you looking to stir up more trouble with that foul mouth of yours? If anything happens to my father, I want need Xiao Nan to act. I'll personally take vengeance on your entire family. Now, go home and prepare for what's coming." The third aunt subdued her retort. Dad! Ye Xingmin bellowed, "Get out. Everyone get out." Consequently, the third aunt, Wu Xiujuan, was escorted out of the hospital by her son, Ye Yongshan, and daughter. The fourth uncle, Ye Xingxiang, known for his submissive demeanor, remained silent, even as his father was hospitalized due to his wife's actions. After paying the money, Ye Xingfu returned, somewhat satisfied with Ye Xingmin's conduct, only to witness his youngest brother's rising fury. He charged forward and landed a punch squarely on the latter's eye, shouting, "You unfilial son. I'll end you today." As the conflict escalated, a fierce struggle ensued, with the formidable Taiping Xingshi overpowering the others, leaving them on the ground, defeated. Previously, the old man had trained them, and the strong ones often made excuses, using the fourth aunt, Wang Mei, as a shield. As Wang Mei attempted to intervene with Yu Shenfu, the first and second aunts frantically tore at her, while Li Ning and Zhao Linger joined in, seizing the opportunity to retaliate against Wang Mei, who had long taunted them. Eventually, the police were summoned, and when Wang Mei was separated from the fray, her hair had been torn, leaving a patch of scalp exposed, her clothing in tatters, revealing her undergarments, and her shoes lost in the chaos. The strong ones were left with bruised faces, gasping for breath, while the fourth uncle, Yi Xingxiang, bore his own injuries without retaliation, his body marked with bruises and one eye swollen to resemble that of a panda. Ye Nan held Ji Yuqi's hand, standing protectively in front of her. Yet this act did not perturb him in the slightest. The police had taken everyone away, leaving only Ye Nan, Yi Qian, Yi Wei, their uncle Yi Xingmin, and his 3 sons. The families of the elder and younger uncles had gone to the police station to resolve the matter. The remaining individuals were all members of the Ji family. The operating room door swung open, and the doctor, removing his mask, stated, "We need to transfer to the intensive care unit. I have managed to stabilize him for now, but you must hurry. It could take 3 to 5 days." Ye Nan bowed deeply in gratitude, saying, Thank you so much." The doctor replied, "You are a remarkable young man. Quickly seek out specialists." With that, he and the nurse wheeled the stretcher toward the ICU. "Grandfather Ji, Grandmother Ji, Aunt, please return and rest. There is nothing more to be done for now. And Xiao Qi is pregnant. I will keep you informed about this matter. On behalf of the Yi family, I apologize. I am truly sorry." After delivering his words, Ye Nan bowed once more. Ji Yuqi sighed, "This is not your fault. We will head back now. Do not forget to inform us of any developments regarding your grandfather." Subsequently, Ji Yuqi departed with Feng Lan and Li Qianwen. Ji Yuqi, accompanied by Yi Wei, also left, flanked by 2 armed guards, leaving Ye Nan unconcerned for their safety. Ye Nan turned to his uncle, his 3 cousins, and Yi Qian, you should go as well, I will stay here. However, Yi Qian, with tears welling in her eyes, insisted, brother, I cannot abandon grandfather. He has treated me so well. Their uncle remained silent, squatting in the corner. Ye Nan said little more, walking towards the stairwell, where he finally allowed his emotions to surface. Suppressing his sobs, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Who claims that men do not shed tears easily? Those who do not weep simply have not yet encountered true sorrow. Sometimes, emotional pain can be far more excruciating than physical wounds. For over half an hour, Ye Nan sat on the stairs, lost in despair. By noon, Xiao Lu rushed to the hospital, exclaiming, Ye Nan, Professor Li from Hong Kong is called, saying that Dr. Mike is willing to come to the mainland for the surgery. Yi Qian quickly located Ye Nan in the stairwell and relayed Xiao Lu's message, prompting Ye Nan to spring to his feet and dash back to his car, heading to the store. Inside, Ji Yuqi and the Ji family were present, with young Yue blissfully unaware of the tension, happily attending to Ji Yuqi, pouring tea and offering water. Ye Nan acknowledged everyone with a nod before picking up the phone. After connecting, he asked, Professor Li, when will Dr. Mike arrive? Dr. Mike was scheduled to give a lecture in Kyoto, but he had agreed to perform the surgery for a fee of $1 million, with the stipulation that several specialists observe, serving as a practical lesson for Chinese doctors. No problem, $1 million is acceptable. Please inform him that he has only 2 days. I will prepare whatever is necessary. It seemed that Professor Li was engaged in further discussions. As he took some time to respond, he has already communicated with Kyoto. The necessary equipment will be sent to Hangzhou. His private jet will fly directly there. Arriving around 8 o'clock tonight, Ye Nan felt a surge of excitement, springing to his feet like a coiled spring. Thank you, Professor Li. Thank you. I will prepare right away. After hanging up the phone, Ye Nan hurried upstairs and retrieved 2 suitcases. Each suitcase was worth $550,000, totaling $1,650,000. After deducting the $10,000 spent yesterday, it amounted to $1,640,000. After completing the arrangements, he rushed back upstairs to fetch an additional $400,000, bringing the total to $2,400,000, with $40,000 set aside in the car for preparations. This was the first time Ji Yuqi and his companions had seen $2 million in cash. Xiaonan, isn't that Dr. Mike asking for $1 million for the surgical fee? Ye Nan nodded in acknowledgement. He happens to be giving a lecture in Kyoto, and Professor Li has negotiated the $1 million with him for the operation, which will also serve as a live teaching session. Such a world-class neurosurgeon cannot be easily hired with money. This time, we are indeed fortunate. Ji Yuqi inquired, when will he arrive? By private jet. He is expected to land at the airport around 8 tonight. We just need to wait at the hospital. Someone will be there to pick us up, Ye Nan replied. Having finished packing the 3 suitcases, leaving 1 more in the car, Grandfather Ji, you all stay at the store. Xiao Lu will take care of you, and the meals will be brought to you. Ji Yuqi nodded, resigned to the fact that they could only wait for news here. Ye Nan approached the young girl, Yue, and kissed her forehead gently. Xiao Wei, don't wander off. Stay close to your sister-in-law. I and grandfather have some matters to attend to, but will return shortly. Yue glanced at Ji Yuqi and remarked, brother, you go ahead. Sister-in-law is so good to me. I will follow her from now on. This statement elicited laughter from Ji Yuqi and the others. Ye Nan nodded, taking hold of the suitcase as he departed. He was concerned about potential disturbances from Wang Mei and Wu Xiujuan's relatives. He did not have time to deal with such matters. With Yue safely accompanied by Ji Yuqi and their armed guards, he felt reassured. Ye Nan first went to the police station to gather information. His uncle and aunt were already present. Uncle Li Yunxiang stated, your aunt has caused personal injury and is to be detained. Both uncle and aunt appeared disheartened. Ye Nan approached the inquiry desk directly. I need to speak with the officer in charge of last night's incident at the hospital. The attending officer frowned. What is your business? I am a family member, seeking to understand the case. The officer had no choice but to find the investigating officer. Soon, Ye Nan, his uncle, and his aunt found themselves in the same office as Officer Yang. Hello, my surname is Yang. This matter has already constituted a criminal case. Ye Nan recalled, Officer Yang, I believe bail should be possible at this stage. Please inform me of those who are eligible for bail, as I wish to proceed. He considered the lighter cases that merely required a financial settlement. Several individuals can be bailed out. Who do you wish to include? Ye Nan named a few. Yi Yongtai, Yi Yongping, Yi Yongsheng, Yi Yongshi, Li Ning, and Zhao Linger. 500 each. Proceed to pay, the officer instructed. Ye Nan had prepared the funds and handed the money to his uncle. Uncle, you and Aunt should handle the payment. I will discuss some matters with Officer Yang. Once the two had left, Ye Nan continued, Officer Yang, my grandfather is currently hospitalized due to being assaulted and requires craniotomy surgery. What should be done about the assailant? Officer Yang regarded Ye Nan intently and replied, we have gathered information on this incident. We must await the court's ruling. In your situation, as long as the elder's life is not in danger, compensation would be required, stipulating a term of 3 to 10 years. What if the act of provocation leads to severe consequences? A term of less than 3 years poses no issue. Officer Yang, I request that you initiate the case of provocation. One culprit remains at large. It was at this moment that Officer Yang realized he had been outmaneuvered. Letting out a sigh. Very well. Furthermore, please notify me when the court proceedings commence, as I intend to hire my own attorney. Officer Yang inhaled sharply. He was not a mere local policeman. He understood the reinstatement of the legal profession in 1980, and many judges today are susceptible to the influence of attorneys. This young man is formidable. He is prepared to confront the situation head-on. Additionally, I, Yi Xiaojin, Yi Xiaoyan, and Yi Shengfu demand a medical examination, asserting a claim of justifiable self-defense, indicating that Wang Mei initiated the attack, albeit with excessive force in defense. We are willing to cover medical expenses, lost wages, and a nutritional fee amounting to 10,000 yuan. Officer Yang nodded. We will consult the victim. If feasible, detention will not be necessary. Ye Nan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, and exited the office. Officer Yang regarded Ye Nan with renewed interest, thinking to himself, he understands this better than I do. I hadn't considered excessive defense as a means to resolve the matter through compensation. Once outside the police station, Ye Nan addressed his uncle and aunt. Please return home for now. I have already discussed this matter. If deemed excessive defense, my relatives will be released, and we should have news by tomorrow at the latest. Both his uncle and aunt nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your efforts, Xiaonan. Subsequently, they escorted Tai Ping Sheng to the hospital, during which Ye Nan cautioned, for the next few days, you and Yi Qian should stay with me. Do not wander off or inform second aunt, as it may cause her distress. The four of them nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found Sen Shu and the others still present. Yi Qian immediately inquired, Brother, what did they say about Hong Kong Island? They are expected to arrive around 8 in the evening, and should visit the hospital by 9. Yi Qian sighed in relief, finally noticing her brothers, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, and fourth brother. They exchanged greetings and settled onto the corridor benches. Due to restrictions, family members are not permitted to remain in the intensive care unit for extended periods, and 2 nurses are assigned to monitor the room. Chapter 30. Ruthless at 9:30 in the evening, a group of individuals approached. Leading the way were several foreigners, followed closely by the hospital's administrators. Ye Nan stepped forward and extended his right hand, greeting, Hello, Dr. Mike. I am Ye Nan. His English, though somewhat clumsy, was the result of diligent study over the past 6 months, a skill honed during his previous encounters with foreign clients. In the context of the 1980s, this proficiency was commendable. Dr. Mike's eyes sparkled with delight as he responded, Ah, dear Yi, your English is the finest I have encountered in Huaxia. The translations I hear often require me to listen multiple times. Ye Nan replied modestly, Oh, Dr. Mike, I too am merely a novice. The best translators serve the nation. However, let us promptly review my grandfather's medical case and schedule a surgery. Dr. Mike, momentarily distracted by his joy at meeting Ye Nan, quickly regained focus. Oh, I apologize. I was so pleased to see you that I nearly forgot the matter at hand. Half an hour later, Dr. Mike's expression grew serious. Dear Yi, I have some unfortunate news to share. Ye Nan's heart sank. Please, tell me. I can endure it. Your grandfather has a blood clot pressing on a nerve. In this location, I can only guarantee a 50% success rate. Currently, his 70% state of unconsciousness may be due to this nerve, but there remains a 30% chance it is unrelated. Unfortunately, our current equipment cannot identify that 30%, and indeed, no facility in Huaxia possesses such technology. Ye Nan furrowed his brow. Can the surgery be postponed? No, it must be conducted as soon as possible. I reviewed yesterday's case, and the blood clot has shifted. I suspect it has been there for quite some time. This suspicion left Ye Nan dumbfounded. As the translator prepared to convey this, Ye Nan interjected. Do not speak of this, even as a suspicion. The translator immediately fell silent. Ye Nan requested a moment and turned to his family, Yi Qian and Tai Ping Shengshi, to discuss the situation. The five of them fell into a heavy silence, unable to reach a consensus. Yi Yong managed a strained smile. Cousin, grandfather is a traditional man. As the eldest grandson, this decision rests upon you. The others nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, Ye Nan instructed, You four, please retrieve the luggage from the car. Bring down all 4 pieces. He then turned to Dr. Mike. What time do you think is appropriate? After a moment's contemplation, Dr. Mike replied, I need to rest, at least 10 hours of sleep, as this surgery will take several hours. I must be in peak physical and mental condition. Ye Nan nodded in understanding. He recognized the necessity of unwavering focus during such a critical procedure, especially one involving the brain. Dr. Mike, I entrust my grandfather to you. Please wait a moment while my brother fetches some items. 10 minutes later, the 4 family members returned, dragging 4 suitcases to their feet. Ye Nan commanded, Open them. As the suitcases were unzipped in unison, Ye Nan announced, Dr. Mike, here are 2 million Huaxia coins, equivalent to 1 million US dollars. If you require US dollars, I may need a bit more time. The scene left everyone astonished. 2 million in 1982 was an unimaginable sum. The hospital leadership, upon seeing Ye Nan's age, recognized the necessity of fostering good relations, as it might lead to investment in the hospital's equipment. The translator conveyed to Dr. Mike, if you wish to exchange US dollars, you may leverage connections in Kyoto. However, if Mr. Yi wishes to exchange, it may prove rather challenging. Dr. Mike nodded, expressing, it matters not. I hold dear Yi in high regard and cannot impose upon him. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to ensure the success of this surgery. Ye Nan expressed his gratitude to Dr. Mike with a simple thank you, before extending his appreciation to the translator as well. After scheduling the time, Dr. Mike departed with his bag to rest at the hotel. Ye Nan and his companions waited outside the ward until noon the following day. Clad in a white coat, Dr. Mike approached, accompanied by over 20 other doctors, announcing, Dear Yi, the surgery may commence. All are prepared. Thank you, Ye Nan said, joining his hands in a gesture of gratitude and bowing deeply. Behind him, the gentleman Tai Ping, Yi Qian, Uncle Yi Shengmin, and his 3 sons bowed in unison. At that moment, the families of his uncles and the Ji family, upon learning of the surgery scheduled for today, hurried over. A throng of 40 to 50 individuals pushed the gurney toward the operating room. Upon reaching the entrance, Dr. Mike remarked, Dear Yi, if the surgery is successful, could you treat me to a glass of your Moutai? Perhaps I should treat you, considering I've earned you $1 million. Ye Nan responded with a gentle smile, I shall treat you. It is but a small sum. Dr. Mike laughed heartily as he entered the operating room. Ji Yuqi, astonished, exclaimed, You speak English? Just a rudimentary level, Ye Nan replied. That is still impressive. I couldn't comprehend his entire statement, only that he earned you $1 million. Ye Nan chuckled. Are you particularly fond of money? Not fond. Merely unacquainted with such sums, Ji Yuqi replied candidly. When you encounter tens of millions, billions, or even hundreds of billions, you will likely be overwhelmed. Ji Yuqi rolled his eyes. Do you have any idea how much $100 billion is? Not precisely. I only know that 100 billion is merely the starting point. Trillions and tens of trillions are the true goals. The conversation was abruptly halted. Yet, by the time Ye Nan possessed $1 trillion, Ji Yuqi would have grown accustomed to it. As everyone gathered outside the operating room, Yi Wei had already leaned against Yi Qian and fallen asleep. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Leading the group was Yi Yongshan, who pointed at Ye Nan and declared, Uncle, it is him. My mother was taken away by his people. This provocation enraged Yi Shengmin, who angrily rebuked, unfilial child, and was ready to charge at him. Yi Yongshan retreated behind his uncle. Yi Yongshan's uncles, Wu Xiaobo, Wu Lei, and Wu Gang, all pointed accusingly at Yi Shengmin. You neglect to defend your own wife when she is assaulted, yet you allow this man to run rampant in your home? Yi Shengmin hesitated to act further. Ye Nan shook his head with a smile and approached. Ji Yuqi grasped his hand, reluctant to let him go. It's all right. I can handle this. I intend to see them all imprisoned, Ye Nan whispered. Eventually, Ji Yuqi, resigned, released his grip. Ji Igua observed the group of over 10 individuals opposite them and realized that Ye Nan would be at a disadvantage if he approached alone. Just as the guard was about to approach, Ji Yuqi intervened. When Ye Nan stood before Wu Xiaobo, he smiled and asked, What is this? Are you seeking revenge? Wu Xiaobua's expression turned menacing. You dare treat your elders like this? My sister is your third aunt. Ye Nan leaned in closely, patting his own face. Here is my face. Come and hit it. This audacity left Wu Xiaobua bewildered, as did the entire crowd. However, with so many people backing him, Wu Xiaobua could not afford to lose face and swung a slap. With a slight tilt of his head, Ye Nan licked his teeth, unfazed. Taiping Shushi was about to charge forward when Ye Nan shouted, "Stop." He then presented his face to Wu Lei and Wu Gang. Though neither had the boldness of their brother, they too could not allow themselves to be humiliated, thus each delivered a slap. Ye Nan merely touched his face, unsatisfied, shaking his head with a sinister grin, leaving everyone in attendance utterly confused. Even Ji Yuqi wondered if Ye Nan had been driven to madness. Ye Nan instructed, "Xiao Tai, fetch me some pliers." Upon hearing Ye Nan's command, Ye Yongtai dashed off to retrieve them. 10 minutes later, the pliers arrived, conveniently the type used for dental extractions. What Ye Nan did next left the 30 or so individuals present in sheer disbelief. He proceeded to extract one of his own teeth, letting out a cry of pain. Holding the tooth in his palm, he discarded the pliers, grinning with blood streaming from his mouth. Soon, officers from the local police station arrived, led by the familiar Officer Yang, who frowned and remarked, "Is it you lot again?" Ye Nan coldly queried, "Officer Yang, how does one classify provoking trouble, engaging in a brawl, and causing bodily harm?" He displayed the tooth in his hand, still tainted with traces of blood, while his face was also swollen. Officer Yang was taken aback. "Did they beat you?" Ye Nan replied with a sneer, "There are over 30 witnesses here." Wu Xiaobo pointed at Ye Nan and shouted. He pulled his own tooth. Officer Yang turned to Ye Nan. "You did this yourself?" Ye Nan smirked. "Indeed, I did." Wu Xiaobo, Wu Lei, and Wu Gang eagerly insisted to the police. "Did you hear that? He did it himself. Why keep a tooth that is loose? Should I wait for it to become infected?" Ye Nan looked at them as if they were simpletons. Wu Xiaobo was flabbergasted. "I didn't use that much force. How could the tooth possibly be loose?" Officer Yang glanced at Wu Xiaobo, then at the smirking Ye Nan, and sighed. "Just accept your fate. They are clearly setting you up. What can you do?" Wu Xiaobo was perplexed. Officer Yang clarified. "He only lost his tooth because you hit him. How can you prove that it was intact before he pulled it? You can't prove it, and if he insists you knocked it out, that is how it will be. Even a doctor wouldn't be able to confirm it. Do you three not understand?" All three were handcuffed, while the others were charged with provoking trouble, engaging in a brawl, and disturbing the peace, leading to their detention. As for the three, they faced charges of causing bodily harm, provoking trouble, engaging in a brawl, and disturbing public order, with the victim refusing to settle, requiring them to return for statements and directly face court prosecution. The entire assembly was stunned. Who knew it could unfold like this? Ye Nan spat out a mouthful of blood and coldly remarked, "Officer Yang, I will have my lawyer contact you, including the hospital bills." Officer Yang shot Ye Nan a disdainful glance, muttering helplessly, "What a bother to provoke such a formidable individual. Having a tooth forcibly extracted is truly a harsh consequence." Once Ye Nan settled back into his chair, Ji Yuqi, Taiping Shushi, and Yi Qian all inquired about his condition. Ye Nan cast a disdainful look at Taiping Shushi and admonished, "When faced with problems, think critically instead of recklessly resorting to violence." "Did you not notice the crowd around?" With reddened eyes, Ji Yuqi retorted, "You think you're clever? You went in and received 3 slaps, and even extracted a tooth yourself. How impressive." Ji Yuqi chuckled. "Can we really afford to disregard cleverness? Do you know what 3 slaps and a tooth amount to?" Curiosity piqued, Ji Yuqi asked, "Grandfather, what does it amount to?" Inflicting bodily harm on others carries a minimum detention of 3 months, and more serious cases can lead to up to 3 years of imprisonment. Those 3 slaps and a tooth can alter the course of 3 lives, regardless of whether it is detention or imprisonment. Those 3 will be barred from state-owned enterprises and public institutions. The greatest impact will be on the next generation and the one after that. How can direct descendants with criminal records or imprisonment histories ever enter government positions? If strictly enforced, even relatives involved in promotions at the municipal or provincial levels would fail the scrutiny. Everyone inhaled sharply, realizing that perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. "Xiaonan, do you think you might be too ruthless?" Ji Yuqi furrowed his brow. Ye Nan shot back, "When my grandfather was attacked, no one called it ruthless. They dared to act in the operating room. His parents indulged him, but I will not. This matter is far from over. Before my grandfather is discharged, their entire family will suffer. For as long as my grandfather is hospitalized, they will bear the consequences." If my grandfather cannot leave the operating room, I will ensure that the entire village feasts every day, Ye Nan declared fiercely. Ji Yuqi, Feng Lan, and Li Qianwen were at a loss for words, as the root of the conflict lay with their family. Ji Yuqi, after a moment of contemplation, burst into laughter. You are simply hilarious. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was so amusing about a pregnant woman seemingly losing her mind. After Ji Yuqi laughed for a while, noticing their confusion, she explained, Did you all grasp what Ye Nan meant by the entire village feasting? Everyone shook their heads. The astute among them, upon reflection, began to piece it together. Ji Yuqi provided another hint. What kind of events in the countryside necessitate a feast for the entire village? Ye Nan affectionately shook his head. Most had come to the conclusion, but there was always one fool who enjoyed vocalizing their thoughts to prove their cleverness. Funerals and weddings. Ye Yongping exclaimed. The crowd rolled their eyes. Ye Nan turned to Ji Yuqi and said, Your sense of humor truly dazzles my titanium alloy eyes. Everyone looked on in confusion. Ji Yuqi blinked, not comprehending. Ye Yongsheng inquired, Brother, what do you mean by titanium alloy eyes? Eyes are just eyes. What is titanium alloy? Frustrated, Ye Nan exclaimed. Damn it, no wonder you were still single. Ye Yongsher blurted out, Isn't your sister also your sister? There's a flaw in your reasoning, brother. The room erupted in laughter, with even the two guards unable to contain themselves. Only Ye Nan and Yi Qian remained stoic. Yi Qian pouted. I'm not talking to you anymore. After Ji Yuqi finished laughing, he began to ponder. The village feast, titanium alloy dog eyes. Single dogs. What on earth do these mean? The others also started to delve into this amusing canine world. At that moment, Yi Yong raised a question. Brother, when do you think the people from Aunt C's family will arrive? Ye Nan furrowed his brows and inquired, Which Aunt C? Do we even have a fourth uncle? This left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Had he forgotten? Only Ji Yuqi sighed, clearly sensing the family's lingering resentment. Xiao Nan, I have but one request. When Xiaoqi gives birth, you understand. Everyone fell silent once more. What did this have to do with Ji Yuqi's impending childbirth? Ye Nan's eyes dulled slightly. Ji Yuqi noted this, realizing that his persuasion had some effect, but it was limited to the old squad leader's trivial matters. If serious issues arose, not even he nor Ji Yuqi could sway him. It would likely be futile even for all three children. It is often said that to drive a person to madness, one must first induce a state of frenzy. Ye Nan's grandfather was the key to this madness, causing his demeanor to become exceedingly extreme, inflicting harm on others while suffering himself. Subsequently, Ji Yuqi urged Ye Nan to visit the dentist. They would remain here, free from worry. In the end, Ye Nan did not acquiesce to the group's requests and went to the dental department of the city hospital instead, also obtaining an injury report. Slipping the doctor 200 yuan. Doctor, please make the injury report a bit more severe. The doctor nodded. Rest assured. This is not the first time for such a matter. Ye Nan smiled knowingly, accepted the examination, and then scheduled a time to have a tooth repaired. Chapter 31. The surgery was a success. The anxious crowd waited for a full 15 hours, and by the time it concluded, it was already 4 in the morning. Dr. Mike emerged, stating, Dear Yi, as anticipated, the surgery was remarkably successful. Do not forget to treat me to some Mao Dai. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ye Nan embraced Dr. Mike, exclaiming, Absolutely. Once you've rested, we shall indulge, and I will personally prepare a meal for you. Dr. Mike, weary and slightly unsteady, replied, Oh dear Yi, I must first take some rest. I will visit you in the ward tomorrow. Ye Nan nodded in agreement and promptly followed the nurse into the intensive care unit. The Ji family had already returned home, and Yi Qian had gone back to care for Yi Wei. Ji Yuqi, having been away for over 5 months, could not frequently attend to Yi Wei. The uncles had also departed, having endured 2 days and nights without rest, at their age of 40. They could no longer withstand such vigils. Now, only Ye Nan and the 5 from the Taiping Shengshe remained. He made his way to the staircase, leaning against the wall for a brief respite, having gone without sleep for 2 days and nights himself. Apart from Yi Yongtai, the other 3 astutely followed Ye Nan to the staircase to catch some sleep. Ye Nan was unfazed. Who would have imagined a millionaire from the 1980s dozing in a stairwell? In that era, even a 10,000 yuan household would flaunt their wealth by residing in the finest hotels. It was not until around 8 in the morning that Yi Qian brought breakfast and discovered the 4 sleeping in the stairway. It was only in the evening that Dr. Mike sought out Ye Nan. Oh, dear Yi, you appear to have had little rest, Dr. Mike remarked as he approached, covering his nose. Dear Yi, How long has it been since you last bathed? At that moment, Ye Nan caught a whiff of himself and realized he was indeed a bit odorous. Since my grandfather's incident, I have been so preoccupied that I lost track of time. It has been 3 or 4 days. Let's go. I need to take a shower, he replied. Dr. Mike could only nod, accompanied by a translator. Subsequently, Ye Nan drove to the restaurant. Oh, dear Yi, why does this millionaire not purchase a grand Mercedes? Dr. Mike inquired. Cars in Huaxia are exceedingly expensive. This one costs me 350,000. Even if I were to buy a grand Mercedes, 2 million would not suffice, Ye Nan explained. Dr. Mike looked at the translator, who nodded in understanding. The taxes on cars in Huaxia are extremely high. A Santana costs 200,000. What? A shabby car is 200,000? That's nearly 100,000 US dollars. Dr. Mike exclaimed. Ye Nan smirked. Perhaps you are unaware that the average monthly wage in Huaxia is merely 60. Do you comprehend how long it would take to earn what you call 100,000 US dollars? Dr. Mike shrugged. I have heard that Huaxia's cost of living is quite low, but indeed, cars are exorbitantly priced. Before long, the trio arrived at the restaurant. Dr. Mike curiously touched the plastic leaves on the wall. Dear Yi, is this your establishment? The costs must be remarkably low, yet the business is evidently thriving. Inside, a group of university students, intrigued to see a foreigner, greeted him. Hello. Dr. Mike returned their greetings, and some even offered him fried potatoes. Glancing at the translator, he remarked, Isn't this just French fries? He then noticed chicken legs, pork fillets, beef, and a variety of American foods. Oh my, if it weren't for the style, I would have thought I had stepped into an American fast food restaurant, Mike remarked, pointing at the milk tea. The translator scratched his head and asked a nearby student, Is this milk tea, tea with milk foam? Is the kung fu tea of Huaxiao this sophisticated? Mike was filled with a multitude of curious inquiries. Finally, he spent his own money to order everything on the menu, which amounted to merely a few dollars. For Mike, this was a bargain. After tasting it all, he mused. Although some flavors may not be authentically American, it is quite delightful and reminds me of the taste of home. This milk tea carries the essence of romance. Sunflower seeds? Peanuts? How does it even have a hint of milk flavor? 20 minutes later, Ye Nan descended the stairs, astonished. Mike, have you had your fill? Mike patted his belly and chuckled. I found the taste of home. After a month away, I find myself missing America a little. Ye Nan shook his head. Come on. Let me take you somewhere for a light meal. Upon arriving at Huey Fong, Ye Nan instructed the waiter to bring tiramisu, cream puffs, and Black Forest cake. Mike's eyes widened. Tiramisu? Cream puffs? Black Forest cake? Dear Yi, you truly broaden my horizons. The translator scratched his head. What are these? I've never seen them before. Take your time, Ye Nan replied. They also have strawberry-flavored milk tea here. Leaning back in his chair, Ye Nan observed as Mike sampled each item. The flavors are somewhat lacking, but it's quite novel to find such delicacies in Huaxia, especially with your unique decor. Haha, it's your discerning eye that sets you apart. Many people have become rather narrow-minded lately, Mike remarked with curiosity. Your store is thriving. Why is it so quiet here? Ye Nan smiled slightly. Since opening, it's been a struggle, waiting for the right opportunity. Is this also yours? Yes, I currently own 19 stores of exquisite snacks in Zhejiang, Jiangsu, and Guangdong provinces. There's a company in Hong Kong where you've met the local manager, and I have 13 restaurants in Shanghai and Hangzhou. Oh my dear Yi, how did you achieve this? The translator was equally intrigued. How did you manage to obtain the business licenses? It seems one person cannot handle so much. Ye Nan replied directly in English. Huaxia permits individual businesses but also imposes restrictions, so I obtained the business license under the guise of a store manager. Moreover, Huaxia does not allow private companies to operate independently. They must be affiliated with state-owned enterprises. I dislike making others wealthy, so I had a company registered in Hong Kong. The translator appeared puzzled. Aren't you afraid they won't honor the agreement? There are daily deliveries and collections. If someone fails to pay, I simply have them shut down. The properties for all 19 stores are under my name. The translator gave a thumbs up. Mike admired him, saying, Dear Yi, I felt from the moment I met you that you were exceptional. I have a base in Jiangsu and another in Zhejiang, each equipped with 2 Dongfeng delivery vehicles. In the passenger seat of each vehicle, there is a safe, the combination of which only the store manager knows, while the key is with the driver. Thus, it requires a collaborative effort from 2 individuals to access it from beginning to end. Mike stroked his chin and said, Dear Yi, please speak plainly. What assistance do you require? He chuckled heartily. All right, I would like you to provide me with a means of contact. Once you return to America, we can keep in touch. I need some information about the United States, such as stock prices, various product costs, and any significant events taking place. Mike furrowed his brow and replied, there are certain matters I do not engage with. Stocks are one thing, but I cannot guarantee everything else. Ye Nan then dropped a bombshell. If you furnish me with this information, I can offer you investment advice, ensuring that within the next 20 years, you will earn at least a 3-digit sum, measured in hundreds of millions. Mike's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting hundreds of millions of dollars? Ye Nan smiled and sipped his milk tea. From zero to now, I have accrued 3 million within just 6 months. To be precise, I only need half a month to generate $1 million. Once my grandfather's health improves, I plan to invest in at least 30 stores across the northern, southern, and southwestern provinces, with further expansions in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. As a provincial and municipal representative, I aim to become a county representative as well. At that point, a single province will host not merely a dozen stores, but hundreds, amounting to thousands nationwide. Currently, our operations in Hong Kong yield over $1 million in monthly revenue. When that reaches 10 million, I will invest in the mainland as a Hong Kong businessman, establishing companies and directly introducing supermarkets and real estate. By then, my logistics and transportation for these thousands of stores will operate with unparalleled speed, efficiency, and security, reaching even county levels. Furthermore, I plan to leverage landmark locations for 5-star hotels across the nation. My logistics network will surpass that of the Postal Service in completeness, efficiency, and safety. The translator was left dumbfounded. Surely, you alone cannot handle all the business in China. Mike pondered thoughtfully. After all, providing long-term information from America to a Chinese individual carries its own risks. Ye Nan added another bombshell. Do you know why I don't close this shop despite its losses? The two individuals across from him shook their heads. This is a cake shop, and in the West, it is a tradition to eat cake. In the East, birthdays are celebrated with noodles. I have a way to make cake a staple for birthdays in the East. Do you believe me? Mike shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. A nation's traditions cannot be so easily eradicated. I intend to invest in films. Each film will feature a scene where children celebrate their birthdays with cake. If one film isn't enough, then 10. If 10 aren't sufficient, then 100. The translator interjected. Impossible. How much would 100 films cost? Even if successful, you wouldn't earn such a fortune. Mike and Ye Nan exchanged exasperated glances with the translator. Mike offered a final thought to his foolish translator. Box office revenues are indeed profitable. There is potential for financial gain and promotional success. Dear Ye, you are a genius. If you were on Wall Street, you would undoubtedly be number one. However, I shall ponder the issues you raised. I will provide you with my contact information. And should I reach a conclusion, I will respond. For now, I must take my leave. Until we meet again. With that, Mike and the translator turned and exited the shop. At that moment, Ji Yuqi and Shun Lan entered the shop. Oh, Ye Nan, what brings you here? A group, including Ji Yuqi, gathered around Ye Nan's table. There were 2 cups of milk tea and a cake. Ye Nan, which girl will you treat? One asked, or perhaps both. Ye Nan nonchalantly replied with 2 words, Mike. Ji Yuqi frowned. What about Mike? I wish to understand the American market. I want Mike to keep me informed, he explained. To which Mike responded he would consider it. Lu Ming interjected, isn't the domestic business sufficient for you? Do you wish to venture to America? Do you even know what America is? The 4 girls shook their heads. America is the architect of modern economic games. It is the arbiter of stocks and finance. If they decide to withdraw, the world will have no game to play. The bankruptcy of countless merchants isn't merely a loss of wealth but the downfall of millions of individuals. Can you fathom how terrifying that is? If one person loses 1 million, 100 billion evaporates. The girls were left in astonishment, as if they could fit an egg in their mouths. Understanding America often helps to mitigate risks. The nation's policies towards China are seldom disclosed, leaving one to discover for themselves. Why? When America strikes, why is it only after the war begins that they acknowledge it? Ye Nan was at a loss for words. Ambushed, confident of victory, he mused, offering a myriad of excuses. He succinctly stated, naive, immature, pedantic, and stubborn. You will come to realize that you will only know what someone wishes for you to know. If they don't want you to know, you are akin to a blind man crossing a river. Inevitably, you will drown. It was quite a profound observation, though its wisdom was elusive. Ji Yuqi remarked, my uncle and his companions have arrived. I arranged for them to stay in the suburbs. Let them remain there for half a month. accompany the transport, and allow your aunt to learn about the ingredients for milk tea. Your third uncle seems to be single? Ji Yuqi nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Nan suggested, send your elder cousin and third uncle to Sichuan province to mutually supervise each other and avoid being misled by women, while also seeking a beautiful bride in Sichuan. She frowned. To fear being deceived by women while seeking a wife? What sort of logic is that? The other three girls fixed their gazes on Ye Nan. Your third uncle will understand once he arrives. You ladies do not comprehend. Professor Lee from Hong Kong has already entered the third phase of his plan. If all goes swiftly, he will invest in the mainland within 6 months. The four girls exclaimed in unison, so soon? The economy of Hong Kong is several times more robust than that of the mainland. Is it not difficult to amass capital? They hung their heads in silence. Once Professor Lee invests, the market for sunflower seeds will be consolidated. The profitability of Jiuwei snacks, reliant on seeds and peanuts, will diminish, with revenues plummeting to 20%. Ji Yuqi frowned, pondering whether her uncle's recent venture might lead to their downfall. In the coming months, Jiuwei snacks will introduce new products regularly to retain customer loyalty. They plan to establish self-sufficient farms in each province to reduce costs. In 3 years, Jiuwei snacks will become the largest chain in the nation, with branch numbers exceeding 3,000, thus significantly cutting costs through their farms. When establishing a farm, it is essential to create a transit station and a logistics base. I intend to have Professor Lee introduce supermarkets from Hong Kong Island, which are vastly larger than the current supply and marketing cooperatives. The integration of real estate and supermarkets will transform our supermarkets into the landmarks of each city, and with the transit station in place, goods will be distributed across the nation at unparalleled speed. As Ye Nan looked up, he observed the four women, their eyes wide and mouths agape. With their hands placed firmly on the table, their movements and expressions perfectly synchronized, resembling four sisters. Lu Ming snapped back to reality. How much will this cost you? Ye Nan estimated. My commercial empire will take 20 years to build, with an initial investment in the 4-digit range, in billions. Shen Lan counted on her fingers. Units of 10, 100, 1,000, and then billion. Are we talking about hundreds of billions? Ye Nan chuckled. Ji Yuqi, her eyes glistening, reached out her right hand to touch Ye Nan's forehead and choked out. You're not running a fever, are you? Ye Nan frowned. No, I'm not. Lu Ming continued. Do you know how much 100 billion is? Don't be surprised. The GDP is growing every year, and the net worth of the richest individuals increases annually. In 20 years, will the GDP multiply several times over, or even dozens of times? Is 100 billion really that much? Upon reflection, this seems somewhat reasonable. Moreover, I am not required to invest that amount all at once. As I venture into Hangzhou for business, the funds for inventory are insufficient. Currently, I am making several million each month. Isn't it as simple as boiling an egg to turn a few million into a billion? Besides, I do know how to cook. This line of reasoning left the four women utterly bewildered. Chapter 32. Grandfather awoke 3 days later. 3 days later, grandfather was transferred to a VIP ward. In the afternoon, Ye Yongtai suddenly approached Ye Nan, exclaiming, Brother, grandfather has awakened. Ye Nan's busy hands came to an abrupt halt. Ji Aigua, Feng Lan, Li Qianwen, and Ji Yuqi all turned to gaze at Ye Yongtai, unsure if they had misheard. Brother, grandfather is awake and asking for you. This time, everyone comprehended clearly and hurriedly rushed to the hospital. Upon arriving at the VIP ward, they found that grandfather remained immobile, his mouth merely twitching. As Ye Nan approached and gently called out, Grandfather, the elder stirred his murky eyes and queried, Where's the girl? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, and Ye Nan quickly pulled Ji Yuqi closer, saying, She is here, grandfather, she is right here. Ji Yuqi echoed, Grandfather. Good, good, grandfather nodded with effort. Seeing grandfather's head sway, Ye Nan interjected, Grandfather, please do not move. The doctor has assured us that you will recover soon. Just endure a few more days. Subsequently, his uncles and aunts, along with their children, came to pay their respects. His third uncle, with tears streaming down his face, knelt before the elder, fervently grasping his hand. Later, a doctor reminded them to allow the patient to rest, prompting Ye Nan to signal to Tai Ping Shengshi. The four of them, along with Wan Li He, carefully lifted third uncle Yi Shengmin out of the room. Everyone except for Yi Qian exited the ward. Suddenly, his uncles approached Ye Nan and said, Xiao Nan. That lawyer Su mentioned that he will be able to pick up your aunt and uncle tomorrow. Lawyer Su was a reputable attorney from Wu City. whom Ye Nan had engaged, as he harbored distrust towards the lawyers in Hang City, considering many to be swindlers after the restoration of the legal profession. Ye Nan had anticipated this, for it was initially stated that they could negotiate a settlement of 10,000 yuan the next day, and he insisted that the lawyer discuss matters for 3 days before finally agreeing. "Tomorrow will be a bit arduous for you, uncles. Perhaps let Shaotai accompany you," he suggested. If the second uncle does not return soon, the second aunt will no longer be able to keep it a secret. Once everyone had dispersed, Ye Nan found himself burdened with thoughts regarding the site selection for stores in the other 3 provinces and personnel arrangements. On the drive back to the store, Ji Yuqi in the passenger seat noticed Ye Nan's pensive demeanor. "Are you worried about grandfather?" she asked. Ye Nan quickly responded, glancing at her. "No, grandfather is fine now. There is nothing to be concerned about. I am pondering the site selection for the stores in the other 3 provinces and the personnel arrangements." From the back seat, Li Qianwen eagerly volunteered, "What type of property do you require? I have time and can go scout." Ji Yuqi frowned, still unaware of the situation with Ji Yuqi's uncles, and thought it rather inappropriate for his mother-in-law to assist her son-in-law in purchasing property. However, Fong Lan had a different perspective. Li Qianwen was doing this for her brother, hoping to expedite their better life. One person alone could hardly manage the task. On average, each province had about 10 cities, and 3 provinces would require visits to over 30 cities, an endeavor that could take months to complete. Ji Yuqi contemplated a strategy. In a few days, Shenlan, Lu Meng, and Zhao Min would be on summer vacation, and they could join in the endeavor. Additionally, Xiao Tai was preparing for the college entrance examination. Once that was over, he could also participate. With 4 individuals ready to engage in both running and enjoyment, the task would progress swiftly. Furthermore, with my mother's assistance, each person could cover 6 to 7 cities, and if they worked diligently, the entire venture could be completed in less than half a month. Ye Nan remained silent. Calculating the expenses, each shop, along with inventory, required approximately 20,000, and the air conditioning and refrigeration units would amount to around 35,000. For 30 shops, the total would reach 1,050,000. Each province would necessitate 2 vehicles, one for the southern province, one for the northern. And given the road conditions in Sichuan province, an additional vehicle would be prudent, making it 3 vehicles per province. Each vehicle costs less than 40,000. Summing up to 120,000 for a province, and for 3 provinces, the total would be 360,000. Hence, the foundational capital required would be 141,000, plus 3 warehouses, bringing the minimum startup cost to 145,000. Currently, there is 100,000 in hand, and with about a week's worth of uncollected payments, there should be around another 100,000. By this calculation, the funds appear sufficient. The remaining 4 in the vehicle exchanged skeptical glances. 100,000 in a week seemed implausible. Ji Yuqi suddenly recalled Ye Nan's relatives. What about her uncle and aunt? They would be able to come out tomorrow. Su, the lawyer in Shanghai, had discussed the matter and agreed to a compensation of 10,000. Once the compensation was settled, they could pursue criminal accountability. Indeed, Ye Nan had instructed Su to delay their criminal liability, and the police had not informed them. They assumed they could get away with it and receive the 10,000. But did Su mention the potential sentence? Wang Mei would likely face a minimum of 3 years and also bear the cost of my grandfather's medical expenses, essentially ending her life as she knew it. As for Wu Xiujuan, the sentence would be under 3 years, while Wu Xiubua, Wu Lei, and Wu Gang would also face sentences under 3 years, in addition to compensating me for various expenses totaling 10,000. Regarding the strong and capable Wang Mei's family, it depended on whether they would provide bail, which could be 500, while Yi Xingxiang would be forcibly detained. Ji Yuqi questioned, did my 4th uncle not take action? His wife had sent his father to the hospital for a craniotomy and caused a scene there, making her an accomplice. Su could have included her as a co-defendant, which would have resulted in a sentence of under 3 years. I wished to spare my grandfather any distress, so a 2 to 3 month detention would suffice. Ji Yuqi sighed, acknowledging that this resolution was the best option, but inquired whether Wu Mei's family might seek retribution against her. That was a certainty. I instructed Su to apply for protection from the police, ensuring their presence at the hospital until my grandfather recovered. I have 1,000 methods to ensure they are held accountable, should they dare to approach. Silence enveloped the vehicle. Ye Nan sensed the inappropriateness of the topic. Upon returning, I will have Ye Yongtai go back to prepare for his college entrance examination. There are only a few days left. and I wonder if he can manage to review in time. Ji Yuqi nodded in agreement. I plan to approach Principal Zhou to propose a challenge for the economics department regarding the gold shops across the 3 provinces of the south, north, and Sichuan. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. What does that mean? Aunt, carrying hundreds of thousands while traveling is perilous. Wouldn't it be safer to group 4 or 5 students together, each with 10,000, to accomplish the property purchases? 10 cities per group would mean 50 students distributed across those cities to acquire properties in prime locations. Surplus funds could potentially be donated to Zhejiang University, enabling the formulation of a graduation project by Principal Zhou. The 4 individuals found this idea quite agreeable. With 10,000 yuan, one could purchase a shop, and the remaining funds could be allocated to the university. With over 30 shops, the surplus from each, amounting to 1,000 yuan, could contribute 30,000 yuan to the institution. It wasn't long before everyone concurred that this was the swiftest and most effective approach. The following day, Ye Nan ventured to Zhejiang University with 330,000 yuan in hand. Principal Zhou, I have returned to make a donation, Ye Nan announced. Principal Zhou frowned. Comrade Ye. Oh, I should refer to you as Boss Ye. With your substantial resources, please refrain from toying with me. The directives from the Education Bureau are beyond my control. No, I am not here for Ji Yuqi. I come on behalf of the finance department, Ye Nan clarified. Principal Zhou appeared puzzled. The finance department? What is the matter? I have devised a project for the finance department, a study on the city's gold shops. I shall provide the funding for groups of 5 students to assist in acquiring a shop. The size, location, foot traffic, pricing, and practicality of each shop will serve as the examination criteria. I will allocate 10,000 yuan per shop, and any surplus can be donated to the university. I require a map of the 33 municipalities, Ye Nan said, unfolding a prepared map and presenting it to Principal Zhou. Principal Zhou furrowed his brow. Isn't this merely for your own property acquisition? Indeed, I cannot manage this alone, which is why I seek your assistance, Principal Zhou. Why else would I incur such an expense? 10,000 yuan is sufficient to purchase a shop, and the more we save, the more we can donate to Zhejiang University. Ye Nan reasoned. Understanding dawned upon Principal Zhou, who nodded in acknowledgement. It would serve as a form of examination and potentially yield a profit. Very well. Please leave your information. I shall discuss this with the head of the finance department. It should pose no issues. Ye Nan nodded. I shall leave this box of money here. This examination will be based on the property deed. I cannot verify each purchase individually. Curiously, Principal Zhou inquired, Boss Ye, what is your motive for acquiring so many shops? Do you have some insider information? Principal Zhou, are you considering an investment? Returns on investments typically take a year or 2 to manifest. If you wish to invest, you might consider purchasing several properties, Ye Nan replied, withholding details about the branch stores. He was unfamiliar with Principal Zhou and believed that the fewer individuals aware of this matter, the better. Next, he needed to contemplate the selection of shop managers. Where could he find 33 individuals? By evening, Principal Zhou personally visited Juwei Snacks and said, Boss Ye, the head of the finance department has agreed. You should receive a response in about 2 weeks. We will directly dispatch 165 students to handle this, allowing them to earn graduation credits as practical experience. Ye Nan smiled. This director shares the same keen insight as Professor Li. Upon hearing Professor Li's name, Principal Zhou's expression soured. Boss Ye, the departure of Professor Li to Hong Kong was your doing, wasn't he it? Ye Nan offered a sheepish smile. Given the current shortage of educators, he had indeed recruited a professor, which would certainly not please Principal Zhou. Nevertheless, he changed his demeanor, sat down, and sighed. In truth, university faculty salaries are not high. Even professors earn just over 100 yuan a month. I wonder how Professor Li is faring. Is Hong Kong truly a land of opportunity? Principal Zhou, it appears that Professor Li is enjoying a more prosperous life than you, earning millions monthly. Perhaps in 6 months to a year, you might cross paths again? In a few years, funding your school would not pose any difficulties. Principal Zhou was astonished. In just over 2 months, he made several million? Is that true? He remained composed. Ding ding ding. Please hold on. I need to take a call. He picked up the receiver. Hello, Yi. I trust your grandfather as well? Ye Nan exchanged knowing glances with Principal Zhou. Professor Li, indeed. He deliberately elongated his tone. My grandfather? He is much better. He woke up yesterday. Upon hearing this, Principal Zhou immediately leaned closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. Ye Nan was indifferent, allowing him to listen, as it was not illegal. That's good to hear, Ye. The third phase of the plan has been completed. We are practically raking in money daily. Indeed, the third phase plan was sent to Professor Lee a fortnight ago. The third phase involved a billiards initiative. While there are billiard halls in Hong Kong, they are quite expensive due to high rental costs. However, when public venues had yet to be established on the island, there was an opportunity for substantial profit. Collaborating with various gang leaders, they placed billiard tables on their turf, charging $8 an hour or $1 per game. Professor Lee set up the tables while the gang leaders provided manpower for oversight, splitting the profits after deducting wages. Initially, many leaders dismissed the venture, believing that the small profits were not worth the effort. It wasn't until a particular leader from Tuen Mun, lacking other income sources, realized that any earnings were better than none that word began to spread about the lucrative opportunity. In just half a month, the news of profitability swept across Hong Kong. Many leaders thought they could set up their own tables, only to discover they couldn't procure billiard tables. As Professor Lee had acquired the sole manufacturer on the island for 600,000 Hong Kong dollars, leaving the local leaders with no choice but to collaborate. Within a month, the manufacturer's stock of over 200 billiard tables was depleted, and he also purchased over 1,000 tables from suppliers in Thailand and Singapore. Each community had 3 or 4 tables, resulting in long queues of children eager to play. The appeal of affordable entertainment was undeniable. While billiard halls charged substantial fees per hour, the street price became accessible at $1 to $8, drawing crowds to participate. A billiard table costs around $1,700 to $1,800, while our factory's cost is merely $700 to $800. With over 2,000 tables, totaling less than $4 million, we recouped our investment within a month. Observing Principal Zhou's astonished expression, Ye Nan chuckled. The market in Hong Kong has become saturated, but the manufacturer must continue production. We should stockpile 1,000 tables and seek to promote in underdeveloped nations like Thailand and Vietnam. We will share this model freely with local leaders, provided they sign a contract for the tables. Even if the manufacturer struggles, it cannot be transferred, as losses must be absorbed. This manufacturer is crucial for future supply to the mainland, which represents the true vast market. Professor Lee's voice brimmed with excitement. Indeed, we can sell in Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, and India. There are numerous underdeveloped countries across Asia ripe for this venture. Ye Nan chuckled. Let us strive forward. This is merely the beginning. Once we acquire capital, we should promptly amass land and construct buildings. With the connections from the association, acquiring properties will be a breeze. Moreover, in the realm of finance, it would be prudent to invest in some new stocks, averaging the purchases and ensuring we do not place all our eggs in one basket. The current era on the island is opportune. Even a pig can soar if positioned correctly. The two engaged in a lively discourse that traversed the domains of commerce, finance, exports, and various enterprises. Professor Lee expressed his belief that, given half a year, with these 3 golden eggs, he would venture into investments across diverse sectors. He also mentioned that his company currently employs dozens of individuals and is poised to double that number for new projects. After hanging up the phone, Principal Zhou gaped in astonishment. Can pigs truly fly? Ye Nan replied, I merely outlined a broad plan. Professor Lee, being from the finance department, will navigate the challenges of implementation on his own. My plan is not something a pig can accomplish. At that moment, Ye Nan found Principal Zhou to be quite an intriguing individual. Principal Zhou nodded awkwardly. The two then continued their discussion regarding students purchasing storefronts for a while longer. After bidding farewell to Principal Zhou, Ye Nan shook his head and smiled, finding the principal rather amusing. Chapter 33. Zhao Linger's subsequent life as evening descended. The second uncle, elder aunt, and younger aunt were brought out and changed into fresh attire. They had just returned from the hospital. At 8 o'clock, the employees finished their shifts early. Inside the restaurant, a silence enveloped a gathering of over 10 individuals. Present were the second uncle's family, the elder aunt's family, the younger aunt's family, the third uncle, and Wan Liha. Ji Yuqi, accompanied by Yi Wei, also attended. Ye Nan surveyed the room and remarked, Now, only the Yi family remains. If we continue to engage in petty rivalries, I suggest we refrain from gathering during the holidays and avoid each other altogether. Is it worth squabbling over such trivial sums? Have you not considered the prospect of having hundreds of millions in your bank accounts in the future? Everyone remained tight-lipped, their lips pressed together. Grandfather was currently in the hospital, always thinking of you all, wishing for his efforts to contribute to your well-being and to enable you to earn a little more. I do not wish to elaborate further. The fourth uncle's family has already entered, and the 2 daughters are unaccounted for. Third uncle, since you have maintained a good rapport with the 4th uncle and his family, please bring them back. Whether they choose to stay at their grandmother's house or remain in the village is up to them. If they stay in the village, I shall arrange for someone to provide them with 50 yuan each month for their education and sustenance. Also, Xiaotai, you should return and prepare for the college entrance examination. Second uncle, please resolve the educational issues for Xiaoping, Xiaosheng, Xiaoshi, and Xiaoqian promptly. After speaking, Ye Nan glanced at the 4 children from the 3rd uncle's family, feeling awkward and uncertain about how to address the matter. The elder aunt and younger aunt expressed concern for the children. Could you also assist Xiao Wan and the others? Indeed. Next month, I may open 33 more branches in Nan Province, Bei Province, and Chuan Province, so I will be quite occupied. It would be greatly appreciated if the elder and younger aunts could pay more attention to grandfather's situation, Ye Nan added before taking a sip of water. The group was taken aback by the announcement of such a substantial number of new openings. The elder aunt inquired, Xiao Nan, is it wise to open so many at once? We will confront any challenges as they arise. In business, nothing is guaranteed. Do not fear losses regarding the elder aunt and Wei Fong. Wei Fong will expand nationwide just like Ju Wei Snacks. Furthermore, Wei Fong is likely to develop even more swiftly than Ju Wei Snacks. Once I have sufficient capital, I will accelerate the expansion of Wei Fong, including the introduction of dining establishments. However, expanding dining establishments is quite challenging, as maintaining cleanliness becomes increasingly difficult with the proliferation of branches. Ensuring the quality of dishes is also paramount. At this juncture, Ji Yuqi interjected, could the dining establishment source supplies from provincial representatives, similar to Ju Wei Snacks? Ye Nan shook his head. A dining establishment features a diverse array of dishes daily, with regional culinary variations. Northern and southern cuisines differ significantly. Everyone nodded in agreement. It is rather straightforward. Certain dishes are available in Zhejiang Province but not in Sichuan Province, and the flavors vary, making bulk supply impractical. The younger aunt, possessing the most authority on the matter, remarked, the main store in Hangzhou, along with 5 branches, requires over 2,000 jin of vegetables alone each day, not to mention various meats and assorted ingredients. Daily procurement can fill 2 to 3 pages of notes. My uncle has been involved for several days now, particularly in the Shanghai market, where he frequently checks in. However, issues have arisen there. The sanitary conditions are inferior to those in Hangzhou, and the electricity costs are considerably higher. I suspect the Shanghai market is lacking customers since they never turn off the air conditioning. Ji Yuqi furrowed his brow and inquired about the profitability of the 8 stores in Shanghai. Is there a problem with customer flow? While the foot traffic is substantial, the profits are merely half of what they are in Hangzhou. Despite the numerous stores, the profits have diminished. My aunt and I have investigated, but we found no answers. My uncle is equally perplexed. At that moment, Ye Nan remarked, the issue lies within the supply chain. There may be kickbacks involved, with the vendors inflating the prices. In just over a month, all the branches in Shanghai have become uniform. This individual is indeed quite talented. Upon hearing this, my aunt smacked her thigh in realization. Exactly. I didn't check the vegetable prices, thinking there was embezzlement when I should have been looking into the purchases. Ji Yuqi expressed his frustration. What can we do? It's impossible to manage from such a distance. This is precisely why I established the Shanghai branch. If we cannot resolve the issues in Shanghai, how can we manage nationwide in the future? It's not just about kickbacks. Some may even be purchasing spoiled meat and vegetables. While there are discrepancies in the revenue reports, with quality goods reported as losses and sold elsewhere, the group was taken aback. Could it truly be this insidious? Once a store's personnel are colluded, is the establishment still yours? Dismissing everyone would necessitate shutting down operations. Thankfully, the situation in Shanghai has not escalated to that severity, leaving the resolution in the hands of my aunt and uncle. With countless potential problems ahead, for every 1,000 stores, there are myriad solutions. Yet, one cannot perpetually prevent theft. This is a trial. To achieve substantial profits, one must tackle this issue head-on, much like the delectable snacks I distribute, yielding hundreds of thousands in profits each month. Indeed, Ye Nan noted that with monthly distributions, his uncle could easily take home 10,000, with the representatives below contributing over 100,000 collectively. This amounts to nearly 300,000 distributed in Zhejiang Province alone. Furthermore, with Jiangsu, and later with the southern and northern provinces, the monthly distributions could exceed 1 million. Understanding dawned upon my aunt and uncle. However, Zhao Linger frowned and remarked, Mom and Dad, How can you be so foolish? This remark stunned everyone, prompting Ye Nan to ask curiously, in what way are we foolish? It's quite simple, she replied. In this scenario, the vendors are undoubtedly communicating through one store to others, and seeing the practices of their peers, the other store managers are likely to follow suit. The key is to address the vendors. Subsequently, we can replace each manager individually. There's no need for a wholesale solution. A drastic change could provoke a strike, which would be troublesome. This 11 or 12-year-old girl displayed remarkable astuteness. Ye Nan, intrigued, asked, "So how do you propose we replace the managers? Isn't that straightforward? Observe when they step into the store with their left foot. When asked why they entered with that foot, deduct 10 yuan from their salary. If they step in with their right foot, deduct another 10. Eventually, it will become unbearable for them, and they will start acting out. Then, the rationale for replacement will be clear," Zhao Ling concluded, casting Ye Nan a playful glance. Ye Nan found his young cousin quite amusing. Ji Yuqi was left speechless. "Did you conceive this idea?" "Of course. It's that simple," she affirmed. This caused a collective bowing of heads among the cousins. The aunt and uncle exchanged glances of intrigue, seeking insight from Ye Nan. Although the method was somewhat rudimentary, it was indeed a viable solution, Ye Nan remarked with approval. Suddenly, he decided to test Zhao Linger. "Linger, tell your cousin. If I were to open a restaurant on Hong Kong Island, but found my business lacking, despite addressing various potential issues such as taste, pricing, and hygiene, what should I do?" Everyone turned their attention to her. Zhao Linger, with her finger on her lips, pondered for a few moments before breaking into a smile. "First, identify the problem. You mentioned there are no issues, but what about foot traffic? What about the location of the establishment? What demographic are you targeting?" This left everyone puzzled, as they understood foot traffic but were unfamiliar with the term demographic. Only Ye Nan and Ji Yuqi, who had studied systematically, exchanged enlightened looks. The foot traffic is not insignificant. The shop is near a bustling area, and it caters to a variety of ages. "How long has the restaurant been open?" Ye Nan inquired with a smile. "A month, receiving only 2 or 3 tables of guests daily." Zhao Linger snapped her fingers. That indicates a lack of visibility. If people see no one dining there, they assume the food is subpar. It's a common trend. You need to attract customers to dine first. Ji Yuqi interjected. "How do we attract them?" "Quite simply," she replied. "While maintaining a non-loss situation, organize promotional events. If the profit per table is 1/3, then out of 5 tables, select 1 to dine for free and offer discounts to the others. Alternatively, pay individuals to dine and then announce a chance for a complimentary meal at the door. 1 in 10 chance. Hurry up." The aunt and uncle regarded their daughter as if she were a marvel. Ye Nan, beaming with joy, said, "Very well, Linger. Your cousin will send you to study on Hong Kong Island. Will you go?" Zhao Linger scoffed. "No. I still have to prepare for the entrance exams for Jingda and Qingda." Attending university on Hong Kong Island could lead her to prestigious institutions in America, where she could study cutting-edge economics, finance, and management. The aunt and uncle were thrilled and eager to persuade Zhao Linger to agree. "If you go to Hong Kong Island, will you ever return?" They laughed heartily. "You can come back, but afterward, you will be a Hong Kong native." This statement stirred a sense of reluctance in the aunt and uncle. Ye Nan noticed their hesitance. "Aunt, uncle, if she goes to Hong Kong Island, she can complete her studies in 10 years and return, whereas here it would take at least 20 to 30 years. How many 20-year spans does one have in a lifetime? In 10 years, Linger will only be in her 20s, the prime of her life. And she could find a better match. Even if she becomes a local, she will always be your daughter." The aunt's eyes brimmed with tears, but she would be alone. How could she manage? Ye Nan chuckled softly. "Professor Li will secure her status on Hong Kong Island, and her residency can be registered under him." The uncle glanced at Zhao Linger and resolutely stated, "Xiao Nan, we entrust this to you. Please ensure she receives a good education there. It will benefit her future." "Very well, I will make arrangements tomorrow." Ye Nan gazed at Zhao Linger and said, "Linger, if you aspire to earn a substantial fortune and seek a suitor according to your own desires, you must pursue the finest and most advanced knowledge. Since you hail from that region, it would be more convenient for you to go to America. This is the only way I can assist you in embarking on your educational journey. Do you wish to go?" Zhao Linger glanced around, inquisitively asking, "If I earn money, can I live in a grand house, buy a car, just like you, cousin?" "Indeed, you can reside in a magnificent house and purchase a car," he replied. "I will go. In the future, I wish to buy a large house to accommodate my father, mother, and brother." Everyone was moved. They had always perceived Zhao Linger as carefree, yet her heart was revealed to be pure and kind. Ye Nan felt compelled to nurture her further. Zhao Ruilong, witnessing his sister's opportunity to study in Hong Kong, chimed in, "I also want to go to Hong Kong." Ye Nan turned, raising an eyebrow. In his previous life, he knew well that this lad was inept at everything except drinking, reveling in bars, in the company of young models by the seaside. "You can go, but only if you accomplish a specific task first," he stated. Everyone turned their serious attention to Zhao Ruilong. He exuded confidence. "Just tell me. I'm sure I can handle it." "All right. There are numerous underperforming factories in Hangzhou, some of which are unable to pay their workers. If you can rejuvenate these factories, not only will I send you to Hong Kong, but I will also purchase a villa for you there." Ye Nan glanced at his younger cousin and brother, adding, "This examination task is applicable to each of you." He was aware that for the majority in this group, aside from Ye Yongping who had earned some money, their lives revolved around working, farming, or petty crime. However, Zhao Linger surprised him, according to his memories. She should have been an accountant who never even entered a reputable university. But so what? Now, with his guidance, she could potentially rise to become the wealthiest woman in China, if not a titan on Wall Street. After everyone departed, Ye Nan escorted Ji Yuqi to the nearby restaurant. The Ji family had always resided there, primarily because of Ji Yuqi. The triplets were ill-suited for train travel due to the risk of accidents in crowded spaces. Being 3 months pregnant, she could not fly either. Thus, they stayed in this modest yet cozy place. With Ji Igua, Feng Lan, and Li Qianwen able to keep a constant watch over Ji Yuqi, that was sufficient. The weather had grown warm, and as the evening breeze brushed against their faces, it carried a hint of warmth. A man and a woman held a child between them. Ji Yuqi hesitated, wanting to speak, but Ye Nan broke the silence, asking, "What troubles you?" She sighed, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. She had already arranged a job for her uncle, and obtaining a small certificate for herself seemed inconsequential. However, this man appeared to understand her unspoken feelings. "Rest assured, when the time comes, I will ensure you receive the diploma you desire from any institution you wish. Furthermore, every building you design will be constructed, cities will be adorned with your creations, whether in Hong Kong, Kyoto, or New York." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuqi, regardless of its veracity, found herself subconsciously nodding in agreement, enveloped in a sweet, blissful moment. Ye Nan observed her demeanor and smiled gently, his heart brimming with joy. Both his grandfather and sister were still with him, and Ji Yuqi had returned to his side. All that remained was the establishment of his own commercial empire. The trio traversed a modest distance, enjoying an unusually tranquil moment for a good 10 minutes. Once they reached the ground floor, Ye Nan bid farewell to Ji Yuqi as she ascended the stairs, watching until she entered her room before bending down to scoop up the little girl. "Brother, Sister Chanqian said that couples should live together. Aren't you and sister-in-law a couple?" The little girl inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Your sister-in-law and I are not quite a couple yet. In due time, we shall reside together," he explained. "Is that because sister-in-law is going to have a baby?" The little girl asked, puzzled. "Indeed, your sister-in-law is carrying 3 little ones. From now on, Xiao Wei must be sensible and set a good example for the babies by eating well, studying diligently, and learning to read," he encouraged. The little girl bit her finger thoughtfully. "Brother, I will surely be a good role model. Yes, I believe in you, Xiao Wei. Next year, you will begin school. Just like your cousins, going to class every day." The little girl, not fully understanding the concept of school, merely observed her siblings heading out and returning in the evening, thinking they were simply out for play. Ye Nan gazed at the little girl before him, now clean and with her hair darkened and shimmering under the moonlight. Her skin had lightened, her complexion was rosy, and she was no longer dirty. Unlike before, when her hair was a dull yellow, her skin dark, and she was thin, her clothes patched, and her hands perpetually soiled. Chapter 34. The following day, Ye Nan visited his grandfather in the hospital and brought breakfast for his second uncle. The day before, his uncle had mentioned that it was inappropriate for Yi Qian, a young lady, to care for their grandfather, so he had decided to stay behind. Ye Nan said little in response and spent some time conversing with his grandfather. "Grandfather, rest assured, I will take good care of Xiao Wei and Xiao Qi. Please listen to the doctors and recuperate well so you can hold your great-grandchildren." The old gentleman smiled. "Great-grandchildren, good, good, good." After exchanging a few more words, Ye Nan went about his tasks. He first went to his second aunt to collect the payment for the goods, 2 large suitcases. Ye Nan had intentionally purchased dozens of suitcases and had instructed his uncle and aunt to buy more if they ran out. Next to the warehouse, in a modest building, there was an office adjacent to his uncle and aunt's room, which housed a large safe. Inside were all the agreements from various stores, as well as account books. Apart from his uncle, who brought money in, very few people entered this room. Knowing that the contents were Ye Nan's secrets, his uncle dared not touch anything, merely placing the cash aside before promptly exiting the room. Only his uncle Ye Xingfu and Ye Nan possessed the key. After reconciling the accounts, he proceeded to the warehouse where several of his uncles were present. Upon seeing Ye Nan, his second aunt rushed over. "Xiao Nan, what brings you here? Your second uncle hasn't returned for several days, and I don't know where he is. I am afraid to leave." "Don't worry, aunt. I came to inform you that grandfather is hospitalized, and your second uncle is taking care of him. You'll have to bear with this for a few days." Upon hearing that their grandfather was in the hospital, his second aunt grew anxious. "Is grandfather all right? Should I go take care of him? What does your second uncle know about caring for someone?" Ye Nan anticipated this reaction. "He is fine. Everything is peaceful, and Qian is also here." This reassured his aunt. "Is the old gentleman really okay? Just a minor surgery. He will be fine." Ye Nan wished to spare her additional worry, knowing her earnest nature would keep her from leaving her post despite her husband's absence. "Aunt, how are Xiao Qi's uncles doing in their studies?" At this question, his second aunt beamed with pride. "They are doing splendidly, learning very quickly. I am not exaggerating. They work far better than your second uncle." Seeing his aunt joking around indicated that things were indeed going well. He then accompanied her on a brief tour. During this time, he sampled some freshly made peanuts and remarked, "Aunt, please don't skimp on the ingredients just to save money. If the flavor diminishes, business will suffer." Having always trusted Wang Jun, his uncles and aunts, he had not inspected the quality of the goods, but today he was glad he came. Though he trusted them, the frugal nature of rural folk often led to well-meaning, yet misguided decisions. His second aunt appeared somewhat embarrassed. "It's just a matter of saving where we can. Daily expenses for ingredients can add up to several hundred." Ye Nan chuckled. "Oh, dear aunt, it is precisely these ingredients that bring back the money, bag by bag. Without them, there would be no joy in selling the goods." Upon hearing that the goods would not sell, his second aunt instantly grew concerned. "If they don't sell, that won't do. Lu Dazhuang, quickly add more ingredients." Ye Nan smiled upon hearing Lu Dazhuang's name. Wasn't he the first to work alongside Ye Nan and Wang Jun? "Auntie, is Lu Dazhuang the earliest one?" "Indeed, he is quite adept at his tasks, doing exactly as instructed, and he never complains about overtime," and he praised. "Overtime? That won't do. Please try not to make them work extra hours. Even if they do, they must be compensated. From now on, we shall pay 2 yuan for each hour of overtime. We are not capitalists. They exert effort and should be rewarded for it." And he concurred. Recalling how Uncle had said that since Ye Nan had not spoken up, they should refrain from meddling. Now that Ye Nan had voiced his opinion, Auntie immediately declared, "From now on, I will keep track of anyone who works overtime." Ye Nan nodded. "Auntie, please tell Lu Dazhuang to come with me shortly. I need to check on Uncle Xiao Qi." "All right," Auntie replied before seeking out Lu Dazhuang. Ye Nan also ventured into the tea powder production room. The area was partitioned with plastic boards, and one had to enter quietly, wearing shoe covers, a mask, and a head covering to minimize dust. 3 uncles, 2 aunts, and a cousin were present, along with 7 or 8 workers diligently toiling away. When the eldest uncle, Li Yi, caught sight of Ye Nan and was about to speak, his wife, Aunt Su Qing, gently pulled him aside and whispered, "Can't you see everyone else is following the rules? Stay silent. Let me inquire." "May I ask who you are?" Ye Nan came to his senses and looked at Aunt Su Qing, replying, "Oh, I'm Ye Nan, just here to take a look." Upon hearing his name, everyone was taken aback. The workers did not recognize him, but the 3 uncles, 2 aunts, and cousin must have heard of him. Aunt Su Qing, somewhat embarrassed, said, "Oh, Xiao Nan, it's our first meeting. I am Xiao Qi's aunt. This is your uncle Li Yi, and this is your cousin Li Bin. Here are your uncle Li Wei, Aunt Fong Man, and uncle Li Ronghao." Ye Nan politely greeted each of them. "Shall we step outside to chat? I don't wish to disturb their work." Everyone nodded in agreement. Once outside, they realized how different everyone appeared without masks, head coverings, and gloves. "Are you all accustomed to it?" Aunt Su Qing, as the spokesperson, nodded. "Yes, it's quite manageable." Ye Nan responded, "I am unsure what Xiao Qi has conveyed to you, but being a provincial representative comes with numerous restrictions. We do not affiliate with any state-owned factories. Our store is fully licensed, yet the production warehouse is unlicensed and must remain concealed. even from municipal representatives. Rest assured, this will be resolved swiftly. My company in Hong Kong has already been established, and within a year, or as short as 6 months, we will invest in factories on the mainland under the name of Hong Kong merchants, at which point you will all be the heads of various factories. Ye Nan concluded. Observing their reactions, Li Yi and Li Wei furrowed their brows, while the others remained silent. Li Yi inquired, "So, this is merely speculation?" The crowd fell silent. Yet Ye Nan chuckled. "What do you mean by speculation, uncle? Isn't that precisely what it is? Avoiding tax payments to the state. Is that not akin to engaging in speculative practices? With my current 20-plus establishments, which one does not contribute to the treasury?" At this juncture, Li seems to be at a loss, as it appears he has paid his dues. Ye Nan chuckled, remarking, "Were it not for the policies that prohibit individuals from establishing enterprises and factories, would I find myself in this predicament? By aligning with state-owned enterprises, will it ultimately belong to the nation or to the individual? The profits generated, are they the state's or mine? I earn several million a month through my own efforts, and I am not in violation of any laws. The wages for my workers are double those in the outside market. Why should I toil for those state-owned factories that devour without remorse? I establish a factory, and they covet it, just because of regulatory constraints. Must I allow them to reap all the benefits? My 3 uncles, 2 aunts, and my older cousin have fallen silent. A few days ago, my grandfather underwent brain surgery, for which I expended $1 million to enlist the renowned Dr. Mike for the operation. Does the state or the state-owned enterprises have jurisdiction over me? They cannot. So even if I am considered to be engaging in speculative practices, what of it? Uncle, you labor until death. Will your cousin ever marry? My 3rd uncle is 30, merely waiting for a turn of fortune, yet lacks the funds. Why? Because you adhere to a rigid routine, expecting your entire family to bear the burden of your outdated thinking. This statement may be harsh, yet Ye Nan felt compelled to express it. Were it not for the constraints placed upon him, he would not be contemplating provincial or municipal representation, but would have established a company and distributed goods nationwide. Second Uncle Li Wei interjected, "Elder brother, I believe Xiao Nan is correct." And Su Qing's eyes glistened with emotion, having been a sit-down youth for 10 years. "Have you ever considered who looks after us now? You remain obstinate, waiting for Xiaobin to reach 30? Ye Nan waved his hand dismissively. "Do not allow yourselves to be misled by certain policies." Everyone paused momentarily. Misled by policies? Not everyone can become a boss. We continually require workers, farmers, and equally, we need merchants. Without merchants, the flow of goods between the north and south would cease. Southern bananas would never reach the north. There are countless vendors outside. Why have only a few hundred or thousand been apprehended? Are we, the sons and daughters of Huaxia, truly impoverished? Who are those who can afford automobiles and spacious homes? Uncle broadened his perspective, reflecting on the multi-storied buildings in New York City. If we do not expand our mindset, our residences shall forever remain limited to 2 stories. Having concluded his remarks, Ye Nan turned to leave, encountering second aunt at the corner. "Xiao Nan, Lu Dazhuang has come to see you." His surprise was evident. "Dazhuang, you've been with me for half a year, haven't you?" Lu Dazhuang, somewhat simple-minded, replied, "Brother Yi, it's been over half a year. I used to struggle to afford meals and came here to work. Now I have my own means, and my mother is preparing to find a matchmaker for me." Ye Nan nodded, feeling a swell of pride within. He had salvaged a family. "Are you willing to stay by my side? Your brother Wang Jun has already gone to Guangzhou. I am in need of someone industrious." Lu Dazhuang nodded earnestly. "Brother Yi, I am willing. I will do whatever you say." "Very well. Henceforth you shall follow me. I shall privately provide you with a salary of 1,000 a month. Let your mother wait a bit longer. In 2 years, I shall find you a beautiful bride." Second aunt also encouraged Lu Dazhuang. "Dazhuang, you must work diligently alongside Xiao Nan. In the future, seize the opportunity to visit your aunt." Lu Dazhuang chuckled. "Aunt, rest assured. I will buy you meat to eat from now on." This statement elicited laughter from Ye Nan and the second aunt. Subsequently, Ye Nan took Lu Dazhuang, loaded 2 suitcases into the car, and drove back to the store. In the vehicle, Lu Dazhuang was curiously exploring his surroundings. "Dazhuang, when you have some free time, go learn to drive. You can drive for me in the future." Upon hearing that he could learn to drive, Lu Dazhuang was overjoyed, responding, "Sure, Brother Yi." Once they arrived at the store, Ji Yuqi was seated nearby enjoying a cup of milk tea, accompanied by Ji Aigua, Fong Lan, and Li Qianwen. Ye Nan instructed Lu Dazhuang, "Dazhuang, please take the suitcases to my room." Lu Dazhuang nodded, aware of Ye Nan's room. as they were among the earliest group to dine together, thus forming a close bond. Their aunt had introduced them, handpicked with care. Grandpa Ji, Grandma Ji, Aunt Little Chi. Why didn't you say you were coming? Ji Yuqi shot a glare at Ye Nan. Did you go to the suburbs? Ye Nan was taken aback, wondering how she knew. You brought back a suitcase. Do you still need to ask? Oh, right. What's the matter? I just want to settle some accounts. This revelation finally ignited the conversation. Did you not think to take me and my mother along? At last, Ye Nan understood the source of her anger. I went to see Grandpa this morning. And since it had been a while since I settled accounts, I went directly. Next time, shall I take you with me? This change in tone pleased Ji Yuqi. Now that's more like it. Just bring me and the baby along next time. It's all for my baby, so there's no need for you to settle anything. Ji Igua, Fong Lan, and Li Qianwen burst into laughter, while Ji Yuqi blushed. Ye Nan chimed in. All right, I'm merely a worker here. By the way, it seems there's no prenatal checkup this month. Let us go when we have the time. Ji Yuqi nodded. Sure, and we can see if it's a boy or a girl. Ye Nan shook her head. That would spoil the mystery. What others say doesn't count. It's only valid when the baby is born. Ji Igua concurred. Don't let the doctor take a look. We'll know once the baby arrives. Little Chi. The baby is delicate. We shouldn't look too soon. Fong Lan's words still held a certain authority. Ji Yuqi could only nod in agreement. All right, I won't look then. By the way, how's my uncle? Not much. I just briefed him on the situation, and he said he would think it over. Ye Nan offered a few vague details. The group nodded in understanding. During this time, Ye Nan made a phone call to Professor Li, discussing Zhao Linger's situation. Professor Li assured her that it would be no problem. He would personally teach her like a granddaughter and would hire a nanny to take care of her. Ye Nan agreed that a nanny was indeed necessary, as Professor Li had work commitments and could not be burdened with everything. She also called Jiang Province to inform her uncle that overtime work must be compensated at a rate of $2 per hour. Ye Nan had intended to update Wang Jun on the situation, but had forgotten to ask him to install a phone. Their communication had been through letters. Fortunately, she decided to write a letter this time to arrange for a phone for easier contact. By the time she finished all her tasks, it was already evening. She took Yi Wei and Ji Yuqi's family to the restaurant for dinner, while Lu Dazhuang was already busy organizing things at the store. After dinner, accompanied by the others, they strolled along the enchanting West Lake. The following morning, Ye Nan took Ji Yuqi to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. The child appeared to be in good health, although there was one little one who seemed a bit underweight, nestled between two siblings. The expectant mother was advised to be mindful of her sleeping position to ensure the baby's proper adjustment. Otherwise, complications might arise during delivery, as the obstetrician solemnly noted. After all, this was a special case, personally overseen by the hospital director. Ye Nan looked at Ji Yuqi with curiosity. How did you sleep last night? Ji Yuqi blushed, replying shyly, how else could I sleep? I just slept as comfortably as I could. Their conversation transitioned from obstetrics to the VIP ward. That day, Ji Igua, Fong Lan, and Li Qianwen visited the elder Yi. Although Li Qianwen initially intended to accompany them to the obstetrics department, Ji Yuqi declined her offer. Upon their return to the ward, Li Qianwen anxiously inquired, what did the doctor say? Ji Yuqi, embarrassed, remained silent. Ye Nan, however, candidly remarked, one baby is being squeezed by the older siblings, which is why it's a bit underweight. This jest made Li Qianwen tense up. Do you even know how to speak? What do you mean squeezed? Ji Igua said, giving Ye Nan a light slap on the arm. It's precisely what the doctor said, Ye Nan mumbled. Li Qianwen, ignoring Ye Nan's comments, pulled out the ultrasound report and examined it carefully before stating, it does seem a bit cramped. Xiao Qi, you need to be cautious while sleeping at night, otherwise, the baby might be deformed, particularly the head. Those siblings are truly unruly. Ji Yuqi's mouth twitched in response. What nonsense. Mom, you're even more alarming than the doctor. Hearing this, the elder Yi became anxious and attempted to rise, exclaiming, you rascal, did you upset her? Ye Nan gasped. How can this possibly be attributed to me? Ji Yuqi stifled a laugh. However, as a pregnant woman and a patient, what could she do? She comforted, Grandpa, how could I dare? Please lie down and don't get too excited. Focus on your health so you can hold your great-grandchild. Ye Nan felt that after his recent illness, the elder resembled a child in need of reassurance. After a moment of respite, the elder Yi asked, where's Xiao Wei? Oh, yesterday I arranged for someone to assist me. I have so much on my plate that I tend to forget things, so I called someone to help me. At this moment, he is with Xiao Wei, Ye Nan explained. The elder Yi frowned. Just one day. Can you trust this person? You know him. You've mentioned that Lu Dazhuang is reliable. With him around, you need not worry. Any troublemakers will turn and flee, she reassured. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuqi laughed heartily. Supporting her belly, Li Qianwen raised her hand, intending to gently scold Ji Yuqi, but thought better of it. You silly child, laughing like that might disturb the baby. After a moment, Ji Yuqi said, how could I help it? What he said was just too funny. Those troublemakers turning tail and running, haha. The elder Ye, upon hearing this, attempted to rise again, glaring. You rascal, can't you speak properly? Ye Nan pouted, feeling disheartened. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. This line resonated perfectly with his sentiments. After a while, Ji Yuqi grew weary from laughter and found a chair to sit down. Li Qianwen explained, when we return home this evening, I shall give you a gentle massage on your abdomen, in hopes of coaxing the little one into a more favorable position. Ji Yuqi was taken aback, exclaiming, Mom, I am ticklish. Ticklish or not, it must be done. The child still has 3 months to go. And we cannot afford the complications of premature labor, she insisted, her maternal instincts firmly in place. Indeed, her words managed to instill a sense of trepidation in Ji Yuqi. Chapter 35. A month had passed in the monotony of daily life. During this time, a significant event unfolded. Wang Mei's 2 brothers and her nephew came to pay a visit. Wang Mei's elder brother, Wang Yuan, her younger brother, Wang Hao, and her nephew, Wang Junkai, arrived with over 20 individuals, effectively besieging the snack shop. The unexpected intimidation left the patrons so frightened that they refrained from making any purchases. Meanwhile, Ye Nan and Ye Wei were at the restaurant, accompanying Ji Yuqi. By the time they became aware of the incident, Lu Dazhuang lay on the ground, having been attacked, surrounded by several unfamiliar faces, while the shop's furniture lay in ruins. Fortunately, no one else was injured. When the police arrived, it was Officer Yang leading the charge. You again? How many times has it been this month? Ye Nan kicked the ground in frustration. How many times indeed? If you managed the public order properly, would anyone dare to vandalize my establishment? Where do my tax contributions go each month? This is the 3rd time someone has troubled me. Officer Yang pondered for a moment. Realizing the validity of Ye Nan's frustration, he ordered that the assailants be apprehended, taken to the hospital, and statements recorded. Ye Nan, who is responsible this time? Officer Yang inquired, his brow furrowed. The audacity of these individuals in brazenly vandalizing the shop was astounding. A thought struck Ye Nan, and he smirked. I do not know. But I require reporters to come and capture this moment. With that, he made a phone call. Half an hour later, a dozen reporters arrived at Tianmushan Road. Isn't this boss Yi? Your shop was vandalized? A barrage of questions caused Officer Yang to break into a cold sweat, reminding him of the spirited Ye Nan from 2 months prior. He silently reflected, this has escalated. If it makes the papers, the higher-ups will surely be furious. Ye Nan, his expression darkened, addressed the gathered reporters. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Ye Nan, conduct my business with integrity and lead an honest life. Today, my shop has been vandalized, and my grandfather remains hospitalized. Is there no justice left? The government has issued policies to support individual businesses, yet there are those who persistently obstruct our efforts. Is there no place for reason? Officer Young stood in shock. These statements had transcended personal grievances, escalating to an economic issue. If reported, the consequences would reverberate through the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the tax authorities, and the police department. Ye Nan then dropped another bombshell. I am offering a reward of 10,000 yuan for the capture of the mastermind behind today's vandalism, and 1,000 for each participant involved. I stand in solidarity with my fellow entrepreneurs. We strive merely to provide for our families and earn a modest living. If we are denied this, we shall resist to the end, fighting against the forces of darkness. I will contact a lawyer and pursue legal action against them. If they evade justice, I will appeal. I support the government's efforts to eradicate organized crime. The reporters were electrified, and the surrounding community echoed with fervor. Eradicate organized crime. Fight against the forces of darkness. The interview continued for over an hour, each word resounding with significance. Officer Yang returned to the police station to report the situation, recognizing that this was beyond the capabilities of the precinct. The following day, headlines splashed across major newspapers. Individual proprietors faced threats, prompting local police to launch an investigation aimed at combating organized crime. A reward of 10,000 yuan was offered for the capture of the assailant. Newspapers featured images of the vandalized shops alongside locals chanting slogans. Early in the morning, various systems were inquiring about the situation from Director Fan. Upon seeing the newspaper, Director Fan was taken aback. Was this not Ye Nan? His shop had been attacked? He promptly contacted the local police station, exerting pressure on the station chief. Authorities from both the city and province insisted that a suspect must be apprehended within 3 days. Complaints arose from the business sector regarding the new policies, lamenting the difficulties in establishing a solid foundation. It felt as if they were back to square one. Within 3 days, numerous accomplices were apprehended, and Ye Nan directly donated 20,000 yuan to the police station as a reward for actionable tips. Subsequently, newspapers across various provinces published the news from Hangzhou, even attracting the attention of high-ranking officials in the capital. The articles highlighted the challenges faced by individual proprietors and the obstacles imposed by local government indifference. This incited a furious response from the capital, leading to an urgent meeting where a unanimous decision was made to protect the interests of individual proprietors, ensuring that national policies remained unaffected. In less than a week, arrests were made throughout Hangzhou, targeting those with prior offenses, irrespective of their involvement in the vandalism. Ultimately, Officer Yang slumped in his chair with a sigh. After a week away from home, Ye Nan was relentless, with the 10,000 yuan reward prompting reports across the city, accompanied by journalists rallying slogans. Now that the slogans had been voiced, the authorities demanded a crackdown on delinquents and idle troublemakers. Ye Nan, however, remained focused on his affairs, granting his shop a 5-day holiday for renovations. He also ensured Lu Dazhuang received proper care and rest in the hospital, emphasizing that aside from superficial injuries, he was recovering well and should stay hospitalized, especially since someone else was footing the bill for VIP treatment. Wang Mei's family was essentially ruined, with her grandfather facing 2 million yuan in surgical costs, while Ye Nan facilitated the procurement of several thousand yuan worth of medication, utilizing only the finest imported supplies. On the 10th evening, Wang Yuan, Wang Hao, and Wang Junkai were all arrested. Upon hearing the news, Ye Nan presented a banner to the police station, along with a donation of 10,000 yuan for new equipment. Within a month, Wang Mei and Wu Xiujuan received their sentences, 3 years and 6 months for Wang Mei, and 1 year and 6 months for Wu Xiujuan, while others were placed under detention for 3 months, and all those under 16 were sent to juvenile detention. Zhao Ling also set out, having received an invitation from Professor Li, allowing her to fly directly. At the airport, her aunt wept uncontrollably during their farewell. With tears welling in her eyes, Zhao Ling promised, "Dad, Mom, I will return and buy you a big house." Additionally, Ji Yuqi's uncle, Li Yi, sought out Ye Nan. "I am willing to assist. Please make the arrangements." "You were right. The well-being of one's family is paramount." Ye Nan smiled, having anticipated this, and proceeded to divide the shop addresses from each province into 3 parts, along with the names and contact information of the shop managers. These managers were all reliable relatives provided by Ji Yuqi, including Lu Ming, Shen Lan, and Zhao Min, as well as Ji Boren's retired comrades. "Dear uncle, you and aunt should head to the southern province, while second uncle and aunt journey to the northern province, and third uncle along with cousin will go to Sichuan. The beauty of Sichuan is renowned, yet do remind them to exercise caution against deceit. I shall provide you with all the necessary funds. You may arrange everything as needed. I have already presented the renovation plans to the city representative. You can set off tomorrow." Ye Nan personally accompanied Li Yi to the warehouse, along with 1.2 million, to be evenly distributed among the 3 families, urging them to depart expeditiously. All regulations have been documented in triplicate and handed over to them. Everything has been meticulously arranged on that side, including the selection of the warehouse. It must be said that the university students from Zhejiang province are indeed quite reliable. The most pressing concern is Wang Jun. It has been 3 months since I last heard his voice. "Nangu, I have long wished to install a telephone, but I hesitated in your absence. It costs over 7,000, quite exorbitant." Ye Nan chuckled. "If I don't permit you to install it, will you refrain from doing so? I will provide you with Uncle S' number, so you may check in on him." "Very well, Nangu. I'll update you when I have the time. I have already established contact in Shenzhen, where a branch of Jiwei Snacks has been opened, managed by Wang Pongxi. His connections are commendable. We have invested 220,000 in properties in Shenzhen, and our shop still holds several 100,000. Shall we continue to purchase, Nangu?" Wang Jun sounded quite exhilarated, as if seeking approval. "No further purchases, focus on managing the branch. I have already opened 33 stores across the northern, southern, and Sichuan provinces." Wang Jun was taken aback. "What? So quickly? I must accelerate my efforts here as well." Indeed, maintain contact with more uncles and aunts, as well as grandma. Have uncle install a phone back home, so communication can be established. After a brief conversation, they concluded the call. Until today, July 25, 1982, Professor Lee called. Ye Xiaozi, our company's capital has now reached 10 million, and we have expanded into finance, real estate, food, and catering. Orders for the billiard factory have already been secured until next year, and we are still in the process of expansion. Ye Nan was elated. Professor Lee, splendid. Keep it up, and do not falter. Let us aim to invest in the mainland next year. Understood, I shall strive harder. Also, Zhao Ling is quite remarkable. Her academic performance may not be stellar, yet her business acumen is exceptional. Haha, Professor Lee, why not establish a branch for her? Teach her the basics. And she could be specially recruited to an American university. They often do not require credits, but they certainly seek talent. Professor Lee concurred, noting that many students in American universities are exceptionally gifted. What does it mean to be exceptionally gifted? It means being capable of constructing robots by the age of 10, with no hesitation in gaining admission to Yale. If one possesses extraordinary talent in physics or chemistry, they can be admitted directly to Harvard without examinations. If Zhao Ling manages to develop a company worth over 100 million by the age of 12, Ye Nan is confident she will attract special recruitment. Professor Lee further mentioned, the security situation in Hong Kong is alarming. Today's news reported on the torrential rain and the butcher's plight, truly tragic. Moreover, Mrs. Thatcher is preparing to visit China in September, and the upper echelons of Hong Kong society are abuzz with discussions on this matter. Ye Nan scoffed, discussions will lead nowhere. The Americans are certain to resort to underhanded tactics. Surely, this will drag on for at least 2 to 3 years. However, it is evident that the Eagle Nation is experiencing a decline as the global situation unfolds in such a manner. Many of its colonies are beginning to diminish, and the nation's finances are in disarray. Professor Lee widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Really? Is the Eagle Nation facing financial issues?" Indeed. Not only is this the case for the Eagle Nation, but I believe the United States is soon to follow. I await Dr. Mike's confirmation. Should he provide me with some information, I can ascertain the truth. Ye Nan is certain that if financial problems were not at play, the Plaza Accord would not exist. Without the Plaza Accord, how could he possibly invest in the development of the mainland? Every city requires landmark architecture. And this is not a task that can be accomplished with merely a few billion. It is a grand plan spanning 2 decades. A daunting ambition of the world's wealthiest individuals. Beside him, Ji Yuqi covered her mouth in disbelief. Ye Nan, how do you know this? Ye Nan smiled and replied, if everyone could comprehend it, wouldn't the world be filled with millionaires, multimillionaires, and billionaires? This excuse is truly perfect. To attribute my knowledge to mere understanding while you remain oblivious is rather amusing. Among the reincarnators, Ye Nan stands out as one with the thickest skin. Professor Lee inquired, so can we short the U.S. stock market? Ye Nan immediately placed a hand to his forehead. How can you short it when you lack access to the data? We can dabble in stocks, but only as a pastime. Our primary focus should remain on tangible industries. The stock market is the domain of capital titans, and we have yet to reach that scale. Once you possess 100 billion, you may then influence the U.S. stock market, but remember, you will also become the prime target of mercenaries, as 70% of them are birthed from the United States. Professor Lee shuddered. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. I shall expedite the expansion of the billiard hall and the restaurant. Indeed, space on Hong Kong Island is limited. With sufficient capital, one can follow in the footsteps of the wealthy and partake in their pursuits. You already possess a primary industry and now have the means to engage in such endeavors. Oh, and what of the film industry? The potential for development in Hong Kong cinema is tremendous. Establish a film company. I shall provide you with a list of individuals to sign contracts with. Professor Lee nodded. Very well, I will attend to this tomorrow. An entertainment company is straightforward to set up. Let us name it Nanchi Entertainment. Ye Nan had no objections. The name mattered little to him. After concluding the call with Professor Lee, Ye Nan pondered, what about the likes of Eason Chan, Chow Yun-fat, and Stephen Chow? And the beautiful actresses, one must not simply admire them from afar. Maggie Cheung, Qingmi Yao, Quan Zhilin, and so many others. It is enough to make one salivate at the thought. Reflecting on a wealthy individual surnamed Liu from Hong Kong who had reportedly dabbled with the entire entertainment industry, Ye Nan contemplated how to reform this realm. Ji Yuqi observed Ye Nan's lewd expression and, feeling a surge of indignation at what she imagined, rolled her eyes before whispering a few words into Yi Wei's ear. Yi Wei then approached Ye Nan and shouted, "Brother, why have you wet your pants?" This exclamation jolted him back to reality. Noticing Ji Yuqi's furious demeanor, Ye Nan felt a twinge of guilt as he glanced around and realized that everyone was paying attention to him. He recalled the little girl's accusation of having wet his pants. He looked down and saw nothing amiss, only a slight upward shift, certainly not a sign of an accident. Upon contemplating Ji Yuqi, I discerned a hidden truth, so it is. Hee. I find myself pondering the profitability of the film market in Hong Kong, and the mere thought of wealth makes my mouth water, surpassing the earnings from sunflower seeds and peanuts. Ji Yuqi, albeit skeptical, inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Ye Nan promptly nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Just think, every city will inevitably require the skyscrapers designed by you. How could I not strive to earn a fortune?" Ji Yuqi acquiesced. "Very well, I shall take your word for it." Having placated Ji Yuqi, he suddenly recalled that Wajai seemed to have signed with the TVB training program, along with Lok Jai. Alas, it is regrettable. Currently, the capital is insufficient, and one must strive to accumulate more wealth and secure contracts with those future artists. Chapter 36, Economy During Noon. Ye Nan suddenly decided to prepare a meal for Ji Yuqi. "Let us dine here," he suggested. Ji Yuqi, puzzled, inquired why. "I will cook. It is 10 o'clock now, and an hour is sufficient," Ye Nan replied as he made his way to the backyard. The kitchen in the backyard was occasionally used for cooking, and the pots still saw some action. Otherwise, after several months without use, they would become unserviceable. Without fresh ingredients, he visited a nearby restaurant to procure some essentials and informed Ji Yuqi and the others to join them at Juawei Snack for lunch. He gathered green peppers, red peppers, tomatoes, scrambled eggs, pork belly, along with scallions, ginger, and garlic. The shop also had ham sausage, frozen chicken thighs, and pork tenderloin. He prepared a small stir-fry of meat, tomato scrambled eggs, green pepper with ham sausage, kung pao chicken, and fried pork tenderloin. Although there was no soup, the 5 dishes were quite appetizing. By 11 o'clock, Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, and Li Qianwen had all arrived. "This is the first time we are tasting the dishes prepared by Xiao Nan," remarked the elderly Fong Lan with a smile. Li Qianwen, observing the delectable spread, commented, "It looks quite impressive." Ji Yuqi, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, couldn't help but salivate. "Mom, you have no idea. Ye Nan is quite mischievous." "Oh, in what way?" Ji Yuqi cast a proud glance at Ye Nan and continued. "At first, he would bring me meals every day, 4 times a day. The 4 of us, including Shenlan, couldn't finish them all, and after over a week of this, we all gained weight. Particularly Zhao Min, who would bemoan her weight but couldn't stop eating. Eventually, we unanimously concluded that it was his revenge, making us gain weight." Laughter erupted among the group. Yi Wei chimed in, "My brother's cooking is truly delightful. He often prepares meals for my sister-in-law. He made chicken soup and walked past me, and I could smell it. He didn't even share any with me." Humph. Their laughter grew even louder. "Xiao Wei refuses to drink his chicken soup. He is a bad egg. The breakfast he brought fed all the students in our dormitory." Ji Yuqi remarked with a wrinkled nose. Fong Lan, amused, thought her granddaughter was exaggerating. "You're being a bit dramatic, aren't you?" "No, I'm not. You can ask Shenlan. For over a week, the students on our floor treated us so well. He delivered large meat buns, tofu pudding, soy milk, and fried dough sticks for breakfast. He brought over a dozen items at once, and each was enough for several people," Ji Yuqi retorted. Ji Yuqi's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "Xiao Nan, I must address this. How can you waste food like this?" Ye Nan sighed. Who knows what she likes or dislikes? "I could only order a bit of everything from the restaurant. If I sent too little and the dormitory students finished it, she wouldn't have any. So, I sent 5 portions of each, ensuring she would have enough to eat." At that moment, Li Qianwen remarked, "Xiao Qi, look how much Xiao Nan cares for you. You are truly blessed." Fong Lan added with a knowing smile, "A mother-in-law grows fonder of her son-in-law the more she sees him." This left Li Qianwen blushing. "Mom, all right. All right, let us eat." They all enjoyed their meal in harmony, with the lively presence of little Wei adding to the joy. After finishing her meal, Ji Yuqi pondered about her uncle. "How is my uncle doing? Has it been half a month already?" It is currently difficult to discern the situation. Ye Nan pondered for a moment before uttering these words. In truth, Ye Nan was uncertain. For representatives from other regions had undergone training in Hangzhou for at least a week. This time, however, there had been no training. They were merely imparted the methods. Yet the specifics remained uncharted territory for them. akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. If the city representatives encountered obstacles, the provincial representatives would struggle as well. Ye Nan had not considered this. One must cultivate problem-solving abilities, for if he were to resolve every issue himself, it would be akin to giving away money rather than earning it. Li Qianwen was equally anxious, fearing that her brother, younger siblings, and nephews would falter. Ye Nan discerned that unless he offered something useful, the mother and daughter would remain in poor spirits throughout the day. In truth, each province had established a telephone line. Should any issues arise, they would undoubtedly reach out to him. This implication was quite clear, suggesting that, for the moment, all was well. At that moment, a large figure appeared at the door. Dazhuang, how did you get discharged? Ye Nan inquired, perplexed at seeing Lu Dazhuang. Elder brother Yi. I've been resting for quite some time. I'm fully recovered now. Today, Officer Yang mentioned that the individuals involved in the store vandalism were sentenced. So I was discharged. Sentenced? So soon? Ye Nan expressed his surprise. Ji Yuqi chuckled. Given the magnitude of your disturbance, could it have been delayed? This indeed made sense, considering it had become a nationwide incident. By the way, Dazhuang, did you manage to pass your driving test before your hospitalization? Ye Nan was in need of assistance at that moment. Lu Dazhuang felt a bit embarrassed. Not yet. I'm just a little short. In that case, you'll need to take a bus. I'll provide you with several addresses and contact details. Head to the northern, southern, and Sichuan provinces to assist them, aiming to get all the stores on track within a month. Lu Dazhuang nodded. That is no problem. Now, return home and inform your mother to alleviate her worries. Go to Xiao Lu's place and collect 1,000 yuan for travel and meal expenses. Depart tomorrow. Ye Nan then provided Lu Dazhuang with the warehouse addresses of Li Yi, Li Wei, and Li Ronghao. After Lu Dazhuang left, Ji Yuqi asked, do you think he can manage? Rest assured, despite Lu Dazhuang's unassuming exterior, he is quite meticulous in his work. Even my second aunt praises him continuously. Ji Yuqi, curious, then asked, Ye Nan, with your business flourishing to such an extent, when do you plan to retire? Ye Nan hesitated. Retire? I have never contemplated that. Ji grandfather, I have no intention of stepping back. Times are changing. In your generation, you charged into battle with firearms, while in ours, it is a contest of commerce and finance. Oh, how so? Ji Yuqi inquired with intrigue. Ji grandfather, currently, the top 5 nations all possess nuclear weapons. The premature surrender of the Sun Nation is undeniably influenced by America's nuclear arsenal, isn't it? Otherwise, we would not be able to sit here in comfort. Ji Yuqi, Feng Lan, Li Qianwen, and Ji Yuqi all nodded in agreement. With such devastating weaponry at everyone's disposal, could war be easily ignited? If war cannot be waged, what then? It leads to the economic system established post-American conflict. Ji Yuqi was perplexed. If the rules are set by others, won't we be at a disadvantage? Aren't we concerned about being taken advantage of? Ye Nan shook his head with a smile, stating that this world does not belong solely to America. They have established the rules, and we shall abide by them. If they dare to tear up these rules, who would still choose to engage with them? How would they demonstrate their leadership abilities? With this, everyone began to grasp the situation a little better. In truth, it is rather simple. America sets the rules, and while they dictate the game, if they cannot play it well and attempt to backtrack by disrupting the game, which nation would then choose to engage with them? If they fail, they resort to deceit, feigning compliance while covertly aligning with others. Yet, aren't these rules of their own making? Ji Yuqi remained perplexed. Oh, how well did they establish them? Just because they formulated the rules, does that mean they are devoid of loopholes? After 5,000 years of heritage and 2,000 years of dynastic rule, they have yet to articulate a complete set of rules, let alone in their mere 200 or 300 years of existence. Li Qianwen interjected, indeed, there are always omissions. These rules are ultimately crafted by humans. What you establish may not be fully comprehensible, while those merely passing by may grasp the essence. Ah, Auntie, your understanding is spot on. How much wealth does America possess? We simply need to offer more than what they have in their little books. Ye Nan's analogies were somewhat exaggerated. Only Ye Nan knew that in the future, a single real estate company in China could accumulate debts of 20 trillion. And without 20 trillion in assets, where would such liabilities originate? Ye Nan continued to enlighten them. Why is foreign capital not allowed in at present? Why is it all state-owned? It is because the citizens are vulnerable and naive. Ji Yuqi nodded in agreement. After all, we have only been at this for a little over 30 years. In comparison, we are indeed quite fragile. Currently, we are opening up to individual businesses, and eventually, we will allow personal enterprises. Once our citizens have accumulated wealth, we will fully open our economy and welcome foreign investors. Yet Ji Yuqi interjected. Why must we let them in? Both Grandma Fong Lan and Li Qianwen nodded, expressing their confusion. Without them, how could we expedite our development? They possess wealth, while we are impoverished. What can we do but utilize their funds for our construction, enabling us to prosper? But they will also profit from it. Ye Nan smiled faintly. The battlefield lies in China. We can establish new commercial laws and increase regulations. Then, we shall empower our merchants to dominate them, ensuring that all who remain in China are our people. Ji Yuqi thumped his thigh, exclaiming, "Brilliant! This is a grand plan, one that spans 50, even 100 years. Precisely, a decades-long initiative. Therefore, we cannot afford to halt. We must develop and possess ample resources to encircle them, ensuring that everything they earn from China remains within our borders." Fong Lan and Li Qianwen applauded enthusiastically. Such ambition. This is the spirit of the sons of China. You young ones should forge ahead vigorously. We, together with your grandfathers, can still wield our firearms, declared Ji Yuqi with authority. However, Ji Yuqi thought of Professor Li from Hong Kong. What about Hong Kong? Once the mainland opens its economy, Hong Kong will become a financial hub. The crowd expressed their confusion in unison. Why? These individuals, capable of earning such vast sums, are certainly not fools. Certainly, a transfer station will be established in a location beyond the borders of China, yet not too distant, allowing for an agile response to the policies of the nation and preventing any unforeseen setbacks. Ji Yuqi snapped his fingers, remarking that Hong Kong Island remains an overseas territory, conveniently close to China. Beside him, Yue attempted to mimic the gesture but failed to produce a sound. Indeed, in response to a nation as vast as China, global titans will undoubtedly flock to Hong Kong Island for expansion, where these sharks, capable of unspoken unity, will converge for a grand feast. China is orchestrating its strategy, fostering prosperity for the audacious while leaving the timid in want, allowing a select few to amass wealth, leading to a showdown among merchants. As they are traitors, neither side's formidable backing can intervene, for once they do, war ignites, with nuclear capabilities lurking in the shadows. Various entrepreneurs are nurtured to compete fiercely, and the sole advantage lies in the fact that this is China, our home turf, where slight policy adjustments can yield significant benefits. Do you understand why a return to Hong Kong Island is imperative? Ji Yuqi elaborated. Because it serves as a financial hub. Precisely. If they establish Hong Kong Island as a transfer station, they will dismantle that very station. Close combat must occur in the northeast, while financial maneuvers are essential in the south. The Shenzhen market embodies this essence, with everything poised for a financial confrontation. Ye Nan recalled a particular news story, where an elder who had dedicated his life to service proclaimed in Shenzhen, "We must prosper. After being impoverished for millennia, the time has come. We can no longer wait." This declaration sparked various financial conflicts between East and West, simultaneously igniting the fervor of the Chinese compatriots. The Shenzhen market is a sword aimed at Hong Kong, sounding the battle horn and indicating that both forces have assembled. Ji Yuqi nodded in understanding, but inquired about the financial implications. Ye Nan shook his head, asserting that money is a trivial concern. The primary focus is the market. In a couple of years, overseas capital will undoubtedly be permitted to flow in, and the occupation of market share is crucial. Currently, many household appliances are imported, with manufacturers still based abroad. Allowing foreign investment means that manufacturers will establish operations in China, leading to a fierce competition between domestic and foreign brands. Whichever loses market share will find their existence in China rendered unnecessary. However, Ji Yuqi frowned, remarking that this is even more ruthless than the battlefield. It is a bloodless struggle, with citizens unknowingly serving as unwitting executioners. Ye Nan was surprised by Ji Yuqi's profound awareness. Finance represents a conflict devoid of gunpowder, a realm where killing occurs without bloodshed. Thus, Xiaoqi, do not place undue importance on money. It is possible to expend 1 or 2 million for the sake of a market battle. Speaking of appliances, I need to confer with Professor Li about the feasibility of developing cathode ray tubes and independently researching color televisions. This way, we will not fear competing against foreign brands, as well as air conditioners and refrigerators. Ji Yuqi tugged at Ye Nan, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Independent research? The country has invested so much, and countless individuals are involved in research, yet the quality does not match that of imports. How can you expect to innovate? Therefore, Let Professor Lee conduct research in Hong Kong Island, where many electronic fields are more advanced than those on the mainland. Now is the opportune moment. Once foreign brands enter the mainland, it will be too late, Ye Nan patiently elucidated. At this juncture, Ji Yuqi interjected, Shao Qi heed Shao Nan's advice. If successful, it will transcend mere financial gain and become a matter of honor. Ji Yuqi, witnessing his grandfather's support for Ye Nan, felt a surge of indignation, yet found himself powerless. Ye Nan promptly dashed to the telephone and dialed Professor Lee's number. Upon connection, he inquired, Professor Lee, do you have any surplus funds available? Yes. There is over 10 million. What is it about? Professor Lee responded, perplexed. Please establish a television factory, focusing on independent research and development. Both the cathode ray tubes and decoders must be developed autonomously to avoid being constrained by external forces. Professor Lee pondered for a moment. I will endeavor to try, though I cannot guarantee success. Go to Hong Kong University and recruit some students, allocate 1 million to form a company, enabling them to engage in research and development. We can invest an additional million each month. The two continued their discussion, not in haste, as the information and technology from Hong Kong were superior to that of the mainland. With a 2-year time frame, success should be attainable. Chapter 37. The Hong Kong Island Company the following day, at the Jardine House, the tallest building in Asia during the 1970s, standing proudly at 52 stories. Jardine House, renowned for its distinctive circular window design, has become an iconic landmark of Hong Kong Island, remaining unchanged even after 3 decades. Within the office on the 20th floor, an elderly gentleman with white hair sat in his chair. Mr. Lee, I have followed your instructions and registered the entertainment company in the electrical factory with the business registration office, announced a strikingly attractive secretary. For clarity, prior to Hong Kong's return, the business registration office was referred to as the Colonial Secretary's office. However, for convenience, we shall continue to use the term business registration office. Also, it is customary to address Mr. Lee as Lee Sheng, but for simplicity, we will refer to him as Mr. Lee henceforth. Professor Lee, referred to as Mr. Lee, nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Secretary Han, Linger, did you not say today that the nanny would bring her to the company? Secretary Han immediately replied, I will inquire right away. She promptly exited the office. Professor Lee rose and gazed out of the building's uniquely designed windows, catching sight of ships on the sea, while reflecting on the fact that he remained a university professor, overshadowed by a 21-year-old. Without this young man, the company would not have achieved such success in merely 3 months. The Nachi company had rented 3 floors of office space in Jardine House, with the first floor costing a staggering 100,000 Hong Kong dollars per month, amounting to 360,000 for all 3 floors annually. Additionally, there were various restaurants, pool tables, and dining establishments scattered throughout the district. Soon, Secretary Han returned. Mr. Lee, no one answered the phone at home. Oh, then she must be on her way, he replied. Have we received any telegrams from the mainland today? Secretary Han glanced at the information sheet in her hand. There is one, delivered early this morning, apparently from Hangzhou on the mainland. Professor Lee turned around. Hand it to me, I wish to see. This telegram had been sent by Ye Nan early in the morning, containing a list of names, specifically those individuals who were well known in Hong Kong during the 1990s. The telegram read, Professor Lee, below are the individuals you need to locate. Please sign them if possible. If not, do not force it. Women, Zhang Min, Qiu Shuzhen, Guan Jilin, Zhou Huimin, Zhu Yin, Li Jiasen. Men, Lu Dahua, Zhou Xingqi, Huang Jiajun, Zhang Xueyou, Lu Qingyun, Zhou Huajian. Including those from Taiwan, Wang Jia, Ren Xianqi, Zhou Xiaolong, Wang Zuxian, Yi Qianwen. Some have already signed with other companies. If possible, acquire them. If not, keep a close watch and negotiate as soon as they are free from their contracts. Professor Lee surveyed the extensive list of names. Secretary Han, what is the estimated salary for these individuals? Secretary Han took the list, her eyes widening in astonishment. Mr. Lee, based on current contracts, each artist commands several thousand per month. I haven't heard of some of these names. Professor Lee mentally calculated. If each were to be valued at 5,000, that would total 500,000 for 100 individuals, amounting to 500,000 each month. Finally, Professor Lee devised a clever plan. Secretary Han, pursue the top 10 names from both genders in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Even those already under contract, attempt to acquire them. This way, we would only need 40 individuals, effectively having the initial list, which does not seem to defy Ye Nan's advice. Should this come to Ye Nan's attention, he would likely feel compelled to reshape Professor Li, recalling the contracts signed in the early 1980s. Even with monthly salaries extending into the 1990s, the amounts were negligible. By the 1990s, merely producing a few films could yield substantial returns. In the early 1990s, the remuneration for Huazai reached 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Eventually, Secretary Han nodded and departed to attend to matters. Secretary Han was aware that Professor Li had a superior, although this individual seemed to reside in the mainland, remaining unseen by anyone. Professor Li was quite pleased, reveling in the savings of hundreds of thousands each month. However, his elation was short-lived, as Zhao Ling'er soon arrived, accompanied by a plump matron who served as her nanny. "Ah, Lingo has come," Professor Li exclaimed with a warm smile. According to the household registry, Zhao Ling'er was considered his granddaughter, yet both were fully aware of the reality. Since arriving in Hong Kong, Zhao Ling'er had become remarkably well-behaved in such an unfamiliar place. Devoid of relatives, the 12-year-old girl naturally felt apprehensive. Li, Grandpa, is there something you need?" Noticing her anxiety, Professor Li reassured her, "Do not be nervous. Today, your brother has tasked me with giving you an assignment. If you manage to complete it ahead of schedule, you could depart for the United States to study." This prospect filled Zhao Ling'er with delight. "Really? What is it?" Professor Li produced a list and handed it to Zhao Ling'er. "Here are all our subsidiaries currently operating in Hong Kong. You may select one." Although puzzled, Zhao Ling'er accepted the list, which included Nanchi Catering, Nanchi Finance, Nanchi Food, Nanchi Entertainment. "Can I choose any of these, Grandpa?" "Certainly. This is your brother's directive. And he hopes that whichever company you choose will achieve a market value exceeding 1 billion before you reach adulthood," Professor Li said gently, akin to a cunning wolf enticing a child. The nanny, having cared for the girl for a few days and grown fond of her due to her obedience and intelligence, hesitantly interjected, "Li. Mr. Li, is it too demanding for Miss Ling'er, who is only 12, to manage a company? This is the task set by her brother, who holds such expectations for her. To pursue a shortcut to study in the United States, she must possess this aptitude," Professor Li explained. "Yet, achieving $1 billion valuation is quite a challenge, isn't it?" The nanny expressed her concerns once more. With a sigh, Professor Li replied, "Am I unaware of that? However, in order to gain acknowledgement from the prestigious universities in America, one must undertake extraordinary endeavors. There is a child in America who, at the age of 7, mastered financial management and was directly recruited to Harvard upon starting elementary school." This silenced the nanny. "Grandpa, I choose Nachi Entertainment. Is this the film production company?" Zhao Ling'er inquired, her eyes sparkling. This revelation astonished Professor Li. "This is a new company, lacking personnel. Your brother suddenly instructed me about it yesterday. Then this shall be the company I select. I trust in my brother Ye Nan's vision," Zhao Ling'er declared confidently. Professor Li was unsure of the source of her confidence. Yet she had made her choice, and he had no option but to support the young girl. "Grandfather Li, how much are you planning to invest in this company? What do you think is appropriate?" Professor Li has yet to transfer funds to the new company, and Ye Nan has not specified an amount either. Since Zhao Ling'er has chosen this company, let her decide. Zhao Ling'er tilted her head in contemplation. "I am unaware of the salary here or the expenses. Perhaps you should speak, Grandfather Li." After their discussion, Professor Li promptly approved 3 million for Zhao Ling'er, knowing he could absorb the loss if necessary, but hoping for profit. As he was not particularly optimistic about entertainment companies, Professor Li specifically assigned a female secretary to Zhao Ling'er, Ye Nan. From that moment on, she would always be accompanied by 2 individuals, a caretaker and a secretary. The office was cleared for a week, during which Ye Nan recruited 10 employees, with salaries on Hong Kong Island averaging just over 2,000. Hence, Ye Nan offered a salary of 3,000, attracting many who had previously worked in film, even those who had been stagehands, to apply for positions. One afternoon, exactly 1 week later, Zhao Ling'er, enjoying a holiday, decided to visit the company. "Miss Ling'er, this was given to me by Secretary Han, instructing us to gather these individuals. It is said to be a list from your brother." This puzzled Ye Nan. Who was this mysterious brother that commanded such obedience from Secretary Han and even from General Manager Li? It seemed she was indeed serving a true young lady. Zhao Ling'er merely hummed in acknowledgement, taking the list and immediately exuding the demeanor of a CEO. Even the caretaker beside her was taken aback. The previously timid Zhao Ling'er now radiated undeniable authority. "Secure all these individuals within a month. I will allocate 1 million as funding." Zhao Linger declared as she closed the list. Ye Lin, momentarily stunned, nodded, understood. Allocating 1 million was indeed generous for this young lady. If the million is exhausted and these individuals are not secured, this batch of employees will be replaced, including you, Zhao Linger stated assertively. Ye Lin was left speechless, hesitating to respond, but upon seeing the fierce gaze of the 12-year-old girl, she relented. When Ye Lin announced Zhao Linger's requirements to the staff, they reacted much like she had moments earlier. The mention of 1 million brought joy, but the prospect of immediate dismissal for failing to meet the task dampened spirits. They had a month to sign all 40 individuals, averaging 2 contracts per day, factoring in travel time. However, one among the 10 stood up confidently. No problem. I can accomplish this. As Zhao Linger toured the office and approached the conference room, she overheard someone claiming they could meet the challenge, piquing her curiosity. Standing outside the door, she peered through the crack and saw a young woman in her 20s, quite ordinary and unremarkable. Little did this assertive woman know that she would eventually become the most renowned agent in Hong Kong and Taiwan, forever etched in Zhao Linger's memory for this very day. Once the meeting concluded, Zhao Linger inquired of Ye Lin, "What is the name of the person who just accepted the task?" Ye Lin perused the documents and remarked, "Her name is Erin." After that, Zhao Linger fell silent. Exiting the company with a directive, "From now on, report to my residence at 7 every evening. There will be no days off or weekends until this task is completed." With that, Zhao Linger departed alongside the nanny. Upon returning to the office, a throng of colleagues rushed over, inquiring, "Who was that just now, Sister Ye Lin? Is she the boss of the company?" "What? No way. She looks barely in her teens." The crowd was astounded to learn that their employer was merely a child. Ye Lin shrugged. "Our CEO, Mr. Li from Nanchi Group, treats her with great respect." They were all aware of Nanchi Group, which had surged in prominence over the past few months, with many having visited their restaurants and billiard halls. Everyone in Nanchi Group has heard of the mysterious big boss above Mr. Li. Ye Lin added mysteriously. This entertainment company was directly initiated by the big boss, who selected a subsidiary for Miss Linger on the same day. She had the freedom to manage any branch she desired. Surprisingly, she chose the newly established entertainment company. And at that time, we hadn't even arranged an office for it. Mr. Li approved a budget of 3 million at once. And it is rumored that the decision was made by Miss Linger's brother. I suspect he is the big boss. This revelation left the listeners agape, each contemplating how to curry favor with the young lady. Only Erin remained seated, reviewing the profiles of the 40 individuals, some of whom were still teenagers, which struck her as rather unreasonable. However, as it was the boss's command, she endeavored to fulfill it. She overheard their previous discussions, but paid little heed. Clearly, this company was set to cultivate Miss Linger. If she worked diligently, she would naturally be rewarded. At that moment, someone asked, "Sister Ye Lin, who do you think the mysterious big boss is?" "Yeah, is he the son of some wealthy magnate from Hong Kong? I haven't heard of any tycoons with the surname Zhao. What if he is an illegitimate child?" This topic occupied them for the entire afternoon, yet Ye Lin, maintaining her professionalism as a secretary, began to immerse herself in her tasks. Erin, on the other hand, selected a few individuals, took their names, and made a trip to the police station, intending to treat some friends there to a meal while investigating the whereabouts of these individuals. Back at the headquarters of Nanchi Group, Secretary Han reported, "How are things progressing with the entertainment company?" Professor Li, suddenly recalling, inquired, "I visited the company this afternoon. It seems to be going well. A fund of 1 million has been allocated for operations, instructing the staff to sign all those individuals you selected within a month. If they fail to accomplish this task, the entire staff will be replaced." Secretary Han felt a sense of admiration for the young lady's decisiveness. Professor Li smiled mysteriously, waved his hand for Secretary Han to leave, and then picked up the phone to dial. Once connected, he said, "Yi, your cousin is quite formidable." On the other end of the line, Ye Nan inquired curiously, "Oh? In what way is she formidable?" Subsequently, Professor Li conveyed the matters concerning Zhao Linger at the company to Ye Nan. Indeed, she possesses the fundamental qualities of a manager, yet lacks a modicum of experience. However, young Yi, fret not, it is a nascent company. If need be, we can dismiss everyone and hire anew, as there are merely 10 individuals involved. Professor Li does not perceive this as a significant issue. Ye Nan, however, remarked, "You are to provide merely financial support for this company, refraining from extending any assistance, lest the evaluation scores from America diminish." Professor Li nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, There must be a cap on funding, mustn't there? We cannot support her with 100 million and publicly declare it to be valued at over 100 million, can we? A maximum of 10 million will suffice. After all, an entertainment company requires capital, and films necessitate financing. Once the call concluded, Ji Yuqi cast a disapproving glance at Ye Nan. Your cousin is indeed ruthless. Compelling a scholarly young lady to toil for you in managing an entertainment company with an investment of 10 million. Ye Nan merely shrugged. There is no alternative. If she wishes to venture to America, she must achieve results. After all, I cannot shoulder everything alone. Nevertheless, I am quite surprised she opted for an entertainment company. Ji Yuqi nodded in agreement, and both pondered curiously. Unbeknownst to them, an issue had arisen with Uncle Li Yi, and Lu Dazhuang was also in Southern Province assisting in its resolution. Chapter 38. Shushi Store in Southern Province. August in the Southern Province is particularly sweltering. Lu Dazhuang, a robust figure, tends to sweat at the slightest movement. Today, he is at the Shushi branch with Li Yi, the elder brother-in-law of Ji Yuqi, inspecting the renovations. The wooden framework on the wall has collapsed, with a nearby table crushed beneath it. What has transpired? Li Yi feels a throbbing headache. The local representative for the Shushi branch, a distant relative of Zhao Min, timidly replies, I do not know. It simply collapsed at noon and injured 4 people, all of whom have been taken to the hospital. Lu Dazhuang, perhaps influenced by Ye Nan, immediately inquires, how are the customers? I have yet to reach the hospital, and I am unaware of the specifics, comes the reply. Lu Dazhuang exclaims, you must go to the hospital at once. We will cover all medical expenses. The safety of the individuals is our foremost concern. Li Yi then realizes the urgency. Yes, go to the hospital, settle the medical fees, and negotiate any compensation. We must prevent them from contacting the authorities. Otherwise, the branch could face closure. At this moment, Zhao Min's distant relative becomes anxious and promptly heads to the hospital with a store employee, taking all the day's earnings with him. Uncle Li, I will call Brother Yi to inform him about this situation. We need to notify him for the sake of reconciling accounts. Li Yi nods in agreement. You go ahead and inform Ye Nan. I will seek out the renovation team. How could this happen? A wooden frame collapsing could lead to fatalities. We all suffer in such cases. The two part ways outside the store. Lu Dazhuang finds a phone, and upon connecting, he speaks, Brother Yi? Ah, Dazhuang, what is it? Has something happened? Ye Nan, who had been contemplating Zhao Linger's decision, answers the call. Lu Dazhuang briefly explains the situation at Shushi, mentioning the local representative's connection to Zhao Min and the decision not to report the incident to the authorities. Ye Nan's frown deepens with each revelation. Was there no inspection of the project as progress? I did not delve into details. When the incident occurred, Uncle Li and I rushed over, instructing the local representative to take the earnings to the hospital for compensation. You have acted wisely, regardless of the cost. We must ensure no lives are lost. As for the renovation team, it seems they will be untraceable. Simply find another team to handle the renovations and submit the expenses. Furthermore, inform all local representatives to rigorously check safety issues. The incident at Shushi should serve as a warning. If a similar occurrence transpires after our caution, the local representative shall bear full responsibility. Ye Nan issues a series of directives. After hanging up, Ji Yuqi furrows his brow. What do you mean by ensuring no lives are lost? Is there an issue with the elder brother-in-law's side? Ye Nan clarifies, at the Shushi branch, the wooden framework collapsed, likely due to inadequate securing during initial construction. And how are the customers? Unknown. They have already been taken to the hospital, and the local representative has accompanied them. Ye Nan sighs. This is the consequence of lacking training. In the future, all local representatives must undergo training. They did not even check the most basic safety measures. Additionally, we must inform other provinces. Having opened over 30 stores at once, those representatives lack experience, and any incident could escalate dramatically. Subsequently, he made a series of calls to the provinces of Bei, Chuan, Jiang, and Zhe, urging their representatives to oversee and inspect safety and quality measures. He recounted the grave incident that had transpired in the southern province, emphasizing that some matters cannot simply be resolved with money. In Sha City of the southern province, Lu Dazhuang paid 2 yuan for the phone call and promptly took a taxi to the hospital. In this era, a phone call should typically cost 1 yuan. However, due to the extended duration of Lu Dazhuang's report, the amount doubled. When Lu Dazhuang arrived at the hospital, he found the Sha City representative waiting outside the emergency room. What is the update? He inquired. The other 3 individuals were stable, yet one had a nail embedded in his back, and was currently undergoing surgery to remove it. Have the family members been notified? Lu Dazhuang glanced around but saw no relatives. They have been informed. The families of the other three are over there providing support. And the family of the one undergoing surgery is en route, came the reply. At that moment, a burly man entered. Which scoundrel brought my son to the hospital? Lu Dazhuang's heart sank. He hoped this ruffian was not a relative of the patient within, as that could lead to trouble. The Sha City representative approached directly. Are you a relative of Hida? The man glared fiercely. Yes, and who are you? Lu Dazhuang felt a wave of dread wash over him. The Sha City representative recounted the events from noon. Rest assured, our establishment will provide compensation. Once your son is out, we can discuss it further. Upon hearing the word compensation, the burly man nodded, yet his eyes gleamed with an insatiable hunger for money, as if he feared the representative might flee. Soon, a doctor emerged. Family of Hida? The burly man stepped forward. I am. Lu Dazhuang and the Sha City representative followed suit. There's no serious issue. The nail wasn't deeply embedded, just punctured the flesh. A bit of rest will suffice, the doctor stated before departing. Soon after, a hospital bed was wheeled out, upon which lay a student resembling the burly man, his complexion ashen. Once the ward arrangements were completed, the families of the four individuals surrounded the Sha City representative, pressing in tightly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to compensation. But how can we discuss this with you surrounding us like this? The Sha City representative stammered. The employees of the establishment hesitated to intervene, fearing they might be met with hostility. The father of Hida, the burly man, bellowed, You speak of compensation. How much will it be? Indeed. Our son is in the hospital now. What will you compensate us? They echoed. We need to care for them, and it's challenging to work under these circumstances. How much will you provide? Clearly, they were implying that their parents' wages should also be compensated. Lu Dazhuang observed the chaotic scene in the corridor, where a dozen individuals surrounded the Sha City representative, preventing him from speaking. He stepped forward and shouted, You demand compensation yet silence others. Is that useful? The crowd paused, pondering who he was. However, the majority of them were reasonable and began to disperse. The Sha City representative cast a grateful glance at Lu Dazhuang. Our establishment is not unwilling to compensate. In addition to the medical expenses, we will provide an additional 100 yuan for nutritional support, Lu Dazhuang proposed. The father of Hida was displeased. My son has suffered an injury. How can that be equated to others? Everyone is dissatisfied with the compensation of 100 yuan. It truly is a time for extortion, and how can we let these individual proprietors escape unscathed? The representative from Shushi stated, 100 yuan is quite substantial. It amounts to 2 months' wages. Do not be greedy. We have already covered the medical expenses and provided an additional 100 yuan for nutritional support. What more do you desire? Instantly, someone erupted, What more? If you refuse to compensate, do not expect to continue operating your business. At this moment, Lu Dazhuang, feeling a cold sweat bead on his forehead, anxiously inquired, How much compensation do you seek? This was Ye Nan's first assignment, and he was determined not to falter. If the shop in Shushi could not open, it would be disastrous. Hida's father retreated behind, observing how much compensation they would demand, preparing to request double. One woman stepped forward, declaring, We require 500. We do not concern ourselves with others. The representative from Shushi was taken aback. 500 was nearly equivalent to a year's wages for others. One man interjected, I have heard they earn several thousand a day. If it's not 500, they shouldn't operate. Indeed, 500. If it's not 500, do not expect to open your shop. The representative from Shushi was at a loss, casting a questioning glance at Lu Dazhuang. The latter whispered in the representative's ear, I will make a phone call to inquire. You hold them off for now. 10 minutes later, Lu Dazhuang was on the phone with Ye Nan, discussing the extent of each person's injuries. Brother Yi, they are each demanding 500 in compensation. We cannot make that decision. Ye Nan pondered, and Lu Dazhuang called out, Brother Yi? Yes, I am listening. If they insist on 500, surely someone will demand 1,000. Just call the police. If they enjoy extorting, let the authorities resolve it. If the police procure 500 for them, we will hire the best lawyer with that amount and sue both the police and those family members. We cannot allow them to think our gouet snacks can be easily bullied. 500 yuan could initially sustain a year's salary. A worker earns 50 or 60, and in big cities, 70 or 80. Demanding 500 for such minor injuries is clearly extortion. The case of the nail injury may warrant 500, but the others, who merely sustain minor bruises, cannot treat Ye Nan like an ATM, he certainly would not acquiesce. When Lu Dazhuang returned to the hospital, he was accompanied by police officers. While the family members stood in silence, a police officer inquired, "What is the situation? Who will clarify?" The representative from Shushi stepped forward and explained everything. "Officer, here is the situation. They are extorting us, demanding 500 from each person." Among the family members, one bold individual spoke up. "Officer, shouldn't there be compensation? An incident occurred in their shop. Can it just be dismissed like that?" The officer frowned at the individual, who said it can be dismissed. "They have compensated for medical expenses and provided you with 100 yuan for nutritional support. How is 100 insufficient for a minor bruise? 2 months' wages. Is that not adequate?" Everyone fell silent, believing even 5,000 would be insufficient. When it comes to slaughtering a pig, they are determined to extract every last drop. The officer displayed a commendable sense of justice, elucidating that compensation must be fair and reasonable, cautioning against excessive demands, which would transform it from compensation into extortion. The gravity of such actions left a dozen individuals startled, fearing repercussions despite not having received any compensation. Subsequently, under the officer's mediation, both parties reached an amicable resolution. The snack shop would cover all medical expenses along with an additional 100 yuan for nutritional support. The family provided a letter of understanding, duly signed. Lu Dazhuang reflected on the efficacy of Brother Ye's method, which had facilitated a smooth resolution. However, when it came to Hida's father, discontent arose. "My son has suffered a puncture wound. How can 100 yuan suffice to sustain him for a month, consuming chicken soup and meat daily? 100 is hardly enough. Do not take advantage of my ignorance of the law." The officer fell silent, recognizing that a higher compensation was indeed warranted given the severity of the injury. The representative from Shushi glanced at Lu Dazhuang, who subtly nodded in agreement. "Let us propose 300 in compensation. Does that seem acceptable?" The burly man shook his head resolutely. "It must be at least 500. Allow me to break it down for you. A chicken costs around 3 to 4 yuan, heavier ones 5 to 6. A chicken every 3 days amounts to a monthly cost. Pork is needed daily, totaling around 60 to 70 yuan for a month, with chicken adding another 50 to 60. Altogether, that exceeds 100 yuan. Moreover, fruits must be purchased. With a wound inflicted, the vitality must have been compromised. It is worth at least 500. Indeed, in the early 1980s, chicken typically cost 1 to 2 yuan per gene, while pork hovered around 90 cents to 1 yuan. His calculations were impressive, earning the silent admiration of the police. After considerable discussion, lasting over half an hour, the man proved to be quite articulate, substantiating his claims with reason. Though it appeared he was merely seeking money, he was, in essence, a devoted father. Ultimately, the Shushi representative had no choice but to agree to the compensation. Upon returning to the shop with 4 copies of the letter of understanding, Uncle Li had already enlisted a new contractor. "Is everything resolved?" he inquired of the Shushi representative, who nodded in affirmation. "All matters have been settled. Medical expenses totaled over 200, and compensation amounted to 800. Li frowned. "Why is the compensation so high? Was anyone severely injured?" One individual sustained a puncture wound on his back. Fortunately, the nail did not penetrate deeply. "But his father is quite formidable," Lu Dazhuang clarified. The Shushi representative nodded. "We persuaded the police, resulting in a 500 yuan compensation." In the end, Li accepted the situation, feeling remorseful for the treatment bestowed upon Ye Nan Fong, realizing that such minor issues had not been handled properly. Lu Dazhuang remarked, "Uncle Li, Brother Yi has requested that you notify all city representatives in Nan province to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. Should they arise again, the representatives will be held accountable for both responsibility and compensation." Li assented. "I will inform them shortly. I have found a contractor, but I need to oversee the work. There is no need to replace the materials. A little supplementation will suffice, and we can utilize the original materials to save costs." Lu Dazhuang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that after having disbursed over 1,000 yuan, it was prudent to exercise caution. Due to this matter, representatives from all cities across 5 provinces have commenced a thorough examination of various safety concerns, particularly regarding structural integrity. Additionally, sanitation has become a focal point. Ye Nan's initial design embraced minimalism, a style that significantly deters rodent infestations. In the realm of dining, the presence of mice is a paramount fear, and his design ensures that the establishment is devoid of any blind spots. Even the bar counter is suspended, supported by 4 corners, elevated several centimeters above the ground. Mice are particularly drawn to peanuts and sunflower seeds. Thus, the designated storage area for these items is situated several centimeters above the floor. Consequently, should a mouse venture inside, it would be readily visible. This innovative design has ensured that none of the 50-plus branches of Jiuwei snacks have encountered rodent issues. That evening, Lu Dazhuang reported back to Ye Nan, "Brother Yi, it's resolved. The medical expenses amount to over 200 and the compensation totals 800. Ye Nan responded with a smile, "Well done. How are things arranged in the southern province?" Lu Dazhuang replied, "Uncle Li has managed everything well. Nearly all the stores have reopened, and 2 of them are performing exceptionally." Ye Nan then instructed, "Very well. Make your way to the northern province and expedite the establishment of all 33 stores." Lu Dazhuang assured him, "Rest easy, Brother Yi. I will set off for the northern province tomorrow." After hanging up, Ye Nan noticed Ji Yuqi and Li Qianwen stretching their necks in anticipation of his reply. Upon hearing that her brother's store had encountered difficulties, Li Qianwen rushed to inquire with Ye Nan. "No worries, it's been resolved. We merely had to compensate a small sum. In a few days, normal operations will resume." Observing the relief wash over the mother and daughter, he continued, "The stores in the southern province have all reopened, and Dazhuang mentioned that 2 of them are performing quite well." This news elicited joyful smiles from Ji Yuqi and Li Qianwen. Chapter 39. Crawfish. At this moment, Ji Yuqi exclaimed, "I crave seafood." This unexpected declaration left Ye Nan and Li Qianwen momentarily taken aback. What prompted such a sudden desire for seafood? "Auntie, is it safe to eat seafood during pregnancy?" Li Qianwen inquired. She nodded. "A little is permissible, but where can we buy seafood at this hour?" This prompted Ye Nan to recall his thoughts. Seafood, lobsters, crawfish. He slapped himself on the forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget about crawfish? It's already August. They should have been available since June. Now there's only a 2-month window left." His sudden outburst startled Ji Yuqi and Li Qianwen. "If you can't have it, then just accept it. Why hit yourself?" Ji Yuqi pouted. Ye Nan waved his hands in protest. No, that's not the point. I just remembered a delicacy that can only be prepared between June and September. How did I overlook it?" Ji Yuqi gazed at him quizzically, pondering the truth of his words. Ye Nan promptly rose to his feet, declaring, "I will gather the ingredients. You both stay here and inform Grandpa Ji to come for dinner." With that, he dashed out of the shop and sped toward the outskirts. After more than half an hour, he arrived at a village in the suburbs. Ye Nan's vehicle meandered through the area, circling several times before spotting a small creek. He exited the car and strolled along the creek, soon discovering a tributary by the fields. An elderly man with white hair observed Ye Nan sneaking along the creek, seemingly searching for something. The old man pondered. Could he be that tomb raider from the television show next door? Hangzhou was once a capital, so it wouldn't be surprising to find ancient tombs nearby. The old man followed discreetly until Ye Nan beamed with delight, removed his shoes, and rolled up his trousers, preparing to wade into the water. The elder called out, "What are you doing?" The sudden shout startled Ye Nan to his core, nearly causing him to lose his composure. In a quiet area where he had been focused on his task, such an interruption was jarring. Turning to face the old man, he exclaimed, "Grandpa, your timing is perfect." The elder frowned, suspecting, "Does this young man intend for me to assist in grave robbing? That won't do. I am a good citizen and cannot engage in wrongdoing. Stay still and tell me what you are doing here." The elder had already resolved not to believe whatever this individual might say. Ye Nan replied with a smile, "Good sir, do you have a net? A cage would suffice as well." This perplexed the elder. "A cage? A net? To catch fish? What do you need those for?" "To retrieve something, of course. Why else would I be by the creek?" Ye Nan's reasoning began to sway the elder's skepticism. As the elder remained stationary, Ye Nan produced a coin, saying, "If you lend me the net or cage, this coin is yours." The old man felt tempted. Mulling over the thought, a cage cannot be used for tomb raiding. Lending it to him poses no danger. "Very well, I shall fetch it for you." Ye Nan added, "Grandpa, I need as many as you have. The whole villages would be ideal." The elder, about to turn away, nearly stumbled into the field upon hearing this. However, having heard that there was money to be made, he refrained from complaining and casually remarked before hastening home. In less than 10 minutes, Ye Nan observed a dozen individuals rushing towards him. Well, it seemed he wouldn't need to enter the water after all. Upon their arrival at the stream's edge, Ye Nan spoke up. "Who among you can wade in and catch those shrimp? It's 20 cents per pound, but only the large ones, not the small." With that, he produced 10 yuan and placed it on a nearby stone. The villagers were taken aback. Is it truly 20 cents per pound? Ye Nan nodded, gesturing towards the 10 yuan resting on the stone. This announcement ignited a frenzy. All at once, a dozen people surged towards the stream, nets in hand, eager to catch shrimp. An elderly man frowned, sensing he had been deceived. Young man, this isn't right. You asked for nets, didn't you? Ye Nan replied. If you say 20 cents per pound, and he catches 6 pounds, that amounts to 1 yuan, while the net only cost 1 yuan. Who stands to lose? The old man soon grasped the logic and, clutching his basket, entered the water himself. A cacophony ensued as a group of men instructed their sons or sent friends to fetch buckets. In less than half an hour, 30 or so people were in the stream, while women on the banks directed their husbands to catch shrimp. Hey ladies, keep it down. If you're so capable, why not catch them yourself? Some assertive women plunged into the water, kicking their husbands. If you can't do it at night, then you certainly can't catch shrimp during the day. I'll handle it myself. This provoked hearty laughter from everyone, leaving the embarrassed men red-faced and speechless. Shortly thereafter, a woman approached Ye Nan, carrying a large bucket of shrimp her husband had caught. Comrade, can we sell these to you right away? With this, all eyes turned to Ye Nan, eager to see if he would accept. He nodded. Sister, that is fine, but I haven't got a scale. Is there anyone in the village who could lend me one? The village chief has one. I'll go borrow it, said a bare-chested man as he dashed back to the village. Soon, he returned with an ancient hand scale, the kind typically lifted by 2 people, usually used during grain collection in the village. The stream was overflowing with shrimp, and one individual approached with a bucket, ready to transact. Ye Nan, true to his word, checked the contents with a stick, agreeing to buy all that were of sufficient size. Does your village have a vehicle? Who can help me arrange transportation to Hangzhou? At that moment, the village chief chimed in. We have a tractor in the village, a communal asset. It'll only cost 5 yuan to help you transport it to Hangzhou. Ye Nan nodded. Very well, please bring it over and load all these shrimp onto the vehicle. It will save us from having to move them again later. After more than 2 hours of catching, Ye Nan noticed that night had fallen, with only a faint glimmer of light remaining. Everyone, I will buy tomorrow. Let us not continue now. It's dark, so go home for dinner. I'll need more tomorrow, and you can have the village chief transport it to Hangzhou directly. As long as they're all this size, I will take them all. Village chief, you can drive the tractor behind me and deliver to this address tomorrow. With that, the final batch of shrimp was loaded onto the truck, and the activity ceased. The villagers began to speculate. What does he need this for? There is no meat in it. Who knows? Perhaps it serves a different purpose. The price has dropped to 20 cents per pound, which is profitable enough. You women should refrain from speaking too much. Ye Nan, unfazed by the remarks, mused that if everyone understood a person's endeavors, that individual would undoubtedly not achieve prosperity. Approaching an Audi 100, he opened the door, causing the villagers and the village chief to widen their eyes in astonishment. This was a significant entrepreneur, and the vehicle must be worth hundreds of thousands. Ye Nan parked beside the village chief's tractor and said, "Follow me. I shall drive slowly." It took a full hour to arrive at the store's entrance. Observing the employees busily engaged, he handed the village chief and the driver 10 yuan, instructing them to move the items to the store's backyard. He needed several basins for the lobsters, and since he lacked proper containers, he borrowed them from the villagers, assuring the village chief he could return them once they were delivered. Ye Nan traversed the street, directly purchasing 5 or 6 oversized metal basins with cash. Upon reaching the backyard, he found Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, Li Qianwen, Ji Yuqi, and Yue waiting for him, their expressions somewhat grim. With a grin, he directed the village chief and the driver to pour the contents into the large basins. When Ji Yuqi and Fong Lan spotted the small lobsters, they were astonished. Isn't this a crayfish? They recognized it, recalling that someone had mentioned these creatures were brought over from the Sun Country, notorious for damaging crops. Ye Nan chuckled. Indeed, it is crayfish, also known as small lobsters. After the village chief emptied over 300 pounds into the basin, he remarked, "That's all for today. We shall return tomorrow." "Excellent. You may collect more. You can even gather from the neighboring village. I will purchase them all at 20 cents, while you can sell them for a higher price." Ye Nan added. The village chief's eyes sparkled with the prospect of fortune. Grateful, he and the driver hastily departed, as if fearing they would miss out on the opportunity. However, Ji Yuqi inquired, "What do you intend to do with these?" Fong Lan echoed, "This stuff isn't edible. It has a strange taste and lacks meat." Ji Yuqi frowned at the mention of the odd flavor. Ye Nan waved his hand, clarifying, the strange taste is due to improper cleaning. I assure you, this venture will surpass the profits of selling sunflower seeds, with even greater returns. I acquire them for 20 cents and can sell them for 1 or 150. The group stared in disbelief. Is that true? Without further ado, he fetched a basin and a toothbrush, commencing the cleaning of the lobsters, scrubbing away the mud and impurities. He then clipped a portion of the lobsters' heads and called out, Xiao Lu, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu promptly rushed to the backyard. Boss, what is it? Head to the dining hall and fetch green chilies, red chilies, cucumbers, cilantro, ginger, and garlic. Also, check if my aunt and my younger aunt are around. Invite them over for a grand meal. Although Xiao Lu was puzzled, he hurried off to notify the flavor shop and then the dining hall, while also gathering the lobster seasonings. Observing Ye Nan's actions, Fong Lan and Li Qianwen began to clean the lobsters as well. After half an hour, the three were somewhat exhausted but had managed to clean around 20 pounds of lobsters. Wait for me. I shall prepare a feast for you all. With a mere 20 minutes of effort, a large ceramic bowl brimming with lobster emerges from the kitchen. As I opened the kitchen door, the enticing aroma wafted out, drawing the attention of Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, Li Qianwen, Ji Yuqi, and both aunts. Ji Yuqi swallowed hard, exclaiming how delightful it smelled. As Ye Nan placed the ceramic bowl upon the table, everyone craned their necks in anticipation, marveling at the appetizing sight before them. Ji Yuqi inhaled deeply, noting the pleasant fragrance, complemented by a vibrant array of red and green hues. Ye Nan gestured for attention and began to demonstrate the proper way to enjoy the lobster. First, detach the head from the body, then peel away the shell, and finally extract the delicate meat from within. He dipped a piece into the sauce and savored it, his expression reflecting pure bliss. Ignoring his instructions, everyone eagerly grabbed a lobster, their movements synchronized, eyes widening as they took their first bites. Fong Lan remarked, "This doesn't taste like what I remember from before." Ye Nan chuckled, "It's because they weren't cleaned properly. They carry the earthy taste of their habitat. The best way to prepare them is to soak them in water for a day, then clean and stir-fry them." Ye Nan continued his explanation, but no one paid heed, engrossed in their meal, exchanging muffled sounds of delight. Particularly, little Yi Wei seemed to be having fun, half-heartedly helping with the cleaning, only to be whisked away by Ji Yuqi. After half an hour, over 20 pounds of lobster had been devoured by the 6 adults and 1 child, leaving them pleasantly full. Ye Nan, with a silent smile, continued to wash the remaining lobsters. One aunt remarked, "Everyone is full. Why are you still washing? Didn't we agree to soak them for a day and clean them tomorrow?" Those outside who caught a whiff of the aroma are too distracted to work. We must let them have a taste. The others glanced towards the shop, where passers-by peered into the backyard, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. The aunts, along with Fong Lan and Li Qianwen, assisted in the cleaning, while the little girl attempted to help, only to be led away by Ji Yuqi, who understood that her efforts were more about playing with water than cleaning lobsters. 20 minutes later, 20 pounds of lobster were brought into the shop. Ye Nan observed the bustling crowd and proposed a tasting of this new variety, yet to be officially launched, distributing half a pound to each table. He quietly instructed Xiao Lu to reserve a few pounds for themselves to sample. Once the tasks were assigned, Ye Nan sat in the backyard with his aunts, discussing the profit margins of the lobsters. Just then, the shop erupted with praises of the food. "So delicious. Will there be more tomorrow? It's absolutely delightful." Laughter echoed in the backyard as everyone exchanged glances, realizing that if they didn't launch the product tomorrow, the shop might be overwhelmed by eager patrons. Ye Nan shook his head. "The preparation isn't difficult. We need to stock up significantly and secure all the lobsters around Hangzhou." One aunt frowned. "How much will that cost?" Ye Nan replied with a grin. "Aunt, they're only 20 cents per pound. We can stock up on 30 to 40 million pounds." They all contemplated the staggering numbers, acknowledging that securing even 300 to 400,000 pounds would be an ambitious endeavor. "Tomorrow, we must set out to gather lobsters. In 2 months, they will be unavailable." Ji Yuqi interjected, "Indeed, this creature hibernates, unseen by the heavens." The elder aunt, constrained by time, ceased her persuasion. "You and your husband should collect around Hangzhou City, specifically renting a vehicle to traverse the entire city. As for you, elder aunt, head to Daxian to collect. Quantity matters, but size is paramount. Your third uncle is still with you, correct? Have him go to Jin City and Wu City for gathering." The third uncle had come to his senses, realizing that Ye Nan was willing to grant him another chance. Otherwise, Raising 3 children in Hangzhou would prove exceedingly challenging. At this moment, Li Qianwen spoke up. I also have time. Where shall I go to collect? Ye Nan glanced at Ji Yuqi and Ji Yuqi, both of whom nodded in agreement. They would rent a vehicle and traverse the rural areas from Hangzhou to Shanghai. Tomorrow, I will prepare large containers and bring them to the restaurant kitchen for the chefs to utilize. Each restaurant in Hangzhou will send a chef specifically to stir-fry the crayfish. Ye Nan held a highly optimistic view of the crayfish market, possessing the broadest sales channels across the nation, excluding state-run enterprises. Even the prospect of millions of pounds of crayfish did not intimidate him. He had also issued an edict to provincial agents in Guang Province, Bei Province, Nan Province, and Chuan Province to comprehensively collect crayfish, regardless of quantity. He would later send them the preparation methods via telegram. Fortunate that telegrams had not yet been replaced in the early 1980s. Observing Ye Nan busily making calls and dispatching orders, Ji Yuqi felt a swell of pride. This was indeed her man, orchestrating the acquisition of a significant portion of the southern crayfish supply. Finally, she attempted to call Professor Li in Hong Kong, but received no answer, resolving to try again the following day. Subsequently, everyone returned home to rest early, while the elder aunt set off to Daxian with the funds, hurrying back through the night. Chapter 40. Earning 2 million the following day. Ye Nan first visited the hospital to deliver food. For over a month now, he had been bringing breakfast every morning, engaging in pleasant conversations with the elderly gentleman. He also took the opportunity to discuss the matter of the lobsters with his second uncle, who glanced at the old man, suppressing the urge to return and assist. Xiaonan, Xiaotai should have finished his exams by now. I instructed him to tidy up his belongings at home. This year, he won't be returning for the new year, so they shouldn't be left to gather dust. Yes, I've asked my eldest aunt to bring him to Hangzhou. By the way, has your school been arranged, second uncle? His second uncle nodded. It has been arranged. He can go directly there when school starts in September, along with your third uncle's children. After a brief conversation, Ye Nan returned to the restaurant to inform Professor Li before addressing the lobster situation. He moved all the lobsters from the previous night to the spacious backyard of the restaurant, which was large enough to accommodate 3 shops. The 6 chefs at the restaurant were learning how to clean the lobsters under Ye Nan's guidance. However, they expressed considerable discontent as they were unaccustomed to washing anything. Ye Nan quickly intervened, stating, everyone who comes here to help will receive triple wages. Instantly, the 6 chefs became industrious. Ji Yuqi, Feng Lan, and Ji Yuqi, who were watching nearby, nodded in agreement. This method of motivation was indeed effective. During the day, Yi Qian would occasionally come by to take care of Yi Wei, and she was also present at that moment. Yi Yongping, Yi Yongsheng, and Yi Yongshi had gone to the suburbs to assist their second aunt, leaving only the 3 sons to accompany the transport. Early in the morning, the third uncle, eldest aunt, and youngest aunt, along with Li Qianwen, set out to gather lobsters. They managed to collect over 300 pounds of lobsters in half a day. At this time, the sound of a tractor could be heard approaching the entrance. An elderly man entered. Village chief? Indeed, it was the same village chief from the previous day. Just as they ran out of stock, the village chief smiled. We've brought a batch over. It's too much. We expect to deliver 2 more loads this afternoon. We made arrangements yesterday with 7 or 8 neighboring villages to catch them, and 1 tractor isn't enough. We had to borrow 2 additional ones. Ye Nan accompanied the 6 chefs outside, and to their astonishment, 3 tractors were filled to the brim. How many pounds is this? Ye Nan inquired. The village chief chuckled. The barrels are limited. There are over 5,000 pounds. They take up too much space. Otherwise, we could have transported at least 5,000 pounds in one vehicle. Ye Nan observed that the lobsters would perish if they were out of water for too long, and if they died, their flavor would deteriorate. Since the tractor lacked the water tank necessary for fish transport, they could only proceed as they were. After weighing and settling the accounts, they promptly began moving the lobsters to the backyard. The staff from the main restaurant started to come out to assist, and several customers and neighboring shop owners joined in to help. Bossy, what are you doing with these? One asked. Aren't these lobsters? Can they be eaten? Ye Nan replied with a smile. Yes, they can be eaten. I'm currently buying them at 20 cents per pound. If you have any, feel free to bring them over. I'll buy them all. Upon hearing this, everyone was excited. 20 cents per pound for wild lobsters was an incredible opportunity for easy profit. After finishing their assistance, they hurried off to procure lobsters, some riding their bicycles, while others hailed taxis to head to the countryside in search of more lobsters. In just a single day, The majority of villages in the south learned of a collector for crayfish. Notably, some village heads directly leveraged connections to identify who was gathering crayfish, all in an effort to enhance the living standards of the villagers. Soon, journalists from Guang Province, Sichuan, Nen Province, Bei Province, Zhejiang Province, and Hong Kong Island began to interview locals about the crayfish. Some reporters spent the entire afternoon trailing the shipments, only to discover that Jiuwei Snack was the one collecting the crayfish. Meanwhile, the Zhejiang journalist found that the collection was taking place at a local restaurant. As evening approached, noticing that the 6 chefs were visibly fatigued, Ye Nan instructed that all employees at the restaurant be notified to work overtime, offering triple wages to be paid on the same day. Consequently, all 50 individuals from 6 establishments came to assist. The demand was high, as the village head made 3 trips throughout the day, delivering over 10,000 pounds by 6 o'clock. It was rumored that more would arrive the following day, with relatives such as aunts, uncles, and cousins still absent. By 8 o'clock, those who had been out began to return, all arriving in Dongfeng vehicles. Moreover, all communications had been effectively relayed. Any available stock would be sent directly to Hangzhou City, with transportation costs covered at 20 cents per pound. Thus, the line from Shanghai to Jin City had been thoroughly notified. Ye Nan announced plans for the next day to cover Ning City, Jia City, Wenzhou City, Huzhou City, and Lishui City. He advised his relatives to rest early, as they had another busy day ahead. By 9 o'clock, he allowed the breakfast crew to take a break. It was only at midnight that everyone finally rested after producing 20,000 pounds of crayfish. In total, they had brought back 150,000 pounds, leaving Ye Nan somewhat overwhelmed, as they were short on manpower and space. Crayfish could not be handled in a single pot. They required washing, ingredient preparation, and cooking supervision. It seemed necessary to recruit help from the university for the cleaning process the following day. The next day, Ye Nan visited the hospital and then went to Zhejiang University to seek assistance. He hired impoverished students at 5 yuan a day to help clean the crayfish. The principal, an old acquaintance, had seen the news that morning about the crayfish collection at the restaurant and was willing to assist the needy students. Although tuition was covered at this time, the stipends were meager, leading many students to rely on family support. Some came from struggling households, often going without vegetables and suffering from poor health. Ultimately, he selected 100 students, ensuring a daily wage of 500 yuan. The collective effort of the students in the backyard of Jiuwei Snack and the restaurant resembled a rural feast from ages past. Today, they received shipments from all directions, totaling over 200,000 pounds. However, only about 50,000 pounds could be stir-fried. The 2,000 pounds prepared yesterday could begin selling the next day without sales. They couldn't sustain operations for more than 3 days. Throughout the evening, Ye Nan tirelessly communicated with the remaining 4 provinces and Hong Kong Island, announcing the commencement of sales. He also conceived the idea of utilizing crayfish tails, which had a longer shelf life. Each province had cold storage facilities, and he planned to rent one to hold the stock. They would need to be reheated daily or directly seasoned with chili oil. By the 3rd day of the crayfish craze, newspapers and television news began to extensively promote Jiuwei Snack. Consequently, the Industry and Commerce Department in Kyoto started to take notice of this establishment, which had spread across 5 provinces. In the office, a middle-aged man with a square face was filled with curiosity regarding the identity of the individual responsible for certain occurrences. It was said that this matter had persisted for over half a year, yet even the Bureau of Industry and Commerce remained oblivious to it. Ultimately, he chose to report the issue, escalating the news to higher authorities while simultaneously embarking on his own investigation. Meanwhile, the sale of crayfish at Jiuwei Snacks ignited a frenzy. With demand far exceeding supply, nearly 50,000 pounds were sold within half a day in Hangzhou alone. The excitement was palpable, and before they could even catch their breath, another wave of eager customers snatched up the crayfish, priced at an astonishing $1.50 per pound, leaving the shelves completely bare. By afternoon, over 70,000 pounds had vanished, with the initial 50,000 pounds prepared that day barely meeting the demand. Observing the bustling scene, many restaurants began to offer 3 or 4 dimes for crayfish, yet the surrounding areas had long exhausted their supplies, resulting in a complete depletion of crayfish within a 100-kilometer radius after just 3 days of transport. Currently, Ye Nan found himself with over 600,000 crayfish yet to be sold, with no space left for storage. On the 3rd night, He directly requested 500 additional personnel from Principal Zhou and arranged to rent the university cafeteria for $1,000 a day, ensuring that students' dining needs were not disrupted while allowing him to utilize the facilities during off hours for frying crayfish. Thus, he secured the cafeteria at a premium price, increasing the daily output by an additional 200,000. As crayfish continued to flow in from more distant locations, Principal Zhou often visited the cafeteria to observe the bustling activity, where 500 individuals sat on the floor, enthusiastically preparing crayfish. Under Ye Nan's lucrative management, the cafeteria chefs readily engaged in frying crayfish. By the 7th day, the stock had dwindled significantly, with only a few thousand pounds remaining, prompting Ye Nan to announce the cessation of crayfish supplies. Ultimately, the cafeteria received $4,000 in rent, and on the same day, Principal Zhou announced an extra meal for students, featuring fried meat. The chefs were pleased, each receiving a $200 bonus, while 100 students earned $50, and 500 students received $40. Although the combined expenses for wages, rent, and transportation over these days amounted to over $50,000. When the final calculations were made, a group gathered in the backyard of Ji Yuqi Snacks. Ye Nan, with 2 sheets of paper and a pen, meticulously calculated the figures. The total came to approximately $850,000 for the crayfish, resulting in a profit of $1.30 per pound. The final profit stood at $110,500, and after deducting various expenses totaling $56,000, the surplus reached $104,900. The key contributors to this success included his aunt, younger aunt, third uncle, Aunt Li, younger uncle, and later, Xiao Tai. Thus, I shall distribute $5,000 to each as a bonus. Oh, please do not decline. After I distribute your shares, I still made 70,000. Ye Nan proclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone relinquished their refusals and gladly accepted. Other provinces were likely still engaged in their battles, and when representatives from those regions arrived, he would also provide them with bonuses of $5,000. Ji Yuqi and Feng Lan nodded in satisfaction at Ye Nan's generosity, acknowledging the difficulty in sharing profits so abundantly. Especially for Li Qianwen, the prospect of effortlessly earning 5,000, along with her brother and younger brother receiving the same amount, brought her joy. Ji Yuqi observed Ye Nan's growing stature from behind, reminiscing about the time they had donned wedding gowns together. What was she thinking? The most exhilarating among them was Uncle Yi Xingmin, who could earn 50,000 simply by running around. Reflecting on his wife's earlier remarks, he felt a rush of embarrassment. Upon witnessing his uncle clutching the 50,000, Ye Nan's eyes brimmed with emotion, and he offered words of comfort. Uncle, work diligently. The future holds greater promise. Uncle Yi raised his gaze to Ye Nan, nodding vigorously in agreement. Both aunt and cousin also consoled Uncle Yi Xingmin. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should head back. Xiao Tai, take the money to second aunt, and be prudent with your spending. Ye Yong Tai chuckled. Rest assured, brother, I'll visit my mother shortly. And inquired, will we still be able to prepare the crayfish? We can do so next year. This year, we'll leave the smaller ones for others to enjoy, came the reply. Everyone nodded in agreement. Having savored the meat, they decided to reserve some broth for others. Ji Yuqi and Feng Lan were even more pleased, their smiles radiating warmth. They believed in sharing rather than monopolizing the feast, for otherwise, it would be an unsightly affair. On Ye Nan's side, laughter and merriment filled the air as they joyfully dispersed. Meanwhile, in the capital, news surfaced regarding the crayfish's explosive popularity. In the office of the General Administration for Industry and Commerce, a middle-aged man with a square face listened attentively to his secretary's report. The crayfish in Hang City has surged in popularity, priced at $1.50 per pound. And the famous snack vendor has sold. The square-faced man glanced at his secretary. How much has been sold? Are you incapable of counting? Approximately 800,000 pounds, the secretary replied. The middle-aged man inhaled sharply, exclaiming, what? 800,000 pounds? Collecting 20 cents, at $1.50 per pound, yields a profit of $1.30. After deducting labor and materials, is there a profit of $1 per pound? The secretary shook his head. I'm unsure. I haven't tried it, nor do I know the required materials. The square-faced man pondered for a moment. What about other provinces? The secretary perused the report in hand. Other provinces don't have as much, but there are still over 300,000 pounds. For provinces combined, yield around 1,300,000 pounds. Thus, if it were one individual, there would be 2,210,000 pounds of goods. with a mere procurement cost of 420,000. The secretary nodded. This profit could reach 2,100,000, the secretary affirmed again. Have you investigated? Is it indeed one individual? The secretary shook his head. Each shop holds a separate business license. They hail from various regions, not from a single locality. The square-faced man frowned, realizing the complexity of the situation. It was not one person reaping such profits. Report this. We cannot manage this matter. In reforming the economy, we cannot begrudge others their success. By the way, look into the possibility of crayfish farming. Since there is demand, let us develop it into an industry. The secretary hesitated. Speak freely. Do not hold back. Sir, crayfish are seasonal and hibernate. They are no longer sold in Hang City. This revelation stunned the square-faced man. Why has Hang City ceased sales? I'm not certain. Many restaurants and markets still offer crayfish, albeit in smaller sizes. With a hearty laugh, the man with the square face remarked, this individual is amusing. He doesn't hoard success for himself. I am certain he is indeed a person. One who manages to earn 2 million in merely 7 days. I wonder how those above will respond. Nonetheless, I find this individual quite likable. If only he were within our system, he could resolve numerous issues. He instructed his secretary to report this information as she exited the office. Picking up a newspaper, he chuckled at the news of the crayfish, exclaiming, how intriguing. It's wise to withdraw before envy arises. Meanwhile, the topic of the crayfish became the talk of the town in Kyoto's elite circles after dinner. Many generals admonished their sons, saying, why don't you learn from them? Look at how they manage the crayfish business. It's thriving, while you merely squander money and trouble your father. Similarly, high-ranking officials chastise their offspring. How did I end up with such a disappointment? Dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. How did I produce this son who digs holes? Can't you learn from others? Consequently, the scions of the affluent and powerful in Kyoto received harsh criticism, which led to a grudge against the popular snack chain. Yet, some of these second-generation heirs recognized an opportunity. If the South was unfeasible, the North still held ample possibilities. Within 3 days, they acquired the production methods, igniting a craze for crayfish across Kyoto, the 3 eastern provinces, and the Northwest. Those who followed suit swiftly amassed considerable wealth, boasting of their newfound affluence upon returning to Kyoto, purchasing cars and luxury brands. Their fathers praised them as promising young men, which incited jealousy among the remaining second-generation heirs, who were scolded for their lack of initiative. It was well known which families were making money and indulging in crayfish while they merely took advantage of their father's official vehicles. Chapter 41. 2 years the following day, Ye Nan received reports from various provinces. Uncle Li exclaimed, Xiaonan, these crayfish are selling like hotcakes. We've sold an impressive 350,000 gene. Ye Nan replied, Uncle, perhaps it would be prudent to let others have a taste. Do not deplete all the profits, lest we encounter complications. Li immediately comprehended the implication, understood. Second Uncle Li Wei chimed in. Xiaonan third Uncle Li Ronghao added. Ye Nan their Uncle Wang Haibao remarked. Xiaonan Wang Jun stated, Brother Nan, in my 5 branches alone, we've sold a staggering 600,000 gene of crayfish. And that doesn't include the deep market. Wang Pengzi's estimate is at least 200,000. 5 branches already. Impressive. However, let us refrain from overindulging in crayfish. We must leave some for others. The newspapers are widely promoting exquisite snacks, and if we exhaust our business, our demise will not be far off. It was utterly unexpected for Kyoto to realize that Guangdong was also engaging in the crayfish trade, albeit with limited outlets. Conversely, sales in Guangdong flourished. Thanks to the region's abundant water resources and Wang Jun's unwavering adherence to Ye Nan's directives. The final call was from Professor Li, who was elated. For he earned 30 for every 100 sold. How could he not be joyful? I never anticipated that this rural delicacy would gain such popularity. We have run out of stock here. Think of a solution. Ye Nan pondered, noting the challenges of sourcing this delicacy on Hong Kong Island, which is surrounded by sea, with few inland streams. I will provide you with 2 contacts. Reach out to them, and we will settle in USD, thus entering the foreign exchange market. Ye Nan planned to share the contact details of Wang Jun and Wang Pengzi with Professor Li, as they were in close proximity. It was evident that the initial decision to venture into Guangdong was astute, and the sooner they facilitated Professor Li, the better. How much per gene? Ye Nan had not yet contemplated this. What is the selling price on Hong Kong Island? Approximately 15 yuan per gene. You are aware of the consumption here. In terms of Huaxia currency, that equates to about 12.9 yuan. After a moment of reflection, Ye Nan stated, for yuan per gene. I will ensure that the mainland supports you with the supply. Professor Li clapped his hands in approval. Excellent, no problem. Ultimately, Ye Nan informed the provinces of Jiangnan, Beibei, Chuanshan, Zhejiang, and Jiangsu to liaise directly with Wangjun in Guangdong and Shenzhen. They would acquire small crayfish at 1 mao per gene and larger ones at 2 mao, with all sales directed towards Hong Kong Island, generating USD profits. The mention of earning in USD thrilled everyone. From that point on, Ye Nan relinquished control over the crayfish venture, entrusting it to Wangjun. Yi Qian accompanied Yi Wei downstairs. Ye Nan had decreed that Yi Wei could watch television for 2 hours daily, no more. The young girl sometimes reminded Yi Qian when their time was up, while Yi Qian herself became engrossed in the shows. Ji Yuqi's belly had grown considerably. She was nearing 8 months. Walking required her to lean back, and prolonged sitting caused her discomfort. Every day, Li Qianwen would massage her back, sometimes to the point of tears, as she scolded Ye Nan. You scoundrel, you wretched man. It hurts so much, Mom, it hurts. Moreover, her feet began to swell, a common affliction for those carrying multiples. However, a week later, in Kyoto, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Central Bank received astonishing news. Guangzhou had received $1 million in foreign exchange. The director of the General Administration of Industry and Commerce, with a square face, chuckled to his secretary. Ha ha, this little crayfish can generate foreign exchange too. Ha ha ha. The secretary responded with a smile. The seller in Guangzhou is quite clever, opting for US dollars instead of Hong Kong dollars. Have you investigated? Who is this person? Yes, according to the information from the central bank, his name is Wangjun. Wangjun? What kind of establishment does he own? At this point, the secretary hesitated. The square-faced director's demeanor darkened. Speak up. Why are you stammering? What is there that you cannot say? It's called Juwei Snacks. The pen in the director's hand clattered onto the table. How many times has this been this month? Twice in the newspapers, and now I hear about Juwei Snacks again? Both men sensed that this Juwei Snacks was quite remarkable. How much do the sold crayfish cost per pound? The secretary flipped through the documents. For Hong Kong dollars per pound. The director's mouth dropped open in disbelief. It is understandable why he was so astonished. Currently, in mainland China, a pound of meat costs less than 1 yuan, yet crayfish, which are devoid of meat, are priced at 4 Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to less than 3.5 yuan, making them 3.5 times more expensive than meat. The priciest beef is just over 2 Hong Kong dollars per pound. This crayfish is extraordinary. How much do they sell for in Hong Kong? Which restaurant is purchasing them? The secretary examined the data. In Hong Kong, they seem to sell for 15 per pound. It is not a restaurant that is buying them. It is a company called Nanki Group. Nanki Group was established in April of this year, and in nearly 4 months, its registered capital of 1 million Hong Kong dollars has grown to a market value exceeding 50 million, with interests spanning various industries, particularly maritime affairs. The secretary, having grasped the situation, readily shared the company information without needing to be prompted by his superior. The square-faced director nodded appreciatively. Quite impressive. No wonder they quickly learned of the burgeoning demand for inland crayfish. Their assets have multiplied 50 times in 4 months. What is their most profitable venture? The secretary flipped through the pages. The most lucrative is billiards. Billiards? The director's face was a portrait of confusion. You mean just a stick poking at balls? The secretary replied. Yes, the billiards business flourishes across Hong Kong, and it even exports to countries such as Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, and India. Is there truly such a substantial interest in this pastime? Their business model is rather unique. They collaborate with local associations, providing billiard tables while the associations handle management. Their prices are substantially lower than other establishments. In a billiard hall, the cost is around $40 to $50 per hour. On the streets, similar tables charge merely $8 per hour or $1 per game, and they even host competitions with a prize pool of 500,000. Attracting many individuals willing to pay to participate. As someone from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the director might not have conceived of such tactics, yet upon hearing them, he quickly understood who was the owner of the company. The secretary flipped through the documents again, falling silent. What has happened to you lately? Are you gradually losing your ability to speak? The square-faced director was quite displeased with the secretary's demeanor. Li Taihe, a former professor from the finance department of Zhejiang University, stood up with a spring-like vigor, his square face betraying his anger. Is he now a Hong Kong citizen? He inquired. Indeed, this is a brain drain. A significant loss of talent. In just 4 months, it has multiplied 50-fold. His expression was one of deep frustration. His secretary, possessing a rudimentary understanding of the situation, responded. It's unavoidable. The mainland does not permit the establishment of private enterprises. One must be affiliated with state-owned entities. Many flourishing businesses ultimately fall prey to these state-run institutions, leaving no one content with such circumstances. The loss of talent is, regrettably, quite normal. Li nodded in agreement. Yes, let us hope for swifter economic reforms. Meanwhile, in a conference room, the highest echelons of Huaxia's leadership convened, where all national policies were disseminated. An elderly man, seated in the center, posed a question. Have you all been following the news recently? This man, whose appearance was both ordinary and remarkable, bore single eyelids, faint eyebrows, and prominent cheekbones. Another individual interjected. Are you referring to the crayfish? Others nodded in agreement, lamenting their own descendants' lack of ambition. Indeed, our younger generations can be quite exasperating, they concurred. The elderly man shook his head. No, that is not the case. Upon hearing this, everyone else also shook their heads in confusion. Well, it hasn't made the papers. So you wouldn't have seen it, but it's major news in Guangzhou. Leader, please enlighten us. What news has piqued our curiosity? The elder lit a cigarette, chuckling. The crayfish trade has yielded $1 million US dollars. What? The circle of 7 or 8 individuals were astonished. The elder, shaking off the ash from his cigarette with calmness, remarked, You might not have anticipated it, nor did I, that free crayfish could exchange for such substantial foreign currency. At that moment, the elder's secretary entered with a dossier, detailing Professor Li's information. Upon reviewing the documents, the elder's countenance darkened, and he inquired, Have you verified this? The secretary nodded affirmatively. The elder slammed the dossier onto the table, declaring, in 4 months, his assets have multiplied 50 times. This signifies a substantial loss of talent. The secretary remained silent, and the assembled elders wore expressions of bewilderment. What does the Bureau of Industry and Commerce say? Has the Education Bureau been consulted? The Bureau of Industry and Commerce attributed the issue to policy shortcomings. In the past 2 years, corruption and mergers among state-owned enterprises have become rampant. Moreover, the prohibition of private enterprises without affiliation to state entities has led to speculation and illicit trade, thus compelling individuals to align with state-owned firms. Once success is achieved, the state-owned enterprises often expel these individuals, resulting in widespread reluctance to engage in business with them. While this perspective may be somewhat one-sided and based on isolated incidents, it is precisely these singular cases that have fostered a detrimental impact, prompting leaders to resolve to rectify the situation. The elder surveyed the room. You see, the general populace is aware of matters that we are not. Subsequently, he distributed the dossier for everyone to peruse. This individual established a company in Hong Kong 4 months ago with 1 million Hong Kong dollars. And his assets have since multiplied 50-fold, primarily through exporting billiard supplies to 5 countries. This is a clear indication of our talent drainage. The elder expressed his deep sorrow. At this juncture, the information from the Education Bureau was also delivered. The elderly gentleman glanced at it before passing it around. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone recognize this exquisite delicacy? The crowd shook their heads until one person spoke up. This delicacy has made headlines several times in the past 6 months. This prompted a collective recollection. Oh, it's the one associated with cracking down on organized crime, right? The one with crayfish? The elderly man chuckled softly. It's not particularly unique. Rather, the proprietor is quite astute, with franchises across 6 provinces and 57 cities. Everyone was taken aback. So many? Recently, the Bureau of Industry and Commerce had provided me with the data, 57 establishments, each with a different legal representative. This owner is indeed quite interesting. The group fell silent. Could one accuse him of illegal activities? No, but could one claim he was innocent? Yet, the establishment of personal enterprises is prohibited. What does that mean? The elder lit another cigarette. He has cleverly exploited a loophole. Although it does not adhere to regulations, we currently require such individuals. Our nation's development is still too sluggish. We must shift into a fast lane and overtake through strategic maneuvers. However, entering this fast lane necessitates funding, and our economy cannot cater to every facet. At the next conference, I propose we provide the populace with an opportunity to prosper, inviting foreign capital to aid in our development, while simultaneously granting our own citizens a chance to establish personal enterprises. One individual queried, "Conference? There are still 2 years to go. What do we do now?" The elders slammed down several documents. "Let us hold off on responses. We will not pursue these non-illegal business practices, delaying for 2 years before addressing them." With that decision, silence enveloped the room. The General Administration of Industry and Commerce was informed, and the leadership decided to hold off for 2 years. A smile spread across the elders' face. This meeting leaked information, prompting many second-generation individuals to venture into business. Individual enterprises, crayfish restaurants, snack shops, they opened them all. Meanwhile, the instigator was living comfortably in Hangzhou. At that moment, Ye Nan was giving Ji Yuqi a massage. "How is it? Is it more comfortable? Is the pressure adequate?" Ji Yuqi chuckled. "No, don't press there, it tickles." A group of elders sat opposite, observing the playful banter between the two, while Yue occasionally helped Ji Yuqi chase after Ye Nan, adding to his amusement. When they grew weary from their antics, Ji Yuqi asked, "Ye Nan, with so much money on the second floor, aren't you afraid of theft?" Ye Nan frowned. "Who told you I kept my money on the second floor?" The group was taken aback. "Didn't you take it upstairs?" "Oh, you mean the boxes? I only stashed a few $100,000 there. The rest are empty boxes. Only I know where the real money is," Ye Nan declared proudly. This piqued Ji Yuqi's interest. For some reason, ever since her pregnancy, she had developed a penchant for gossip, relishing in others' secrets, and exuding a possessive air as if the world belonged to her. "So where do you keep it? Tell me secretly. I want to spill." Her enchanting eyes widened, seemingly pleading. "Am I not adorable? Am I not the most charming in the world?" Ye Nan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Huh?" Several elders stifled their laughter, while only Ji Yuqi and the young girl Yue appeared bewildered. "Am I truly that amusing?" Ye Nan prepared to respond, but upon noticing Ji Yuqi's pouting demeanor, with her cheeks resembling those of a little hamster hoarding treasures, he was momentarily taken aback. Her large eyes sparkled with innocence. It was truly a marvel how the heavens bestowed upon her such an enchanting visage, even when she was irked. Seeing Ji Yuqi's expression, Ye Nan was reminded of a song. "May I sing a song for you?" Instantly, Ji Yuqi's worries dissipated as her eyes sparkled with anticipation for the melody. "You possess a pair of eyes that speak and a heart that understands. In my youthful ignorance, your smile always captivates my soul. I have secretly fallen for you, yet dare not confess, for I know I cannot provide what you seek. I can only cherish you in silence, only gaze upon you, forever lacking the courage to express that I've truly fallen for you." As the last notes lingered in the air, applause erupted from the audience. Though devoid of musical accompaniment, the performance was nothing short of splendid. Ji Yuqi caught the words, "You possess a pair of eyes that speak and a heart that understands." How beautiful! Ye Nan remained entranced, gazing at Ji Yuqi. "Indeed, it's quite melodious," Ye Nan remarked. "The lyrics are beautifully penned." The crowd responded with silence, their expressions a mixture of awe and admiration. Chapter 42. Premature birth. The following day, Ye Nan received news that a Hong Kong businessman had purchased crayfish for a staggering $1 million. This headline swept across the nation, and naturally, Ye Nan was informed. Just as he glimpsed the newspaper, Ji Yuqi rushed in, exclaiming, Xiao Nan, is this Hong Kong businessman not Professor Li?" Once Ji Yuqi steadied himself and caught his breath, Ye Nan smiled and replied, "Yes, Grandpa Ji." This revelation made Ji Yuqi's little mustache quiver with excitement. This was foreign exchange, and acquiring foreign exchange equated to revenue generation. In the 1980s, $1 million in foreign exchange was monumental, especially when it was an individual achievement. Although the exchange rate hovered around 1.9, the populace regarded the US dollar as highly valuable, believing that those who could earn dollars possessed significant skills and capabilities. Even the lower-tier leaders shared this sentiment. What Ye Nan and Ji Yuqi were unaware of was that Wang Jun was currently surrounded by throngs of people from the tax bureau and district leaders, all eager to treat him to a meal. Additionally, dozens of reporters were present, as he was the first individual since the establishment of the nation to earn $1 million. In a cosmopolitan city like Hong Kong, converting US dollars was both convenient and swift. Otherwise, such a substantial amount of foreign exchange would not have been within Wang Jun's reach. Moments later, Ji Yuqi and the others arrived. Ji Yuqi immediately sought out the young girl, Yue, anxious that Ye Nan might become too busy to attend to her. At that moment, Li Qianwen also inquired, Was it truly Professor Li who purchased the crayfish with US dollars? Ye Nan nodded. This is merely the first wave. I anticipate that in a couple of days, there will be more. At 4 Hong Kong dollars per pound, 1 million US dollars translates to approximately 2.27 million Hong Kong dollars, which is merely 57,000 pounds. Hong Kong is in dire need of several £100,000. At this moment, Ye Nan contemplated the new policy announced on October 15, 1983, which would stabilize the Hong Kong dollar's exchange rate, fixing it at 7.80 Hong Kong dollars to 1 US dollar, a rate that would remain until 2022. Ye Nan, having been reborn, realized that by that time, the exchange between the US dollar and the Hong Kong dollar would no longer be advantageous. A fixed exchange rate is one established by the government that dictates the value of the national currency relative to other currencies, limiting fluctuations within a certain range, thereby enhancing the stability of the Hong Kong dollar on the international stage. It was still 1982, and there was an opportunity to earn more US dollars. More than a year remained for operations. It was August, and by October of the following year, there would still be other commodities to sell. Apart from crayfish, which were not abundantly produced in Hong Kong, what else could be offered? As Ye Nan pondered how to capitalize on this opportunity, Ji Yuqi suddenly exclaimed, Ye Nan, my stomach, it hurts so much. This statement startled the excited Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, and Li Qianwen nearby. Xiaoqi, what's wrong? You seemed fine just a moment ago. What happened? Li Qianwen furrowed her brow. Did you perhaps walk too quickly and disturb the pregnancy? Fortunately, Ye Nan remained composed. To the hospital. He swiftly picked up Ji Yuqi and headed towards the car. Li Qianwen hurried after him, opening the back door. The two elderly individuals moved rather slowly, prompting Ye Nan to take the driver's seat. As they had only progressed halfway, Ji Yuqi, concerned for his granddaughter, called out, You go to the hospital first. Your grandmother and I will follow shortly. Ye Nan nodded, and as soon as Li Qianwen closed the door, he started the car and sped towards the hospital. At that moment, Ji Yuqi lay across Li Qianwen's lap, groaning, Mom, it hurts. We will be at the hospital soon. Just hold on a little longer, Xiaoqi, she reassured him. Hearing Ji Yuqi's painful moans, Ye Nan pressed the accelerator even harder. What would typically be a 20-minute journey was completed in merely 10. Thanks to the absence of red lights and the sparse traffic, the car sped along, honking like a bolt of lightning. Pedestrians, upon seeing the speeding vehicle, hurriedly stepped aside, some uttering exclamations of annoyance. Steadying the car, Ye Nan swiftly opened the back door and carried Ji Yuqi out, rushing towards the outpatient department. Doctor, doctor, he shouted. Just as they reached the entrance, a physician approached, alerted by the commotion. Upon recognizing that the patient was a pregnant woman, the doctor shouted to a nurse inside, Quick, bring a stretcher. The outpatient department bustled with activity as they hurried Ji Yuqi to the obstetrics ward. Li Qianwen, having become somewhat acquainted with the obstetricians, followed the doctor in for an examination. Once the examination was complete, Li Qianwen emerged, stating, The amniotic fluid has ruptured. She may be in labor early. You need to rush and pay the fees and prepare the necessities for the baby. Remember, prepare 3 of everything. With that, she turned and re-entered, ready to escort Ji Yuqi to the delivery room. Ye Nan stood there, momentarily astonished, muttering, Early labor? It was only when Ji Yuqi was wheeled out that he snapped back to reality. At that moment, Ji Yuqi's dark hair clung to her forehead, glistening with beads of sweat. What do I need to prepare? Can someone tell me? Ye Nan called out anxiously. The doctor and others pushing the stretcher paused for a moment, exchanging glances with Li Qianwen before continuing on their way to the delivery room. The nurses, as they walked away, stifled their laughter, while Li Qianwen sighed. A small blanket, a bottle, formula, sanitary pads, and toilet paper. After saying this, she left, finding Ye Nan's bewildered expression rather amusing. Ye Nan silently repeated her words and then remarked, It's not the 21st century, if it were. I could just search online without needing to ask you. After this mutter, he headed to the payment window to settle the fees and arrange for a VIP room. He then rushed to the nearby state-owned store, seeking out the maternity section, and told the salesperson, My wife is about to give birth, triplets. Prepare everything in 3s. Upon finishing his statement, he pulled out a substantial amount of cash, several hundred yuan in total. One can only imagine the impact of such a sum. While in the future, 100 yuan might equate to 1,000, here, several hundred yuan was indeed a staggering amount, almost equivalent to a year's salary for a state employee. The salesperson stood in shock, prompting Ye Nan to urge Can you please focus on getting the items first and worry about the money later? If it's not enough, I'll go and fetch more. Hurry, please. His tone reflected a hint of frustration. The salesperson was momentarily startled, ready to retort, but then recalled that one should not offend someone capable of casually producing such a substantial sum of money. She promptly began preparing the items. Meanwhile, the other salespeople from nearby shops, drawn by the commotion, gathered at the entrance of the maternity store to witness the spectacle. Ye Nan, engrossed in observing the actions of the maternity shop's attendant, remained oblivious to the crowd behind him, anxious that she might overlook something essential. After a considerable wait of over 10 minutes, she finally gathered all the items needed for 4 individuals. I want only the best. Imported items will do. As money is no object, he insisted. The attendant paused, then resumed her search, substituting many of the cheaper domestic products with their pricier imported counterparts. Upon hearing that all items were to be imported, the other salespeople stood in astonishment, fully aware that the imported goods at the maternity store were far more expensive than anything in their own shops. Once everything was collected, the attendant began calculating the total: 10 yuan for each bottle, 50 for each imported nipple, 150 for each tin of imported formula, 21 for the pure cotton blankets, and a total of 15 for the sanitary pads and tissues. Before she could complete the calculation, Ye Nan interjected. 10 plus 50 plus 150 plus 20 plus 15 equals 245. For 3 sets, that totals 735. He handed her 750 yuan directly, then picked up the items, balancing them in his arms, hanging some around his neck, and even biting onto a pack of sanitary pads. As Ye Nan exited the maternity store in such a comical manner, the surrounding salespeople and curious onlookers exchanged glances filled with envy and amusement. Throughout his journey, Ye Nan became a spectacle in Hangzhou, burdened with so many items. He had no choice but to carry them in such a fashion. Upon his departure from the mall, curious salespeople ventured into the maternity store to inquire about the man who paid without a blink. The attendant, still counting the money, shook her head and replied, I have no idea either. He came in saying his wife was about to give birth, triplets, no less, and requested only the finest goods. Upon hearing triplets, the crowd was envious, realizing he was not short of money. When Ye Nan returned to the entrance of the delivery room, Ji Yuqi and Feng Lan were already waiting. Initially, they did not recognize the items Ye Nan was carrying. Feng Lan remarked, look at how the younger generation shops nowadays. With such a heap, who knows which items will even be useful? Just as Ji Yuqi was about to confirm, Ye Nan placed the items on a chair and said, Grandpa Ji, you're here? This left Feng Lan somewhat embarrassed, but thinking of her granddaughter, she began to examine each item Ye Nan had purchased, not feeling that there was too much after all. Ji Yuqi also recognized Ye Nan, asking, did you go shopping? Yes, the aunt told me what to prepare. So I went to the nearby state-run mall and gathered everything, he replied. The 2 elders nodded in approval. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Xiao Nan, Xiao Nan. It was the voice of his second uncle. Ye Nan turned to see his second uncle, Yi Qian, little Yi Wei, along with the families of his third uncle. Eldest aunt and younger aunt had all arrived. Second uncle, what brings you here? Yi Xingfu, his second uncle, responded straightforwardly while inquiring, how is Xiao Qi? She has entered the delivery room. Aunt furrowed her brow and exclaimed, how could it have suddenly come to premature labor? There is still over a month to go. Ye Nan awkwardly touched his nose, uncertain of how to respond to such a query. Observing his discomfort, elderly Feng Lan stepped forward to clarify. It's not Xiao Nan's fault. It was Xiao Qi who hastily read the newspaper this morning, which must have induced some stress. The crowd nodded in understanding, refraining from inquiring further about the news, as the focus was now on Ji Yuqi and the child. Yet, Ye Nan turned to his second uncle, Yi Xingfu, and asked, Uncle, weren't you accompanying Grandpa? To which Yi Xingfu replied, your grandfather, upon hearing that Xiao Qi was about to give birth, insisted I leave his side and watch over things here, instructing me to report back with any news. Recently, Grandpa had been able to sit up, though he was still prohibited from engaging in any strenuous activity, hence everyone had been discouraging him from getting out of bed. Ye Nan nodded, well aware that the old man had longed to meet his great-grandchild. Upon hearing that his granddaughter-in-law was in labor, how could he not be anxious? Little Yi Wei, at that moment, was unusually quiet, perhaps understanding that her sister-in-law was giving birth, prompting her to behave even more obediently, lest her brother grow weary of her presence. After all, with her sister-in-law absent, the fear of being sold by her brother loomed large, which would undoubtedly sadden her sister-in-law. A full 30 minutes passed, as Ye Nan paced restlessly, glancing towards the delivery room. Grandpa Ji, feeling dizzy from the incessant movement, complained, "Xiaonan, cease your wandering. You're making this old man dizzy. Why hasn't she emerged yet? Was it this long when Grandma Ji gave birth to Uncle?" His remark immediately flushed elderly Fong Lan with embarrassment, inwardly thinking, "This impudent boy, how can he pose such questions?" Ji was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Noticing the awkwardness surrounding the two elders, Aunt stepped in to alleviate the tension. "It's only been half an hour. Xiaonan's anxiety is quite normal." An hour passed, and Ye Nan, now sprawled against the delivery room door, jutted out his backside, prompting quiet giggles from Yi Qian and little Yi Wei, who dared not laugh aloud. Why is there not a single sound? 2 hours elapsed, and Ye Nan, now slumped against the door, squatted beside it, his hands buried in his hair. Acknowledging his own anxiety, he realized 2 hours had slipped away. Memories of the future flooded his mind, recalling the scene where Ji Yuqi leapt from the hospital building. Whenever he closed his eyes, that fleeting white figure would appear. Terrified of losing Ji Yuqi and the child before he could make amends, he could not fathom allowing them to leave him. Suddenly, the delivery room door swung open. "Ye Nan! Ye Nan!" At the sound, Ye Nan sprang to his feet, but having crouched for so long, he stumbled to the side. Fortunately, his second uncle Yi Xingfu and third uncle Yi Xingmin were quick to catch him. It seems Xiaoqi may not be able to deliver naturally. A cesarean section is required. The person emerging was Li Qianwen. If a cesarean was necessary, she could not remain inside, both due to bacterial concerns and because Li Qianwen was not a physician at this hospital. After delivering her message, Li Qianwen glanced at Ye Nan, who appeared on the verge of fainting. In the 1980s, cesarean sections were not as straightforward as they are today, carrying inherent risks, which naturally heightened Ye Nan's anxiety. "Must it be a cesarean?" he implored. Li Qianwen nodded gravely. "It must be a cesarean. If she does not deliver within 2 hours, the baby will be in jeopardy." Such a result cast a heavy pall over everyone's spirits. Moreover, as Ji Yuqi and Yi Nan had yet to wed, the decision rested solely with Li Qianwen and Ji Yuqi, who were merely informing Ye Nan of the developments. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. With Ye Nan crouched beside the doorway of the delivery room, his head bowed, unnoticed by others as his eyes brimmed with tears. Internally, he had implored the heavens countless times, wishing for the intervention of Jesus, the Buddha, Guanyin, or even Yanluo Wang over a drink of Maodai. After a few minutes, Ye Nan could no longer contain his tears, which began to fall drop by drop onto the floor. Yi Qian noticed this and nudged her father with her elbow. Uncle Yu Shenfu looked at Yi Qian with confusion, to which he gestured towards Ye Nan, whispering, "Brother is crying," though her voice was soft. Several in the group caught her words. About a dozen pairs of eyes turned towards Ye Nan, whose shoulders trembled as droplets formed on the ground. Ye Nan's posture, seated on the floor with his head buried between his knees and his hands cradling his head, coupled with the quivering of his shoulders and the wetness at his feet, evoked the image of a forlorn puppy abandoned by the roadside. Indeed, in his previous life, following the passing of his grandfather and sister, Ye Nan had succumbed to a similar state after Ji Yuqi's tragic leap from a building, isolating himself in a room for a full 3 days until his aunts, noticing something amiss, found him. Otherwise, he might have starved, thirsted, or wept himself to death. It was only after a week in the hospital, with the gentle encouragement of his aunts, that Ye Nan managed to regain his composure and eventually evolved into a billion-dollar magnate in later years. Chapter 43. Caesarean section. Not a single soul dared to disturb Ye Nan. After another hour and a half, the door to the delivery room swung open. "The baby has been born. Are your things ready?" A nurse emerged. Li Qianwen was the swiftest, immediately retrieving the small blanket purchased by Ye Nan and handing it to the nurse. All set, she affirmed. The nurse took the 3 blankets and turned back inside. Half an hour later, 3 nurses emerged, each cradling a newborn. A crowd of onlookers gathered to behold the infants. Only Ye Nan, struggling to rise, stood with reddened eyes, one hand braced against the wall. Upon seeing this, his uncle, Yi Xingfu, rushed to support him. "Nurse, where is the mother?" Ye Nan's voice was hoarse, yet resonant with concern. The nurse holding the 3 babies paused momentarily. "The mother is being stitched up. It will take a little longer. You family members should proceed to the nursery." Another nurse quickly added, "Since they are premature, they require incubators." Ye Nan merely nodded and gazed toward the delivery room, which made the nurses uncomfortable. They glanced at the group of elders. Feng Lan, along with the elder and younger aunts, spoke in unison, "We'll go." The three immediately followed the nurses to the nursery. Li Qianwen also wished to see her grandchild, but she remembered her daughter was still inside. After nearly half an hour, the doctor and nurses wheeled out the hospital bed, addressing Li Qianwen directly. "You've exceeded expectations." A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as Ye Nan stared intently at Ji Yuqi, whose eyes were tightly shut and complexion pale. The doctor continued, "We can transfer the mother to the ward now. She should rest well afterward." "I won't elaborate, Director Li." Li Qianwen nodded vigorously. Soon, a large group followed to the ward. However, up until that point, no one knew whether the baby was a boy or a girl. Noticing the father's indifference, the nurses refrained from mentioning it, and the others hesitated to ask Ye Nan, who remained silent. Once Ji Yuqi was settled into the ward, the throng was too large, prompting Ye Shengfu and his brother to take the younger generation away first. This left the elder uncle, the younger aunt, Yi Qian, and the tearful little girl, Yi Wei. Seeing her sister-in-law still in bed, the young Yi Wei, not understanding the gravity of the situation, dared not inquire, her eyes overflowing with silent tears, evoking great sympathy. Midway, Yi Shengfu had visited the delivery room to inquire about the three babies before reporting back to the elder. Yi Laozi's gaze was fixed, frequently glancing at the door, murmuring, "It has been nearly 5 hours. Why is there still no news?" Just as he voiced his concern, Yi Shengfu entered. "Father, it's happened." Yi Laozi immediately inquired, "What has happened?" This question momentarily caught Yi Shengfu off guard. Realizing the miscommunication, the elder quickly asked, "Is it a boy or a girl?" Yi Shengfu, beaming with delight, responded, "Father, it's a dragon and phoenix pair, 1 brother and 2 sisters." At this moment, the elder Mr. Yi was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from his sickbed. "Haha, my great-grandson and great-granddaughter. I must go see them," he exclaimed joyfully. However, his second uncle, Yi Shengfu, quickly intervened, saying, "Father, you should rest for a few more days. The premature infants need to stay in the incubator for several days, so you won't be able to see them just yet." Hearing this, the elder Yi settled down, replying, "Yes, I must take good care of myself, so I can hold my great-grandson and great-granddaughter later." This left second uncle Yi Shengfu both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, third uncle Yi Shengmin and several younger relatives had spent some time admiring the newborns before returning to the elder Ye's hospital room. Directly above his room on the 3rd floor was Ji Yuqi's ward. Ye Nan had been sitting by the bedside, keeping him company, while Li Qianwen was gently washing Ji Yuqi's face and hands. The body could not be cleaned until about 2 weeks later. "Xiaonan, after 6 hours post-surgery. He needs to pass gas. Please stay and help me when the time comes," Li Qianwen instructed. Ye Nan nodded in agreement. Feng Lan and the aunts returned with cheerful expressions. The eldest aunt exclaimed, "Xiaonan, you should have seen it. The triplet is absolutely adorable." At that moment, Li Qianwen and Ji Yuqi was suddenly recalled. "Is it a boy or a girl?" This question instantly brought laughter from Feng Lan, the eldest aunt, and the younger aunt. 1 brother and 2 sisters. Although the little sister is rather dainty, they teased. Li Qianwen then remembered the baby that had been squeezed out. "Isn't she particularly tiny?" The younger aunt interjected, "Indeed. The brother weighed 3 jin and 4 liang. The second was 3 jin exactly. But the little sister is a mere 2 jin and 4 liang. So pitiful. Surely her siblings bullied her in the womb." The eldest aunt nodded in agreement. "The little sister is indeed smaller. The doctor mentioned she must stay longer due to her size." Li Qianwen added, "It's possible she arrived early because she was unable to absorb sufficient nutrients." Everyone nodded in understanding, while Ye Nan listened in bewilderment. What on earth? A few-month-old baby getting angry before even opening her eyes and wanting to come out early? He pondered. However, he soon found the younger aunt's words to have merit. The brother was so plump, it was evident he must have been hogging all the nourishment from his sister. Once they grow a bit more, I will ensure that the little rascal understands the meaning of paternal love, he thought. At that moment, Ji Yuqi uttered the most crucial question. "Have you decided on the children's names?" Everyone in the room turned their gaze toward Ye Nan. He was struck dumb at names? Of course, the children needed names. He shook his head in confusion. The eldest and younger aunts immediately donned displeased expressions. "You, as the father, haven't thought about names?" They scolded. Ye Nan shook his head again. Ji Yuqi, Feng Lan, and Li Qianwen exchanged exasperated glances but chose to ignore him thereafter. Ye Nan mumbled defensively. "Who isn't a first-time father? Shaoqi didn't consult me about it. Perhaps she has already chosen names. At that moment, Li Qianwen suggested, Mom and Dad. I'll call Berlin and inform Bjorn as well. Ji Igua and Fong Lan nodded in agreement. You go ahead. I will check with the old class monitor on naming. Fong Lan remarked, casting a glance at Ye Nan. The child is quite a handful. It seems we will have to worry as grandparents. Ye Nan felt as though her worldview had shattered. With a great-grandson now in the world, her granddaughter lay in a hospital bed, seemingly forgotten. Once everyone had departed, both the elder and younger aunts visited the old master Yi. In the hospital room, only Ji Yuqi remained in a deep slumber, while Ye Nan, Yi Qian, and the tearful Yi Wei were present. The little girl's eyes were red today, unnoticed by others, her status precariously hanging in the balance. Yi Wei, with her short legs, scampered to the bedside, hesitant to touch her sister-in-law, instead gazing intently at her, her heart growing heavier with each passing moment. Her small hands incessantly wiped away the tears from her eyes, but the flow seemed unending, until she finally burst into tears. Ye Nan promptly scooped the little girl into her arms, inquiring, What's wrong, Xiao Wei? Yi Qian, equally bewildered, remarked, She seemed fine just a moment ago. Yi Wei, pointing at Ji Yuqi, sobbed, Sister-in-law, I want. Sister-in-law, boo-hoo, sister-in-law. This brought a smile to Ye Nan's face as she gently reassured, Don't cry. Darling, sister-in-law is sleeping. Let us not disturb her, shall we? Through her tears, the little girl stammered, Really? When has brother ever lied to you? Once sister-in-law wakes up, Xiao Wei will make her laugh, especially since she was in pain when the baby came. The little girl nodded determinedly, Okay. Xiao Wei will be the best, and will always make sister-in-law smile. Yi Qian couldn't help but chuckle at the innocence of the child. 3 hours later, Ji Yuqi stirred awake with a soft groan. Ye Nan, Li Qianwen, and Yi Qian noticed her awakening. Yi Wei, standing by the bed, was the first to exclaim, Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is awake. Upon hearing Yi Wei's voice, Ji Yuqi managed a smile, but the pain soon overshadowed it. The confusion in her eyes transformed into anguish, her eyelids reddening as tears welled up. Mom, why does it hurt so much? Li Qianwen gently restrained Ji Yuqi's arm, saying, Don't move around. You lost strength during childbirth and had to undergo a cesarean section. Upon hearing the term cesarean, Ji Yuqi's eyes widened in shock, disregarding her tears. They operated on me. Everyone nodded solemnly. A wave of despair washed over her, and she immediately spotted Ye Nan, her anger flaring. Ye Nan, just wait. Once I recover, I'll get back at you. Seeing the fury in her eyes made Ye Nan uneasy, causing her legs to tremble. All right, just lie still and rest. You mustn't move around yet. Ji Yuqi adopted a pitiful expression. I hurt. Where's the baby? Li Qianwen and Yi Qian burst into laughter. You really have a big heart as a mother. You wake up wanting to take revenge on the baby's father before even thinking about the child. Yi Wei quickly chimed in, Sister-in-law, I know. 1 brother and 2 sisters. The little aunt said that the brother and sister bully the younger sister, and she can't even get any meat. This statement sent the hospital room into fits of laughter, yet Ji Yuqi could only twitch her lips in response. Xiao Wei, how exactly are the brother and sister bullying the younger sister? The little girl scratched her head and shook it, saying nothing, only mentioning that her sister could not have any meat. However, Li Qianwen remarked, This little girl is quite serious, staying by your bedside without leaving, refusing even to visit the baby. Ji Yuqi was deeply touched. Despite the pain, he extended his right hand to gently stroke the girl's hair. Are you hungry, Xiao Wei? Let your brother take you to eat something. To his surprise, the little girl replied, No, I want to stay with sister-in-law. They all went to accompany the baby, so Xiao Wei can be alone with sister-in-law. This sentiment struck everyone, revealing the girl's yearning for maternal love, especially in Ye Nan's heart. He too longed for his mother. She had tragically passed away during childbirth. The last time he saw her, she was a cold body. He had held her, weeping uncontrollably, feeling as if the sky had fallen. From a young age, his mother had always been by his side, taking him everywhere. Suddenly, one day, she was gone, leaving him disoriented and aimless. The only memory that lingered was her voice saying, Xiao Nan, when you grow up and marry, will you forget your mother? His pregnant mother would often tell him, Xiao Nan, you must be good to your younger siblings. The more he thought of this, the more it pained him. Reflecting on it now, Ye Nan felt a surge of resentment, questioning why he could not have been reborn earlier. Perhaps then he could have saved her. He was not very familiar with his father's presence. His father had gone off to the army when he was 7 or 8, and by the age of 18, he had sacrificed his life. During those 10 years, his father seldom returned, but each visit brought him a little something to eat. It was only when his grandparents called for his father that he would utter, "Dad." After a moment of collective sadness, Li Qianwen picked up the little girl, Yi Wei. "All right, from now on, you will stay with sister-in-law. If she treats you poorly, just tell Auntie, and I will take care of it." The little girl quickly shook her head. "No, don't hit sister-in-law. Hit Xiao Wei instead. Xiao Wei is not afraid of pain. Sister-in-law is afraid of pain." This remark softened Ji Yuqi's heart even further. A mother who had just given birth naturally possessed a nurturing spirit, and coupled with such a thoughtful little girl, it felt as though her heart had been profoundly touched, now filled with thoughts of Yi Wei. The little girl promptly jumped down from Li Qianwen's arms and ran to Ji Yuqi's side. "Sister-in-law, does it hurt? Don't cry. Xiao Wei will blow on it. And it won't hurt anymore." This heartfelt declaration brought a smile to Ji Yuqi's tear-streaked face. "All right, Xiao Wei, blow on sister-in-law, and she will feel better." The little girl took this to heart and began to blow gently on Ji Yuqi's delicate hand. The sight of her tiny, pudgy hands cradling Ji Yuqi's elegant one was both adorable and moving, offering a sense of healing. At that moment, Li Qianwen recalled, "Your grandparents and Yi Nan's grandfather have gone to discuss the baby's name." Ji Yuqi blinked. "A name? Oh yes, we need to name the baby. Isn't that Yi Nan's responsibility?" Li Qianwen could no longer contain herself. The antics of the two, along with Yi Wei, were simply too amusing. Fearing she might burst into laughter, she walked to the door, barely managing to stifle her giggles. Li Qianwen placed her hand on her forehead, exclaiming, "You two are a match made in heaven. Even I cannot intervene." "What does that mean?" Yi Nan remarked. "Who hasn't experienced fatherhood for the first time? Perhaps you have already contemplated it." "Yet," you responded, "isn't this Yi Nan's affair?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yuqi's eyes blazed with fury. "You haven't even thought of a name for the baby?" At this, Yi Nan became increasingly flustered, muttering under his breath. Stealing food from a sister and now wanting a name? What a dream. He believed his voice was barely audible, but the silence of the hospital room allowed Li Qianwen, Ji Yuqi, and Yi Wei to hear him clearly. This left Li Qianwen both amused and exasperated, remarking, "What a devoted father." Ji Yuqi, furious, glanced around, seeking something to throw, but ultimately refrained, as any movement caused him discomfort. Li Qianwen decided not to provoke the young couple further, lest the situation escalate. "I've called your father. He and your second uncle will be here shortly. Your second aunt and Ji Fan are also coming. Ji Fan is on leave, so he will accompany Yi Nan, keeping watch over him 24 hours a day. When you are discharged, which will likely be in 5 or 6 days, you will return home to recuperate. The baby will need to stay in an incubator for about a month, while your little sister will require around 2 months. By then, it will be November, and we can head back to Kyoto together with the baby." Upon hearing his mother's plans, Ji Yuqi's anger subsided, though he furrowed his brow. "What about the business here in Hangzhou? And what of Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li?" Li Qianwen chuckled, her amusement deepening. "That is Yi Nan's concern. You are not in business, so why worry? But, Xiao Wei, there are 3 babies to support. Those are all for the babies, and I cannot let him act recklessly." Li Qianwen and Yi Nan were rendered speechless. Moreover, when men acquire wealth, they tend to change. If Yi Nan wishes for the baby to carry his surname, he must part with his money. Where he hides it, he should inform me. Otherwise, the baby will bear the surname Ji. Our family can certainly afford it. Yi Nan, now panicking, stammered, "Well, we can discuss this further. Negotiate." Ji Yuqi interrupted with a curse. "Negotiate what? Who is negotiating with you? If you don't bring forth the money, the baby will definitely take the surname Ji." Li Qianwen. Chapter 44. The strange happenings in the nursery. In the end, Yi Nan surrendered. Li Qianwen was astonished. Her pregnant daughter had already changed so much. But after giving birth, Ji Yuqi was utterly transformed. Ji Yuqi resembled a triumphant hen, exuding a proud aura of "I will lay eggs, and I take pride in it," having laid the most. Thus, using the child as leverage, she forced Yi Nan to reveal all the hidden funds, over 4 million, concealed in various locations. One locked room above the Weifang restaurant contained approximately 2 million. The last shop upstairs from the Dodian restaurant also had a locked door, hiding another 2 million. The delicious snack room had tens of thousands, while the remainder lay in the office of the fried goods warehouse, yet to be accounted for. These revelations left both Li Qianwen and Ji Yuqi in stunned disbelief. As for the Weifang, that was forgivable. They hadn't visited often. However, all 4 of them resided at the Daodian restaurant. How could 2 million have been stashed there? This amount, equivalent to 20 million in $100 bills, was beyond the capacity of any single person to transport. Ji Yuqi could only give a thumbs up, impressive, hiding it right under people's noses. It wasn't until Ji Yuqi and Fong Lan returned that the room regained its tranquility. Xiao Nan, your grandfather and I have discussed it. We will name the 2 girls, while you and Xiao Qi will name the boy. Ji Yuqi and the others, being clever, satisfied their desire for naming while entrusting the most significant task to Ye Nan. Yet Ye Nan was not pleased. That little rascal is yours. I will only name my daughter. Everyone was taken aback, especially Ji Yuqi, who, already in pain, felt it intensify. What is wrong? Is the son not yours? Why such disdain? Facing Ji Yuqi, Ye Nan smiled ingratiatingly. How could that be? I mainly pity the little girl being bullied by her brother and wish to make it up to her. This statement rendered the entire ward silent, save for the sound of a pin dropping. Li Qianwen thought to herself, this kid has quite the thick skin. Ji Yuqi inquired, is there anyone who dislikes boys? Fong Lan remarked, life must be good for the future great-granddaughter. Ji Yuqi relished Ye Nan's submissiveness. You're off the hook this time. Should you continue to disdain my son, I shall ensure you pay for it tonight. Ji Yuqi frowned, glancing at Li Qianwen with a questioning look. What is going on? Li Qianwen responded with a raised eyebrow. I have no idea. However, Fong Lan seemed to discern a pattern. How was her granddaughter acting just like she had after giving birth? In her earlier days, Fong Lan had been gentle, speaking softly. But after giving birth to her eldest son, Ji Buluan, she had become quite formidable, often dominating Ji Yuqi, and ready to defend her child fiercely against any perceived threat. Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, and Li Qianwen watched as Ji Yuqi directed Ye Nan to do this and that, claiming her legs hurt, her hands ached, and she felt thirsty. Yi Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not expected her brother to be so obedient. After several hours, the doctor entered and announced, it's time to pass gas. Ye Nan was bewildered by what passing gas entailed, but as Li Qianwen said nothing, she could only follow Ji Yuqi and Fong Lan out of the ward, with the little girl Yi Wei trailing behind. Moments later, a scream pierced through the air from the ward. Ye Nan, I will kill you. Ye Nan, I loathe you, sobbing. The sound seemed to resonate with anguish, prompting Ye Nan's instinct to rush inside. But Fong Lan intervened. Xiao Nan, you need not go in. Everything is fine. Fine. It sounded like a pig was being slaughtered. And what on earth is this expelling gas business? Fong Lan cleared her throat and elucidated. Expelling gas refers to releasing the air trapped in the abdomen. After a cesarean section, it takes time for a mother's belly to return to normal. Assistance is required to alleviate the discomfort. Ye Nan grasped the meaning. Essentially, it was akin to passing gas. After a quarter of an hour, the doctor emerged. Well, all seems satisfactory. You can turn over now. Ye Nan nodded, somewhat dazed. Upon returning to the ward, Ji Yuqi was in tears, and the little girl, Yi Wei, rushed over to wipe her tears. Upon seeing Ye Nan, Ji Yuqi gritted her teeth. Ye Nan, just you wait. Today's ordeal is all you're doing. Ye Nan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly acquiesced. All right, I'll wait. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Ji Yuqi, Fong Lan, and Li Qianwen exchanged glances, all bearing 3 lines of exasperation on their foreheads. Was this truly the same Ye Nan who commanded 6 provinces? The very Ye Nan who could generate $1 million in foreign exchange with mere words? After placating Ji Yuqi, the group began to deliberate on names for the newborns. Ye Nan proposed, for our eldest daughter, Yi Qingxin, and for our younger daughter, Yi Qingqing. Ji Yuqi concurred, finding the names quite melodious. Subsequently, Ji Yuqi dashed between the 2 wards. Xiao Nan, your grandfather and I have decided on a name, Ye Nanqi, with Nan representing the south and Qi symbolizing the auspicious Qilin. Ji Yuqi found it agreeable, noting that although the characters differed, the essence remained the same. Observing Ji Yuqi's delight, Ye Nan felt indifferent, muttering, Yi Dongqi, Yi Beiki, Yi Shiqi. Ji Yuqi's eyes widened in shock. Did this imply there were intentions of having 3 more? Yet, witnessing her grandparents' joy, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, casting a fierce glare at Ye Nan, dismissing the notion of producing 3 more children. In the ensuing 5 days, Ye Nan ensured a steady supply of chicken soup, duck soup, and fish soup, fulfilling Ji Yuqi's every culinary desire. However, an awkward incident occurred when, the following day, the nurse inquired if the milk had been initiated, leaving everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Li Qianwen smacked her thigh. I completely forgot. We should have begun the milk yesterday. Yet, Ye Nan interjected. Is it absolutely necessary to initiate milk production? With 3 children, we could simply resort to formula. If that falls short, I shall procure more. Ji Yuqi frowned. Isn't breast milk preferable? Breast milk indeed? With so many mothers in the hospital, one could simply purchase it. Why endure unnecessary suffering? This statement rendered the ward silent. All eyes widened in astonishment at Ye Nan. The young nurse was utterly flabbergasted. Did he truly intend to buy milk amidst so many mothers? Li Qianwen's lips quivered, having worked in obstetrics for over a decade. She had never encountered such a notion as buying milk in a hospital. Ji Yuqi, however, merely smiled silently, prioritizing his granddaughter's comfort. If purchasing was necessary, so be it. Noticing the nurse's confusion, Ye Nan clarified. Is there no milk available at present? I shall procure some. It is a trivial matter. Ji Yuqi called out. Wait. There is no need to buy. Let us just use formula. In truth, she also felt apprehensive. She had heard that initiating milk production required certain intimate actions from the husband, which made her feel embarrassed. Yet, the idea of letting her child consume someone else's milk unsettled her. Ultimately, she resolved that opting for formula would suffice. The parents of the child made their decision, and Li Qianwen hesitated before ultimately conceding. Ji Yuqi and Feng Lan remained silent. After all, children raised without breast milk can still thrive. Those born in the 1980s did not experience the same burdens as subsequent generations, as the necessity of breastfeeding has evolved. In contemporary times, those with financial means may opt for formula, while those without must resort to breast milk. Both paths yield similar outcomes. For nearly 5 days, nothing significant occurred. Ji Buluan, Ji Bowen, Yu Xiaoman, and Ji Fan all arrived in Hangzhou. They were conveniently arranged in the upper floor of a dining establishment, which housed 3 shops and 3 small suites, though one of the 3 rooms in the 3rd suite remained locked, containing 2 million within. Ye Nan, often resembling a grandfather, traversed between the 2 hospital rooms of Ji Yuqi, neglecting calls from other provinces and finding discrepancies in the suburban accounts of Hangzhou. In his free time, he would visit his 2 precious daughters, peering through the window, finding immense joy in their presence. Upon spotting a nameplate reading Ye Nan, Ye Nan exhibited visible disdain, rolling his eyes dramatically. Each time he expressed contempt for his brother, the latter could sense it, pouting in response, followed by an outburst of cries. The second daughter soon joined in, and upon witnessing her siblings in tears, the third daughter felt a twinge of embarrassment for not crying herself. Subsequently, the entire nursery erupted in wails, leaving the on-duty nurses flustered. Ye Nan, however, merely twitched his mouth in disbelief, realizing that this mischievous little rascal had such a profound impact. He had unwittingly become the king of the nursery. Over the course of 5 days, he visited almost daily, and the nurses began to recognize the pattern, while they could not deny other fathers the chance to see their children. Ye Nan's visits invariably set off a chorus of cries from his son, resulting in a cacophony that echoed throughout the floor. The nurses regarded Ye Nan with evident annoyance, yet he remained undeterred, refusing to let anything prevent him from seeing his 2 daughters. However, whenever his daughters cried, a frown would crease his brow, darkening his expression. The nurses soon caught on. As soon as the infants cried, 2 nurses would be dispatched to soothe the girls. Once the daughters ceased their weeping, Ye Nan would take his leave, and afterward, the other babies became notably easier to calm. Upon returning to the hospital room, Ji Yuqi would always request an update on the baby's conditions. Although she had visited twice, postpartum, Li Qianwen would scold her each time, urging her not to exert herself. In truth, she could have been discharged, yet Ye Nan insisted, as long as the babies are still here, you should stay. It's perfectly fine. Let us discuss it after the confinement period. How are the babies? Ye Nan pondered for a moment, carefully organizing his thoughts. The babies' rosy little faces are utterly adorable. Reminiscent of ripe, luscious apples, their bright, clear eyes sparkling like the stars. As he continued, he unabashedly proclaimed, "My daughter is undeniably beautiful, truly stunning." With each word, Ji Yuqi's expression darkened further until she kicked Ye Nan in the thigh, exclaiming, "Daughter, daughter, it's always about the daughter. Have you not noticed your son?" Aware that he could not evade the topic any longer, he suppressed the pain in his thigh and contemplated his choice of words. He has a pair of large, bright eyes, full of spirit. This remark ignited Ji Yuqi's fury completely. She seized a nearby water cup and aimed it at him, declaring, "Ye Nan, may you perish." In recent days, he has been behaving in such a manner, having been struck, yet still eagerly clinging on, like a lapdog, asking, "Is your hand injured? Does your foot hurt?" Until the 5th day, when Ye Nan, along with Ji Buluan, Ji Boan, Yu Xiaoman, and Ji Fan, went to visit the children. The sight left Ji Buluan and the others utterly stunned, as the entire nursery, with over 30 infants, erupted into tears. Subsequently, the nurses could no longer tolerate it. The head nurse of the nursery stepped out and pointed at Ye Nan, exclaiming, "Comrade, do you possess any compassion?" Everyone was bewildered, wondering what Ye Nan had done. The head nurse continued, "You come here every day, causing the children to cry. If you don't leave, the children won't stop crying. Are you doing this on purpose? Moreover, your son is the one leading the cries. Do you have a grudge against him?" At this moment, Ji Buluan and the others understood that the entire nursery was in tears because of Yunanchi, and Yunanchi was crying because of Ye Nan. The head nurse added, "Why do you keep rolling your eyes at your son as soon as you arrive? Is he not your flesh and blood? Are you intentionally creating trouble for us caregivers?" Ye Nan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose, but upon seeing his daughter weeping uncontrollably, his expression darkened slightly. The head nurse noticed this and glanced back into the nursery, realizing that since he had a daughter, his concern lay solely with her. "I will soothe your daughter, so you should quickly take your leave. Your presence is troublesome." With that, she went to comfort the child. As Ye Nan watched his daughter break into a cheerful smile, he couldn't help but curve his lips into a proud grin as he strode away confidently. Ji Buluan's expression darkened. Ji Boan, Yu Xiaoman, and Ji Fan shared a quiet laugh, remarking on Ye Nan's amusing predicament, where his son was an adversary while his daughter was a treasure, a true daughter slave. Upon returning to the ward, Ji Fan, undeterred by the situation, recounted the earlier nursery incident, perfectly mimicking the head nurse's reprimands. This caused the temperature in the ward to drop noticeably, the first to sense it being Ji Igua, who, due to his age, was less resistant to the chill. "Why has it suddenly turned cold? Buluan, could you check if the window is closed?" Ji Buluan glanced over. The window is shut. Everyone looked around, only to notice Ji Yuqi lying on the bed with a ghastly complexion, his face ashen, fists clenched, and his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Ye Nan, sensing the escalating situation, valued his public demeanor and quickly stated, "Grandpa Ji, Grandma Ji, Uncle Ji, Aunt Li, I shall go check on my grandfather." He spoke and moved with such haste, fearing that if he delayed, he would be pinned to the ground. A furious voice erupted from behind. "Ye Nan, I will change my son's surname to Ji." The entire ward fell into a stunned silence, a wave of fear washing over them. Ji Yuqi had become terrifying. What was happening? Everyone was perplexed, unable to comprehend how a father could harbor animosity towards his son, yet dote upon his daughter. A mother, who cherished her son, resorted to striking the father and even declared her intention to change the child's surname. Ji Igua sighed, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, what a calamity, a pair of living treasures turned adversaries." Old Lady Fong Lan chuckled. "With such dynamics, life will never be dull. We need not worry about their future together." This left the younger generation utterly bewildered. As tensions escalated, one couldn't help but wonder why there was no concern for the impending conflict. Was there no fear of Ji Yuqi being mistreated? Yet, would Ye Nan survive until the child reaches 18? Meanwhile, Ye Nan arrived at the hospital room of the esteemed elder Yi. The old man inquired, "What brings you here? Young man, why aren't you with your father-in-law? There's no need for me to accompany him. How are you feeling today, grandfather? Is there any improvement?" Elder Yi smiled appreciatively. "Much better, indeed. The doctor has assured me that in half a month, I shall be discharged. That's wonderful news. I look forward to taking you to Kyoto to see your great-grandchild. You must recover swiftly. We cannot manage all 3 little ones on our own." At Ye Nan's words, Elder Yi beamed with delight. "Excellent, excellent. I have yet to meet my great-grandchild. It is always your second uncle who visits and brings me updates. They're still in their infancy, but once you're discharged, they will have grown, and it will be a sight to behold." Ye Nan had initially thought of utilizing a wheelchair to take the old man for a visit, but the image of himself in the nursery sent a shiver down his spine. No, he absolutely could not let Elder Yi know. Otherwise, it would be as if the bamboo shoots were stir-fried with meat, growing more fragrant with each moment. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ye Nan mentioned that he would accompany his father-in-law for dinner, as it would be improper to leave him unattended. Elder Yi nodded in agreement. "Make sure to treat them well. We wouldn't want any rumors to circulate." Chapter 45. 13 Spices. Ye Nan and Ji Igua returned to the restaurant, marking Ye Nan's first time personally hosting Ji Boran. Previously, It had been his grandfather who entertained them, and since Ji Boren was stationed in the military, he only had a 6-month leave, allowing him to return home occasionally when in Kyoto. However, with his family now residing in Hangzhou, even a 2-day monthly leave was insufficient for travel. Ye Nan raised his glass, expressing gratitude to Uncle Ji for granting him the honor of hosting such a feast. Everyone lifted their glasses in acknowledgement, though Ji Boren appeared somewhat reluctant. "I shall take the first sip as a toast," Ye Nan declared, tilting his head back to down a cup of 2 liang of Maodai. The rest followed suit. Upon noticing a vibrant platter of shrimp on the table, Ji Boren remarked, "Is this the small lobster featured in the newspapers?" Ji Yuqi chuckled, encouraging him to try it. He picked one up and proceeded to demonstrate how to eat it, putting on a show in front of his son. Ji Boren had seen news about this delicacy while in the military, and many second-generation individuals in Kyoto had begun indulging in small lobsters, particularly those who had ventured to northeast and northwest regions, reaping substantial profits. Ji Boren, Yu Xiaoman, and Ji Fan all joined in the feasting. After finishing his meal, Ji Fan exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, can I have this every day?" In Kyoto, a pound of these small lobsters now costs 3 yuan. Ye Nan was initially taken aback that Ji Fan referred to him as brother-in-law, but he was even more astonished by the price, 3 yuan for a pound. Ji Boren nodded. "Indeed, a colleague invited me to a restaurant, claiming to treat me to small lobsters. That day, 5 of us consumed about 10 pounds for 30 yuan. That's impossible. When I sold them, they were only 1 yuan 50 per pound." Ye Nan frowned. Yu Xiaoman and Ji Fan were equally astonished. They had never heard Ji Boren mention that the renowned snack was owned by Ye Nan. Ji Boren then added, "It must be due to that million-dollar news story." At this moment, Ye Nan understood. Many places must have already run out of small lobsters, regardless of how much the price increased. They could only be enjoyed this month due to their seasonal nature, and most had already been harvested by them. Curiously, Yu Xiaoman inquired, "What about over in Hong Kong? Can they still import foreign currency?" Everyone turned to Yu Xiaoman, intrigued by her question. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she explained, "The Ministry of Education plans to introduce a batch of equipment for universities, but they mentioned that foreign currency is tight, so there's some urgency." Ye Nan raised an eyebrow, asking, "How much foreign currency do you need?" "Not much, just 1,500,000 US dollars will suffice." Everyone gasped in shock, and Ji Fan, showing no regard for his mother, retorted, "Mom, do you even have 1,500,000? You call that not much? Little rascal, are you trying to provoke me?" Yet, Ye Nan interjected, "Annie, if you need it, I can offer you a credit line of 3 million. Everyone's mouths dropped in astonishment. Yu Xiaoman was particularly excited. "If I can accomplish this, it would definitely lead to a promotion." "Really?" "Yes, I anticipate that a final batch of small lobster transactions will occur shortly, meaning that the mainland supply will soon be depleted. Thus, this transaction volume is somewhat substantial." Ji Yuqi eagerly asked, "How much?" "Altogether, both sizes would sum up to over 3 million pounds, Ye Nan replied. Khalil Gibran was taken aback. Where did all this come from? The 6 southern provinces, along with the nations of Vietnam and Myanmar, were nearly sufficient. Gibran then slapped his thigh. "This is a brilliant strategy. We can procure from Vietnam and Myanmar, then sell to Hong Kong Island to earn US dollars." Yet, another question crossed his mind. What will you offer to Vietnam and Myanmar in return? This inquiry struck a chord, for the Huaxia currency would certainly not suffice, and with US dollars in hand, there would be no need to negotiate with the 2 countries. Ye Nan revealed a smile. "It's a commercial secret. In truth, it's not a particularly advantageous arrangement. The first method of trade involves food, exchanging 10 jin of small crayfish for 1 jin of grain. The second method entails a billiards business on Hong Kong Island, where Vietnamese and Myanmar currencies collected by the local company would be used to procure crayfish, which would then be transported to Guangzhou and subsequently delivered to Hong Kong Island for trade. The third method, however, is inconvenient to disclose." This left everyone perplexed. What does it mean for a Hong Kong Island company to collect Myanmar and Vietnamese currencies to acquire crayfish? "Grandfather Ji, Grandmother Ji, what is the name of the company on Hong Kong Island that collects crayfish?" Ji Yuqi blurted out, "Nanchi Group." "Uncle, you are in Kyoto. What is the main business of Nanchi Group?" "Dining, entertainment, real estate, finance." Ye Nan shook his head. "That is incorrect." Everyone was taken aback. This was the intelligence they had received, particularly Ji Boren, who was embedded in the system. How could this information be erroneous? "Uncle, I am the behind-the-scenes owner of Nanchi Group. I am acutely aware of my group's core business. In just 4 months, our assets multiplied 50-fold, not through the entertainment, real estate, and finance you mentioned. Initially, Professor Lee brought just 2 million Hong Kong dollars to Hong Kong Island. 1 million was for company registration, and 200,000 was for bribes and living expenses. Our first business transaction on Hong Kong Island was with a restaurant, which was our initial plan. Why do I call it the primary plan? Because the restaurant does not conflict with various sectors. Hong Kong Island is exceedingly complex now, rife with gangs that monopolize any quick money schemes, while the rest are played by prominent families, and we do not possess sufficient startup capital. The 2 million was what Professor Lee, Wang Jun, and I carried in 3 large suitcases as we traveled 3 days by train to Guangzhou, where we exchanged it with the local power brokers at a rate of 0.86. Ji Yuqi furrowed his brow. The normal exchange rate is 1 o'clock. 83. Most were unfamiliar with these rates, but Ji Yuqi had some knowledge. Indeed, we brought a substantial sum of 1.5 million to Guangzhou for the exchange. Had we followed standard procedures, how would you have proceeded? Would they have allowed Professor Lee to go? Without Professor Lee stationed there, no matter how grand my plans were, who would implement them? Both Professor Lee and I are ambitious, sharing a common goal. I promised him 10% of Nanchi Group's shares and 30% of the dividends. The venue erupted in astonishment. In just 4 months, Professor Lee contributed no capital, yet his worth soared to 5 million, with annual dividends reaching hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Ji Fan was envious. Brother-in-law, what do you think I can do? I could also go to Hong Kong Island. Ye Nan smiled at him without responding, and then continued. The second plan of the Nanchi Group is to replicate the concept of a dining establishment, opening branches in various districts of Hong Kong Island. This venture is projected to yield a second fortune, approximately around 4 million, which was used to acquire a defunct billiard hall. Collaborating with local organizations, we ventured into billiards, which is the origin of the Myanmar and Vietnamese currencies I just mentioned. Our billiards equipment has already been sold to Myanmar and Vietnam, and the proceeds from these sales are used to purchase lobsters, which are then not directly shipped to Hong Kong Island, but rather returned to Guangzhou first, before being sent to Hong Kong, all in pursuit of US dollars. This strategy was actually proposed by Professor Lee, who found the complexities of the Myanmar and Vietnamese currencies quite troublesome, ultimately devising this method to utilize local currency for local consumption. Everyone admired this initiative. It is not merely a profit-making scheme for the company, but a means of generating foreign exchange for the country. Ji Yuqi nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "What a noble cause! This method could bring millions of US dollars in foreign exchange to Huaxia, resolving numerous issues." He added, "Let's not speak of nobility. Our profits remain the same, and we stand to lose very little." Ji Yuqi acknowledged with a nod. This plan is indeed ingenious. Entangled as it is with the currencies of foreign nations, who could possibly unravel such complexity? Moreover, following the surge in the lobster market, the assets of the Nanchi Group are likely to double. Everyone was taken aback by such an exaggeration. If calculated meticulously, they had already sold 200,000 jean, with a profit margin exceeding 8 yuan per jean, amounting to over 16 million. With this latest influx of over 3 million, Wunti that total more than 24 million, nearing 40 million, the Nanchi Group's fortunes could indeed double within just over a month. Once other stores or groups take notice, the lobster supply will dwindle, and costs will inevitably rise when sourcing from other countries. Ji Yuqi scoffed. Can a mere lobster truly double the fortunes of the Nanchi Group to 50 million? That seems quite far-fetched. Ye Nan raised an eyebrow. Uncle Lee, do you know what the profit per jean is? You find 3 yuan per jean in Kyoto expensive. Yet a family dining in Hong Kong would spend as much as your monthly salary. Ji Yuqi was momentarily speechless. Ji Yuqi nodded. In Hong Kong, lobsters are priced at 15 yuan per jean. Ji Yuqi was about to take a sip of wine when he suddenly spat it out. How much? 15 yuan? Yes. When converted to Huaxia currency, that's 4 yuan, with a cost of 4 yuan. If we calculate an 8 yuan profit, sales would exceed 5 million. Wouldn't that mean a doubling of fortunes? The entire table was left in a state of shock. Grandma Fong Lan focused on a different aspect. So, Xiao Nan, does that mean your shares in the Nanchi Group are valued at 90 million, correct? In Hong Kong dollars, Ye Nan reminded. Ji Yuqi sighed. You've been in Hangzhou for over 8 months, yet your time in Hong Kong is less than 5 months, and you haven't even reached 1/10 of it. Regarding economic issues, if I were to monopolize the Huaxia lobster business, it wouldn't be due to a lack of resources, but rather a lack of courage. Even with the courage, I wouldn't have 2 heads to spare. Ji Yuqi nodded. I used to think this was quite good. But after reflecting on your insights for a few days, I believe the people of Huaxia should indeed prosper. Only through prosperity can life improve. Old Lady Fong Lan chuckled. Qianwen told me that this scoundrel Xiaonan has hidden away over 4 million in his home. Upon hearing this staggering sum, no one was particularly astonished, as it paled in comparison to the 90 million prevalent in Hong Kong. Ji Yuqi remarked, "What's the big deal about hiding over 4 million? Old Lady Fong Lan whispered a few words into Ji Yuqi's ear, causing him to erupt into hearty laughter, his finger playfully jabbing at Ye Nan, leaving him bewildered. Eventually, both Ji Buluan and Ji Bowen leaned in to share secrets with Old Lady Fong Lan, making Ye Nan feel like an outsider. The entire table erupted in laughter, with Ji Buluan feeling that his daughter had vindicated him. Ye Nan could only shake his head, sip his drink, and ponder the future direction of Matai's business, having outperformed countless other baijiu brands. "Uncle, have you ever tried the crayfish from Kyoto?" Ji Bowen, who was laughing, suddenly heard this question and replied with a puzzled expression. "Yes." Ye Nan continued, "Which do you think is tastier, our crayfish or Kyoto's?" Ji Bowen reflected for a moment and mused. "Kyoto's crayfish must be different from yours. They tend to be spicier." In an instant, Ye Nan realized that Kyoto's crayfish lacked the most essential element. "Haha, I know what Kyoto's crayfish is missing. No matter how it's cooked, it can't compare to ours." The entire table gazed at Ye Nan with curiosity, eagerly awaiting his explanation. "It's simple, 13 spices." Everyone was left in bewilderment, utterly confused. "What is 13 spices?" Seeing their puzzled expressions, he clarified, "It's a secret mix. Whether used for frying crayfish or other dishes, it elevates the flavor remarkably. To illustrate, if my second aunt typically cooks ordinary home dishes, adding 13 spices would undoubtedly surpass those found in small diners. Of course, it may not rival the creations of top chefs, but it would easily outshine those of amateur cooks." Yu Xiaoman blushed at this, as her dishes had often been criticized by Ji Bowen and Ji Fan. Yet she had to endure their culinary critiques to avoid starvation. Ji Bowen was the first to object, exclaiming, "That's impossible, absolutely impossible." Ji Fan echoed the disapproval, stating, "If my mother could cook better than a restaurant, I would eat excrement upside down." Yu Xiaoman swiftly delivered a light smack to Ji Fan's head, retorting, "You want to eat excrement? I'll make sure to serve you some when we get home." Everyone chuckled at the exchange. Ye Nan recalled that there were some ingredients in the kitchen, so he asked someone to bring him a sheet of paper and a pen, writing down the ingredients: angelica, white cardamom, cinnamon, nutmeg, grass cardamom, aromatic fruit, ginger, pepper, star anise, Sichuan pepper, bay leaves, fennel, licorice, and cloves. He handed the list to Yu Xiaoman, saying, "Aunt, take these ingredients and feel free to cook something. Just grind them into a powder and sprinkle a little." The version he provided to Yu Xiaoman was a rough estimate, lacking precise measurements. Ye Nan continued to take out a piece of paper, detailing the recipe for the 13 spices: 100 grams of angelica, 100 grams of white cardamom, 50 grams of cinnamon, 50 grams of nutmeg, 50 grams of grass cardamom, 30 grams of grass fruit, 20 grams of galangal, 20 grams of prickly ash, 15 grams of star anise, 15 grams of Sichuan pepper, 15 grams of bay leaves, 15 grams of fennel, 10 grams of licorice, and 5 grams of cloves. For the spicy crayfish sauce, 1,500 grams of debanjiang, 150 grams of ground Sichuan pepper, 300 grams of chili powder, and 100 grams of homemade 13-spice powder. He folded the paper and stood up to find his aunt. "Aunt, here are 2 secret recipes. Please send a telegram to Professor Li and have him start a factory." His aunt promptly tucked the items into her pocket, grabbed a bag from the counter, and left for the dining hall. Upon Ye Nan's return to the table, everyone resumed toasting. The crayfish on the table had mostly been devoured by Ji Buluan, Ji Baron, and Ji Fan. As Yu Xiaoman brought the dishes to the table, she confidently placed them in front of Ji Baron and Ji Fan, declaring, "Eat. I refuse to believe my cooking is that inferior." In truth, Yu Xiaoman had tasted it herself, and it was far more delectable than her previous attempts. Ji Baron and Ji Fan exchanged glances with their mother, then took a bite. After 2 seconds, their eyes widened in astonishment. "You cooked this?" Yu Xiaoman replied. "Would I really deceive you with just one dish?" Ji Baron, realizing the implication, turned to Ye Nan. "Is this recipe for the crayfish?" Ye Nan nodded, not concealing the truth. It indeed was, but not entirely. Yu Xiaoman looked at the paper in disbelief. "This is the crayfish recipe?" It's that simple. Ji Baron snatched the note, scrutinizing each ingredient, affirming that they were indeed common items. Ji Igua, Fong Lan, and Ji Buluan also glanced at it. They really are just ordinary ingredients. Ye Nan smiled. It is indeed quite simple, yet no one has thought of it. The crucial point is that we have all paused. The recipes are in the hands of representatives from various provinces, and only they know about the peanuts and sunflower seeds. Those city representatives don't even know where the warehouse is. So when we halt, those individuals may learn the form, but not the essence. When I resume next year, they will still be unable to surpass me. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ye Nan's shrewdness. In business, one cannot outsmart you. The ancient saying about unscrupulous merchants and treacherous ministers holds true. Chapter 46. Reconciliation. The next morning, Ye Nan first placed a call to Professor Li. Professor Li, there should be a telegram arriving today. Please take note. This telegram is confidential and must be kept secure. Professor Li furrowed his brow and inquired, what is it regarding? It's about a new venture, the secret recipe for crayfish. We've extracted it separately and added a few enhancements. While we cannot manage the crayfish directly, we will handle the recipe. Professor Li, astute as ever, immediately grasped the implications. This venture would not be limited to restaurants or hotels. Rather, households would be able to utilize the recipe. The name will be designated as Nanchi's 13 Spices and Nanchi's Spicy Crayfish Secret Sauce. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Professor Li replied with enthusiasm. However, you must wait until the last batch of crayfish is sold. You may procure a factory, but do not commence operations just yet. The Nanchi group will undoubtedly attract many watchful eyes, and we cannot afford to lay our groundwork prematurely as we did before. The island is too small. If we establish our plans ahead of time, the networks of the larger families will easily catch wind of it. Although we have gained some strength, we must still remain cautious. Professor Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in matters of business, Ye Nan maintained a calm demeanor, despite his recent financial success. All right, young Yi, await my updates, Professor Li assured. After their conversation, Ye Nan contacted Wang Jun, requesting a $3 million credit line, informing him that someone would reach out, only revealing that they were from Kyoto. Wang Jun promptly affirmed that it would be no problem. Once the serious matters were concluded, Ye Nan took breakfast to the hospital. Old Master Yu was being accompanied by his second uncle in the ward, while Ji Yuqi was with Li Qianwen. To ensure there was enough, he brought 5 portions of breakfast, fearing it might be insufficient. He had initially intended to prepare more for Ji Yuqi, but having faced her gentle scolding in the past, he had grown wary. After spending enough time together, he was well aware of her tastes and knew it was unnecessary to prepare everything. After delivering the breakfast and engaging in some light conversation, Ji Yuqi urged Ye Nan to reconcile the accounts. How long has it been since you last reconciled? Are you truly neglecting it? What will the baby eat and drink? Feigning innocence, Ye Nan teased Ji Yuqi. Is 4 million not enough to support 3 babies? Li Qianwen stifled a laugh, recognizing that Ye Nan was clearly joking. Ji Yuqi, now out of bed with her hands on her hips, retorted, as a father, how can you say that 4 million is sufficient? Will your son not need to marry? Will your daughter not need a dowry? These words left Ye Nan momentarily speechless, muttering, but that's a matter for many years down the line. How many years? In the blink of an eye, a day passes. With a kick of the legs and a close of the eyes, a lifetime can slip away. How many years are you really talking about? At that moment, the door swung open, and Ji Fan strode in, positioning himself protectively in front of Ye Nan. Sister, how can you speak of a billionaire in such a manner? Billionaire? Are you referring to him? He is lazy and complacent. With 4 million in hand, he spends his days idling. He doesn't even bother to tally accounts or collect payments, Ji Yuqi exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Ji Fan scratched his head. Tally accounts? Are you going to Hong Kong for that? Brother-in-law, will you take me along? Ji Yuqi burst into laughter. You think he'll even venture to the suburbs, let alone Hong Kong? He is this lazy, and you expect him to go to Hong Kong? Ji Fan expressed his disappointment. I had hoped brother-in-law was preparing to take over $1 billion company in Hong Kong. Ye Nan hastily raised his hand to intervene, but was too slow with his words. Now, he could only offer a wry smile towards Ji Fan. You truly are my esteemed brother-in-law. Is it common for a big brother to lead his brother-in-law into such a predicament? Indeed, your words are the sweetest, yet your traps the deepest. Ji Yuqi's soul pressed on. What billion-dollar company? Hong Kong City? Ye Nan silently lowered his head. Ji Fan stuck out his tongue and whispered, brother-in-law. Does my sister not know? Ye Nan remained silent. Li Qianwen observed Ye Nan's turtle-like demeanor. He had been relentlessly challenged by Ji Yuqi these past few days and could scarcely utter a single word. Finding it amusing that a powerful magnate was so thoroughly managed by his own daughter. How ironic. Ji Yuqi's piercing gaze fixed on Ji Fan. What billion-dollar company? If you don't divulge, don't even think about returning to Kyoto. I'll have you washing dishes in Hangzhou. Ji Fan was struck dumb. Was this truly his sister? He had indeed heard that her temperament had drastically changed after giving birth, but he never anticipated it would manifest in such a manner. He whispered to Ye Nan, "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I can't withstand this piercing gaze any longer. Sister, brother-in-law has a company worth 100 million in Hong Kong." Upon hearing this, Li Qianwen loosened her grip on the bun, which fell to the ground and rolled twice. Ji Yuqi continued to fix Ji Fan with a death stare, as if time had frozen. Just then, a commotion at the door heralded Ji Buluan's entrance. What is going on here? At this inquiry, Ji Yuqi finally snapped back to reality. Ye Nan, tell me, is what Xiao Fan said true? 100 million company? Where did you acquire such a company? As he spoke, tears brimmed in his eyes. Have you engaged in some nefarious activity? What will happen to the child if you find yourself in trouble? Are you planning to leave the child entirely in my care? This flustered Ye Nan. No, that is not the case. Not the case? Did Ji Fan deceive me? He didn't deceive you. It's just. Upon hearing the words didn't deceive, Ji Yuqi's tears welled even more. Then what wrongdoing have you committed? I haven't done anything wrong. It's professorly. Professorly? Nanshi Group. Only then did Ye Nan breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, Nanshi Group. If we complete this order, we can earn over 20 million, and the company will indeed surpass 1 billion. Ji Yuqi's eyes widened. Really? It can surpass 1 billion? Yes. It can surpass 1 billion. It's merely Hong Kong City, so there is no need to be overly anxious. How can I not be anxious? 80 million Hong Kong dollars equate to a substantial sum in Huaxia currency. Ye Nan sighed. There are too many wealthy individuals in Hong Kong. The Li family alone boasts a fortune of 80 to 90 billion, not to mention those tycoons like the Boat King, Hua Yingdong, Li Zhaoji, and Zheng Yutong, each with fortunes in the tens of billions. Such reassurances somewhat ease the collective anxiety. 100 million is still quite a sum, Ye Nan remarked with a smile. It's not much, just don't cry. When you cry, I feel overwhelmed, and feeling overwhelmed leads to losses. This statement immediately halted Ji Yuqi's tears. Li Qianwen also regained her composure, casting a questioning glance at Ji Buluan. Ji Buluan nodded and whispered in her ear, the Hong Kong lobster venture earned over 40 million. Li Qianwen gasped in astonishment. 40 million from lobsters that were once discarded? Ye Nan ceased to tease Ji Yuqi and directly stated, I am going to reconcile the accounts. It has been over a week since my last visit. Ji Yuqi nodded in acknowledgement. Go ahead. With an air of generosity, he permitted Ye Nan to depart. Previously, the two often engaged in a playful battle of wits, exchanging barbs yet remaining inseparable. Since the birth of their child, this marked the first occasion Ye Nan was allowed to leave with such ease. Ji Fan interjected, Brother-in-law, I shall accompany you. Ye Nan agreed, finding no objection. Ji Buluan also expressed his desire to join, curious to see the state of the warehouse. Upon reaching the hospital's entrance, Ye Nan opened the door to his Audi 100, astonishing Ji Fan, who exclaimed, Brother-in-law, an Audi 100. That car costs over 300,000. Ye Nan nodded, a hint of admiration in his eyes. You have a discerning eye. Ji Buluan, gazing at the modestly priced vehicle, was equally taken aback, reflecting on the billion-yuan company and considering the car's understated nature. Once inside the vehicle, Ji Fan remarked, a second-generation official in Kyoto made a fortune from crayfish and also purchased an Audi 100, spending all his earnings on that car. Ye Nan shook his head. Cars are merely consumables. There's no need for extravagance. I bought this for your sister's checkups. I primarily drive to the hospital for accounting purposes and spend most of my time at the store, where a car is unnecessary. Brother-in-law, you are flaunting affection. Ji Buluan's perception of Ye Nan began to shift. After all, purchasing a 300,000 yuan car for his daughter's prenatal examinations was a significant gesture. As Ye Nan drove, he added, when we go to Kyoto, I plan to buy a Mercedes W126. That vehicle is more suited for such a place. Ji Fan, well-versed in automobiles and having perused car magazines, gasped, that car costs over 2 million. Are you really going to buy it? Feeling exhilarated, he was as thrilled as if he were purchasing a car for himself. However, Ji Buluan frowned, pondering whether a 2 million yuan vehicle would be too ostentatious in Kyoto. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Air Ant, ever observant, spotted Ye Nan's car. Xiao Nan, are you here to reconcile the accounts? Ye Nan nodded. Air Ant, what brings you outside? Oh, I am waiting for Xiao Tai and the others. They should be back soon, delayed by the road last night. Ye Nan paid little heed. Traffic delays overnight were quite common. When Air Ant noticed Ji Buluan and Ji Fan, she inquired curiously, and who might they be? This is Xiao Qi's father, and this is Xiao Qi's cousin. Upon hearing this, Air Ant beamed with delight and promptly ushered them into the office, offering tea and pastries. We don't typically entertain guests here. The tea is a bit lacking, but please enjoy. Ji Buluan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Air Ant, please don't fuss. Just sit down. Air Ant nodded. Since she had been managing the place alone for nearly 2 months, her communication skills had improved significantly, and she had grown more confident. No longer resembling the shy rural woman she once was when encountering city dwellers. Just as they settled into the office, the sound of a car approached. Hearing the vehicle stop, Ye Yongtai and his 3 brothers rushed towards the office, fearing an emergency. Little did they know, upon reaching the doorway, they were greeted by the sight of Ye Nan. Brother Nan, the 4 exclaimed in unison. Remarkable. Over the past month, I have noticeably gained strength. Let's take a moment to rest. After finishing his statement, Ye Nan settled into the boss's chair and began reconciling accounts, simultaneously inquiring of Ant Air. Ant Air, are we experiencing a shortage of vehicles lately? Ye Yongtai interjected. I have observed a problem with the vehicles these past few days. Ye Nan, intrigued, asked, Oh? What issue? The vehicles operate for more than 18 hours a day. Gradually, malfunctions are likely to arise. I believe other provinces have encountered similar challenges. Indeed, this is one aspect. However, with the approach of the new year, not only do we need to increase production significantly, but the frequency of vehicle trips must also intensify. Ant Air frowned. If we purchase too many vehicles, won't they just sit idle? Ant Air, as Xiaotai mentioned, we must have an adequate number of vehicles. Otherwise, they will wear out quickly. The machines also require rest. Initially, due to financial constraints, we arranged for only 2 vehicles, but gradually, our fleet will expand. Seeing that Ye Nan was resolute, Ant Air chose not to pursue the matter further. Ji Boloon had been quietly listening to their conversation. By the way, Ant Air, have there been any issues on my uncle's side? Since all provinces primarily rely on Zhejiang province, it is imperative that all financial records and accounts be delivered to the Hangzhou warehouse as swiftly as possible. Only Ant Air possesses the key to the Hangzhou warehouse, so she is bound to be aware of any problems. Moreover, the absence of a phone call indicates that the issue is not severe. Perhaps only a few days of revenue have been lost. It seems your uncle's shop was vandalized, and he had to personally finance its renovation. He compensated for employee injuries and has not seen any revenue for approximately half a month. I did not inquire about the specific city. Ye Nan nodded, refraining from asking further questions. This revelation left Ye Yongtai and Ji Fan puzzled. The conversation ended abruptly. Before long, the accounts were reconciled. 2,800,000. Over a week. The performance in the northern, southern, and Sichuan provinces had declined somewhat, particularly in poorer areas where frugality is essential. I had previously suggested assigning 5 personnel to that shop. Those with lower performance can be reassigned. And delivery frequency can be adjusted from once every day or 2 to every 3 or 4 days. Ant Air and Ye Yongtai nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Ye Nan laughed. Xiao Tai, do you know what Ling Air went to Hong Kong Island for? Ye Yongtai and the others shook their heads in confusion. I entrusted her with a company and tasked her with establishing it. The American company can hire her directly. She chose an entertainment firm. And on its very first day of establishment, she was recruited, taking with her 3 million Hong Kong dollars and a secretary from the headquarters. Everyone was astounded, as this was the first time they had heard of such an occurrence. However, the company managed to recruit staff and secure a location within a week, hiring 10 individuals, who were all intimidated by a 12-year-old child. Upon hearing this, Ji Boloon and Ji Fan exclaimed, 12 years old? This must be a joke. Ye Nan continued, if a 12-year-old girl can establish a company, I hear she now has over 30 artists, with some already beginning to take on work. If Xiaotai sends you there now, would you be able to accomplish that? Ye Yongtai shook his head, bowing his head in self-doubt. Do not lower your head. I have said before, I will support you in becoming a lawyer. Let me know which country you wish to go to. Any university is possible. It merely requires some expenditure, and having a reliable individual is far more reassuring. Do you comprehend why the provincial representatives are all from within our circle? Is my uncle particularly capable? What about your father and my second uncle? Is Wang Jun particularly skilled? Why have I entrusted such a significant position to them? Indeed, Ye Nan nodded in appreciation. The term capable aptly described Ye Yongtai's response. As the proprietor, I do not require your assistance in expanding my territory. Yet you must understand that what I bestow upon you is rightfully yours, while what I withhold is not yours. Professor Li has aided me in broadening my horizons, and he now holds a fortune in the millions. However, these provincial representatives, after 2 or 3 years of service, could potentially earn a handsome sum, perhaps even reaching a valuation in the hundreds of thousands. In truth, Ye Nan's words were directed at Ye Yongtai and his 3 brothers, who had gathered together today, free from the presence of other elders. In their previous lives, the 4 brothers faced considerable hardships and eventually parted ways. I shall not elaborate further. You 4 must diligently attend to your responsibilities here. Xiaotai, I entrust you with a task. For 5 provinces, increase the number of vehicles by 3 in each province. I shall provide you with 600,000, and these vehicles must be in place within half a month. Ye Yongtai nodded earnestly, assuring the completion of the task. Ye Nan accepted the remaining 600,000, departing with 220,000 and 4 travel cases. Ji Fan took 1, and Gibran also took 1. The trunk could only accommodate 3, necessitating that 1 be placed in the back seat. On the way, Ji Fan suddenly recalled, "Brother-in-law, regarding your uncle's matter. Why haven't you followed up? What follow-up? The revenue from half a month? Or who will provide compensation?" Ji Fan nodded. Every endeavor carries risks, and business is no exception. One cannot seek retribution against subordinates for unforeseen circumstances. If a battalion suffers defeat and many lives are lost, is it solely the battalion's fault? There are myriad factors involved, are there not? Ji Fan grasped the implication, and Gibran pondered Ye Nan's words deeply. If a battalion experiences defeat, is it indeed the battalion's fault? Chapter 47. Filmmaking. The trio returned the money to Jiuwei Snack. By the time they looked at the clock, it was already noon. "Let us first deliver lunch to Shaoqi," said Jibilin. Both Ye Nan and Ji Fan nodded in agreement.